years, we have offered professional learning with the science of reading to assist K-3 educators in understanding all the elements of reading, like you mentioned, those foundational skills, comprehension, the multiple aspects that go together to lift up children and their reading skills. We also recently partnered with WestEd. We're working with 5 of the smaller districts. We didn't want to overlook our small district friends, and they're working together on in a networked community on improvements and change around literacy and structures that they have currently in their districts. So they're getting supports there. The masterclass has just been amazing, and that's really focused on those administrator teams and providing district supports and in partnership with CAPS. And then another opportunity we have has really been focused at our alliance districts and our opportunity districts and helping to lift up their knowledge and understanding of the science of reading. And that's been going on even prior to me coming to the State Department of Education. I've been here for 7 years now. So I just celebrated my anniversary. So those are some of the resources that we have partnered with others to provide supports across Connecticut.
And totally committed to continuing those. We hear you, and I think it's really important that we're not asking our districts to do something without making sure the requisite infrastructure and support is there, as you mentioned, for those foundational skills around the science of reading.
So thank you both for that. And is it a correct assessment based on the reading survey scores that you're seeing throughout the state that our young readers, their comprehension is good, but it's those sort of foundational skills where we really need to improve on? Is that an accurate assessment of where our kids are at?
And so I'll have Melissa jump in here as well in terms of what we've been seeing in our data.
Sure. So up to this point, we have collected the Smarter Balanced third grade assessment information. This Right to Read Act did bring in the mandate for all districts to now implement one of the approved assessments. In the past, it was not mandated for all districts to do this, so we did not collect those data across the board. And like I said before, there are multiple pieces that go into reading. Sometimes you have students who crack that code, right? They can read fluently, they sound great, but when you ask them to explain what they just read, they can't do it. So that's that comprehension piece where, you know, once again, they have the skills, but they're not stopping and understanding what they're reading. There are others who don't crack the code, who can't understand, who have not been taught those skills that you're referencing with the phonics. So that's why it is, and phonemic awareness, that's why it is so very important that we are assessing our kids and seeing what their needs are so we can best create that instructional program. And it's not just one component in reading, and it's not just the program. It's exactly what you're talking about. It's the professional learning for teachers and administrators. It's what kind of programs, curricula, and assessments are we utilizing to lift all students. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And one final question, Mr. Chairman. And I thank you for that. And I think it would be important data to have. And I know you didn't testify in this bill, but as we talk about gathering that data, House Bill 6763 is a task force for a statewide mastery examination. And some of my teachers have, informed me that sometimes that those mastery examinations and the pressure that those put on teachers in the classroom and to students, according to them, puts an undue pressure on them that doesn't exactly have the best reward. I'm interested in your opinion on that. And as a follow-up to that, I noticed that the bill doesn't necessarily task them with investigating what the impact is in the classroom, in the learning environment on those teachers. And if we're going to have this task force, would you suggest that become one of the tasks of it, to sort of look into that and determine from teachers and students that impact in the classroom on a day-to-day in preparation for that exam?
It's a lot of questions in one question.
but it's But it is truly a great question, and thank you for raising that again, because this is another area that we're really passionate about addressing and want to make sure, Representative, that the bill as drafted is going to get to the results of what we're looking for. And it's a comprehensive review. I'm going to have our Chief Performance Officer, Ajit Gopalakrishnan, to jump in on this. I know he's very passionate on this, been working on it. And he's actually joining us today from DC, where he's a part of a group of renowned experts in this area looking at this very specific issue. And we also made a recommendation in my testimony for some adjustments to what you're asking for the study to do, because we want to make sure we have the impact of what exactly you're looking for. So so thank you for teeing that up for us. Great question. And I'm going to ask Ajit just to give us some more perspective on that. Thank you so much for that question.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Representative, I believe we did include in our written testimony regarding House Bill 6763. I think our sort of general feedback is that the state assessment is one assessment that's obviously administered at the end of the year, and it's a really small footprint. It really just takes 6 to 8 hours in total maximum for students to take both ELA, math, science, all the different assessments. But both in research and experts, many of whom I'm here with, some of the most preeminent experts in assessment in our field, what they say is that far more time and effort is spent locally with local assessments. The state assessments are really not meant to be prepared for. They're really aligned to our state standards. And if we have high quality instruction in our schools and classrooms, it's not like a standard fixed test that you can prepare for. You know, in the old days, we had a fixed test, all kids took the same questions. Now with adaptive testing that we have computer-based, you can't really prepare for the test and say, okay, you know, this is how the questions are going to come. This is going to be the format. It's really going to be customized to each student. So the whole idea of test prep, preparing for the state test is really very old notion. So we'd be happy to sort of work with, and we have been working with districts over the past decade since we've been implementing the Smarter Balanced assessments to sort of educate folks about how this is not like our old assessments. This is a new construct, and that we really don't want districts preparing students for tests. That's really very counterproductive. We want districts to be implementing high quality, engaging instruction that's aligned to our standards, because if that truly does happen, then the results will bear out on things like the state assessment. So we're happy to, so our suggestion for that particular bill was that it not just look at time on the state assessment, it actually look at all assessments that are administered by districts, so that we can truly get a more comprehensive audit of what is happening, which are the kinds of assessments being done. Perhaps some are redundant and don't need to be done because they're giving the same type of information that the state assessment is giving. And perhaps there are other assessments that need to be increased and maximized, because we want to make sure that between the state assessments that are administered should be assessments that support learning, assessment for learning, not assessment of learning. The state assessment is an assessment of learning, whether kids have learned, but everything else really needs to be supporting the learning process, helping teachers work with students to truly make a difference in the classroom for students.
And I'll just add there, testimony, we noted state of Nevada example, where they had a similar bill like we have right now, and then went back later and had the state to do a more comprehensive look and study. So maybe we can learn from that and not have a two-step process, but really have a conversation about what is it that we're trying to accomplish, that this particular bill will serve that purpose.
And just one last point, Commissioner, if I might, is that several years ago, the state actually put out small incentive grants for districts to do assessment audits and look at all the different assessments they're administering. For what purpose are they administering? Is the assessment really intended to be used for the purpose for which it's being used? Oftentimes we find that tests and the way they get used get corrupted over time, and we really need to take a close look at it. So we did do some kind of support work about a decade ago. We gave small grants, and perhaps this type of process can help work with districts and support districts, really reduce standardized testing and time spent on stop and test, so to speak. so that it's more assessment through instruction in instruction that actually helps teachers.
Thank you, Ajit. And I just want to say thank you to you. I know you've been responsive to me in the past, even before I was on this committee with information, and same to you, Commissioner, and certainly Laura. And I look forward, now that I'm on the education committee, to working with you in the best interest of our kids. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Perfect timing. Representative Wheelander. Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question regarding 1094. I was wondering if the commissioner or anyone had heard feedback from any districts or anyone else about the possibility of adding additional programs, reading model programs to this the model, because I think we do all have the same goal of having third graders be able to read, but I have heard from my districts a number of concerns about the 5 or 6 that have been presented as the only options unless you get a waiver. So I just wanted to see if that was a potential conversation.
Yes, so thank you. And we've had that conversation. Folks are asking about adding to that list, which we've also ask districts if they have other ones right now that they want to add to their request, that we can certainly take a look at them. It was a very involved, as you can well imagine, process. And so we've kind of given ourselves a time or a cadence to take a look at others and to add them to that list. But that conversation is clearly not off the table. And I'll have Melissa, who's doing the yeoman's work on that, jump in if there's anything else to add to that, Melissa. But I know we've had those conversations.
Sure. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And just a shout out to my colleagues at the State Department who have been so helpful in this work. So thank you to all of you. So the process, as you know, the first process happened in May, and it also included not only getting submissions from districts and from publishers, but also looking to other states who have been doing this work and ensuring that those programs and curriculum models aligned across the board as being evidence-based and scientifically based. So yes, there were some that were not submitted at that time for review, and some districts are submitting things through the waiver process for us to review. And we're hoping that in this way, some more programs and curriculum models can be added. We will be having another review process, as the commissioner mentioned, and we have not yet established a timeline for that, but we are hoping with the 91 submissions that have come in so far that there will be additional programs that we could be adding to the list.
Thank you for that answer. I think that would be really helpful to continue the conversation. Speaking of other states, there were some concerns brought to me about New York State had found that 3 out of the programs that we had approved did not meet certain criteria for equity and diversity. And so if we are trying to do such good work, I just want to make sure that we are doing so with the best program forward. So thank you for your flexibility and your willingness to continue this conversation. And just one other point, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go for it.
Thank you. I think when we are looking forward to the waiver process, another concern that I had been shared with me multiple times was the lack of specificity regarding the waiver. And I think that is evidenced in the fact that some of the waivers you received were very short amount of pages, and some were, overly communicative. So again, I know we're getting started and we all have the same goal, but I think it's important to make these notes as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Representative, if I could, because this is really great, and I know folks are indeed listening. And what we heard loud and clear from our superintendents was the flexibility to tell their story, to let us know exactly what combination of models, program supplements that they're using in order to show that it's evidence-based, research-based, and meets the science of reading. And so we gave them that flexibility in order to tell their story. But as you mentioned, we'll certainly will continue to hear from our districts and provide as much support as possible. Some of them are telling their story shorter, some of them are telling their story in longer format, but we wanted them to have the flexibility to be able to tell us the story of how they're seeking a waiver because what they're doing meets the standard.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up, Representative Zupkis, followed by Representative Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I apologize for being late. So if I'm redundant, I apologize now. But just to a point before about comprehension, my daughter struggles with that. She is one of those kids that will read something and then turn around and cannot tell you what she read. And I have to give a shout out to my school district because they are on par with reading. They are teaching all of these things we want taught in every school, but they had to specifically take her with some other kids and do things differently. So there are schools that are doing that, which leads me to the whole waiver. I know we've talked about it, but I'm come from the school of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I know that in some schools it is, and those are schools we should be focused on. I'm not going to regurgitate what has been said about the hardship and the onerous work and time put into these waivers. But I would ask that the schools that are above par, I wish they wouldn't have had to do a waiver because what they're doing is working. And will they be waived? And I guess these assessments, why hasn't been done in the past is really my question. We should focus on the schools that aren't where they need to be because every child should be able to read to the best of their ability and be pushed. I'm all for that, but I am concerned with this huge waiver process. I've heard from schools in Waterbury, in all of my districts, and they always complain, we're always used as a shining star for what we've accomplished, and yet now this hardship is placed on them. So I'm hopeful that these schools that are above par on reading and these benchmarks, they're going to be waived. And why really are we focusing on them and not really focusing on the schools that need the help?
So Representative, as always, thank you very much for sharing that perspective as well. And we've had these conversations. We are in the legislation, as you know, that the requirement was there that if you didn't select one of the approved curriculum models or programs, that you can request a waiver. And it's to waiver from using one of those programs because what you're doing works, really, that in a simple way of thinking about it. And another part of the legislation was to provide the data to show how all your students, the different student groups, are indeed performing. So they're disaggregating the data. And I think it really is a comprehensive look by all of us in taking a look at the data and to see what success looks like, and frankly, which one of the student groups or students may not be having success. And so what I've challenged ourselves to do here at the agency, and I've challenged our superintendents as well, to really take a look at the information and to look at those students who are not achieving success and to make sure we're doing our level best to continued improvement in that particular space. And so those are the conversations that we're having. At the height, we do have districts, 86% of the students, 70% of the students are making progress and are proficient. But in those cases, there's a 30% or the others who may not be. And so this is a process, I think, that allows all of us to work together with our focused goal and attention to really try to make sure that all of our students, to the point that you make so clearly and articulated so well, are having success. And so that is really where we are in this process. I believe all of our superintendents will tell you that there's more that we can do looking at the process and really disaggregating the data allows us to see where more work is needed and that we're all continuing to do that. I think you had one other question, which Melissa may jump in. Maybe I think it was around assessment.
Well, my point was that, well, back to what you just said, I agree. And again, everybody can get better, no matter what level of reading or where you are, we can all get better. I just, I've talked to the superintendents, and the ones that are doing a good job are saying, why am I doing this waiver? Because these programs what we're doing is working. So I understand everybody had to do the waiver. My point was just, if they were already doing a great job, it's very onerous that they had to do it. My point on the assessment was, I've always heard that teachers teach to the test. And I know that's hopefully what we're trying to not have happen here. And assessments are valuable. People need to do data. I don't know why data hasn't been done prior to this, but if it hasn't, I'm glad you're here and trying to get data, because we've been in schools a very long time and should have been collecting all of this data to see how we can improve on. And I guess it's the same with the assessments. I think sometimes parents and teachers feel that all we do is assess and teach to the test. So I hope something in these laws that are coming forward are going to help with that.
And so thank you for that as well. We totally agree with you. And I know, Ajit, I don't know if you want to add anything else here on the purpose for our assessments, what we should be achieving with them. And as Ajit mentioned earlier, we certainly don't want to be in a place of teaching to the test, but supporting our educators so they can in real time make adjustments as necessary to ensure learning is taking place. So Ajit, I don't know if you wanted to add anything else to that. I know you mentioned that earlier.
Just to clarify, Representative, that yes, in the grades of 3 through 8, we have a long history of assessment, and we have been assessing since the mid-'80s actually, and collecting data and reporting data 3 through 8 and in high school. Even before it became federal law under the No Child Left Behind Act in 2001, Connecticut had been doing it, and then of course it became law under No Child Left Behind, and now ESSA and so on. But this particular effort is in the K-3 space. Prior to kids coming to the spring of their 3rd grade and taking the 3rd grade assessment. So this statute does allow us the ability to look at assessments that will tell us about the process of reading development in our children, and see in those formative years, are they gaining the necessary foundational blocks, if you will, that are core to getting to grade 3 and grade 4 and being able to read fluently and comprehend what they're reading and understand complex texts and so on. So we're talking really about those foundational years in K-1 and 2, where we weren't collecting any information and still aren't. But now that with this bill, the plan is to have, based on our approved menu of assessments, information that really will tell us, are students in kindergarten, in 1st grade, acquiring those necessary building blocks to reading that will, help them go from learning to read to reading to learn when they get to those 3rd and 4th grade. So it's sort of getting at assessment in a grade span where we weren't ever collecting this type of information, especially from all districts. We were getting some from some districts, but it was kind of piecemeal. Now it'll be more consistent from all districts. So that will be much more informative and useful than we've ever had that information. So
Thank you for that. And I love the quote, learning to read and reading to learn, because there's a big difference in that, but you need both. You need the first one to make the second one happen. And the last thing I'll say is I just hope that these assessments, since we've been doing since the 80s, I would hope to see that we have progressed a long way, because that's a lot of assessments to be doing to not be up to par. And so I hope we take what we learn, and then every kid will be reading. Again, I know we can always get better and always learn and grow, but that's a lot of assessments. And so hopefully we are where we need to be on those others right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. I know you have a busy day, so I will just talk briefly about SB 1097, which is the school nurses bill. And as you know, it's been a long time coming. It's been since been about 40 plus years since 1982, since the regulations have been changed and updated. And I think that we could agree that the educational environment versus a medical environment, they're two different environments. So I thank you for your support of this bill. The qualifications as well as the professional development. I mean, I've been, even before I was a legislator, I was reading those school nurse surveys and noting that they were really identifying years ago, in fact, that, you know, the mental health needs of our children were increasing and that they really needed those tools. So, you know, needed to know more about the, you know, mental health care, the best practices for our kids. So, you know, I appreciate you supporting this legislation. My question is in regards to the special services endorsement. So I was wondering, you said you need a little bit more time as an agency to look at that. And I was wondering, what considerations will you be taking, you know, looking at, you know, what will this work look like? What's your anticipated work look like? And if there's possibly a timeline that this could be accomplished or included in the bill, to really, you know, keep it in the bill, but you know, have reasonable understanding of how we could go forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Comey. Good to see you. We've been spending some time doing school visits, so great to see you here today. And we've worked very closely. First, I should say a big shout out to all our school nurses across the state. I always knew they were very valuable, but boy, I think everybody saw their value the last couple of years in our schools and helping to make sure our students were safe and our schools could remain safely open. And so we've been working with our School Nurse Association. And so, John, I'll have you just speak to, because John Frassinelli is the person who's oversees that area of work, school health, and would be working on regulations and those kinds of things. And so I don't know if we have a specific timeline, but John, I'll have you talk to kind of the conversations that we've been having here on this bill.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Representative Comey. Nice to see you. So I think that part in particular, we would like some additional time to understand what certification means, because we want to make sure that there aren't any unintended consequences. There are a number of states in which the State Department of Education does a certification of school nurses, but it's unclear if all of those certifications are similar to our certifications. In other words, certification to teach. Becoming a certified individual. So in addition to that, there is already an 072 endorsement that exists in regulations for school nurses. We understand that school nurses are looking for this endorsement. I think the important thing is to identify what that means. For example, if school nurses are required to or decide to get a certification, does that impact their salary? And does that impact their ability to participate in the Teachers Retirement Board? And if that's the case, we want to make sure that the nurses we aren't regulating them out of a job. In other words, we would hate to see school districts do things like reduce the number of registered nurses that they have as school nurses and school nurse supervisors in favor of licensed practical nurses, right? So in the regulations and in the statute, it allows LPNs to work in schools, but only under the administration and oversight of an RN. So we want to, and it makes sense together with the bachelor's degree and the additional professional learning requirements that we maintain a high level in our schools. And so just want to make sure, as we move forward with that certification, that we know all of the consequences and the indirect consequences.
Thank you, John. And would that be done internally with the school, with the nurses association, or independently within the CSDE?
No, we fully anticipate that we would work with the School Nurses Association of Connecticut. That all of these in this piece of legislation came directly from their annual report, as you know. And so would love to work with them. Again, like to engage other state education agencies to see what they're doing, and come up, just really would like to, instead of starting on developing regulations now, just give us a little bit of time to sort of investigate that and then have some time to incorporate that in a regulatory process later on.
Okay, well, sounds like a little bit of time. I like that. Okay, then we'll be back here next year. Thank you so much, and thanks. Good to see everybody.
Thank you,
Thank
Representative.
you, Representative.
And last up, we have Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for not being in person. Excuse me, I'm just not feeling well. But Commissioner, it's always great to see you and your team. You guys do wonderful work. I just want to circle back to SB 1094 and just a question regarding the waivers. I was speaking with my superintendents of the districts I represent, and their concern was they've applied for the waivers, but will they be reviewed in time, or will they have to then, if they're not reviewed, they won't make the timeline because the timeline is relatively short. I don't know how many waivers you did receive, and if you don't have that information right now, that's fine. But I think that's their question, that the time frame is so short that if they don't get a response to the waiver request, then they'll have to implement another program. Does that make sense?
So Representative, thank you very much, and I hope you'll feel better soon. Always great to see you. The timeline, and Melissa mentioned earlier how many waivers we have gotten in, but one of the reasons that we are respectfully requesting a language change for those who receive the waiver to have no later than 2024, July 1, 2024, is to really give us that runway for the waiver review, a thorough review process on our end that will be iterative, right? So reviewers will review, work with the districts, I'm sure go back and forth answering questions. We want to make sure that we have sufficient time for that to happen so districts can know where they are in time to meet the statutory requirement for implementation.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work that you do. And because I haven't seen you in a while, just want to thank you for during COVID and after COVID, all of your Tuesday meetings. They were so very helpful to me. I jumped on as many as I possibly could, and they were very informative. So your whole team always offered something. So thank you very much. And I apologize if you did answer that question earlier. I did jump on a couple minutes late. So thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. And I do have one last question, Commissioner, with respect to 6757. You noted that you believe that the agency proposal was the appropriate vehicle. Does that mean that you and the department are open to additional discussions on updating the proposal that you submitted, or do you believe that your submission is the way to go?
So thank you, Representative. So open to the conversation moving forward. As to whether we can make additional changes there. And the reason being, we're doing this lockstep with the council that we're working with. And so I think we mentioned the other day that while we've put the proposal through our state board, the council continues to meet to reach consensus on these key issues. And so we're really open to continue as that work is happening to inform the overall work that we use that as the vehicle to, yes, we're open, is my way of saying, yes, we're open to have conversations about how we can make some adjustments in that particular bill.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Senator McCrory.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm glad you asked that question because that was a question I had some concerns about. From my understanding, Commissioner, and I know it was brought up, I'm sorry, I'm late. You guys been working together for about 20 months on 1028, is that correct? You had a lot of stakeholders together. You've been working on this particular objective for the last 20 months, is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, Senator. We've called this Reimagining Educator Evaluation in the state. I know you've been around when PEAK was meeting, the Performance Evaluation Advisory Council. We've now kind of changed that to this Educator Evaluation and Support Council with stakeholders. That includes, I think, anybody you would think about in education that needs to be a part of this conversation is a part of that conversation. And so we want to make sure that we're reaching consensus through that process and taking that information to incorporate in language so we don't really circumvent or undermine that process, which is really so important.
And just real quickly, and when you say stakeholders, you're saying educators are at the table, administrators, superintendents, and I'm assuming some boards of education may be all at the table working on this?
I know unions, CEA, AFT, administrators, yes, they are there.
All right, thank you. Let me just ask you this question. Prior to, and this is to a bill, because I couldn't kind of understand 1096, the act concerning charter school approval process. Can you educate the public on what was the process prior to 2016, 2017? Can you tell me can you communicate to the public what was the process prior to when we changed this in 2016 for charter school approvals?
For charter school approvals, Senator, that when the State Board of Education had the authority that when they approved a school, it was officially a charter school ready to go and in the pipeline for funding. That was the process before it got changed. The way it is currently after the change right now is that our state board, what their state board does in their approval when they consider a new school is an initial certificate of approval.
Right.
So it's an initial certificate of approval. The school technically is not yet a charter school. So it's really the board saying we've done the due diligence on the work. We offer a certificate of approval, but then the legislature then has to fund, and it's only when that funding is granted that this entity is now a charter school ready to go forward and do its work, recruiting students and all of that.
Right. So prior to that, they didn't have to come here and ask for the money. The money was already there. That's how the process worked. And since then, have we opened up since we changed the process and made it the way it is now, have we opened up any new charter schools in the state of Connecticut?
So I'll have my team tell me, but I believe since that process has changed, I know right now we've got 2 schools in the pipeline that have gotten their certificate of approval.
Right,
from
but
the
have
board.
we opened up any new school?
Funded.
We have not opened up a new school. How many charter schools do we have in the state of Connecticut?
We have, Irene, you can jump in. I think it's 21 charter schools, which is 20 state and 1 local charter. So 21 schools.
And the demographics, and I'm just trying to speed you along because I know these questions. I'm just trying to get this up to the public. I know everyone have the demographics of charter schools. What students are attending charter schools in the state of Connecticut?
In the state of Connecticut right now, we have about 11,000 students in charter schools, 94% of which are students of color. About 0.8% are English learners, 61% eligible for free reduced price meals, 10% special education, and about 75% of considered a high needs student.
And are they considered public schools in Connecticut?
In Connecticut, they are public schools.
So when we communicate about charter schools, there are public schools in Connecticut, just like our traditional schools and our magnet schools, and they're all funded from the state of Connecticut, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I thank you for that information, Commissioner, and I appreciate your words.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any last questions? Senator Kushner.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Senator McCrory's last question about the approval process for charter schools, I still would like further clarification because my understanding is that what changed in 2016 or 2015 when the process was altered to create an approval process for initial certification, it did not change the funding mechanism. That funding has always been a decision made by the legislature. Is that correct?
And I'm going to I believe that's correct, except Laura, I know you don't always want me to have you jump in, but since you're so close to the legislation, I will ask if you have anything else to add, because I want to make sure we give correct information here. They were charter schools when the board approved them, and I think committed the legislature to funding. Laura, am I saying that correctly?
I believe you are, Commissioner. I don't know whether or not Mike actually might be the more appropriate person to answer the question. I know that what ended up changing, and I think that you did state it correctly, was the difference between the board actually having the authority to grant the actual charter instead of granting the initial certificate. But the funding decision was always up to the legislature.
Thank you, Laura. And I will double check to see, Irene, I don't know if you have that information. Want to make sure we're accurate to see if during that time period, whether we've had any schools approved through that process. I know that we do have 2 schools in waiting, but we will make sure we get that information back to you.
Thank you. And just one further comment on that, because I have had conversations with my colleagues who were in the legislature when that change was made. And my understanding is that the reasoning, and maybe someone from your department can clarify this as well, the reasoning behind the change to go from an initial, from approval of an application to initial certification, that there were some instances where a charter school had gotten approval and had begun to enroll students without having yet had the funding. And so that caused some confusion, and the clarification was that you couldn't call yourself a fully approved charter school until you had the funding from the legislature. And since that time, I believe what has been instituted is that initial certification that schools have not been able to advertise and enroll students before getting the funding from the legislature. So I believe that the initial certification approach was really to address an issue about when a school would become a school, and that still was retained as the authority of the legislature, not an appointed body of the state government. Is that correct?
And so I think you're accurate. The reason behind why that happened, there was a lot of certainly political conversations as always in this situation. And I was here in the agency at the time when that occurred. And I know that I think there was one year when I think 2 schools got approved by the board. And there were some concerns about funding and concerns, to your point, some of those other concerns about enrolling and going forward. So I think all of that was a part of the conversation that was occurring at the time, Representative, when all the changes occur. But you are correct with the initial certificate of approval. It is not, folks should not be certainly reaching out and enrolling students and all of those kinds of things. It certainly give the wrong impression and wrong information to families to believe that a school is going to be up and running that is not funded to do so.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I've been here on this committee since 2006. Only 1 year I wasn't on it. And I know what happened prior, and I know what happened afterwards. And I feel compelled enough today to educate everyone on that system. I might just do that and educate everybody on what really happened. But I'm gonna play nice because I want everyone to win, whether you're in a charter school or magnet school or nutritional school. I want all our kids to learn. But I do know one thing: since we changed that process, we haven't opened up another school. And I know that population she demonstrated are performing the lowest in the state of Connecticut. And I know we do have a school and a number of schools that are doing very well and are doing very poorly. And I want all the schools that are doing very well and people to have those opportunities to have them in their neighborhoods. So with that being said, Commissioner, I thank you for your commentary, your words today. And I think we have up next is Commissioner Beth Bai.
Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
Good morning. Greetings, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm Beth Bai. I'm the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood. I'm here to testify concerning SB 6759. Before I start my testimony, I just have to say one thing. I'm just so incredibly impressed with the number of people signed up to talk, with the dialogue that's gone by so far today. When you look at data about successful schools, it has to do with engagement. And if you take what's happening at the state level here in Connecticut, all the engagement, different points of view, and just the sort of community commitment to education. This is why Connecticut has some of the best schools in the country and some of the best systems, and also has major challenges that you're addressing. But I'm just so taken. It's been a while since I've been at a hearing like this, and I think sometimes we take things for granted in Connecticut, but it is the engagement of the citizens and the legislature and multiple points of view that bring us to this state. So, all right, let me get to my testimony. I couldn't not say that because I was so taken today. The OEC appreciates the intent of Section 1 of House Bill 6759, which seeks to increase wage compensation for early childhood education professionals. The low wage compensation for early child professionals is a national problem, and it impacts equality, and it impacts our ability to support young children's brain development with high quality professionals. However, the mandated wage increase is not included in the governor's budget. And as I'll state in a little bit, it's the state funded system is a small proportion of the overall early childhood system. But to help address this problem, the governor has created the Early Childhood Blue Ribbon Panel to examine this, and compensation and workforce will be a big part of the focus over this 10-month process to come with a 10-year actionable plan. I've been coming to this legislature talking about early childhood wages since 1996. This is an entrenched problem. And the governor and I think OEC believe this problem requires a federal response as well. In Public Act 1961, OEC developed an early childhood educator compensation schedule for lead teachers who were employed at state-funded programs. This report was carefully developed over many months, informed by national research and state research, and submitted in late 2022 to this committee. Currently, our state-funded programs serve about 16,000 children. To give you perspective, each cohort of children born, so each year Connecticut has about 35,000 children. So 16,000 of those total are served in state-funded programs. Publicly funded programs in Connecticut account for about 30% of the early care and education programs in Connecticut. Private programs are 70%. So this is mostly a private market program. While the state's role is important, OEC state funding represents about 17% of the $1.4 billion childcare industry. Currently, parents are the biggest payer in the system, making up about 37% of the funding going in. Many programs are 100% parent tuition-based and funded by tuition and fundraising. Requiring all programs to pay salary as outlined would result in much higher costs to families. Providing funding specifically to state-funded center to comply with this requirement would also require significant unbudgeted resources. This proposed compensation schedule should be viewed as a guideline for programs, not a requirement, due to variations in these funding systems and staffing shortages across the state. We do believe it is a good guide and should be shared statewide. And I think through this panel process, we're going to invite all stakeholders to testify because we know the low wages do impact quality. The OEC also appreciates the intent in Section 2 of this bill, which seeks to continue the expansion of Care for Kids income eligibility and approved activities that have been funded with COVID fund. The bill would remove reference to available federal funds. We do not support this language because even the governor's current budget proposes using temporary funds of 35 million in one-time ARPA funds to smooth the Care for Kids enrollment and to try to maintain as many of the families in Care for Kids now going forward, but removing the part about the federal funding would leave an unfunded system. So the governor's budget does also include a $14 million increase permanent in state funding in 2024 and $52 million in 2025 in additional state resources to care for kids that are ongoing. So the governor does propose increase funding to that, but we can't take out the federal funding part as we're also relying on that. Section 3 of the bill asks to create a license exemption for the Stamford Police Athletic League Incorporated, a nonprofit that has youth activities. We have sought out and reviewed details of this program, and it is our belief that this program needs to be licensed by the Office of Early Childhood, since the activities it intends to provide do not meet the current exemption. As the agency responsible for licensing, we know that more than 3,000 programs in the state get licensed, and we do our best to support programs receiving licensure. And this means there are certain safety factors involved, background checks, unannounced visits, et cetera. And being licensed ensures a level of oversight and accountability. And we believe these standards are important. Children served by unlicensed exempt programs do not benefit from the health and safety protections. And OEC receives complaints from parents about programs. And when those programs are unlicensed and license exempt, we really don't have the ability or authority to make corrective action plans to help programs improve. And I know the legislature over the past number of years has been really high on making sure kids are safe, making sure their background checks. You've expanded the number of programs that need to get background checks, and now we've included summer camps. So adding programs to license exempt by name really sort of undermines that effort. There are many programs like the Police Athletic League that are licensed as camps and after school programs. And our staff are really ready to assist and help and work in collaboration if they want to get licensed. I think the other thing that happens with a lot of these local youth programs is there's an exemption from licensing if they are administered by the Board of Education or the city. And so the Stamford Police Athletic League could go to the Stamford Board of Ed or to the city of Stamford and say, this is a program that's helping our community. We'd like it to be under your administration, so that's another option. I worry that over the years, we keep having legislators like sort of put in, I want this exempt, I want that exempt. And it's just reducing our ability to oversee those programs. Now on to section 4 of the bill. This would allow licensed childcare programs that maintain a supply of epinephrine cartridge to administer that to childcare program. The parent or guardian may submit in writing that they don't want this. So right now the language is the parent has to say they don't want this. I think this is complicated and would definitely result in added costs for implementation and training. We're not necessarily opposing it. We're just saying we need to make sure that the structures are in place to support it and that the committee consider parent notification or maybe a parent, whether or not parents need to say no, not to have it, or if you'd like to think of it as parents need to affirmatively say, yes, it's okay. We know this is in your policies in an emergency. You can do this. So I think that's important. So I'll stop there and just take questions if you have them. You have my full testimony before you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Commissioner, and thank you for your testimony. So if we could refer back to section 1 for a moment, we know, and I thank you that we know wage compensation has been a major issue for our early child care providers over a long period of time. You mentioned 10 years that you've been working on that. So, and we did receive the report, but are you suggesting that it was not budgeted in the governor's budget and creating this blue panel, ribbon panel? Are you saying that you would prefer to see the panel review the wage compensation and find solutions all the way across the board? And if that is the case, would you be able to comment what you think that time frame might be,
Sure.
because I know it's an immediate problem, especially since we're asking more and more on like all kinds of areas for our early childcare educators to be more educated and to move on. So if you would just comment on that.
Sure. I have to say, I'm looking at Senator Kushner because I met Senator Kushner in the late 90s when we were protesting for worthy wages for childcare providers. So it's funny to be sitting here with you as a senator and with me as the commissioner. Wages are the biggest issue in early childhood. It's restricting our workforce pipeline. We're losing staff to public schools. We lose BA level teachers to be paras in public schools because sometimes that pays more. And we have a pipeline that's educating people to work in early childhood, and then they leave for other professions because the pay is too low. So this is the biggest problem. The governor has done a few things, and so has the legislature, to help that by increasing Care for Kids rates, by increasing the rates at state funded center for both infants and toddlers and preschoolers. It's helpful. It's not sufficient. The Build Back Better bill would have brought early childhood professionals up to the level of public school teachers. But without that $270 million in federal funds, we're lacking the resources to do that. The governor recognizes this as a problem, so we have this panel. The panel is 10-month timeline, and the chairs and ranking members of the Education Committee are on that panel. So we would expect a recommendation by December, and certainly workforce is the piece that will take up the most time and attention of that panel, and also different financing options. You know, the governor's very interested in trying to leverage business and how they can be a part of the solution. So the panel's looking for innovative solutions on this. And in the meantime, we do have the wage supports. Actually, the application's going out today to every childcare center in Connecticut, where staff will get one-time bonuses. And that's, again, helpful, of about $1,700 per teacher, but not sufficient. So it is a big problem. The budget doesn't have money to solve this. And I do think it's sometimes when I'm up here, it feels like there's, unlike the public schools, which are a public system that rely on public funds, 70% of childcare and early childhood programs are private programs, and they set the rules and the rates, and they set their budgets. We don't have the capacity to set their budgets. And so I just think it's important to make that point too. We control about 17% of the funding of our $1.4 to $1.6 billion industry. So if this legislature, you know, wants to direct us to look at the part that we control, we can do that, but we don't control the whole gamut.
Thank you very much for really showing us the difference on where the funding and where we do have the control right now. But I think this is a major concern for our state, and I would consider it one of our top priorities to, and you outlined very well how this really relates to workforce development and to the economy in the state. So I think we're all committed to finding the solution as soon as we are able, and to work with the private early care providers as well. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Hey,
Thank you for
Representative.
being here.
Sure.
As you know, I'm new to this committee, and this is really a comment and a request, I guess, because it affects not only these bills, but everything you do. And you have a very tall task, because our young children are where it starts. And years ago, actually, Senator McCrory and I sat on a panel. A young man, 21, brought in, long story, I won't go into it, but it was about 7 hours. And he had been in and out of jail, you know, and finally at the end, I said to him, what are 3 things we can do to help you? First thing he says, I need a cell phone. Okay. Remember, Senator? Second thing he said was, he says, I'm one of 7 siblings. None of us know our father. We have a mother who can't take care of herself. So how can she take care of us? And at this point, I'm crying, saying, I want you to come home and live with me. I have rules, but I want you to live with me. And he said, I need clothes. And then the third thing he said, I go, what's the third thing? And he said, I need love. Now, we can't legislate love. I wish we could, but we can't. And I say this because every time I peel back the onion of whatever it may be. Most of the time it comes down to lack of a family unit. And a representative from Bridgeport and I on the floor, he actually was talking about this and lack of a family unit. So as I've gone through the years, I talk to everybody I can about teachers, everybody. How can we fix this? What can we do? And everybody has said it comes down to when they're little, which falls with you, not everything, but it falls. So I guess that's my comment, but my request would be, we certainly don't have time today with 200 people signed up to testify, but I would appreciate some of your time, because to me, that is what is going to help fix all of these things that we talk about in most of our committees. So I would request that we could sit down and spend some time on that and maybe make some kind of legislation to do something about that.
Happy to talk to you about that.
Thank you. Still in the Julia Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Commissioner, and thank you for your kind remarks, reminding us of the struggles that we went through to raise the rates of childcare workers. And it's still a concern, obviously. We did a lot of great work in this legislature in 2019 in increasing the minimum wage, which had a huge impact on many, many workers, but it also had the downside of making it harder for our state-funded programs to actually meet the cost of wages now with the limited funds they get from the state. So I know that you testified in appropriations, as did one of my greatest consultants in my district is Eileen Costello, who testified there, and people, I would ask them to look at her testimony. But some of what hit me the most, I think, was that in 2015, the cost for a full-time childcare per worker was $19,000 a year, and today it's $31,000 a year. And so that increase doesn't match the increase that we have made even in this budget with, an increase, but unfortunately it falls short about $4,000 a year of what the cost actually is. And so she's made some recommendations, and they're not just for that issue. And I appreciate Representative McCarty's, I tried 3 times. I think I got it right in the end, right? But I really appreciate your asking those questions. I think that is the core problem. And the only other thing I would like to ask that you look into is, we've also had some concerns in our district about the funding of the United Way program around the networks that were created for the home childcare providers, and whether or not they're able to really provide the assistance that was previously provided through more localized organizations, nonprofits, in terms of training and connecting home childcare providers together. There's still a great deal of concern about that program, the way it was regionalized, whether or not it will be adequate for the needs. And so I hope you'll continue to take a look at that as well.
Yes, we definitely will, Senator, and I'm happy to meet with you about that and come to your district and meet with the organization. I think that was providing those services about what's missing and what we can do better.
Absolutely.
I would also just like to say that Eileen Costello came to our staff meeting last week and was the hit of the meeting, talking to us about what's happening in Danbury. There's a lot to be proud of there in terms of the connections and all that the community is trying to do to lift up children and families and actually provide those loving environments that Representative Zupkus talked about. So, but happy to come talk about those networks. It was funded with pandemic funds, but we are funding it permanently now and had an RFP process. And we are literally looking at that to see what resources are missing in this new iteration that we can do to improve that program. But we're excited that we've made it permanent. We're funding it with federal quality improvement funds. And what was a pilot of 5 small programs is now a statewide network. But we are really open to your feedback and the feedback of your organizations.
Great. I've always found you to be open to and accessible. And Danbury, I know all of our early childcare providers and agencies really appreciate that. And we will take you up on it when it's not quite so busy right now. But we, it's wonderful to have a commissioner that has the background and experience and commitment that you have. So we appreciate your work.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you so much for your hard work and your testimony today. And I just have a question just to follow up on some of the information you've provided to us. And that is when I look at the access to care, Eastern Connecticut is a child care access desert. And I just wondered what kinds of recommendations you would make to help us out in Eastern Connecticut, and maybe a little bit of a comparison and contrast between what's going on in Eastern Connecticut versus the western part of the state.
Yeah, great question. We really are shifting our focus with how we fund programs and startup programs to using data. We've been working with UConn School of Social Work, and we have created something that, and we're happy to share with you. We're just sharing with OFA as well. Every town in the state has both a social vulnerability index, which is the level of needs of average families. It has to do with housing, disabilities, density, income. It's the CDC's. We learned in education, we can use some of the CDC work to help us. So when we're putting funds out, we take into account a community's social vulnerability index. And now we've added child care desert score, because it's both, and other states are finding this as well. And the federal government's wrestling with how to take care of this. So we have a desertification score for each community in the state based on the number of children and the access to child care. And so we currently have an RFP out, and we're having a training Monday for communities and are going to explain to communities that we're prioritizing communities with childcare deserts and with high needs. And so that's how the funds will go out, both for new spaces, the 1,300 new infant toddler spaces, and for facility funds. So we have 15 million going out for facilities. We're working with Local Initiative Support Coalition, and those funds will go out this spring, and priority will be given to childcare deserts. So of the resources we have and the new resources, this is a whole new way of doing things. It's not just about priority school districts. It's about by zip code, social vulnerability index, plus a desert score. And we're happy to share that with the committee so you can see how that breaks down with your communities, and you can make them aware of these opportunities.
Thank you so much for that. I think sometimes when we're here, we think everybody is the same all over the state, and we kind of pass legislation that shows that we're all the same, but we're every single place in the 169 towns is different with all types of differences. So thank you so much for doing that work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, up next online, we have Representative Comey.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Beth. Sorry I couldn't be there today, but we have a long day ahead, so I didn't want to lose any time in the car. Thank you so much for, and thank you to your staff, to Maggie, for your other policy staff for working with me on the epinephrine portion of Section 4 of that bill. You know, my goal is to, and has been since before I was a legislator, has been to align, you know, is to work on the guidelines. And we did a lot of work with the pre-K-12 area of that, worked with CSDE to put guidelines together so that the districts would have the resources they need to create some excellent policies in their own districts. And so I'm excited that we can do the same and give the same guidance to our programs. I know we do a lot of really great best practices stuff, especially involving training and things like that. Some of the other things that I was thinking about, and my question for you is, you know, some schools, some programs serve breakfast or lunch, and obviously some do not. So I guess my question is, do you require programs that are licensed by you to have food service policies in place for children with with allergies and any other sort of postings of who the students are to communicate to either, the staff or the folks who are serving the kids food. And then just the last portion is, what is the policy that OEC has for when an emergency happens, how quickly they can, they alert the parents and those sorts of things in any emergency, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to ask Liz Proietti from our licensing department to come up and I'll start to answer you. Staff do need to have training and there needs to be someone on site with first aid and CPR in our licensed facilities. And it does give me a chance to stress again why we like to have programs licensed, because these requirements are in place. But in terms of, I know the programs I've worked in, we have postings of children, pictures of children with allergies. I will state one thing that's so interesting is while allergies were going way up, definitely programs are reporting to me that they now have fewer children with allergies than they did 10 years ago. I don't know what's happening there, but just to put that out there. But I'm going to ask Liz, who's our licensing director, and Liz worked here for a while as a legislative aide too. So you said it's been a decade. But can you just review the licensing requirements around food services and the regulations for programs that are serving food, if there are very specific ones?
Sure. I mean, I think we had spoken about this. I'm sorry, I'm Liz Proietti. I am the division director of the licensing division at the Office of Early Childhood. And I've previously met with Representative Comey about this issue. So I thank you for your question and clarification. Certainly childcare programs do have policies around whether they serve food or not. All of their staff should be trained as to whether or not a child in a particular classroom has a pre-existing food allergy. It's really up to each individual program, however, how they keep that, where they keep that information. But for any child, there should be an individual care plan for children with pre-existing allergies. All staff who are caring for that child should know about those pre-existing conditions and be ready to act in accordance if something should happen.
Great, thank you. And I know we also have specific training required with EpiPen. If there's a child and there's an EpiPen, we have a specific training. Representative Comey, does that answer your question?
Not particularly. I guess I'll be more direct. What is your policy regarding, I'm also concerned about the folks, the kids that have an unknown allergy and they have the reaction for the first time in the classroom. And I'm wondering how quickly you would alert. Do you require the programs to have in place policies that say about any emergency, or if you suspect an allergy reaction, how quickly do they have to call the parents?
What we have that I stated earlier, and I'll ask Liz if she wants to add on, is that they need somebody on site who has a certification in first aid and CPR. And if any of you have taken first aid or CPR, if there's an emergency, what do? Call 911. That is what folks learn in first aid and CPR. But I'll ask Liz if there's anything to add on to that.
Yeah, I agree with that. There needs to be someone trained in first aid CPR at all times during the operating hours of the program. During that training, they would be taught to identify the signs and symptoms of an allergic reaction, perhaps. And if in all those cases where there's an unknown, they would call 911 and call the parent immediately.
Yes, and Representative Comey, that's where things are now. As you work on this bill, we're happy to meet with you and look at the statutes and regulations and have a conversation if there's more that this body thinks should be included. But that's been our way, is to make sure there's someone at all times trained in first aid and CPR and require that.
Okay, great. And then I would just, legislature put together years ago guidelines for the pre-K to 12. So that's a great resource too. If you know, when you make some recommendations on your end.
Yes, and I think this is such an important issue, Representative Comey. I have a daughter that had severe reaction and understand how important it is to get the help you need right away, and really appreciate your advocacy on this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner. Have a great day.
Next up is that Senator Pat Billy Miller.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Commissioner. Great to see you again. So I want to talk to you about the exemption for the PAL organization in Stamford. The organization, I know they did meet with your staff, and we appreciate that. They did give them some guidance on what they could and could not do. So I have a question. You made mention in your testimony that they could go to the City of Stamford, the Board of Ed, without seeking an exemption, correct?
Correct. Well, that would make them eligible for an exemption.
Will make them eligible for an exemption. Thank you. Correct. So in doing that, do you know if they would then have to be a budgetary item for either one of the departments, either the city board of rep, or Board of Recreation, or the Board of Ed?
Thank you for that question, Senator. My understanding, I've been involved with a number of programs that have pursued this, and I have never seen programs be charged. I can't say that a city wouldn't charge, but it's generally an understanding that this program is helpful to the city. You know, the schools may say this after-school program is a big help to us, and generally the city would say, tell us about the program and how you're running it. But it just has an oversight agency that our agency recognizes as having oversight over programs that are exempt, because school-based programs are exempt because there's a Board of Education over it. And often there's city rec departments that have their programs that are also exempt.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So if I may, Commissioner Bai, this particular program is in part of a formerly public housing authority development, and it was converted to Hope 6. The property where these activities occur is part of that property that I should say the owner owns that building that they're in. And the owner had asked the police department if they would be willing to implement programs so that they could take their children off the street. Mm-hmm. That area has nothing, not only just the development, but the surrounding area has no activities. There were quite a few shootings on the property, and that's why the owner had extended the help of the police department. The city at the time, and I can't say yes or no, I know that they reached out to the city, and I don't know what the answer was, what they were told. But I do know that the police department understood that there was a crisis in the area and that something had to be done. They were willing to seek monies from private donors who allowed them to get the program up and running. I think I agree with you with your charge that you're responsible for the health and safety of the youth in these programs, and I couldn't agree with you more. But I think in urban centers, we need to look at what is safe. Children being exposed to gun violence is not safe. I'm a product of one of those programs of a community center that gave me different options, that I could look at life from a different perspective and through a different lens. And it gave me something positive to do. It took me off the streets. And that's what the PAL program is trying to do to those children in that area. And there's a concern, and the police were concerned that the number of shootings that were occurring. And so the officers have given up their time to contribute to this program. And so I think that it's a crisis And because it's a crisis, that these children shouldn't be subjected to the red tape that the organizations have to go through in order for the program to get up and running. And I appreciate, and I will reach out to the city to find out exactly what happened, but I do know that they tried every avenue to get this program up and running. And I'm just afraid that they will continue to get bogged down in red tape if it becomes a city program, because then you're looking at budgetary items, it becomes a budgetary items and whether it's going to be funded or not. And so if we have a private partner that's willing to invest in these children to make sure that they're giving something positive and showing something positive in their lives after school, I think that we need to do as much as we can to make that happen. So I do appreciate your testimony and your concerns, but I think that we as a state need to revisit what is health and safety in those communities where there are Black and brown children whose parents do not have the resources to send their children to programs that will cost them monies and that could make their lives better. So I do appreciate your comments on this issue. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator, thank you. I couldn't agree more with you that we do need more programs like this, and we want to support their development. And, it is up to this body to make a decision on this. As a regulatory agency, I'm explaining our perspective and our willingness to work with you. Also willing to meet with the city with you, and or if it helps, provide examples of other programs in cities that have made these collaborative agreements in ways that don't involve a lot of red tape. But I agree with you, it's an emergency, and I think you should continue to do whatever you can do to address that in your community. And so thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Maroney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's nice to see you today, Commissioner Bai. I have a few questions for you. One, I just wanted to go through the numbers a little bit that you had mentioned. So you said the state-funded program service 16,000 students, and then there's the 1,300 new infant and toddler. I was just wondering, is that 16,000 per year or cumulative, right? Meaning, so each year there's 16,000 new students coming in. And also, if you can just provide some information on the funding level for the Care for Kids.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Senator. With the state funding, we serve about 16,000 children a year. That will go up to 17,000 when all the infant toddler spaces are in place, but that also includes federally funded Head Start. So I was trying to get at the actually includes the Head Start wraparound. So the state funds it wraparound Head Start. So that's who's in that. And so it's per year, so 16,000 a year. Some children are in for 2 years, some are even in for 3 years if they have that year before kindergarten, an extra year. On the Care for Kids funding levels, the state has been funding in 2019, before the pandemic, we were funding about, I got to get the number right. We were funding about 15,500 children with Care for Kids. Right now we're serving 21,000, about 21,000, a little less children. Actually, it's 20,000 children right now with Care for Kids. The funding is now up to about $193 million. And before the pandemic, the funding was at about $150 million. So that's gone up. But I think maybe what you're asking about are the rates. The rates for school readiness right now are between 30 and 40% of the market rate. Under the governor's plan to increase the rates of Care for Kids 10% a year for 2 years, that will be approaching by the end of the increases 75% of the market rate. So the rates are still below the market rate, but we're going to make significant progress in the next 2 years toward moving toward that. And the other thing I just want to mention to this committee, because it's not obvious, is that when we raise the market rate with Care for Kids, that can affect the whole market. I've talked to you about what percentage of the programs, about 30% between Care for Kids and state funded. But there are a lot of parents who are paying full fee in programs that take Care for Kids. So Representative McCarty, if you were running a program that took Care for Kids and you were charging $250 a week, and now Care for Kids will pay you $300 a week, you need to raise the price for everyone to $300 a week. So sharp spikes in Care for Kids affects the whole market, which is why the 10% a year is in place, so that the market has time to adapt as well, so that we don't have unintended consequences for families, say, making $70,000 a year who get no help. But the program to get the Care for Kids funds needs to raise the price to that level. Otherwise, they can only charge a state as much as they charge families. And one of the challenges with the business model of childcare is providers charge less than it costs them to provide the care in order to provide care at a price that parents can afford. And so as Care for Kids tries to get closer to the full cost, paying the full cost, that does have repercussions for the whole market. So that wasn't obvious to me when I started as commissioner. So I just thought I'd share that as we look at Care for Kids as a strategy. I think it's a phased in strategy where the market can adapt.
Thank you very much for that and for that explanation. I know you and I have spoken in the past about what DC and New Mexico have done for wages, provider wages, and helping to supplement them. Are you aware of what any other states, or can you point out any other good state models to look at for provider wages?
Well, I think you pointed out New Mexico, which is relying on revenues from oil, and DC, which had a significant sort of earmark to address childcare wages. And also understand DC has a universal preschool / childcare system in place, and that's just part of their system. So that's what's happening there. Connecticut has taken the 70 million assigned by the legislature and is assigning it in 2 phases as bonuses, and then in the second round leaving some funds where the providers can assign it to other items like healthcare costs, retirement, et cetera, but at the discretion of those programs. So that's the Connecticut model, which is, were one-time funds approved by the legislature and the governor last year. So our strategy now with the state funded systems is to work year over year to increase the rates to improve the compensation of providers.
Thank you. And that 70 million in the 2 phases, so that was the $1,700 bonus you alluded to earlier, as well as approximately what is I guess it's more of a lump sum after, not a provider, because it's going towards, as you mentioned, healthcare and other costs.
Right. It's a per teacher and teacher assistant and cook and administrator per worker bonus, but then there is a 25% bonus for communities with high social vulnerability scores, and a 25% bonus if programs get their staff in the registry, or the child care registry. And that is because, again, only 30% of staff in the state are in our current child care registry. So we don't have great data about wages in Connecticut to even address the issue. We've got to understand the whole marketplace, not just our 30%. So we're adding a 25% bonus for those private programs that aren't in the registry now to put their staff information in the registry. So then we'll be able to bring the legislature and the panel a full picture of the workforce.
Great. Thank you so much for your answers and for your work.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? And seeing none, Commissioner, really appreciate your time.
Great to be here. And good luck today. You're going to be here a while, but you'll get some really great info.
Thank you so much. And so we're past the first hour. And so we're just going to bounce into the public, and then we'll go back to the last person who was within that first hour. So next up is Ramona Santalese. You can explain to
So, Ramona, before you come up, I just want to go over how the ground rules for the public when they're coming up to testify. You have 3 minutes to speak. When you hear the bell, that means you should be concluding your testimony. Okay, so when you hear this bell, I'm gonna give you an example. It's gonna go like this. I can't give you an example.
Okay,
But
no problem.
you would know, because I'm gonna say, can you please summarize? And that's not just for you, that's for everyone that's coming after you and those online. So come
I
on,
know, I
set it off,
understand
show them how to do it.
I understand that.
And remember, we have 210 people signed up to testify. And it's our responsibility, we always say, we're gonna stay here until we hear every last one. So people, be responsible and mindful for those who have to come behind you. We know your testimony is important, but there's a reason why you give you 3 minutes. And when we have 200 people, everybody's testimony is important, and we want to hear it from the public. So show them how it's done.
Yes.
All right.
Dear members of the Education Committee, my name is Ramona Santelices. I am the president of the Dominican American Coalition of Connecticut. I am addressing you today to express my report regarding SB 1096, which relates to the approval process for charter school in our state. In particular, I am concerned that the requirements set for all the current approval process for public charter are unduly stringent. While it is true that all schools must meet certain standards, it is not fair that charter schools should be subjected to additional requirements that do not apply to other public schools. I believe modifications should be made to the existing law. As a live already approved schools such as the Danbury Charter School in limbo. Family and their children cannot wait indefinitely for school they support and need. Charter schools are an important part of Connecticut education system and provide valuable options for families seeking alternatives to traditional schools. These schools have a proven success rate of improving the academic performance of students, especially those from disadvantaged communities. However, charter schools also face unique challenges in terms of funding and resources, and it is important that they do not burden with excessive requirements that may hinder the ability to open the doors and serve our community with high quality education and choices for our students. Therefore, I urge the members of the Education Committee to consider the requirement set forth by SB 1096 and to work to find a fair and equitable balance in the approval process for public charter schools. Dear of this committee, as a community leader and educator myself, I want to tell you that you are the ones who have the control and the decision to pass this bill. I have faith and hope that you will support the passage of this bill, and when it does, our youth and parents will be so very pleased that you have made a decision that will bring forth so much good to our community. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Thank you for your testimony and abiding by the rules. Appreciate you. Who we have up next?
Thank you.
Representative.
Next up, we're going to go back to our last person from the first hour. That would be Chairman Perugini. Is the good chairman here? Nope. All right. So now we are on the public for the rest of the day. Next up is Fran Rabinowitz from CAPS.
Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Ranking Member McCarty, and Ranking Member Berthel. I'm honored to be here in front of you and all the members distinguished members of the Education Committee. I want to offer brief comments on 6757, 1093, and actually testify on 1094. On 6757, I am part of that evaluation council. I believe we have a wonderful product to bring forward, a new teacher evaluation plan. I'm not wedded to how that plan comes forward, but I am wedded to the plan itself. It was done with wonderful educators. On 1093, the JPOC recommendations, I co-chaired the work group on suspension and expulsion, and I certainly recommend all of the recommendations that have come to you. I'd like to spend my time on 1094, which is the reading bill. I want to begin by saying we applaud the Right to Read Act, and we are in agreement with just about 95% of that act. We do believe as superintendents that there are issues in Connecticut with children learning to read. And frankly, we are all on the same page. This is not a reading war. We're on the same page with the science of reading. And we certainly want to move the science of reading forward. How we do that is where we are not always in agreement with the Right to Read bill as it stands, or where the State Department has gone with that bill. And I'll be happy to explain that in more detail. Number one, I was, and I do represent the superintendents, but I was a former associate commissioner and superintendent in Hamden and interim superintendent for 3 years in Bridgeport. And I tell you that just to bring you the experience. We believe firmly in the science of reading. We believe that we need a strong curriculum that talks to what students need to know and be able to do. We do not need commercial programs to determine that. We also need training, and we have, we're presently training 200 school leaders in the science of reading. And I know I have to summarize. And we also believe in intervention. We do not believe or ascribe to mandated commercial programs which carry a heavy price tag. I want to thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Representative Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Superintendent Rabinowitz.
Thank you.
It's so good to see you today. And I really do want to just stress how much I appreciate your testimony and looking. And I think you said it very well, that we all have the same goal. We want to see all of our children reading by first, but independently by third grade. But there's a component that you mentioned in your testimony that I think is worthy of looking at further. And you talk about training the teachers in the science of reading. Based on your experience and your many years of work, can you talk a little bit about how important that piece is to getting our children to reading proficiently by third grade, the science of reading, and what has CAPS done in that area?
Thank you, Representative McCarty. So back in May of 2020, when the ESSER dollars became available, I went to the commissioner and asked her if we could partner on a statewide training for the science of reading. We believed that that was incredibly important. We believed and planned it for almost 2 years. And we launched it in June of 2022. We have trained 200 in phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension, which are all the components of the science of reading. We train school leaders because we want them to go back to their districts well-trained and be able to then turn around the training for teachers. We also have modules online. We believe that effective teachers in front of the classroom, there's no substitute for that. And we want to professionalize our staff in finding the best way to teach every child, not to teach a program, to teach the children in front of them using their strategies and their knowledge to do that. It was my responsibility as a superintendent to provide the teachers with a curriculum that showed them what to do, what students needed to know and do at each grade level. It's similar. I would love to see a model curriculum across the state, similar to the Black and Puerto Rican curriculum that you have created. How about a model curriculum statewide for literacy that we all ascribe to with the training of teachers?
May I just finish up?
Representative
Thank
Hart,
you
yep.
very much for those comments. And in your testimony, you do mention the creation of a model curriculum.
Yes.
And we see that this proposal, the timeline has been extended for full implementation out till 2025. So in your opinion, and I appreciate very much your comments about commercialized programs and the difference between what you can do locally and what the state might be able to produce in a model curriculum that everyone could buy into if you're not given the waiver. And I think just the preponderance of the request of waivers, 91 waivers, points out that the difficulty that the local districts are having looking at the commercialized programs. So do you believe that if a model curriculum were, and I appreciate very much the Department of Education today saying that they would allow for flexibility and the discussion of perhaps adding another piece to this legislation. So could you just comment for a moment? You talk about a working group perhaps that could be
Yes.
put in place to look. Do you believe that within that time frame, a model curriculum could be produced, taking into the account the voices of all the education stakeholders? Thank you.
I absolutely believe that if during this year, if the legislature deemed it a good idea, I believe a small work group put together that revisited the mandate on commercial programs and instead looked at, could we have a model curriculum that embodies all of the components of the science of reading? I believe that that certainly could be possible. If a district does not have curriculum, and many of them don't, because the resources to create curriculum are very expensive. As you know, you've already done the Black and Puerto Rican curriculum. They can use the model curriculum that we would produce. I would love to be part of that work group. And I just as I wouldn't want to see the Black and Puerto Rican curriculum reduced to one book, literacy should not be reduced to one book. Literacy is it has many components to it. And again, we teach the child in front of us. One child may need more phonics. One child may need more fluency. I depend upon the professionalism of my teachers to understand and be able to move that forward.
And I thank you. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your comments and for bringing forward solutions, because I think this is what we all want. The goal is there. You're bringing another component to finding the appropriate solution that meets the needs of everyone. But in the end, the goal is the same, that all of our children are reading by third grade. So I thank you very much for bringing in your expertise and for helping us find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Mr. Benowitz. Two quick questions for you on 1093, and I hope I can follow up with you after, just in the interest of everybody's time here, because I do value your experience. Two questions. One, the first section about suspensions and expulsions. If you could comment, I would say to you that I think that we should be really focused on getting to the root cause of behavior problems in schools. And I don't know, putting more mandated reporting on school districts is really going to be the answer to that. So I'm happy to hear your comments on that. And the second question on the same bill is the capping of class sizes. Is that a realistic mandate to put on our districts? I know in some of my districts, there's a varying degree of from the sophomore class to the freshman class as to how many students are enrolled. And most notably, sitting down in Southeastern Connecticut is a naval base with a lot of turnover and attrition of students coming in and out. So my concern becomes, how can a district properly plan for those sort of bubbles, if you will? And certainly all agree a smaller class size is better, but how can a district realistically do that? If you could comment on those two things. Thank you.
I'll be happy to, Representative. Number one, no, I don't believe that the data collection alone will improve the suspension or expulsion rate. But I do believe we have to analyze that data, look at it in detail, and then put a plan in place, a plan of improvement. You know, Einstein said, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you're going to get the same results. So I think we need to look at the data and we need to put an alternate plan in place. In a wonderful world, a perfect world, I wouldn't have any suspensions and expulsions. I'd have resources for every child to be in a therapeutic setting or whatever they needed to change their behavior. On the second part of what you asked about the class size, I come from Bridgeport, where there are 28 or 30 children in a first grade class. If that is the case, I watched kids being suspended. I watched students being recommended for special ed. I believed that if the class size was smaller, the teachers would have more time with each student so that the behavior could be de-escalated before it rose to a high level. Do I believe that the legislature has the power to do that? Probably not. I mean, those are contract negotiations, but I do believe that we need to send a message. You'd be hard pressed in a suburban district to find 28 or 30 kids in early education. And yet that is commonplace in many of our cities. I know I visited a classroom with 35 children in first grade. That's unconscionable. In order to move children forward, we need smaller class sizes.
Before you go on, Representative, for the folks standing, we do have some seats on this side of the room, and we're also looking into getting an overflow room so that we're not cramped in here. But just wanted to let you know there are open seats on the other side. Representative.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And again, a full agreement, right? The smaller class size. I mean, I'm not a teacher by background, but that seems to make logical sense to me. But I'll ask this question: is it a realistic achievement, a realistic mandate to put on municipalities when we already are seeing a teacher shortage? We're already seeing budget issues in probably every city and town in the state of Connecticut. As you know, I don't want to get into why that is, but I think we all know. Is it a realistic mandate to put on them, even though we're in agreement that that's the best for our students, but is it realistic?
Over time, I believe it is. I believe if we have priorities and we stick with those priorities, that we can achieve anything that we absolutely hold as a top priority. And I'll tell you, when I was in Bridgeport as a teacher and administrator, we had a class size reduction grant that came through from the federal government. We had no room. We didn't know how we could reduce class size when we didn't have the classrooms to do it. But we came up with a solution. We put 2 teachers in a classroom. We had co-teaching. We had new teacher in with a teacher who was a master teacher. At the end of that year, that new teacher had their own classroom. I think there are ways to do it and ways to make it happen. And I believe that if we all put our heads together, it's not going to happen next year, Representative, but over time, I think we can achieve it.
I thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony today. Following up on some of the questions that we've been hearing about and the classroom sizes and the new systems that you're developing for reading, I'm wondering in terms of the requirements under the PJ case back in the day, where we integrated the students with special needs and some maybe learning disabilities, but not enough to require special education, but a plan that the teacher has to follow through on for each particular student in that particular classroom. When you add that to the duties of a teacher with 30 or 25 students or even more, how will we be able to integrate your plan in a situation like that?
That's a great question. And I do believe in PJ, and I do believe in the least restrictive environment for all of our children. I believe if class size were smaller, that would be even more successful. And in terms of training teachers in reading, our teachers need to be trained in pre-service. If they're not trained in pre-service, then we have the responsibility to ensure that they are trained. And I think that knowing the components of reading and the 5 components of the science of reading, we can train them and they can be very effective in their classrooms. And to your point, it's teaching the child, it's not the program. And so these 6 commercial programs that are being pushed, they're being used by 11 districts with very mixed results in Connecticut, very mixed results. And my thinking is we need to professionalize our teachers. We need to hold the curriculum for them. We need to give them the interventions that they need, but I need to trust them that they will use the resources at their disposal to meet the goals of the curriculum. And those resources need to be varied.
Just to follow up, if the child has that more than one child in that classroom, several maybe, that have those special needs with a special plan, how will you be able to adjust what you're doing to, say, a child that has a minimal processing problem?
Yeah, well, let me say to you that as a former elementary teacher, I did it with small groups. I did it individually. I did it while children were working independently. I worked with small groups of children with whatever issue they had. I always felt badly because I did have a lot of kids in my classroom, but I always felt badly that sometimes I didn't meet the needs of the talented and gifted kids as well as I could have. But I do believe that we can do that through small groups. But if you have 30 children, obviously it becomes more difficult.
Thank you so much for your work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Poulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate especially your comments and hesitation about packaged programs for the instruction of reading. 6 sizes certainly don't fit all in our state. And I listened with great interest. I think your proposal of a model curriculum has great merit. I would say that if that is something that's actually pursued, to have some space in that model curriculum for the different kinds of districts in our state to be able to adopt it to fit their needs. And I would say if that model curriculum is pursued, that it's paramount, it's urgent that actual classroom teachers are at the table in the development of that curriculum, and reading specialists and administrators as well. That come from regular education classrooms and special education classrooms. Lastly, you mentioned the need for training, professional development, whether it's a packaged program or a model curriculum. If we're going to implement this legislation the way it's intended, we need to make sure that teachers have the proper training to implement. We've seen many things go awry when they say, here's a beautiful thing, but there's no training. Teachers get frustrated and it's not implemented properly. And we want to make sure we close that gap between what we're doing to ensure that kids have great educations and what's actually being implemented on the classroom floor. So thanks for your testimony. I love your idea of the model curriculum created for and by Connecticut teachers for our students. Thank you. And
thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello, Fran. How are you?
I'm fine, Senator. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Fran, thank you for testifying today. Just one quick question. You said that you had concern about the literacy being a box programs. Do you know if any of your members purchase any other box programs for any other subjects like math?
Well, they may in mathematics, but they are not they are not bound to use only that program. They have many different resources in mathematics, just as they have in reading. There were several different resources that I always used as a teacher and that I made sure that people had as a superintendent. When I came into Bridgeport, if I can just say as interim superintendent, I followed a superintendent who had spent $10 million on programs, canned programs. And our students did not read well. You know why? Because there wasn't one reading teacher. There were no reading teachers in the schools. There were no interventionists in the schools, and there was no curriculum to speak of. We put reading teachers back in the schools, although I think they're gone again, but we put them back in the schools because that's where the expertise lies. And a program by itself will never be a magic bullet.
Thank you for that. So, I don't know if I heard the answer to my question. So do you know if any of your members purchase box programs for subjects like mathematics?
Of course they do, Senator.
Okay.
And we do purchase Houghton Mifflin, or we purchase other resources that are commercial, but they are not the curriculum. They are not the main piece. The curriculum exists with what created by administrators and teachers with what kids need to know and be able to do. And then we purchase resources, commercial resources, to meet the goals and strategies and objectives of that curriculum.
And you made a very good point about having the staff in place and professional development and interventionists and reading specialists. Do you know if the legislation that we're speaking of today regarding the literacy in our state, the science of reading, do you know if that legislation addresses that?
I believe it does. I believe you have addressed interventionists and so on. But I will also tell you that I'm aware that there are districts where there are not reading teachers. One of the greatest things that has happened to me over the last 2 years is this masterclass of training for science of reading, because guess what? We're bringing together urban, rural, and suburban superintendents and their teams. And we're seeing the differences in each of those districts. And trust me, everyone needs help in the science of reading. Everyone needs help in the training around the science of reading. But it's wonderful to have us all together in one room, sharing our strengths and our weaknesses and learning from each other. And I invite any one of you to come to any of our master classes. We start tomorrow again with our second cohort, and we bring in national presenters, and then we do embedded professional development in the schools.
Thank you very much, Fran, for sharing your answers with us. Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me to ask questions.
Thank you. Next up, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, good morning.
Hi,
Good afternoon. I just want to follow up on Representative Howard was talking about the class sizes. And in the bill 1093, it says that the Board of Education shall implement class sizes that are 20 students in each class for preschool, 23 for grades 3 to 8, and 25 for grades 9 through 12 by July 28. Is that feasible?
I would like to believe that it is feasible. If you believe in class size being a major priority, you've implemented many, many things that we might not have thought possible, correct? Look at how we've expanded preschool. Look at how we've done other things. Yes, it's expensive, but it can be done. And in the majority of districts, you already are there. It is our most challenged districts that don't have the class size that is needed. And we need to put forward whatever we need to do, because every child deserves to have an education that is as successful or leading towards success to the degree possible. And class size is part of that.
And I would agree with you, and I would agree about the class size. My question would be, so it would cost more money. And
Yes.
so is that an unfunded mandate on the towns? Who would pay for that? Because I know in the cities that get more money than any of the towns, the bigger cities, does that mean we would have to give them more money to make this happen? I'm of the mind, what are they doing with the money that they're getting? And maybe they could take some of the money that they're getting and to figure this out. But so it would be an unfunded mandate on our towns and cities, correct?
Yes, and I don't like unfunded mandates, but I do believe that, to your point, that in some of the ESSER money, right now, we could have been doing some of those smaller class sizes in some of the districts. I don't pretend to judge as to why it hasn't been done, but because I'm not there. And I'm not living it right now, but I do believe that if we put a priority on it, it can happen.
Well, and I agree. I do think class sizes mean a lot and make a huge difference. I'm not for unfunded mandates, but taking money that school districts already get and maybe reallocating it to that would be a great way to do it. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I might add, an unfunded mandates 1094 right now. If you were to mandate, as we are seeing it go forward, that districts not granted a waiver are required to accept one of these 6 or 7 programs, you're talking about $100 million. And so that is a huge unfunded mandate. And if anyone wants to see the numbers, I have them, statewide, what it would cost.
It's interesting you say that, and I'm done after this comment, is that I sat with some superintendents, and by the time we were done with our conversation, he was about 70 million in the hole regarding this program. So I would agree that that's right.
Yes, it is absolutely true.
Thank you. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a few questions, but out of respect, I'll follow you into the hallway when you're done. But I did want to get you on the record. I know superintendents have been very involved in teacher evaluation. So I wanted to ask you about 6757, specifically the removal of academic in line 69. Can you just talk about how you guys feel about that?
About the removal of
the term academic in the teacher evaluation bill.
Oh, no, I believe academic needs to be in teacher evaluation. It's a support and development process. I believe it should be in there. Obviously, what we need to do is improve the academic success of our children. But we also have to treat them as a whole child and bring it forward. We also need to be differentiated. I want to have more time with our newest teachers to talk with them. If I have a master teacher, I don't need to observe her or him 5 times a year. And so I would like the ability to be differentiated. And I would also like the ability for the teacher and I to decide together on our goals and how we're going to measure those goals. We had discussion early on about assessments, and assessments are complicated. The SBAC should not be the only assessment that we're looking at in terms of progress of kids. We should be looking at formative assessments, et cetera. So I do believe the draft that we have coming forward is a very complete and good one.
Thank you, and always appreciate the Bridgeport perspective. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. I just have one question and a comment. In regards to the model curriculum, I like the idea of model curriculum. We've been talking about this for a while.
Yes.
And you say that, you want all these components in a successful reading program to be a part of the model curriculum. And I think we can get there and make that. But the reality is, even if we create this model curriculum, that doesn't ensure that local school districts are going to use it. Correct?
So Senator, yes and no. My thing would be that the school districts submit their curriculum. If they are meeting the science of reading mandates that I believe all the components, if they are meeting those, then they do not have to adopt the model curriculum.
Okay.
But if they're not, I would then mandate the curriculum.
So what you just asked, I gotta run. I want to, but you just brought another question. So let's say we have a school district that has a curriculum that meets everything we're looking for it's science-based, research-based. Maybe maybe they're not. Because you know, and I know that a lot of school districts are using curriculums that are not research-based. They're not scientific.
That's correct.
But they may use it, right? And it works for them, correct? But if you do a deeper dive in that district, and you see that there are certain students, demographics are not performing well. It's just not, and it hasn't been happening in that school district. And some demographics are performing well. Do you think that we have to take a deeper look at that curriculum and add some components to it? Because I say this, because what my comment is this: I was on a panel last night in New Haven, and what other people discovered, which I already knew, right? 86% of the children in that school district, and I'm not just calling out New Haven because I just happen to be in New Haven. You can have this conversation in Hartford, you can have this conversation in Waterbury, you probably can have this conversation in Bridgeport, you probably have this conversation in another. 86% of the children could not read on grade level by third grade. That is a tragedy. Let me finish. And if that was happening in other school districts in this state, we will stop everything we're doing and demand that we do something different. And they wouldn't care what you say and what new policy they have. We will stop and we'll say what we're doing is not working and we have to do something different. And I don't care what anyone said. I would say that's what we would do if this was happening everywhere. So I'm not asking you to respond. I thank you for your commentary.
I'd love to.
So however, what I would say also, those same districts I was saying, we've been keeping track of those kids for the last close to 40 years. And those numbers have not changed. They have not changed, right? So I'll say this in a loving way. We have to continue to work on this. We have to stand up and make revolutionary changes because what we're doing right now is not working for all of us. It's working for some of it that I like. And the ones it's working for, continue to do that. Continue to do what you're doing. But the ones it's not working for, we need to do something different. And whether it's a conversation about whole language approach or phonics, we need to have that conversation too. Because some kids come to school in kindergarten with a whole worldly, with lots of language and lots of life experiences. And they're going to be much ready. There's some that come in with less. So one size doesn't fit all, I agree that. But I'll say this. There was a conversation about money, funding, how much it's cost. Over the last 2 years, in the next 2 years, we have a boatload of money in the state of Connecticut.
That's right.
We have so much money in this world, we can do anything we want. So I'm not interested in having a conversation about what we can do, what it's going to cost. I'm not here for that.
Senator?
Not this year. Not this year. So I thank you for your commentary. Anyone else have a question or comment?
Can I just respond, Senator?
That's fine.
Just quickly?
Go ahead.
Just quickly. I
been here
couldn't
a long
agree with
time.
you more. I couldn't agree with you more. We publish these statistics, but we don't go deeper. We don't go into the accountability piece. We don't say.
Agreed.
So what is happening? Every child, all children should be reading by the end of first grade, by the way, and independently by the end of third grade.
I want to let my colleagues take
Thank
over.
you.
I have to run. I'll be back, guys. It's not like I'm not dismissing anyone. I have to run out. I'll be back. Take it from here, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't know if I'm gonna have that much pizzazz right now, but I'll just give a little bit of that.
Yep.
Representative Khan online.
Hello. Thank you for your thoughts. I'm just listening in, and I just wanted to clarify or get clarification from something. There was a comment earlier that suggested one, that city schools somehow are getting more money. So, and I know, and I apologize for bringing this to you as a question, but just in terms of, and if you can't answer it, that's okay, because I understand, your role here, but, just in terms of, saying repurpose the money that city schools are already getting into, being able to fund some of these reading initiatives that we're talking about, that I think that's a lot very problematic, especially because one, we do not fund city schools better than we fund non-city schools. So I think we have to be careful in saying that, especially if we're looking at equitable funding as per how many students they have and what their needs are. But in any case, just in terms of repurposing already, funding that schools are already receiving, is it what, in your opinion, do you think that that is a better way, or that would even result in, let's say, the proper allocation of those funds to go towards this area? Because what I'm seeing is, if a city school is already restricted, especially if a lot of them are alliance districts, they're already restricted in how they can spend this money. So suggesting that to use the money that city schools have and have them figure out where that money, where that extra money is that should now go to reading is irresponsible. And I just want to make sure that that is not, or that's not, is what's being suggested. So just your thoughts on that, the repurposing of already given funding to especially our city schools, if you have any comments on that.
I couldn't agree more. We do not have enough money in our most challenged districts. And if I misspoke on that, I apologize. There is no money. The resources that I had in Bridgeport when I was interim superintendent were non-existent to provide the interventions that I knew our kids needed. Sometimes what happens is, you have additional monies going to the district, but then the municipality doesn't fund the district. And so those additional state dollars are used just to meet the needs of the operating budget. And so I agree with you 100% that there is a need for additional funding in our most needy districts. That's why I fully support 5003, which is a bill that does push that funding.
Thank you for clarifying that. And that wasn't, I don't think you're the one that, you did not misspeak. I just think that comment was there, and I want to just, for you to have an opportunity to clarify. And I agree. I think that it's important that, especially in terms of where we are for reading, when we're saying that we have kids that or students that we've seen that at grade 3 are not at reading level. I think a lot of what we're addressing right now would be for K-3. We also need to then, for all these years that we haven't, for the students that have not been reading at grade 3, right now we're not even putting in or suggesting that we would be able to provide those supports, or schools should be able to provide those supports for kids that are past that, which we know, as per the data that we have, that a lot of students at grade 3 and beyond have not been literate as to where they should be. So I think a lot of that needs to go further. I do love the idea of a model curriculum, if that is based on especially science of reading. I think that's important. But I just would like to add that I think if it's a matter of, okay, well, how are we going to fund this? That money has, if a school system is not preparing literate students, then we're not doing our purpose, right? So I think that that's a different conversation. But in any case, thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Thank you for being here today and giving all your great information. My question is, with the reading program, if there is no uniformity across the state as far as a program, is concerned, if we don't head in that direction where there is something that is, if not similar, very comparable in every school, how valuable is the information that we will get from any testing that we do? if we're all teaching different programs?
Well, I don't think that the program should be the essence. I think curriculum should be the essence. And the data that you get should reflect whether or not the curriculum is being delivered in a successful way. Are they delivering phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary and comprehension? Is it being delivered, and is it being delivered well? That it shouldn't be the commercial program. It should be the curriculum that we are measuring. Personally, if you want my opinion, when I was associate commissioner, I tried very, very, very hard in the early 2000s to have model curriculum in every area. We weren't ready at that point. We're an independent state. Every district wanted their own curriculum. I think we've moved a whole lot very far since then. And I think model curriculum in Connecticut is the way to go, because districts don't have the money to develop all this scientifically based curriculum. And I think that a model curriculum would solve a lot of the issues for a whole lot less money, by the way.
My other question would be, who would create that model curriculum? And then in the event that there were schools that were still failing, okay, how would we look into re-engaging those teachers or doing something so that those would not continue to fail?
Those are great
That
questions.
question. Who do you believe should be creating that?
Pardon me?
Just going to clarify, who do you believe should be creating that?
Who do I believe should be creating it? Experts in reading from the state. I believe there's no greater expert in my book than a versed and skilled teacher. I think we should be around the table. I think there shouldn't be 25 people. There should be a small group of people, and it should be created, with input from national experts, et cetera. But the teachers and the administrators sitting in that room should be the ones doing it. It can be vetted to a larger group, but it can be done, just as the Black and Puerto Rican curriculum was done, correct? And the other question was,
in the event that the school systems were still failing, okay, that we're supposed to be implementing this, what would we do?
Okay, so here's what I would say to you on that. I believe we need to be specific to each school district. So we need to go into the school district. Are they using the model curriculum? Have they implemented it? Do they need training for their teachers? Do they have reading teachers? Do they have interventionists? Each district may have a different issue, but I think what we can't do is just report it and let it go. I think we have a responsibility to go in there, because nothing's more important in my book than having kids read by first grade and independently by third grade. It's the greatest equity strategy we have. And so my feeling is we need to spend our time and energy going into those districts that aren't performing well to learn more about why they may not be.
Well, thank you.
And lastly, Representative Johnson, for the second time, has a quick question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And quickly, I just wanted to state that the Horton versus Mescal created the education cost sharing grant, which was kind of left aside for a lot of years until 2017, when it was finally looked at. And we've been implementing the education cost sharing grant to equalize our districts all throughout the state from 2018 all the way to 2028, unless our legislation passes this year to make it to 2025. So our urban areas have been underfunded all that time. And what's happened in that circumstance is sometimes until the Alliance District laws were passed, the increases were just going through the town. And so some of that, because the towns that these circumstances are occurring in actually have so much in the way of payment in lieu of taxes has been underfunded, They also fund the state to the tune of about $1.1 billion in non-taxable property. So they take some of that money and help pay for the town services. So what we're doing when we say we have a lot of money in some of these districts is we're kind of squeezing the kids from both ends. And if you wanted to make a quick remark on that, thank you so much.
Thank you. I agree.
Thank you very much. There being no further questions, really appreciate your time today, Fran. Good to see you.
Thank you all so much for listening. Thank you.
Absolutely. And just as a reminder to members, I think we have to be careful because words matter. And I think Fran corrected the record when she talks about low performing districts rather than failing schools. I think when we use that term, it's not only an insult to the schools, the educators, but also to the parents and the students that attend those schools. So just a little bit of education for members today. And then also, I would just ask that members stick to asking questions of those before us. We can save the commentary for when we're together or when you're able to speak with that person individually, as we are only on number 6 and we have over 200 speakers to go. So with that, number 6, Joshua Brown. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So my name is Joshua Brown. I'm coming today representing New London, Connecticut, and I'm testifying to support SB 1095. All students deserve to feel safe, secure, and supported in their places of learning. Yet too often our schools rely on policing to keep children in line, rather than funding professionals trained to deliver students necessary development and behavioral health resources. Growing up in Groton, Connecticut, I had the privilege of attending a school that was well-staffed with several school counselors, nurses, and support teams. Our school also had an SRO. The students joked that he mostly was a hall monitor that sat at his desk or sat in his car. My only interaction with our SRO was during my senior year when we were in a group that was returning to campus after our unassigned. Even though we were all returning back to campus, the students with blonde hair were allowed to return to their classes, while me and my friend were sent into the office and written up. This is a low stakes example of the discrimination students face when interacting with SROs. Imagine the countless interactions that lead to Latino students being arrested 10 times as high and Black students being arrested 7 times as high in schools without SROs. As an educator for nearly 10 years and having worked in Maryland, Washington, D.C., and several Southeastern Connecticut schools, I've experienced situations where a student would have benefited from speaking with a counselor, a behavioral specialist, or advisor. However, due to the lack of resources and staffing, an SRO was called. I regret to say, as a young teacher, I was one of those students that called on a security officer or an SRO to come speak to a student. And I witnessed those interactions escalate. From my experiences, and according to the research by Connecticut Voices for Children's, there's no evidence that school resource officers make students or staff safer. But schools with SROs have more arrests and more expulsions than their peer institutes without SROs. I strongly support SB 1095. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. Together, we can build an education system that centers our social emotional well-being of our youth. Students deserve to be given the resources to accommodate their unique needs and allow them to express themselves fully in a productive and restorative nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? No? You're all good. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Stephen Stasiak online. Stephen, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Stephen Stasiak. I'm a New Haven Public Schools teacher at the end of his lunch break, so I'm going to be as quick as I can. I'm also a New Haven Public Schools parent and a New Haven resident. I'm speaking this afternoon in support of HB 1093. My current class cap in New Haven is 27. It's hard sometimes to get enough desks and chairs in a room, while 25 in the high school still isn't low enough. It's better, and it tells me that the state and the legislature is committed to the idea that teaching conditions are learning conditions and vice versa. When we can make smaller classes, we can do the work of building relationships within the classroom that we know is integral to learning. Also, as a parent to a first grader, knowing that that class cap can be put at 20 when we are not able to fully resource our classrooms and put paras in all the rooms like we're supposed to, it tells me that we're trying to get at that problem from a lot of ways, and I appreciate that. I'm speaking in opposition to SB 1096. While I know that right here in New Haven, there are charters serving many of the same kids and doing the work to strengthen our community, just as I am in the New Haven public schools, I am not opposed to charter schools. I am opposed to a bill that potentially fast tracks new charters and diverts public funds away from schools that by law keep their doors open to students that are not allowed into charters midway through the year, new arrivals to the country with language differences, or students with special needs that we must serve in the public schools. And finally, I speak in support of HB 6763 as a teacher who has been entrusted and empowered to create assessments that can take the place of standardized assessments and still give us incredibly valuable data about where our students are and what they need to know and be able to do. I can say that it has absolutely been the most valuable experience of my career as a professional. It is excellent PD to continue to work on these assessments, and it works. I just got an email from a student last night saying that the performance assessment that I use in my English class has something that carried her through success at Southern and into a doctoral program at UConn. We have community partners, we have regional partners in New York City and Massachusetts who are doing the work of using performance-based assessments in lieu of standardized tests. We should learn from them, we should work with them, and we should very soon lead with them. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, and glad you're able to enjoy that 30-minute lunch. Any questions? I don't see any online. So folks aren't standing, we ask you to take a seat in the room, or there is an overflow room in 1A where we are showing the feed of the meeting. Next up, we have number 8, Jonathan Rivera. I don't believe you're online, Jonathan. Then we'll move over to Amy McKiernan.
Hello. Hi, my name is Amy McKiernan. Thank you, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Ranking Members Berthel and McCarty, and members of the Education Committee for this opportunity to testify on HB 6759, an act concerning early childhood. I also want to state that I absolutely support trained educators providing epinephrine to a child in need. I'm the director of a high-quality early learning center that cares for over 100 family of infants through kindergarten. Our nature-based school values the art of early childhood education and holds it to the high standard it deserves. I've been the lead educator tasked with handling our hiring needs, and it has been an endless process for 2 years with what seems like no end in sight. The staffing crisis in this field remains a big one. It is near impossible to find quality educators who want to do this job anymore. When we do find them, we can't afford them. Caring for children and fostering their development is a delicate and important job. When left to underqualified people, what happens to our children? It is no secret that the economy relies on childcare. Parents need to work to live, and the economy needs them to work in order to thrive. Think for a moment what kind of person you want to trust your own children with. The people who are needed to do this job well are not minimum wage workers. They are professionals with valuable knowledge, education, and in most cases, a downright gift. We just went through our NIAC reaccreditation, and one of the most challenging components was not having enough qualified staff. NIAC expects our teachers to have certain degrees to be considered qualified. This makes perfect sense. Teachers should be educated because they have a massive responsibility of cultivating the developing minds of our youngest children at their most critical stage in life. But these qualified teachers want nothing to do with this profession anymore. About 1 in every 50 resumes I see is a qualified teacher. So you better believe I interview them. No one wants to go to college to make $40,000 working 12 months out of the year. Can you blame them? These educated and gifted people are out there, but they are fed up. Qualified educators are refusing to even enter the field, or they are leaving the field to work in other industries to make more money. And what are we left with? Trusting underqualified people with our children's safety, well-being, and development? We can't continue to expect quality care if we cannot give quality compensation. Between our 4 schools, we have not been fully staffed for 2 years. Teachers are leaving and we can't replace them. When we find someone amazing, we can't offer them what they are worth and they won't settle. Why would they? We are fortunate to have the staff we do, but the staff who have stayed, who are holding on to a better tomorrow, they are dedicated, but they are tired. They are working multiple jobs, unable to finish school or struggling financially, and it is not sustainable.
Amy, if
We
you could
need-
just summarize your remarks, please.
Yes, I am. We need qualified professionals in our field, as do our children, but these professionals need and deserve respectful compensation. We obviously can't do this without your help. If we could, we would have done it by now. There's no more waiting. Our field is a dying one, and we can all agree on how detrimental it will be if it collapses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Comey.
Thank you. Hi, Amy. I just wanted to say hello. Amy is Brantford, has a Brantford Center, SNS, and it's a beautiful place, and we should all take a field trip there. Learn all about their outdoor education. It's amazing. Thank you for coming here today and sharing your testimony.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Amy. Can you just let people know exactly what a full day for a preschool teacher is in a classroom, including what they have to follow, what curriculum or what benchmarks?
Yeah, so, preschool teachers, infant toddler teachers, they have a very long day. At our school, we do a 9-hour day with a 1-hour break. But I mean, any educator knows that they're putting the work in before and after that as well. And that comes with, at our school, setting up a beautiful and inviting space for children to join, planning authentic and intentional materials that will pique their interests and foster their learning. They're working with the Connecticut ELDS as standards. They're doing weekly planning, pouring themselves into these lesson plans, tracking and monitoring each child where they are developmentally to make sure that they're on track, and then giving them what they need if they're not, and then helping those who are on track even go further. So we are a very child-led, play-based practice. So we are really focusing on the interests of the children and fostering those interests within the classroom, making their play quality and intertwining all of those developmental pieces into the play. It's a beautiful craft. And then also, taking their time to be outside with the children. We're very big on outdoors. Every piece of what we do is quality care, mealtime, getting ready to go outside. It's all a learning experience. And I mean, my teachers work so hard. They're beautiful humans.
And they probably have, I'm pretty sure they have to individualize each one of those children, because you might have children that come into your program that may need special needs or services, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, paying attention to each child as the whole child, and giving them that individualized attention, and working with us directors and our outside resources for children when they need it. I mean, the amount of time, energy, and love, I know that love was spoken about earlier during this meeting, is amazing. Quality educators, that's what they do. People who are trained, who have the passion and the knowledge and the education, that's what they do. Not anyone can do this job. And I think that's kind of the expectation nowadays, is that, oh, daycare's hiring, I can do it. I worked at Dunkin' Donuts before, and it's not that. It takes a very special, gifted, intelligent person to do this job.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions from the room? No, I'll just say I appreciate the term you used, beautiful craft. And I think that's exactly what this is. And I think it's disgraceful that we are not providing the compensation that is deserved, that is essentially setting the littlest learners up for success once they hit those classrooms in our K-12 system. So I really appreciate all the work that you and your teams are doing. So thank you. Next up, we have Georgia Goldberg.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Ranking Member McCarty, and Berthel. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Georgia Goldberg. I live in Middletown, and I'm the Director of Hope for New Haven, a faith-based nonprofit located in New Haven that manages the Hope Child Development Center. I'm also the co-founder of Circle, a network of childcare providers serving children and families of color. I'm testifying, excuse me, I'm testifying in support of the provision to align all ECE teacher salary to the proposed OEC wage scale as articulated in HB 6759, with a huge caveat. As a former member of the Early Childhood Workforce Development Task Force and chair of the Compensation Committee, we recommended the adoption of the OEC wage scale and further recommended that this scale applies to all childcare providers. Our report has been submitted to this committee today. This recommendation is in line with what other states are doing around compensation. States like Washington, Nebraska, Rhode Island, and the District of Columbia have all increased their ECE workforce salary and have brought their ECE teacher wages to parity with their public school counterparts. The task force further recommended that, I'm sorry, I'm having a coughing fit right now. I apologize. The task force further recommended that the wage scale incorporate wage enhancements related to experience and quality standards to ensure equitable approach to compensating the existing workforce. Where this bill diverged dramatically from each of these states, and the task force recommendation is that it does not propose to pay for this. States like Washington and the District of Columbia and New Mexico have instituted designated funds tied to local taxes to implement their wage scale. The task force has some recommendation of how we can do it, and I'm just going to skip past that because you'll see it in our recommendation. In 2022, Hope calculated what it would cost per child to pay our staff on the proposed wage scale. We would have to increase our tuition by $70 to $90 per week. Our current rate of $340 per infant would have to increase minimally to $410 per week to meet this mandate if the state decides not to help families. More concerning is that we would be mandated this on business while simultaneously cutting the Care for Kids program. The governor's budget does increase the Care for Kids subsidy, but he does so by reducing the number of children being served to 17,000 children. This caseload would be—
mind just summarizing your remarks?
Thank you. This caseload would be the same in 2016 and 2017, where 2017 levels when the Care for Kids program was closed. And this, without designated funding, my tuition increase would put my program out of reach of BIPOC children. In summary, as a now former task force member, I agree with the vision of this bill. I think childcare, early care professionals should be paid in parity with their public school counterpart. I just caution that if we do not add funding to this legislation, it would be devastating to the childcare industry, and it would actually hurt more so, harm more so than help the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Georgia, it's great to see you. Did we lose her?
No, we didn't. I'm just, it picked a perfect time to my coughing fit to start.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Georgia, I know that we work pretty closely together on all of these topics. And so my question for you is if we don't increase the funding, and I know that there's been an analysis, what do you believe the amount of childcare facilities or early childhood educator facilities would close? As well as, obviously, we already know that we've lost a significant amount. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, and I think the commissioner has spoken to that as well as the governor. When we received a huge influx of federal dollars, Connecticut was ahead of the pack in terms of making those funds available to the childcare industry. So we definitely have to give them props for that. They were one of the first states to get the money out to providers. We spoke to other providers across the country, and they definitely affirmed that Connecticut got the funds out. Connecticut lost 1% of its childcare industry during the pandemic. That is as a result of the huge federal investments that came in. So if you take away that funding, you are going to absolutely see the further erosion and degradation of the childcare facilities. Connecticut has been tracking the closures of childcare centers for quite a while, and this is why I think the commissioner and the governor was so intentional in getting the funding out, because they understood that without this significant influx of funding, that we are going to see dramatic closures of program. Well, now that the federal funding are going away, we are going to start to see that return to closures of program, plus it's going to be worse. I will share with you, Michelle, that I literally am coming back from DC. I flew in today and we were meeting with our federal delegates along with other providers from across the state. And what our federal delegates have reported to us is that it is going to be a tough fight for them to even just to preserve the existing funding. And so while we are hopeful that they can do something to hold the line, if there are any cuts in the Care for Kids program, that is going to exacerbate the further cut that the governor is proposing. And, you know, they're using words like controlled enrollment or waiting list, but it really is a cut in the program. And we are going to see not just programs that are going to be shuttered, but programs but families that are going to be disconnected. The most vulnerable families are going to be disconnected from the services that they need. Our federal delegates are working really very hard. They communicated that. We had a rally with the amazing Rosa DeLauro, Elizabeth Warren, and some other wonderful childcare advocates in DC yesterday. But they're working to hold the line in DC. And we're just asking the legislators to say, you know, in the absence of these, or in the absence of these pending federal funds, we're asking legislators to make the investments that I know we have the money, we have a huge surplus, make the investment in the early care system in Connecticut so we do not see the complete collapse of our childcare industry.
Thank you, Georgia, for that, your dedication and your time in this. And I think it warrants the statement that if we don't invest early, all the other investments that we're talking about are kind of irrelevant because it's going to be too late. And we only get one shot at educating our children, and we need to start early. We need to do it right. And then we need to build on that. If we do not invest early, we are missing the opportunity. So thank you, Georgia. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Michelle. Representative Cook.
Any other questions in the room? No, none online. All right. Thank you so much for your testimony today. Next up, we have Evelise Correa. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm up and down between judiciary and here, so sorry. I will pull up my speech now. All right. I'd like to begin by thanking the committee for allowing me to speak today. I'll be speaking on several bills, first beginning with SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. SROs do not belong in schools. Waterbury, Connecticut is a shining example of what happens when lazy administrators weaponize police against children for things such as talking back or being late to class. Why are SROs in our schools during a mental health crisis when we should be using that money on mental health services for our students and addressing a teacher shortage? If an SRO does not hold a degree in early childhood education, why are they working with children during educational hours unless they're looking for problems? Next would be SB 1093. My 11-year-old son was suspended at the age of 4 for being special needs. The district told me they couldn't keep him safe, and after missing several days of school in a majority minority district, they assigned him a one-on-one paraprofessional. I asked that the committee go even further than the proposal, and any districts that are considered medium to high for racial disproportion in their rate of suspensions and expulsions be required to submit plans and have oversight to stop the racial targeting of Black and Brown students. Even in districts with Black superintendents, children of color are more likely to be suspended and expelled. It is time that we call this out nationwide or statewide. Classroom caps are also required. We can talk about numbers or we can keep it simple. Overcrowded classrooms are synonymous with poor educational outcomes, and in Connecticut, we should be better than that. Lastly, for HB 6760, right now, Gen Z educates themselves on civics using TikTok videos. Back when I was a teenager, my reports were published in the Dodd Center for Humanities on cannabis, juvenile detention, and death penalty. My teachers saw my frustration with the lack of true education in our curriculum, and I was pushed into college early with the hopes that I would be truly challenged. As I raise children now and see their civics education, I find myself more and more looking for ways to educate them myself. While parents should have a role in their children's education, we are not getting exactly what we pay for with our tax dollars. We owe it to our children to give them a true and proper education. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for highlighting the good work of Representative Smith and Representative Brown, who have been pushing on the civics education and the importance of that within our school systems and ensure that it's actually doing what it's intended to do and not relying on TikTok. Are there any questions in the room? Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that compliment on the work that we've been doing for civics. And I would ask you this, since you brought this up. First of all, clearly you learned something in your civics education because you're here testifying before us today. And as a high school civics teacher, sadly, I think you're right that too much of our civic instruction is done via social media, which isn't vetted, and there's a whole slew of issues with that. What would you suggest we should be doing to educate civically our students in our schools today? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so going beyond things that are in our Black and Latino studies courses, there's a lot of people who don't understand that a lot of abolition in the United States was actually centered in the state of Connecticut. So that's definitely civics education right there. So a lot of people don't know about Walter S. Miller here in Connecticut. They don't know about, the Colored People's Convention. These are things that happen in Connecticut. We have hometown heroes such as John Brown that we should be celebrating rather than John Mason, who we're debating upstairs in judiciary. So when we talk about civics education, we should be looking for something more than just what was accepted at the time, but a more comprehensive curriculum, especially with Connecticut's roots in the Civil War.
Agreed. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions in the room? I do not see any online. I appreciate your testimony. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a team from Derby. So if you want to just come up and introduce yourselves. Yes. Superintendent Conway knows how this goes. Yes.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members, Senator Berthel, and Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Matt Conway, and I am here today as Superintendent of Schools for the great city of Derby, as President of the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents, and thanks to Senator McCrory for allowing us to combine our testimony. I am joined by one of our amazing principals, principal of Irving Elementary School, Amy Missett. And yes, we are fortunate enough to have an amazing reading specialist, Stacy Mullinex, who was also a 2019 Ian E. Fowler Literacy Fellow, who will be providing the expert testimony today on SB 1094. And I would like to just applaud the sponsors and authors of the original Right to Read bill. As you heard earlier today, many incredible components of that has created many things that have occurred over the past year and why we're here today. But we also would like to just share some comments on our journey through that process and where we feel we might fall short in the original Right to Read by mandating any one curriculum, model, or program rather than mandating the training that is associated with it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our two experts.
Thank you, Dr. Conway. Stacy and I are here today to speak to you from the ground level. We are in this, been on this journey, are in this journey. We were in a great place, COVID hit, and we are working really hard to get ourselves back onto the path that we had planned. So we are here to share that journey with you quickly, but we'll be happy to answer any questions you have after. So for many years, we were teaching a commercial literacy program. Teachers were asked to use it as their curriculum and teach it with fidelity, but it was not giving our students what they needed. We were not seeing significant gains. And in some ways, it even contradicted the training we were receiving from state-approved vendors in the science of reading at the time. So a few years ago, we started this journey where we were really seeking out evidence-based programs that matched the science of reading training we were receiving along with the needs of our students. This has taken time and careful planning, but we are seeing the results in our students and our teachers' confidence and efficacy. We have a vision of what the best possible science of reading literacy-based instruction looks like in Derby and in Connecticut, and we need the time and professional flexibility to continue on this journey. I'm going to turn it over to Stacy to tell you a little bit about what that's been like.
Good morning. While we understand that this is a great opportunity to strengthen our literacy instruction in certain areas, we want to do it with evidence and purpose. So I'm going to invite
Could
you
you do me a
to take
favor and
journey-
just move the mic a little bit over? Thank you.
Sorry about that. I'm going to invite you to take a journey with me. I want you to visualize this road that Derby Public Schools has built. As we're traveling down this road, we're building our knowledge of the science and reading and the best practices in literacy instruction. It was a long, complex journey, but it was also full of triumphs and celebrations because we can see our destination. Now we are at a fork in the road. We are mandated to make a choice by June of this year for the next school year, a choice that could have a significant impact on our students and our teachers. Now I want you to visualize the path on the right. This path took a long time to build. This road was built on a solid foundation of research-based practices supported by the science of reading. Explicit and systematic instruction using resources and supports such as Wilson Foundations, Haggerty Phonemic Awareness Program, and structured literacy lessons. Through the use of these resources, we are seeing academic success at greater rates than ever before. But this path has a roadblock. These resources are not on the approved list. So we have to take the path on the left, a path that we've been down before. As we have begun vetting and the approved programs, we already recognize areas that don't align with our training and our vision. So this path has some holes that we will need to fill. There is simply insufficient time to review our roadmap, ensure they fit our district standards. Like a road that often needs repairs, a program is only a tool. Teachers must now know how to use these tools they are given correctly and confidently to ensure our students become skilled readers and critical thinkers.
And I know Senator McCrory said that he was giving you a little bit of extra time since you came together, but I just need you to summarize at this point. Thank you.
Sure. So in summary, we recognize the need for vetted and approved resources, but we need the flexibility to supplement with other evidence-based practices that we know work for our students. In addition to allowing flexibility and choice, we urge you to vote in favor of providing the extension as well as ongoing professional development provided by the state. We believe the students deserve the absolute best, and we don't want to rush that. We want to keep moving along this journey the best way we know how.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your being here today and for all of the work that you're doing for Derby students and families. So I just wanted to just touch upon a couple of things. One, so the program that you have been using is not on the approved list.
Correct. So the programs that we're using are resources that are supplementing the curriculum that we have been building. So they primarily focus on two areas, phonemic awareness and phonics. And then that leads into some fluency work as well. So it's not a comprehensive curriculum, but they are evidence-based pieces that we are finding success with. And I know other districts are as well. So while we need additional resources and curriculum building, whether it's through a model curriculum or a program to help with some of the other areas, we don't want to take away something from our teachers and students that's currently working and replace it with something that we haven't tried, that we don't know if it's going to work for our kids.
Okay, thank you. I think that's really important to note because as I mentioned earlier, I think it's important to have that conversation of what can we do to expand what programs are available. Because I know that your teachers have probably spent a decent amount of time, and that's putting it lightly, learning about these different methodologies of teaching and working with their students to hit those benchmarks, despite not being on the approved list. Thinking about your teachers and the effort that they have put in, can you speak to any of the feedback that you have heard from educators within your schools and the district about this potential change and this push?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had many conversations around it. There are mixed feelings. So we have teachers who, because of the training that our amazing instructional coaches have put in, are finally feeling confident, like, I know how to teach reading. I don't have to read from the book anymore. I know what I'm doing. And so we're seeing those successes in the younger grades, and we're moving them up through the higher grades. So those teachers are afraid that the tools that they have become really good at and that are helping our kids are going to be taken away from them. But they also want new resources that are going to help expand the other areas of literacy. In the upper grades, we're seeing teachers say, great, I really want a resource that is science of reading. I'm tired of having to pull everything together by myself. But that being said, they still want to be able to use their professional knowledge. We've been vetting the programs in groups of teachers, looking through the curriculums. We've been trying out the lessons in the classrooms. And the feedback is, I really like this, but I don't think this part's going to work. I would rather supplement it because this has always worked. So nobody's saying we don't want a program or we don't think we need to change. We just want to be able to continue letting teachers be professionals because we put the time and the training in, and we will continue to put the time and training in. And they are the ones day to day working with these kids and want to have some professional judgment in using evidence-based practices. They don't want to do whatever they want to do, but they want to do what they know is right for the kid in that moment.
So that would mean, just to follow up, Mr. Chair, allowing the teachers to teach, still using the approved science-based methodologies that are available, but making sure that we can tailor it to each classroom and each student without having to start over. So thank you so much for your being here today. And if there's anything else you want to share down the road, please feel free to reach out anytime.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to see my classmate there, Representative Conway. He'll always be Representative Conway to me. So I have two questions regarding our reading programs. And so my district is really struggling with what comes next, right? So we have prescribed programs, but then there's no supportive or growth after that. So you get one investment of somewhere upwards of $1 million maybe, but there's nothing after that. And so then it's more money, more money, more money. And by the time they get the information, it's outdated. Are you guys seeing that as well, given the direction that you've gone?
So I think what we're seeing is the investment needs to be twofold. There are programs that are evidence-based and excellent out there, but a program is only as good. Stacy mentioned it as a tool. It's only as good as the teacher using it. So the professional development needs to be strong. There is no book, no one manual that's going to make a teacher know how to teach using the science of reading. It's just not going to happen. It's too complex. You know, there's a statement that teaching is rocket science, or, you know, teaching reading is rocket science. And in a sense, it really is. It's that complex. So I think the investment needs to be twofold. So what we've seen is we've bought some new resources, but we've embedded a lot of training into a teacher's day. So it's not just a one and done PD. It's that ongoing instructional coach support that lets a teacher then feel like, okay, I've had somebody show me, just like we do with the kids. I'll show you, we'll do it together. Now I'll watch you do it, give you feedback. And then they have the confidence to take those scientific research-based strategies and apply them regardless of what resource is sitting in front of them. So it's both. You need to invest in good resources, but you also need to invest the time and the money in professional development and staff support.
And I agree. So the company though that we're buying this prescribed programs from, do they send you with the investment that we're requiring you all to make? Do they send you resources after the fact? Is it a one and done? Do they send you supports? Is there future things that come down with your one-time purchase, or is it like every time it's some other purchase, some other purchase, some other purchase?
I have not spoken directly to the company, so I can't answer that 100%, but typically it depends on how you make the purchase. You can purchase professional development along with the program, and they may send somebody in, it may be remote. And they are specifically teaching you how to use their program, which again, that's good training, but it doesn't necessarily provide teachers with all of the background knowledge and pieces they need to now take that tool and make it as powerful as it can be.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to see you.
Thanks, Representative
you.
Nara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually really following up on her question, I guess when I was looking at this before, and forgive me, I'm not a teacher, so I appreciate you guys being boots on the ground and really explaining some of these things to us. One of the things you talked about is you implementing training and instruction on how to teach reading and getting teachers really confident. So I guess my question is, if you switch to a different program, does that training and instruction still count, or do you have to completely pivot because it's a whole different program on how you're learning it?
That's a great question. The answer is no, it doesn't discount all the training they've had before. They will be able to, if they've had the appropriate training, look at any program and say, these are the parts that I know are really good for kids. This is the part where I think the publisher got it wrong. One of the programs, for example, when we really looked at how they were teaching some of those foundational skills in the early grades, it's not true to science of reading. It's using some old language, some strategies that aren't necessarily in the best interest of kids. So our teachers may have the training to say, I know that there's a better way to teach this, but they need to know that it's okay to do that. And then the fear with that is there may also be a new teacher that comes in that doesn't have that background, and now they're teaching it the way that program taught. So this is where it's that balance of, is the program a curriculum, or do we have a really strong curriculum and know what's right for kids? And then we're picking resources that can give us that. Some of the programs, even though they may feel really aligned with SOR, there may still be some tweaks that a teacher says, you know what, for this class, I need the flexibility to do this. Or we know that the Foundations phonics sequence is working really well for the past 3 years and we're invested in that. So we don't want to change that sequence, but we're still teaching the same things in many of the same ways, but with the flexibility of using the foundation sequence versus the sequence that came in one of the pre-approved programs.
Okay, thank you. And if I can just follow up, if you don't mind. The teachers that you have coming new into or from maybe different districts, is this training that they're getting at school already? Or is this something that is this kind of revolutionary and they're having to get, or are teachers having to get newly trained on this?
You see it across the board because, research changes all the time as we can brain image and we learn the way that the brain works and the cognitive science behind it when we learn to read. Teachers coming out of school 20 years ago, things are much different. Teachers coming out of school 5 years ago, things are much different. In Derby, we have had the luxury as an Alliance district to take advantage of a lot of state-approved vendor training in the science of reading. We've been on this journey for many years. Not every district has had that opportunity. We are part of the first cohort of the Science of Reading Masterclass. And even though a lot of the information felt a little bit like a review to us because of some of the training we've partaken in before, it was still a nice way to then meet with other districts and say, oh, so this is how you're interpreting that, and this is how you're doing that. This is what's working for you. We're all moving in the same direction, but starting in different places. So long story short, we've continued the conversation in Derby about how do we continue this training with teachers. And one of the things we found most effective is instructional coaching, because then we have experts in the building that can work side by side with our teachers. It's not a one and done, we take you this day and now you're ready to go science of reading. It's not that simple.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you would like to continue using what you're currently using. Okay.
Yes.
And this is not meant to be a gotcha. How do you defend that with what your current third grader reading level proficiency is?
So us starting with these new materials, we are in year 2 right now. We are seeing success with our K1 and 2 students in their DIBEL scores, those early foundational reading scores. We admit we need more Hegarty and Foundations are only two small parts of the science of reading. So we are not against adopting other resources. What we are asking for, though, is that things that are starting to work for us and that are evidence-based, they are working in other districts as well, we be allowed to continue along with bringing in the other pieces of science of reading resources approved and vetted by the state that can help us in those other areas, such as comprehension, vocabulary. We know that students need work in writing. So these are just two small pieces of the science of reading puzzle.
Okay, well, I hope to see, you know, those numbers grow as those 1, 2 are going up to 3.
So do
and
we.
thereon. So best of luck with that.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions in the room? Senator McCrory.
So I like that. So what you're saying is what's working, you want to continue to work with the product that you have currently available for your schools. And this is brand new and you're starting to see the success in kindergarten and first grade.
Correct.
However, you're not opposed to listening to the SDE and other organizations that might say, hey, we're looking at your data. We're looking at seeing what's working. However, you might be able to, if you implement this, it might enhance what you're already doing. You're not opposed to that, correct?
Absolutely not. And so we've been.
So that will be part of, and that will be part of the waiver that you're asking for the state. You would present your data to the state. This is where we are. This is why we would like to have a waiver. And the state might say, yes, we can probably give you that waiver if you implement these all things to help those other kids, that other percentage to get over the top. Is that okay with you? Does that sound like something you guys can do?
Given the path that we were on, Senator, we did not submit a waiver because the waiver is for a district who has a full comprehensive curriculum model of program in place. So knowing that we needed other parts, we're looking at this open eyes.
Okay.
And to Representative Polis's point earlier, it gives you literally chills when you walk in a room and you see teachers, the numbers of our elementary teachers at the table vetting these approved resources.
Good.
But the more time we spend doing that, the more teachers realize even these vetted resources won't do it all. So we do need to request the flexibility to look at not only these approved, but even those that are going to get approved, possibly through the waiver process moving forward and added to the list. So at the end of the day, we're putting in front of our kids the best trained teachers, but with the best curriculum model and or programs and pieces of different ones.
All right. Well, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Up next,
Thank
we
you for your
have
time.
Sarah Jane. Oh, I'm sorry, Daniel Pearson, and then followed by Sarah Jane, and then Sandra Molina from Lead.
Hello, everyone. Chairs McCrory and Curry, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Daniel Pearson. I'm the Executive Director for Educators for Excellence. Today, I submit testimony on 6757. The current teacher evaluation system provides essential information about the performance and the impact of our teachers. The changes proposed in 6757 threaten to decrease access to that information and ultimately decrease the positive outcomes of the teacher evaluation process. Connecticut students deserve high quality education, and that means filling our schools with high quality teachers. Connecticut public school teachers need ample support to ensure that they are performing to the best of their abilities. As one of only 22 states that requires annual evaluations, Connecticut is a leader in this space. Rather than taking away aspects of the evaluation process, we should be honing in on those that make the process successful and adding aspects that will be helpful to schools and students. The proposed bill eliminates the requirements that districts use 4 performance evaluation designators: exemplary, proficient, developing, and below standard in their evaluation of teachers. Removing these categories and the requirement that superintendents report aggregate evaluation ratings to the Board of Education limits transparency and accountability and eliminates the ability to compare teacher performance across districts and makes it more difficult to identify teachers who need additional support. Connecticut should be looking for ways to improve the system, not weaken it. The input of both our students and educators are vital to the success of Connecticut classrooms. Connecticut needs to incorporate student survey data in teacher evaluations in order to identify the needs of different schools and student groups, as well as to see the impact educators are having on our current students, while keeping in mind educators' perspective and taking into account their own input with help will also help maintain positive relationships and yield positive results. These are many of the ways in which we can increase school equity and learning for both teachers and students throughout Connecticut. It's high time that we improve the teacher evaluation process and add to it, rather than taking away from it and making it more ambiguous. While Connecticut currently has a very progressive and effective teaching evaluation process, the change proposed in 6757 will diminish the quality of our evaluations and negatively affect the broader goal of an equitable education for all students in Connecticut. I urge you to take this into consideration and vote no on 6757. Thank you.
Great job. And thank you for your testimony, Daniel. Any questions? Yes, Representative Leeper.
Hey, Daniel, thank you so much for your testimony. So I just want to dig in a little further about the value you think that districts and children in particular derive from our current summative ratings, when we know that across the state, currently 98% of our teachers are receiving the top rating under the current teacher evaluation. So it's not really giving us any meaningful information, nor SDE meaningful information about how to differentiate and better support teachers who need the support. So I'd love a little more insight on how you think we can, I think I heard you say both keep the summative ratings, but then also make it more reflective and responsive to student need.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm happy to dig in and have you hear directly from our teachers directly who go through this process. The proposed changes, the current law or the current evaluation is not perfect, but the proposed changes just weakens it. So we're not even going to strengthen what we've already built upon. It needs to be a holistic approach. We need to have that accountability and transparency across districts. So that's the issue that our teachers and our organization has with these proposed changes, is that it's already a flawed system. And by taking away the words like academic and taking away the performative measures that are, the aggregate that the districts report out on, is just going to weaken and make it more ambiguous and harder to fully evaluate our teachers throughout the state.
So I guess teacher evaluation is not the same as teachers who have been identified for performance improvement plans. And teacher evaluation is meant to be much more holistic and supportive and robust to improve teacher practice and therefore improve student outcomes. In terms of accountability, we have quite a robust school and district accountability system where report cards are issued on multiple measures for every school every year. And all of that data is transparent on the EdSite website for everyone and anyone. And teacher evaluation summative scores are not a part of our school and district accountability. So I just add that as a little more context, because certainly nobody wants to remove layers of protection for what is expected to deliver the best possible outcome for children. And I look forward to continuing to work with you on this, because it's an issue of real priority for me, having sat on a board of education and often hearing about unfunded mandates, when all of public education is in fact an unfunded mandate. We are required by federal law to do it, and we don't get paid to do it. But when looking at places that are mandates that are costly to districts, yet not delivering benefits to both improving teacher practice or student outcomes, teacher evaluation has come up over and over again. And so I think there's really a lot of room to improve what we do. And so that was a long-winded way of saying I really look forward to continuing to work on this with you, because I agree that we can do a whole lot better. So thank you for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I look forward to having those further discussions, and specifically around the academic piece that is being proposed to remove. But yeah, in the sake of time, and thank you so much for the work that you're doing, Representative Leeper. And I look forward to having myself and our members work with you as we go forward.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any other questions? Representative, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned several times in your testimony that the removal of the summative ratings would weaken the evaluation process. I'd just like to know exactly how it will weaken the process. And now that they're in place, they've been in place for almost 10 years now, how they actually strengthen the process. I'd be curious, your opinions. You mentioned you talked to a lot of teachers in your organization and what they report to you, how these labels, these ratings actually strengthen the process and that their removal would weaken it. I'd be curious on the specifics.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this process that we have currently in place is not perfect, but how does eliminating it strengthen our current process? And that's where I have issue and take issue with this proposed bill, is that we're, instead of building upon the progresses that we are making, because it is becoming more transparent, we can compare districts, of similar size, of similar demographics, to make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable to our students and that our teachers are getting the supports that they need. By removing this, we're just furthering we're getting further away from the equity that we actually want to see within this process. And so, yes, we should keep those, but we also should add the more holistic evaluation, peer components, student survey, academic performance, administrative, so on and so forth. And so I'm looking forward to having those further conversations. But by eliminating the proposed changes, we're going to just continue to weaken the system rather than strengthen it.
Thank you. I would argue, as someone who gets one of these ratings every year as a classroom teacher, that, and I work with teachers who get them as well, obviously, that a focus on achieving an exemplary rating is less valuable than a focus on improving your instructional practice and focusing on what you're actually doing in the classroom and how you're interacting with your students. That clearly outweighs the a label you might get for as a rating.
And where is that in the proposed bill? That would be my question, because I don't necessarily disagree. But in the proposed bill, it does not add language, it just takes language away.
Thank you, Daniel. You have another comment, Representative Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll recognize that the vast majority of teacher evaluation details exist in administrative regulations. And so this is not as thorough as what exists in teacher and the administrative regs. And there would need to continue to be a lot of work, both with SDE and partners, to flush that out. But just based on what my colleague said about sort of grading our teachers, I would love to also think about a mastery-based framework like we have been thinking about for our students, but for our teachers. So we're thinking about core competencies and growth and specific outcomes rather than just a grade, which is essentially what we have today. And to be thinking about that framework as we continue the discussions around this going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, and completely agree. Thank you again for your comments and your work on this. I know that we all want to make sure that we have high quality education for all of our students, and looking forward to having that more holistic approach to evaluations and ensure that academic is at the foundation and the core of what we are trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say, just in case this subject probably come up again, just for the record, I've been an educator for 34 years. In 19 years, I was in the classroom. I could never get to excellent. I could never get to an excellent rating. My kids were 90% of them were doing math on grade level or above, didn't have any problem, never had someone suspended, none of those things, all the things that educators want, and I could never get to excellent. The person across the hall from me, kids all over the place, and they were average, they got the same rating as me. I'm like, what? This doesn't make any sense. And then the teacher down the hall, who I had all the gifted and talented kids, they got an excellent rating. I'm like, so I'll be honest with you, this rating system right now is garbage. It doesn't work. It does nothing for any of us, in my opinion. So we have to do something. And clearly we have a bill here. We have a couple of bills here that maybe can do something about. And that's real talk from somebody who's been in the classroom. Thank you. Next up, we have Sarah Jane, Laurie, followed by Sandra, Melina, and then Dr. Anna Katina. I know I butchered your name, Superintendent, but.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, esteemed committee members, for your time today and opportunity to testify. My name is Sarah Jane Lowry, the Program Director of Code Anna. We are a national nonprofit that equips schools and child care centers for medical emergencies, especially anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is a life-threatening allergic reaction that can only be stopped by the use of epinephrine. The prompt recognition and ease of access to epinephrine is what saves lives. In educational settings, 24% of the epinephrine used is on a child without the knowledge or a diagnosed allergy. Those children need protection through stock epinephrine. Connecticut's proposed bill of 6759, Section 4, will provide child care centers throughout the state with the ability to have the life-saving epinephrine autoinjectors on hand in case of anaphylaxis, if it happens or when it happens. And another essential part of this bill is the stock epinephrine education for the childcare staff, which differs from first aid. This education provides the foundations to recognize anaphylaxis, respond to it, and how to store and utilize the devices. 99% of childcare educators that have received evidence-based education on anaphylaxis and epinephrine have increased confidence in recognizing it and have increased confidence in using common auto-injectors. Code Anna assisted in the successful implementation of a similar bill in Louisiana in 2022. And as this bill is just permitting the devices, not mandating them, it is an important support for child care centers that choose to have the devices while also taking in the cost concerns with purchasing them. This bill is an essential part of creating safe spaces for the youngest children in Connecticut and providing them the same protections that are already provided for K through 12 students throughout the state. I appreciate your consideration in this matter and look forward to its successful passage.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Again, thanks for your testimony. Up next, we have.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm online.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Representative Coleman. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, Sarah Jane. Thank you so much for coming. Can you just, so you're with Code Anna, and I know that you came to me, bringing this to my attention, that, we had a stock epinephrine law in place here since 2019 that I worked on. And, we sort of found a loophole here with the early childhood centers. Can you describe what your program does day to day? Because you're the program director, if I remember correctly. So can you just explain how you work in tandem with early care programs? Thank you.
So a big section of what Code Anna does is to provide the online certification programs for childcare employees. In a differentiation from K through 12 schools, they don't have, especially school nurses or medical staff, there to have that basis of medical knowledge when emergencies happen. So we're able to equip childcare employees, lay people that are not medical professionals, they're not used to using needles, anything like that, and help them feel comfortable recognizing anaphylaxis and the kids that they know have food allergies or ant allergies, along with any other child or even staff members there if anaphylaxis does happen, and then how to respond to it in a quick manner. That includes things like calling 911, reaching out to parents, all of those parts of an emergency response, but it's making sure that they can recognize what it looks like, because it's not always what you think it is. It's not always just hives. And our day-to-day here at Code Anna is helping places across the country, and then also advocating for bills like this in Connecticut to make sure that every place is safe for every child.
And how did you get involved with Connecticut? Because I think you told me that you guys train Head Start centers specifically because you have a grant.
Yes. So someone that is up on the docket a little bit later, Dr. Kelsey Taman, works in partnership with us through a grant that she got. And we provided food allergy and anaphylaxis education to Head Start centers specifically in Connecticut, to kind of give them in those areas that might not have children, that might not have the ability to go to allergists themselves to get that specialized care, and it really to increase awareness of what that looks like. And we were also going to provide the auto injector devices to these Head Start centers after they had completed the education. Once we had had a couple of centers go through that, we reached the point where we wanted to prescribe them, and we ran into issues with the centers actually being allowed to have the devices on hand. And I know that Dr. Kamen can speak later about a situation that we had where the staff recognized anaphylaxis, and they had to call 911, and about 20 minutes later is when EMS was able to arrive, and that time period is way too long. And if they'd had stock devices, it would have been able to help the situation.
What I was looking for. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming out, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of your team.
All right, thank you so much, Representative McCombie.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Sandra. Followed by Dr. Anna Kataya. Thank you for that. And Andrea Walker, Kitchen Walker.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Sandra Ferreira Molina, and I am the Deputy CEO of Latinos for Educational Advocacy and Diversity. I am here to testify in support of Race Bill 1096, an act concerning the charter school approval process. And I would ask that the Danbury and Norwalk charter schools be grandfathered into this bill. Connecticut enacted its charter school law in 1996 to help bridge the achievement gap and promote quality educational options in our state. Connecticut charter laws ensure that all charter schools in Connecticut are public schools and are run by approved operators. The SBE then governs the charter school through a series of assessments that assess the school's performance, management, student population, and legal compliance. Through this process, the accountability of charter schools are more stringent than that of traditional public schools. The Connecticut State Board of Education issued preliminary certificate of approval for the charter school in Danbury on October 3rd, 2018. Currently, the charter school law states that the legislature may make appropriate funding to the CSDE to provide operating grants to charter schools. This is where Connecticut's charter school laws are flawed. The way the law was amended in 2015 created a dual process for charter school approval. The charter school in Danbury was given initial certificate of acceptance and are now in political limbo without funds to open their school. Bill 1096 will allow the State Board of Education to grant a charter directly the funds and eliminating the two-step process. It would also establish a revolving account in the general fund to seed the initial funding of a newly approved charter so that it doesn't get lost in the politics of identifying state funding after it has already been given certificate. The legislature has failed to properly allocate the funds required to open the Danbury Charter School, and I would also advocate to prevent this from happening to any other city or town wanting more educational opportunities for their children. The thousands of members of the Danbury community who worked so hard and diligently to obtain the initial certificate of approval in 2018 are now engaged in bitter political battle with local legislators to open their school. The chaos and the bitterness caused by the dual process in Danbury is a perfect example of the significant loopholes in the Connecticut charter law. After years of conflict is what is seen by members of the Danbury committee as neglected by the governor and the state leaders. I call to fix the broken and dual system by allowing Bill 1096 to pass. Before I end, and I wanted to put this on record, I would like to inform you, as well as the volunteers that support the legislature, that LEAD strives to ensure that students and parents across Connecticut have access to systems of effective schools and programs that are diverse, equitable, and put students on a path to succeed in college career of their choice. Our organization is in 3 cities, Norwich, Bridgeport, and Danbury. LEAD advocates for educational opportunities, programs, and resources across the state. Misinformation sticks and leaves people vulnerable to the information of false beliefs. Last week, during the Zoom appropriations hearing on education, an individual made a comment about my organization.
I can't let misinformation inform our communities. LEAD supports education. We are advocates to ensure that our families, regardless of the language that they speak, have a voice in the democratic process. Language justice is imperative when you hold these hearings to allow equitable access to over 25% of second English language speakers in Connecticut. And we all know if we disaggregate the data, it's a lot more, since we know people are afraid to self-identify in our census. I ask you that you allocate funds to support language justice. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Questions online?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, online. Yes, Representative Sanchez, how you doing?
How are you, stranger?
Which one?
No, I was talking to the chair. I'm sorry. Sandra, thank you for your testimony. I'd like to know, how long ago did Danbury try to get a charter school within Danbury? How long has this process been going on?
So the charter was approved on October 3rd of 2018.
Okay, so since 2018.
Correct. But prior to
Okay.
that, obviously, there was a lot of community advocacy done to ensure that the state saw that there was an interest for the school to come to Danbury.
And since then, you've had another, if I'm not mistaken, you have some resources coming from a different organization. Is that correct?
It's a donation that was given. It was a $25 million donation that was given by a long life Danburian.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Online? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Dr. Anna Kataya. I'll give you a chance to say it again. Kataya.
Excellent job. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the difficulty of pronouncing my last name. Thank you, Chairs McCrory and Curry, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today about Bill 1094. I ask that you support Bill 1094, which provides school districts with an extension to implement a reading comprehensive curriculum model or program. But while I support Bill 1094, the extension does not go far enough, in my opinion, to truly impact and improve reading across the state of Connecticut. Specifically in Milford, we believe in the science of reading. Our focus has been to combine high-quality instructional practices with a strong focus on building teacher capacity. And that is where I want to spotlight the problem with Bill 1094. The bill still focuses on the implementation of box programs, one of only 6, by the way. And this to me feels like a one-size-fits-all approach. In Milford, we chose to submit a waiver application. We submitted our 193-page application yesterday to the State Department. We submitted our curriculum, not boxes, not materials, not resources. We submitted our curriculum that incorporates all the tenets of the science of reading. Research study after research study points to the most influential factor in a student's learning. And you can guess it as well as I, it's teachers matter. When it comes to student performance, teachers are estimated to have 2 to 3 times the effect more than any other school factor. That is what the bill should be pointing to, developing the capacity of our teachers across the state. I want you to visualize for a moment a teacher sitting at a small round table, maybe a group of first graders, 2 or 3 of them, and there's instruction on reading going on. At the point of difficulty, at a point where a young person gets stuck, no program, no teacher's manual will tool that teacher on how to teach that child to get unstuck or to learn how to read. It's the teacher's ability to make the right there on the spot instructional decision based on observation of student learning behavior that makes the greatest impact on learning to read. I believe with a focus on teacher capacity, you can get all students across the state of Connecticut to independently read by the end of 3rd grade. So what does that mean for us in this bill? I ask that we invest in teachers, redirect the bill, and require teacher training across the state. have the State Department write a curriculum, a model curriculum that we can all align to or adopt specifically. Move away from requiring the purchase of a box program. In fact, I think this will take us back to teaching a program, not teaching children. And we will move away from the progress we've made in this state on how to personalize learning. And while this bill was originally intended to close achievement gaps, I'm worried that because we're teaching programs and not kids, that we may actually widen the achievement gap. So I suggest that we, with the State Department, bring a group of educators around the same table, like the ones we heard speak from Derby, teachers, instructional coaches, principals, people who are right there with children, hands-on teaching literacy, to bring together what is the best solution here and bringing us all together as one state around reading for all children. Thank you for consideration and having me speak this today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Yes, representatives.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Dr. Kataya, for your very compelling testimony. Dr. Kataya is the superintendent, stellar educational leader in my hometown of Milford. We're very proud of her many accomplishments in Milford. I am a product of the Milford Public Schools, although I wouldn't go publishing that on any Board of Education literature, Dr. Kataya. But I did get a good education in Milford. You made a very good point. I know we have filed a waiver on this, or a request for a waiver, an application. You were mentioning about trying to build teacher capacity on curriculum, not necessarily buy a package. Can you expand a little bit about how you would best support teacher capacity building, and moreover, how it would conform to the requirements of this bill that is evidence-based, scientifically based, and focus on competency in the various areas of language and language arts?
Thank you, Representative Smith, for that question. And we always enjoy working with you here in Milford. I believe that it's not just a box program that can be scientifically based, evidence-based, and aligned. Actually, the writing and development of curriculum can be a very powerful professional learning tool, and will and can incorporate scientifically based strategies. So starting here in Milford, we engage teachers in the writing and building a curriculum as the process for training them in these instructional practices that are scientifically based. So right from the get-go of writing curriculum, teachers are being trained in the instruction of reading. I believe that if as a state, we could create a model curriculum such as we have in other areas, and then reinvest in any resources that we are being provided to build teacher capacity around that. And we could take a look at how we spend our time, individual RESCs that could be empowered with some of this training to deliver to districts. I think there are strong possibilities of partnerships throughout the state that would not require just the purchasing of a program, but the building up of teacher capacity around strategies and materials out there that are evidence-based.
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Smith. Oh.
In pursuing that particular direction, can you maybe give us some insight as far as how a teacher, giving teachers agency in the development of curriculum, particularly with regard to K-3 reading, how doing it on the local level, tailored for the specific needs of our district, our hometown, and the needs of other communities throughout the state, how this is a better approach than a packaged curriculum or a packaged model or program?
Yes, thank you, Representative. So a packaged program will likely come with teachers' manuals, and the ones I've experienced really encourages reading from the book. And that is not teaching. And I believe that if we understand adult learning theories, how to develop teachers into literacy instructors, more effective literacy instructors, really requires us to get teachers at the same table, looking at student learning, student work, being in each other's classrooms, and being provided that support through our local educational resource centers or even the state to give teachers that opportunity to engage in looking at instructional practice on literacy instruction. So adopting a program and taking the teacher's manual, as I used to 30 years ago, in preparing for my lesson, a teacher's manual is not building teacher capacity. It's just actually ensuring one type of instruction for all children. And if we know anything, particularly in literacy, a differentiated approach for students is very critical because there's no same learner, no same reader in a teacher's classroom. So a program does not guarantee differentiated approach of instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Kataya. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions in the room? No, I don't see any online. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
So we are on number 17. Thank you. Andrea Kitchen Walker.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Andrea Kitchen Walker. I'm an apprentice organizer at Hearing Your Voices. I'm also a resident of New London, Connecticut. I'm here today in support of our proposed bill, SB 1095, because I've both seen and experienced firsthand the impact of first responders to nonviolent crimes between students and teachers and students being police. When I was 11 years old, I had the police called to the school on me for trying to walk home after a difficult end to my school day, as opposed to waiting for my mother to pick me up. The first squad car came with 2 officers. They picked me up a street away from the school and drove me back. When I arrived, the teachers were asked what they wanted to be done with me. A second squad car with 2 more officers. So a total of 4 officers for an 11-year-old child. They told the police that I was their responsibility now and that they had to take me. I verbally resisted and said that I prefer to just wait for my mother, who wouldn't be available until after 6 that day to pick me up, which for context was 3 hours past dismissal. I went to school in Rhode Island, but I lived in Groton at the time. With the realization that I was in a situation involving the police and I had no one there to protect me, I started to panic. And the officers misread my panic as aggression. So they, with the use of unlawful and unnecessary excess force, slammed me up against the door, forced my hands behind my back where they locked the cuffs around my wrist. My wrists were red, sore, and swollen for 2 weeks after that. I had to go to the hospital. When we arrived, they pulled me out the back of the car, walked me inside where they proceeded to book me. They took my fingerprints and my mugshot, locked me in a jail cell for over 3 hours, all without my mother's understanding of what was happening to me. My mother didn't allow me back at the school after that. And it took the school 2 weeks after I didn't return to check on me and inform my mother of the aggression and excess force used by the officers. I have severe PTSD when it comes to police interactions now as a result of that. I needed someone there who would have been able to listen to me and de-escalate, not traumatize and book me like a criminal. Had a bill like SB 1095 already been put in place, I truly believe that situations like my situations and situations like it would be handled differently. I was an 11-year-old child and I was arrested all because I tried to walk home. My name is Andrea Kitchen Walker, and thank you for listening.
Andrea, first off, let me apologize for mispronouncing your first name when you came up. See if there's any questions or comments from members in the room or online. And I think you're absolutely correct. I think with legislation like this, we want to and we ought to be better. And so hopefully through the work that a number of organizations and Senator Winfield will be able to have that conversation over this session.
We
So
need to
thank you,
create a
Jerry.
middle ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have? Oh,
Okay.
Representative.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. And very moving statement. Really appreciate you coming forward and sharing your story with us. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Okay, good.
You're good.
All right.
Next up, we have Lori Woodruff, who I don't believe I see online. So we will skip over to Shanika Ferris. Shanika, I did know that. How are you?
Doing well. How
Good,
are you
nice to see you.
doing? Nice to see you again. Hello, everyone. Esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Shanika Farias, and I'm from New London, Connecticut. I currently serve as the organizing director at the Connecticut Black and Brown Student Union. Today, our coalition is calling on legislative leaders to create a safe learning environment by implementing non-criminal restorative justice programs in schools and by redefining what constitutes of a school resource officer. And that is in support of HB 10095, an act concerning school resource officers. As a society heavily focused on the conversation of safety, we often tend to lean on our very limited experience and tend to unintentionally ignore marginalized group impacted by certain systems in place. Historically, if we were to always go with the opinion of the majority, we would still be stuck with many systems created to oppress Black and Brown folks, especially in our education system. Let's be real. Impactful change is not always popular. If I was to base today based on my personal experience with my SRO, I would be sitting here saying the many reasons why I had a great experience with my SRO in high school. However, today is not solely based on my personal experience with one SRO, the individual, but instead about a system put in place many years ago in need of revision. We must build a system that emphasizes community and care in our educational system, because once again, this change is not about the individual, it's about the system. Since 1999, the federal government has invested over $1 billion to subsidize the placement of police in schools, resulting in more than 460,000 SRO of K through 12 throughout the nation. 90% of K through 12 students throughout the nation attend a school that fails to meet adequate students to counselor, school nurse, and social worker ratio. In 2018 and 2019 school year, Waterbury called the police on about 162 children in grade pre-K to 8. 52% of those children were under the age of 12. 41% of the ones called were related to a child's mental health needs. 18% of those called resulted in the child being arrested, and many had documented special needs paperwork. If we were to give up every time the majority decided to speak against changes like this, our Black and Brown students and students with disabilities would be ignored. To be real, as a woman, I would not be speaking up for change today. As a Black woman, I would not be able to receive all the education I have over the past 24 years. And as an organizer, I would not be freely organizing today because literally I would not be free. So the data speaks for itself. What are we truly afraid of when we speak about SB 10095? Dear member of the Education Committee, today is a beautiful day for all of us to stand on the side of what is right, to stand strong on bringing this bill to life and providing non-security response to nonviolent disruption for all of our students.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Comments, Representative Zupkus.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today. And it is very unfortunate at what happened. I will say, though, in my school systems, we have SRO officers and they are appreciated for being there. One is because, unfortunately, and I hate to even say Sandy Hook, but things like that happen and we need protection for all of our children there. So I think it is I think what we need to figure out is why is it in some places not working, right? And why in others it is. I think that's what we need to figure out, because we had discussed this in committee and there are a lot of people that appreciate their SRO officers. So why some and not the other is really the questions that I have.
Yeah, really good question. I think we must look back in history of the way that in certain districts, how students, especially Black students, are over policed. And respectfully, I'm not sure exactly which district, which school you're referring to, but I can speak of my district. Andrea could speak of her district and her experience. And that is just to prove of the reason why Black and brown students in those districts are the one being over policed. And yes, some students might have a great experience with their SRO. But what do they look like to be having a great experience with their SROs? Because me personally, when I show up as a Black woman, if folks don't know who I am, I'm automatically seen as a threat. And that's a lot of students, that's their experiences based on their skin color. So the answer to the question is racism, it's classism.
So I'm not doubting what you're saying. I believe you. It's more of why some and not the other. Right?
Yeah.
And so they're Black police officers, they're white, they're brown, they're Chinese police officers. So to me, it's let's look at the overall picture of what's going on and why, what are the incidences that are going on to make that happen? Because my kids are minority, they're adopted. They don't look like me at all. And so I want my kids when they go to school to be safe, especially if ever, God forbid, any other Sandy Hook or any of that ever happened. I want somebody there to take care of them, just like I would for you. So I think it's a bigger picture of that's what we need to look at. What are the processes? What are the reasons for, somebody interacting or not? So that's all, but I do appreciate you. And I'm not saying I don't believe you because I do. And all the other people that have spoken, to me, it's let's look at the bigger picture on why in some places and not in others.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. And I think that the reason why we're here is to hear folks and to hear their experiences. And nobody's ever walked in anybody else's shoes. And I think that that's vitally important when we have these conversations, that we need to be open-minded and hear what you're saying. So my question for you would be this: would you eliminate SROs from all schools, or would you want them all trained in a manner of respect, dignity, understanding, mental health, compassion and care? And I'm not saying that they don't necessarily all go in with that intention, but I think that there is a gap in education. So my question would be, what would the ideal look like for you?
Yeah, so that's like many different conversations, right? Because here we are asking for police officers to do a job that they're not called to do. Because we have counselors, we have social workers, we have folks that their education have been focused on how to act and de-escalate situations, right? So as a mechanic, you're not going to call a mechanic to go save someone who's having a seizure. That's not their role. So, and my testimony today and this bill, we stand strongly behind, it is not solely based on the individual's experience. It's about looking at the data and going back to what the representative said, like, the data says even SRO does not lower the make schools safer or to even lower the amount of shootings that happen in our schools. CT Voices have been doing this research and have been collecting these data. So today, if you don't listen to anything that I say don't listen to my story. Look at the data, look at the numbers, look at the facts. And we cannot argue with that. It speaks facts, right? And to the question of whether we are eliminating SROs, right? I understand that as a state, we're not there yet. We are not at a place that we can say today, we're gonna wake up tomorrow and eliminate police from schools. Now, is that something that I believe we as a society can fight to get there? Yes, but it's going to take years of conversation and putting the systems and the structures in place to make sure that at the end of the day, the people we are we're trying to help, we're not hurting them. And that's the students. The students are our main priority. They're the ones that we want to make sure that they feel safe at school. And in order to do that, we must put the structures in place to make sure that whenever this bill passed, that the structures are being put in place for it to be sustainable and for our students to continue to remain safe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for your advocacy. Greatly appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you.
Representative Poulos, and then Senator Winfield.
I want to thank you for your testimony. And I was listening to Representative Zupkis, who spoke about her district, the school resource officers that's there. I teach in a district and I live in a district that I represent, both of which have school resource officers. And they're there because we're trying to keep kids safe. The goal is to keep kids safe. So my question for you is, what do you need in New London to keep kids safe? If not a school resource officer, what is it? Because these school shootings happen, okay? I was in Sandy Hook on December 14th, okay? They're real. They happen. You turn on the news, they happen. And it's an unfortunate aspect of our society. So if not a school resource officer, if that's not working, what is it that's going to keep the kids of New London safe? And that's my question for you, because we need to have a conversation. Maybe it isn't a one size fits all, but we need to have a conversation about how to keep our children safe in today's society. So I'd be curious if there's something that you want to share on that topic.
Yeah, great question, Representative Poulos. And as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of Sandy Hook this year, we can say that is something that our society, our state, our country is still healing from. There's no doubt in that. But I would like to also say that this is a different conversation. That is why organizations like Everytown exist, to have the conversation of gun violence and access to guns, how easy it is in our society for folks to have access to guns. And that is opposite than the conversation we're having here. And to go back to the question of what do we need in New London, right? Students who go up and seeing their parents, seeing their family being stopped by the police because of the color of their skins, being humiliated by the police because of the color of their skin. When they go to school and see an SRO, an armed police officer in the school, we're not talking about the safety of students. We're talking about the safety of other people in the schools who are threatened by those students. So in New London, speaking from my experience, the need is not school resource officers. They need the counselors who are trained to continue to build intensive relationship with them that's built on trust. They need the social worker and the school psychologist that have been trained to know that in the moment when they walk through the school and are homeless and slept in a shelter, when they walked into the school, that they're not going to find someone else who's going to tell them why they're not enough and why the resources that their family have is not enough, and that makes them less than their peers. That's what we need. And it's a bigger conversation. Yes, we're talking about SROs, but a lot of students go to the school not having access to affordable healthcare, not having access to affordable housing, and it goes deeper than that. And those students, they don't walk into the school forgetting that's what their life was like the night before. Schools is the second place they spend the most of their times outside of their household. So we need to make sure that that environment for them is safe. If they're not getting it from home, we should be able to give it to them at school.
All set, Representative?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm all set.
Any other comments? Senator Winfield?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because of the last couple of exchanges, I just want to make sure that on the bill we have perspective from the person testifying in front of us. Thank you, Shania.
Senator, you're going in and out on us, and I think we may have lost.
The bill in front of us, and I have something, I believe that the bill in front of us, and you are supportive of that. Mr. Chair, did you lose me?
Yeah, you're going in and out. I don't know if you want to pop back in when you're in a more secure location.
Yeah, I will. I'll be around. All right.
Sounds good. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me? I just want to thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you so much for your testimony. I didn't get at all that you were denying the violence that happens in schools and school shootings that happens that are very terrible. But I do think what you're speaking about are things that we have to implement within school districts that are specific to the need of school environments. So for example, a student in the inner cities in New Haven might have a completely different experience than someone in a more wealthy area. What you're speaking about gives justice to some of the environments of society. Sorry, this is one of my teaching days, so I ran outside just to find a space where it's quiet. But what you're speaking about, it's a type in shadow for a student who looks like you. And so, like you said, it is a much bigger and broader conversation. Obviously, we want to make sure that students are protected. But in certain school systems where a child might walk into a school and be triggered by an officer because of an experience that they have witnessed their parents go through, which I have had these discussions with my students on several different occasions. When situations like that arise, do students feel safe enough to be in environments with SROs? So it is a much more expansive conversation. But I support what you're saying. And I don't think in what you're saying at any point in time did you belittle the violence that's happening in school systems. I just think that you were speaking from a particular experience, and that of students who do look like you, who does look like you. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative McGee. Was there a question in there, or was that just comment?
That was just a comment.
Okay. Senator Winfield, are you back?
Yeah, I may be in a better space. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, so my question is, because there was talk about whether or not we should have SROs or not. The bill in front of us, I just want to get Shanica's understanding, because my understanding as someone who helped to put the bill in front of us is that this wouldn't change that at all for districts that want SROs. And I want to make sure that Shanika is testifying to the bill in front of us. So is it your understanding that this bill, while it may allow others to become an SRO, doesn't remove the SROs that are currently in place?
Correct. So we are focusing on SB 10095, which the conversation is around the resource piece. The redefining SRO piece is going back to Representative Poulos's question. If a school wants to have a counselor as their resource officer, that they can have that, a school resource counselor, right? That they're able to have that substitution. That's what the bill is focused on.
But they're not required to, correct?
They're not required, correct.
Right. And I just want to make sure that if we're asking people who are testifying, we're asking them about the bill in front of us, because while you may have an opinion that SROs don't belong in school, that's not the bill that's in front of us. And it's important for us to think about the bill in front of us because we get to vote on it at some point. So thank you very much for clarifying that.
Yeah, there's conversation around whether or not that this bill is focused on removing school police officers in school. And this bill in particular, people will speak on their personal experiences, correct? But when we're focused on the bill is talking about the giving the schools the options, especially in New London, in my experience. Like if New London decides that instead of having an SRO, that they want to have a school counselor and use the fund towards that they have the flexibility to do that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments? Yeah, Representative Zupkis for the second time.
Thank you. I promise this will be it. So if you want a school counselor, okay, who would, so I guess my question would be, in the incidents that have happened to you and your friends, was the school involved? And if so, would they be the one who would determine if you have a social worker or a SRO officer? I'm a little confused because what if you want it and your principal doesn't? Or if the principal wants it and you don't? Like, how would that work?
That's where yeah, good question. That's where the task force and the work that comes after this bill and the conversation as we continue to move forward with this bill comes in, right? Because it's about creating and putting in place the system and the structure on how to effectively move forward with this bill and implementing it within the school systems.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Representative McCarty.
I'll go very quickly. Thank you. Shania, welcome, and thank you for your testimony today. I'm right next door to you in
Yes.
Waterford.
Hi, Waterford.
And we'll have an ongoing conversation, okay? But I would like to just point out that I think we can find ground within this bill to work together, to have the SROs, but working in conjunction with the mental health professionals. If you look at some of the testimony that we did receive, that there could be ethical violations for certain classifications of social workers, psychologists to work as SRO officers within schools. So that's another area, but I think you come with a very valid point. Let's define the roles. Let's define the roles of what an SRO should do and what our mental health professionals, and find a way to have that communication enhanced. You know, in Waterford, our SRO are just adored. My granddaughter, I think we have to compete for infection with the SRO officers. So you're very correct in saying that everyone has different experiences, but I totally agree that we can't have these exclusionary expulsions and suspensions, especially with the young grades, the story we just heard today. So we will find a solution that will work for everyone, I'm sure. And I would like to continue the conversation with you, but we have 200 people today, so I'm not going to be talking again. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I will just close out and just say your strength and passion is truly impressive. And I know we met a few months back by chance in the middle of the green. And to hear you share the way in which you do is almost like a master class in testifying and lobbying for a particular issue. And I just want to thank Senator Winfield for also helping to clarify exactly what we're discussing in this bill and what we're not discussing in this bill. Because I think that's the even more important part about this right now at this point. So really appreciate it. And I look forward to the many conversations we'll have over the next few weeks.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Take care. Next up, we have Margaret Henderson online. Margaret, it's all you.
Hi, my name is Margaret Henderson. I live in Danbury, where I'm a member of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Danbury. I'm the president of the board there, and I'm also a member of Recovery for All, and I'm also a former teacher. And I'd like to speak briefly about 3 bills today. I strongly support SB 1093 if the evidence that smaller classes help students learn and prevent catastrophes like you were just talking about is overwhelming. There's massive agreement among educators and parents and students that smaller class sizes are a good thing. And if you're telling me you can't find the money for that in today's fiscal situation, then I think it amounts to you're not prioritizing the education of our kids. That's what I hear you saying. Secondly, I oppose SB 1096 concerning charter schools. I will just point out that the existing, I have grave concerns about money being taken out of public school coffers from schools that are forced to accept all comers and channeled to specific groups. And the existing process was established in 2015 precisely because the charter school process was not transparent. So it seems to me like we're fighting the same battle over again. And to highlight that, as the previous speaker was asked about, when you have $25 million coming from an individual, that right there says you don't have the common people's interest involved, and the legislature being involved in funding does accomplish that. Finally, I support HB 6763 about standardized testing. To be clear, the high stakes standardized testing that we have now is doing harm. There's a mental health crisis among our students, and they don't need more stress on factors beyond their control. It has a disproportionate negative impact on Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and also on academically disadvantaged students or financially disadvantaged.
You would mind summarizing your testimony?
I will summarize. And finally, student achievement has been flat for the last decade, so it obviously doesn't work. I just want to say that teachers need smaller classes and more funding and more freedom to teach beyond the tests. And I would also like to raise up the testimony of Fran Rabinowitz, the CAPS person earlier. I think everything she said was right on target. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions in the room? Online? No. All right. Thanks so much. Next up, we have Susan Austin. Good afternoon, Susan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and all honorable members of Education Committee. I'm Susan Austin, Superintendent of Groton Public Schools, home of the first and finest submarine base in the world and largest military child population in Connecticut. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Senate Bill 1094. Groton, as Groton Superintendent, I also am a military child, submariner's daughter, was stationed here in high school. I understand what it means to be a Navy junior, attending 8 schools in 12 years in 6 states. And I have many other students, 1,200 to be precise, and other students beyond the military who also transfer, specifically in the southeastern corridor between Groton, New London, and Norwich. Despite those hurdles that children have in changing schools at such a regular basis, Groton has proven track record in meeting the social, emotional, and academic needs of all of our students, including those who are transient military or considered high needs. We commend our students and their teachers for the growth that they've made. Despite all those many moves and challenges, they persist and do well. We have multiple schools of distinction, 2 blue ribbons, national blue ribbons in 5 years since 2016. And we believe that all children need to be reading. We believe in the Right to Read Act. Our education secretary, Miguel Cardona, who is our commissioner of education here in the state, and I've gotten to know quite well, sent out a letter in the beginning of the year saying that we need to use the state data very carefully to assist educators in supporting students. He said the last 2 years have had a profound impact on our students and schools. And he also cautioned that he's particularly concerned, as I am, about the disproportionate impact on students of low income, students of color, students with disabilities, multilingual learners, students experience homelessness, which we've had quite a few just in Groton, especially with some of the HUD housing issues. And also migratory students. The reason for the decline in our scores, statewide, nationwide, and locally, have more to do with a worldwide pandemic and interrupted education than anything else. We know as school leaders that we have challenges, and we're ready to take it on because we do believe in the science of reading. We do want all of our students learning. We want, our kids to be ready for the 21st century. And it's really important that the state works in alliance with us. They are, the state actually brings communities together, school systems together, teachers together to help create model curriculum. And the writing of curriculum is where it's at, not a canned program. I actually brought you a sample that I would not put in my classrooms. My children are using decodable and pattern text early on. They're using phonemic awareness. The teachers are really highly qualified.
If you could just summarize for me.
And I'd be happy for you to see this. It's not about one size fits all or a canned program, as my colleagues have said. It's about highly qualified teaching, professional learning for our teachers, more information around the science of reading and the master class that we'll all participate in, but it's not about this. This wouldn't go in my classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any questions from committee members, comments? Online? Nope, you are good. Thank you so much. Rosie, would someone mind grabbing the material she left on the table? Thank you. Next up, we have Superintendent Ruffin.
Afternoon, and thank you so much. Are you able to hear me?
We are.
Thank you very much. I can see you from afar. I think I'm speaking with Representative Curry, but thank you and the entire Education Committee for having me this afternoon. I wish to speak first to the raised Bill 1095 in reference to school resource officers and memorandum of understanding. I am in support of 1095 and the memorandum of understanding between districts choosing to have school resource officers, and also to recognize the need for the collaboration in following an MOU that has been strategically developed both by the Board of Ed as well as with the police department. We are in support of the SROs that we do have in our schools. And as recently as just 20 minutes ago, I was in a meeting with our school resource officer team, which meets quarterly to be able to talk about the memorandum of understanding that we currently have, and also looking at the student data that we collect and we collaborate on at least quarterly, sometimes more often. I'd like to also say that as a result of this understanding, our school resource officers are not in our schools to arrest our children. While we do acknowledge that we have far more arrests than we would ever want in Waterbury, I think the collective efforts and the intentionality of our memorandum of understanding is that we use a collective approach of not only resource officers, but also other school personnel that are intentionally hired for the purpose of supporting our students and their social and emotional needs. Out of this memorandum of understanding and out of what I believe will be Bill 1095 is a recognition that it takes all of us to be able to meet the needs of all students. As a result of this, it caused us to develop a crisis intervention team, which involved after-hours social workers to work with the police whenever there may have been an event of trauma that our students experience in after hours. I think this has worked very well for us, and I think it came out of the fact that we were able to sit collectively and develop this because we saw a need in our community. In reference to a portion of the bill that according to the wording that I'm able to interpret, it means that other school personnel, such as counselors, social workers, psychologists, could also be served or serve the role of as an SRO. I do not agree with that. I think the two roles are distinctly different, but I do believe that it takes all of us sitting at the table to be able to surround the student with all of the support services that they require. For instance, SROs should
Dr.
be
Ruffin,
able to
if I
mediate.
could ask you to summarize.
Yes, SROs should be able to mediate and to be able to support students and to offer after-school programming that could help the students to best meet the needs of their individual situation. And we have a large array of them. In summary, I'd also like to say that in Bill 1093, that you please consider that when you're requesting for additional staff for oversight, that you consider the budgetary needs of school districts to be able to provide their own level of support, because school districts will be able to change the number of suspensions and expulsions at the campus level and the district level much more than at the state level. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Any questions in the room? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Superintendent. I'm so glad that I got a chance to listen to you. And I wanted just to say thank you for coming and speaking up about that, because I don't know, you had a meeting 20 minutes ago, but there were some people testifying about Waterbury and incidences that had happened there. So I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad to hear you. And would you please tell Assistant Superintendent Johnson that the waiver program, we're fighting hard and we think that we're going to get through that for him. So thank you.
I thank you and I appreciate that very much.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank
next
you
up-
so much.
Yep, Angie Fontelis. I don't see her online. So we'll go to Michelle Lindsay. Michelle Lindsay. All right. Dr. Brummert, are you online? No. Amy Baratko. Liz Fraser, I do see you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And thank you very much, Representative Curry, and all of the members of this committee for allowing us to testify today. I'm Liz Fraser, and I'm the Policy Director for the Connecticut Association for Human Services. And I'm here specifically to speak to Section 1 of House Bill 6759, which really gets to the heart of the early care crisis in Connecticut. And we really appreciate this language and the inclusion in this bill. The present early care and education business model is not working, as you've heard. Most providers can't generate enough revenue to support higher staff wages, yet most parents can't afford the present cost. Janet Yellen put it quite bluntly when she remarked, "Childcare is a textbook case of a broken market." The policies suggested in Section 1, along with necessary funding, will begin to address staff compensation, parent cost, and the well-being of the early care and education system. But one-time money won't fix the broken business model. It will need substantial funding and a funding stream. And we ask that as we go forward, you make this a priority to consider funding early childhood programs as the foundation of our state's educational continuum, and to ensure that we have an economically viable system that is accessible and affordable to all families and can attract well-compensated educators. We at CAUSE conducted an early care provider survey in November of 2022, with respondents representing about 20% of all center-based capacity and 8% of family home care. Depending on the type of program, up to 40% of programs do not believe they are generating enough revenue to sustain their programs. This is right now, even after so much ARPA money has come down the pipeline. Another third of the industry is unsure if their program is sustainable. Our data also indicated that there are an estimated 4,400 staff vacancies statewide and hundreds of closed classrooms, resulting in about 2,200 early childhood unutilized slots. Many programs still have waiting lists, leaving parents to find other options of care, work from home with their children as they wait for staff to be hired and space to become available. Other parents take part-time work, and many we hear are leaving the workforce entirely. Meanwhile, Connecticut employers can't find employees, and childcare is cited as one of the reasons. Inability to hire staff is the biggest roadblock cited. Most programs just can't bring in the revenue to compensate early care educators with close to the appropriate wages and benefits needed. Early educators are some of the lowest paid employees in the state, and understandably, there's been a massive turnover. And I think you've heard about programs who just can't find well-credentialed teaching staff. And we do know that brain science tells us that this is a very important part of early care and development, of early childhood development, and needs to really have appropriate staff in place. We all worry.
Just to summarize, please.
Yep. We just all worry what will happen to our early care system, child outcomes, and family economic security, and our state's economic viability if this issue is not seriously addressed. And thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much. Any questions in the room or online? Representative Sanchez, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, how are you, Elizabeth?
Well, thank you. How are you?
Great. So bottom line is, if we compensate these teachers like they should be compensated, we would get more people interested in taking up early childhood in college, right? Getting bachelor's degrees. And maybe this shortage would be over within a couple of years if we just raise that limit. Is that correct?
I personally, I believe that money is at the heart of the whole thing, being able to afford the appropriate staff. And yes, so that it would certainly go a long way in helping. There are other costs that have increased substantially that programs need to also provide, but you can't, I hear a lot about expanding access to care in Connecticut, more infant toddler slots. We need to make sure that we don't have childcare deserts. We can't do any of that if we don't compensate teachers and have a pipeline of teachers. And that includes companies like Electric Boat, who need to hire 20,000 employees, but are very concerned about the lack of childcare in their area.
Right. And can you give us the difference in costs between a preschool child going to preschool versus an infant toddler? Because there's a big difference.
Well, let's do it this way too. Right now, the cost of early care is about $12,000 for preschool. That's the average, and $16,000 a year for infants and toddlers. That's the average. However, the Office of Early Childhood recently did a narrow cost analysis, which estimates the actual cost of providing quality care is more like, let's see if I can find it here, $16,000 or $14,500 for at the base salary, on the wage scale salary, $14,500 for preschool and $28,000 for infants and toddlers. We estimate it to be a bit more. And that is because for infants and toddlers, of course, you have a 1-to-4 ratio because we don't have 4 hands, we have 2. And we need to make sure that we can pay attention to our littlest children appropriately.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. I just wanted people to understand what the big difference. So it's not just compensating teachers, it's also providing affordable childcare services in the state of Connecticut.
Well, that's the other leg of the stool, right? We need parents to be able to afford it. And right now, a parent, I just did in my testimony that has been uploaded, I have an example where a family who earns $90,000 does not qualify for any type of subsidy, no care for kids. They're well above the level for that. They would be paying, if they had an infant and a preschooler, it would come right now to about $21,000 per year without Care for Kids eligibility, which after taxes is a substantial portion of their income. If a family were to pay 7% of their income, which is what the federal government believes is the appropriate pay, that family would be paying $580 a month or $7,000 a year, much more realistic for a young family. It's not that we don't want families to have to contribute to the cost. It's just that we want to make it very equitable and very affordable so parents can work. And children are in good environments.
Exactly. And we know for a fact that there are middle class, families that are making up to $150,000 that can be struggling right now with inflation,
Absolutely.
Cost of sending their kids to college, to daycare and so forth. So thank you so much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? Liz, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Next up online, we have Maureen Brummett. Good afternoon, Superintendent.
Good afternoon, and thank you for fitting me in. I'm at a school doing Read Across America. So, and on the topic of reading, I am writing today or speaking today to ask that you reconsider the intent of Raise Bill number 1094, an act concerning the implementation of the reading models or programs. On Monday evening, after more than 50 hours of work by my reading specialists and the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction in Newington, my district submitted a reading program waiver. If approved, the waiver would allow us to continue to use our current program with some modifications to ensure all aspects of the reading science of reading are covered with our students so that we will clearly have better outcomes. In the waiver, our data shows that our white students currently have better reading outcomes than our Black, Brown, and special education students. This is clearly not acceptable by Newington Public Schools, nor the legislators in attendance today or the Connecticut State Department of Education. Within the body of our waiver, we outline Newington's substantial efforts over the past 2 years to create more culturally responsive classrooms through training, rounds visits, the hiring of a highly skilled diversity, equity, and inclusion specialist, and ongoing coaching efforts. All MPS teachers and administrators are accountable to our equity statement to reduce the opportunity gap for historically marginalized and underrepresented students through access to a high-quality education that is rigorous, relevant, and engaging. To date, we have seen a positive impact with our marginalized students, but we know we can do even better. It is because of our own action research in Newington, as well as my 2 years of service on the Reading Implementation Council, that I implore you to modify this legislation. Earlier today, you've heard from CAPS Director Fran Rabinowitz, who proposes the development of a small work group to have a deeper discussion on how to ensure reading instruction that includes the science of reading is truly in place statewide. I also believe this work group must consider culturally responsive teaching practices in addition to the science of reading instruction. This cannot be done by simply mandating programs. In fact, the original legislation discusses models of reading as well as programs. Unfortunately, that's gotten lost in the unfortunate debate about state mandated programs. While the Reading Leadership Implementation Council discussed the science of reading, we have spent little time ensuring that districts have access to a robust reading curriculum that includes culturally responsive pedagogy. It would be a disservice to the students of Connecticut to assume that mandated programs will successfully close our persistent academic achievement gap. We need to revisit this legislation so that it truly impacts our marginalized learners, as I believe this legislation was truly intended to do. I know my colleagues at CAPS, together with our respective district leaderships teams, stand ready to support this work. We believe that addressing the issue more holistically will give all our students in Connecticut the best opportunity to read by grade 1 and to read fluently and independently by grade 3. I really thank you for this opportunity to be heard today and for your consideration about modifying this legislation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. Questions? We appreciate your testimony today. Next up online, we have Amy Baratko.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Amy Baratko, and I live in New Haven. My daughters have attended New Haven Public Schools from K through now 3rd and 5th grades. My husband is a public school teacher and a proud CEA member. I fully support Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut. And I uplift the testimonies of fellow members of the NHPS community, including supporting the amazing teachers in this district. I urge you to, 1, oppose SB 1096, which would take away our democratic oversight over approval and funding of new charter schools. Keep the existing process, which gives the public and elected legislators a voice. Instead of taking funds out of our schools to fast track the creation of new charter schools, the legislature should fully fund and staff our public schools. I urge you to support HB 6763 because this bill would empower educators to teach beyond the test and create assessments that are appropriate to our students. And I support SB 1093 because students deserve smaller class sizes. This bill would limit class sizes to 20 students for the youngest grades, 23 for middle grades, and 25 for high schoolers. I want to speak more directly to my anecdotal experience on smaller class sizes. My understanding is that ESSER funding has allowed New Haven Public Schools to create extra sections for grades 1 through 3 to reduce class sizes as a response to addressing needs arising from the ongoing effects of the pandemic on our children. My daughter, who's in 3rd grade at Edgewood Magnet, is in the smallest class that she has ever had, and she is thriving. This is the smallest class that she's ever had, even since preschool mandates. There's tons of data out there about how reduced class sizes help kids learn, but to read that data is different than to witness it in my daughter and her peers. With a slightly smaller class size, the fabulous Miss DJ has been able to spend more time addressing children's individual strengths and needs. I've seen her do activities, keep up a class pet, and give individual care, including third grade students giving their own student-led parent-teacher conferences, which just was one of the most amazing things to see. And all of this was because she was not having to divide her attention amongst 26 kids, but instead had a slightly smaller cohort. And it's a question of equity too. My husband teaches in Darien. His class sizes are smaller than many of our friends who teach in New Haven in the same subject. And imagine the volume of reading and responding to student work that an English teacher does, particularly with seniors. If you want to push the kids, they need to be doing innovative, woolly projects that are many, many pages long, and multiply that by each student. Even a cap of 25 for high schoolers would give so many teachers in our state the ability to better focus their long hours and care to give the individual attention that our students need. And so I urge you to listen to the other members of the New Haven Federation of Teachers and Recovery for All. And thank you so much for this testimony. And I hope that you make choices that equitably support our public schools and their teachers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, thank you so much. And just a reminder again that when words matter, and when we're having conversations, especially around often emotional conversations with respect to charter schools, charters are also public schools. It's not an either or, it is an and. Next up, we have Angelica Idrovo. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry, give me just a second. I went to the bathroom and I then thought I was coming next, but here I am. Dear members and chairs of the Education Committee of Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Angelica Idrovo. I'm undocumented and unafraid. I'm a resident of Danbury, Connecticut, and I'm the co-executive director of Connecticut Students for a Dream. Our organization stands in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. Connecticut Students for a Dream is a statewide youth-led network that fights for the rights of undocumented immigrant youth and their families. We're proud to be the only organization in Connecticut that is led by and for immigrant youth directly impacted by the issues that we seek to address. Our membership is composed of undocumented immigrant youth ages 13 to 24. Connecticut Students for a Dream and our membership supports SB 1095. Passing this bill is the right thing to do, as all students deserve to feel safe, secure, and supported in their places of learning. Yet, too often, our schools rely on policing to keep children in line rather than funding professionals and resources to support a student's developmental and behavioral needs. I especially want to highlight that many of our members are in high school, some of whom are speaking today. They are often in schools that are understaffed, underfunded, but over-policed. We have seen years after years that increasing punitive policies have primarily affected Black and Brown students. We have seen the effects of the reliance on police officers in different cities of Connecticut, where some of the least funded schools have the highest numbers of police referrals: Danbury, Waterbury, and New Britain, to name a few. These arrests or police referrals could lead to expulsions, suspensions, and lifelong negative impacts to students' futures, employment, and education. Undocumented immigrant students also face an extra layer of danger when the actions of the school resource officers could put their immigration status in jeopardy. Undocumented students, after being arrested, could have their case be escalated and put in danger of being referred to ICE or face deportation. We're not only facing a crisis of criminalization and racially profiling of students of color, but we're also facing students being stripped away from their families and sent back to their birth countries. We are calling on Connecticut General Assembly, and I'm going to summarize, to continue moving in the right direction, to provide needed resources and funding to schools, and to step away from policing as the answer. Policing disproportionately affects Black and Brown students, immigrant students, and students with disabilities. All students should have the right to access education institutions that they can thrive and feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Jackie Swaggerty. Good afternoon.
So my name is Jacqueline Swaggerty. I am a 22-year-old youth in care, and I am currently in support of Bill SB 1095. I sat at the table here and fought hard hand in hand with Center for Children's Advocacy as a youth leader for Speak Up Teens and Youth separating policies and enhancing all kinds of services, for the raise of the age of arresting a youth from 7 to 14, and we were pushed down to 10. So imagine my uncomfortability when we sit here and we go back and forth about placing or removing SROs in schools, creating a hostile environment where children's behavior will be criminalized instead of redirected. I work as a positive youth development specialist for the village programs at MLK. However, today I am here on behalf of my youth group, Youth Hype, as a youth leader and an advocate, and also for CTJA, to say these youth need guidance, not enforcement, room to grow and flourish, placing more programs to engage children, more field trips, and more activities that will teach them outdoors as well. As you think about adding SROs, in the same breath you are worried about staffing and attendance issues, please do not take the only safe space they may have left in this world by placing law enforcement. These children are at a very tender age, and as much as the news is portraying an image criminalizing these children, do not forget that we are currently hitting the highest rate of homelessness of youth under the age of 25, numbers at 2,470 as of October 2022. As I hear you say today that there is a safety, they are there for the safety of the students, I am here to tell you, as a Black youth, I was given the conversation on how I must behave when it comes to police at a young age. Cops incite fear in the eyes of Black and brown children, always have, and as of right now, will continue to. During COVID, Connecticut police were sent to playgrounds to take the rims and basketball nets off, and now you're asking them to be placed in schools. The budget that is allocated to place SROs in schools should be placed on working to strengthening the schools in place, the staff in the schools, to provide more resources for the youth towards academics and their families. They are not bad nor becoming more risky. They are being forced to survive conditions that no adult in this room would be able to stand. I work with these kids every day. I was one of them. What worked for me was care. They need care, not cops. They need love, not law enforcement. You want them to behave differently, so engage with them differently. They are smart and talented in so many ways. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions, comments? No, appreciate that. And just a reminder to folks coming up to testify, I know we've given a little bit of latitude to folks when coming up and providing comments, but we want to make sure that we try to stick to the merits of the bill before us and the goal in which we're looking to achieve by passing some of this legislation. Next up, we have Lucas Pimentel. Good to see you again, sir.
Thank you, distinguished chairs Curry and McCrory. My name is Lucas Pimentel. I'm the CEO of Latinos for Educational Advocacy and Diversity. We have been working diligently for many years to try to get an educational option. And I know that sometimes when you are fighting for a cause that you deeply believe in, things can get tough and people can get vilified, and sometimes we lose our humanity. But speaking from my heart, I've been a teacher for 23 years. I've been a Danbury resident for 40 years. My entire life, I've worked hard to be able to be a teacher in a district where I felt that I didn't have people that looked like me that could be a guide for myself. Me and many of my peers were not able to work in our district. And this is something that happens, you fall through the cracks, and it happens. And this is a lived experience. And from that was when I started volunteering in 2016, 2017 to bring a charter school, not to work there, not to be part of it, not to be the director, just because I knew that we needed another option, a smaller home base, so that young leaders like myself would have a place where they could be nurtured. And then in 2018, it was approved and I was done. Then the delegation from Danbury decided that they were not going to fund the school. And that's where I just take issue with. It's not about whether you agree with charter schools or not. is what kind of process tells a community, here's an RFP, this is all the hoops you have to do, this is all the work you have to do. And when you do an excellent job and you do everything that you're told, you get approved, and then a group decides, well, I ideologically oppose charter schools, so you're never going to open, ever. And that's the point that hurts. There's not a compromise. There's not a, if this happens, I'll approve it. If you guys do this, I'll support it. Is you will never have your school ever for eternity. And that is something that, like you said, we've done the circle from begging to being nice to calling people out to everything we possibly can do, because we don't want to give this up. To us, this is important, and it's not either or. It's not, we have the Career Academy, so you don't need that. We already secured funding before they said that was the hurdle, that there was no funding, and when that was there, the goalpost was moved. There's a school about to be built in downtown Danbury for 770 students. Why can't we coexist? Why does it have to be an either or between charter schools? I think this law needs to be grandfathered, so the two schools that were left in limbo can be grandfathered in. I think leaders in the state need to help us have a compromise with delegation. Danbury needs more funds. I want to be in the fight to fight for more funds for Danbury. Our ALL population is exploding and we can't handle it. We're severely underfunded at all levels, in the city, in the state. I want to work with the Danbury delegation as partners to ensure that all of Danbury students have a fair share. But I think we also have the right for this choice, and we shouldn't be stamped out. So I'm literally here begging again as we go around in this circle. And thank you for all of your work, and thank you for some of the champions that have been a voice for us when we started as a small group.
Perfect timing. Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony. We are going to Julie Clark. I believe you're online now, Julie. No? All right. We'll go to Hamish McPhail.
Good afternoon,
Sorry,
members.
hold on, Hamish. I think we just got Julie back.
Go for it if she's ready.
Yeah. Julie, I see your yellow border come up. Some noise must be being made. All right. We'll come back. Hamish, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you for all the work and for this perfect timing. My kids are homesick today, and somehow you made it so that I could do this during their nap time. So I really appreciate that. My name is Hamish McPhail, and I'm the Policy and Research Director for CONCAN, a statewide education advocacy organization focused on equitable solutions for kids. Today, I'm here to speak in opposition to HB 6757 and in support generally of SB 1096. For HB 6757, first, I'd like to ground my comments in student academic, social, emotional, artistic, and athletic growth. Research shows that the #1 in-school factor for student growth is a high-quality teacher. And a major contributor to teacher success is professional growth development through evaluation, collaborative learning, and rigorous professional development. Simply put, we need students to have teachers who are at their best year over year, and systems in place to help ensure that's happening across the state. We'd like to thank the State Department of Education for embarking on this work, and we align our sentiments with their well-considered process, oversight, and guidance developed by the working group that has been in operation for over 20 months now. At a minimum, Connecticut must maintain its current statutes on teacher evaluation to serve as a backstop, but leaving that system as status quo is a missed opportunity. And we're missing a prime opportunity to increase the quality and power of teacher evaluations as a tool to support educators to improve their craft and districts to offer rigorous aligned professional development. So how can we leverage this opportunity to improve and strengthen our teacher evaluation system? Here's how I believe and how CONCAN believes we should do it. First, we should ensure that the term academic is front and center in statute. Unfortunately, HB 6757 does strip away the term academic in academic student growth. We think this is a disservice because it is central to goal setting for educators. And instead, we recommend that we should add terms along with academic, including social emotional, including artistic and athletic, whatever it might be, to help inform those goal setting for student growth. Next, I believe that we should increase the number of formal observations for teachers early in their career, 3 years or less. And here's why. A teacher early in their career are more often likely to leave the profession And that could happen for a number of reasons, including the support they receive and mentorships they receive early in their career. For me, as a former teacher, I actually benefited a lot from consistent formal observations that helped me know what to do more of, do less of, and how I should align my goals with student growth and student-centered approach. Next, I believe we should.
For me.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So, yeah, no problem. So in conclusion, I think that there are clear limitations with the teacher evaluation system as is. And I think that there's a belief that we need to make a change because it's currently not working. I think we should strengthen the system through meaningful adjustment, oversight, and capacity. And that way we can support teachers to grow, develop, and learn from their craft. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we definitely appreciate the conversations and the suggestions. And I know the working group, as well as Representative Leeper, who has acted on point on this for us, have been speaking, and we'll continue that conversation over the coming weeks. But yes, agreed that this is a moment where we need to do something different, because what we have is truly not working when 95% of our teachers are proficient, but we're not sure we see that equivalent growth with our students. So we appreciate that. Representative Leeper.
Hamish, thanks for your testimony today. And I just want to recognize that your comment about the inclusion of academic progress is well received. And I don't want to speak for the working group who put forward a lot of these recommendations, but my hunch is that the current teacher evaluation is not directly correlated to individual student academic performance on, say, the Smarter Balance assessment, nor do I think we want it to be strictly correlated in that way. But I think delineating exactly the sort of academic and whole child goals that we do expect our teachers to make progress and growth on is really great feedback. And I think probably a lot of that currently exists within the administrative regulations. And we want to make sure that we're crafting statutory language that will enable those level of detail in the administrative regs going forward. So thank you for flagging this for us.
Oh, of course. And I just wanted to add one piece of that, because I appreciate the back and forth in this. I think one thing to think about is currently, I think that academic student growth is almost half of the evaluation systems. I think it's 45% of what goes into it. And I think that it's difficult, frankly, for folks who teach, music or PE or other courses that aren't aligned completely with literacy and math, to find that quote academic growth. And I think that's why I think broadening it, but keeping it included is important, because we know that schools and the indicators of which schools are assessed by in the accountability system is not just literacy, and it's not just math, but it's also access to arts, access to PE or PE participation, things like that. So I just want to say, totally agree with you. Thank you so much for making that point, and happy to continue talking.
Thank you. All right, appreciate your testimony today. Next up, we have Allison Carrasco.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. The testimony is for our co-chair, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members, Representatives McCarthy and Representative Berthel, and of course, distinguished members of the Education Committee. And I'm here to testify in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers, because I do believe all students deserve to feel safe, secure, and supported in their places of learning. And in my testimony, I did attach data that was passed on from the Connecticut Black and Brown Student Union. Thank you for that. From what the Connecticut Voices for Children have gathered, stating how there's no evidence that school resource officers, SROs, actually make students or staff safer, but schools with SROs have more arrests and more expulsions than their peer institutions without SROs. And I'm a supporter of, instead of funding SROs, having that money build an educational system that centers students' social, emotional well-being through care, resources, learning, and restoration. I know I would have benefited from that. I, as an immigrant, came to the US in 1998 and have had my kindergarten up to college education here in Connecticut. And given my experience with lots of surveillance, having police officers in my school, I don't want current and future students to have to settle for what our experience was, my classmates and I, 20 years ago. So I was an undocumented middle schooler when I experienced getting arrested. Thankfully, the charges for breach of peace were dropped when I was in middle school. And I want to share a little bit of that story because I think it touches upon the racial inequity and anti-Blackness in our states and specifically in our school system, and how it affects students, not just while they're in middle and high school, but also how it affects us moving forward. So when I had gotten into this middle school fight, my classmate who I got into this conflict with was Black, and without any evidence that she started the fight, she was blamed for starting it, and the court had asked her to write me an apology letter, and I wasn't asked to do that for her. And this might sound like an isolated incident, but being a non-Black student in Connecticut has shown me that institutional racism is in full effect, treating Black and brown students as disposable. And that is why relying on SROs to solve conflicts causes more harm than actual support for students, because it does not actually dissect the issues that students are experiencing, like some of our community members spoke, while being displaced, experiencing unstable housing, poverty, things like that.
Allison, if I could just ask you to quickly summarize for me.
Ooh, okay, yes. I just want to shout out all the youth organizers, all of the activists who are fighting to support young people, because like many, I do believe in their ability to create a safe future. And I invite the committee members, our legislator, to support SB 1095 and vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
No problem.
All right. Next up, we have David Weintraub. And before David begins, I would just respectfully ask members that if we're going to have longer conversations than a quick comment, that they please take them outside of the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarthy, and members of the Education Committee. My name is David Weintraub. I'm an educator at Elm City Montessori School and community organizer from New Haven. I'm also the co-chair for the Ward 14 Democratic Town Committee, a proud member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers. I'm here representing Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for the better future for Connecticut, bringing together more than 60 community, faith, and labor organizations. I come today to testify briefly to share my support and opposition for several bills. As a certified bilingual teacher, I urge you to support HB 6763. This bill will empower educators to teach beyond the test and create assessments that are appropriate for our students. When I taught Spanish-speaking newcomers at the Fairhaven School, I was only able to understand my students' skills because I was able to utilize a variety of assessments. So many of our students have so many talents that must be measured creatively. Whatever that we can do to move away from high-stakes testing is good for all students and good for all educators. As a charter school educator, I urge you to oppose SB 1096, which would take away our democratic oversight from the approval and funding of new charter schools. I've worked for 2 charters in my career, and I believe in the importance of accountability, oversight, and responsibility. I ask you please to keep what we have, which gives the public and our elected legislators a voice. I have zero interest and actually deep concern for any bill that would fast track the creation of new charter schools. Please make choices that help us to carefully and thoughtfully grow schools with community and not to community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Appreciate your testimony. Next up, we have Maria Matos.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Representative McCarthy, Senator Berthel, Vice Chair Lepper, Vice Chair Winfield, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Maria Matos, and I'm the Executive Director for LEAD, Latinos for Educational Advocacy and Diversity. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my testimony in strong support of the Senate Bill 1096, an act concerning the charter school approval process. In 2018, the Connecticut State Board of Education issued initial certificates of approval for charter schools in Norwalk and in Danbury. But the current charter school law states that the legislator may appropriate funds to Connecticut State Department of Education to provide operating grants to charter schools. The way the law was modified in 2015 created a new dual process for charter school approval. The 2 charter schools that were given the initial certificate of approval are now stuck in political limbo without the funds to open their schools. The legislator has failed to appropriate the funds necessary to open these 2 schools. The communities that worked so diligently to gain the initial certificates of approval are now engaged in a bitter political fight with some of our local legislators to open their school. This fight has become particularly bitter in Danbury, where mostly Black and Brown communities felt ignored and who desperately need an educational option. One of my questions to you today is, shouldn't the State Board of Education be the expert to approve schools? And if we trust those experts, why isn't the funding for a charter school available after the SB approved those charter schools? That's the question. After 6 years of a struggle, the call to fix this broken dual system grows louder and louder by the day. This was demonstrated when last week, more than 200 parents, some of them traveling by buses, testified in support of the opening of the charter school.
Maria, could I ask you to please summarize?
Sure. Okay, my other question is, what other charter school have to wait this long to open? Why are we different? We want the same programs that are succeeding in other larger cities. To allow the entire community and approved schools to be blocked indefinitely by local politicians is a horrible way to manage the education needed in our state. I strongly support SB 1096 and hope that the committee and the community lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill, and that the situation created by the change of this law in 2015, leaving the Norwalk and the Danbury approved charter school in limbo, will be grandfathered into this bill. The state of Connecticut needs to reevaluate how it approves, funds, and manages our
Maria, I
public
need you to
schools.
summarize, please.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank you for clarifying that the charter school are public schools. I want to thank you personally. Thank you, Representative Corey.
You're welcome. All right, seeing no questions, next up we have Andriana Milner. And I would just ask folks who are going to come up and testify with respect to Senate Bill 1096 that we stick to the merits of the bill and that we don't need to rehash and relive the entire Danbury matter. I understand it can be used as a point of reference, but I don't think we need to go in depth on the happenings going on there. Andriana, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am well. Go for it.
So, hello, committee. My name is Andriana Milner, and I am a resident of Bloomfield, Connecticut. And I am here to testify in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. Simply because our students deserve a school system that is centered around their social and emotional well-being. They deserve a learning environment that provides restorative justice practices instead of being police due to their outlashed behavior. I air quote outlash because we tend to forget the circumstances these students are in. We forget where they're coming from, where they get to school. Many of these students have also lacked social interaction for the last year and a half and been on their phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Now that we're back to normal with in-person classes, they come to school to face their bathrooms being locked, hall passes being restricted, and for many, as you heard, police officers escorted them from classes. Sounds like the school to prison pipeline to me. Whether unconsciously or consciously, this pipeline is alive and well in our Black and Brown communities. And today, you'll continue to hear stories from youth who will show you a glance of their firsthand experience. I stand before you as a former student, a youth development specialist, and now an organizer in training to tell you that they need a system that will think about their well-being. In a case study by Hearing Youth Voices, students said that when students act out, they are punished instead of someone taking the time to get to know them and dig deeper into what may be going on. They recommended that schools shift resources away from security guards to mental health and restorative staff. We are demanding non-security responses to nonviolent disruptions, which is actually what our students need. Let's emphasize the resource in school resource officers because we haven't. Instead, we have emphasized, well, the system has emphasized the officer in all of it. Our Black and Brown students, our students of disabilities, don't need another officer. They need school staff who are trained in restorative justice, who care about them, who hear about them, who see them, and who understand them. Mediation versus detainment, care, not constant policing. They are demanding, they are crying out for better. So let's provide that. So I strongly support SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers, and I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. Together, we can build an educational system that centers around students' social emotional well-being through care, resources, learning, and restoring. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, cool.
We will move on to Jonathan Soto. I just want to say for the last speaker, it's always nice to hear what students need from those who were students a whole lot sooner than I was. I don't know if sooner is the right word. I've been out of school for so many years. So, but we appreciate you.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Jonathan Soto. I am here on behalf of the Dominican American Coalition of Connecticut and Latinos for Educational Advocacy and Diversity. Today, I'm here to express my support for SB 1096. I can assure you that this bill is a step in the right direction for education in our state. The bill seeks to streamline the authorization process and eliminates the unnecessary, excessive, and rigorous and unfair process that is currently in place. In addition, the bill establishes a non-lapsing account for the initial funding of a charter school and provides a fair and appropriate timetable for the dispensation of funds after the granting and of charter. While I support the bill, I must make two recommendations. First, the bill should go into effective July 1st, 2023 to ensure the schools that have been granted initial certification and those currently in the approval process receive the full benefits of the legislation. Second, schools in 2022 RFP process should be included in this section to ensure that they are not left behind. I strongly recommend eliminating charters caps which prevent charters growth in the state and limit options for students and families. Eliminating the caps would allow for quality charter schools to open in the state and provide more options for families who are in desperate need of them. In conclusion, I support SB 1096 and I urge you to do the same. We need to make the approval process for our public charter schools that is fair and allow this beautiful and wonderful school to serve the families who need them and want them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Next up, I believe Julie Clark has a new phone she's in from. Just need you to unmute.
Hi, okay. First of all, I want to thank you. I've had technical difficulties, so thanks. Distinguished members of the Education Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify regarding the proposed legislation HB 6759. My name is Julie Clark, and I live in Clinton and own and operate a child care center in Woodbury, Connecticut. And I began serving children and families in 1987 when I began a business in my living room as a single mother with 2 small children. Today, I serve approximately 200 families in Woodbury and surrounding towns. I depend completely on private funding, private tuition. I have 34 employees, which include teachers, administrators, and specialists in music, art, and nature studies. I'd like to tell you about these people. More than half of them have worked for me for over 10 years. They are professional, they are knowledgeable regarding child development and best practices. They are kind and generous, and many of them do not make a living wage. I fully support the proposal that will raise their salaries to those outlined in the draft compensation scale. But I must warn you that if this legislation is passed without supporting funds from the government, I will shut my doors, and so will most of the early childhood education centers and homes in Connecticut. As of today, the families that send their children to my center pay approximately $1,000 per month for full-time attendance, Monday through Friday, 8 to 10 hours a day. Those with more than one child double that cost each month. Parents are paying what is tantamount to college tuition simply to be able to go to work. Many are choosing to stay home instead, which greatly affects Connecticut's economy. Teachers' salaries make up 90% of my budget, and I still cannot afford to pay them what they deserve. Please remember that other costs have gone up dramatically. Imagine the cost for toilet paper for 200 children. Need I say more? If this bill is passed without support from the governor and legislatures, in order to remain open, I will be forced to raise my rates. Parents would have to pay an additional $3,000 a year. The additional cost would make it unaffordable for almost all of my families. Please know that I support this bill. My employees deserve the respect and the compensation they've been denied for so many years. But without the support of the governor and you, the legislators, this is a recipe for disaster. I do also want to say that I agree that this is a federal problem, but waiting for Congress to pass legislation is like seeing a bleeding person on the street and waiting for an EMT to arrive while the person bleeds to death. Please do the right thing for the families and the early educators in our state and pass this bill with the additional funding that it requires. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thanks, Julie. Any questions? All right, seeing none, we're moving on to Dylan Singh.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Dylan Singh. I live in West Haven and owner of Occupational Fund Daycare and a proud member of Circle. I am testifying in support of HB 6759, an act concerning early childhood. I want to thank you for recognizing in Section 1 of this bill that compensation for early education is the issue facing the early care and education sector. Implementing the OECD compensation scale will finally pay early educator wages comparable to public school staff and the same degree. I have done the work that is required. I have a degree in occupational therapy. I am a senior working on my bachelor's in child studies. I'm taking professional development classes and meeting on a weekly basis via Zoom with Circle providers doing a self-study for accreditation. What is missing from the bill, however, is how it will be paid for. I urge you to support increasing payments to the state-funded early care programs and the creation of a wage equity fund similar to what was created in Washington, D.C. to increase wages for early educators without adding the child care cost burden that families are already facing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony. Next up, Tom Spur. Good to see you, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Curry and members of the Education Committee. My name is Thomas Burr. I'm the Public Policy and Affiliate Relations Manager of the Connecticut chapter of NAMI, also known as NAMI Connecticut. I'm here and submitting testimony in regards to SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. NAMI is an organization is dedicated to building better lives for those with lived experience with mental health conditions and their families. NAMI Connecticut and its 9 local affiliates provide support groups and education classes for people with mental health conditions, as well as their loved ones, and advocates for policies to improve the lives of people affected by mental health conditions. As the country's largest grassroots mental health organization, we know that diverting people from involvement in the criminal justice system can be life-changing, and it should never be a crime to be sick. We also know that the current criminal justice system here in Connecticut exacerbates mental health conditions and is not a place where anyone with an underlying mental health condition ever should be sent for treatment, especially children. We have heard recent statistics that indicate large numbers of children here in Connecticut are being arrested in certain schools here. This is clearly a red flag that required positive interventions by trained social workers, classroom paraprofessionals, psychologists and therapists are not being provided adequately in the school systems here in Connecticut. Again, children who exhibit behavioral issues are typically, in most cases, dealing with an inadequately treated underlying mental health condition, unresolved trauma, unresolved issues, poverty, or some combination of all of the above. Arresting these children simply adds fuel to the fire and does not resolve the underlying causes of the behavioral issues. And although it is beyond the scope of this bill, we hope that members of this committee support investments in local school systems so that they hire a meaningful and adequate school or staff of social workers, school psychologists, therapists, and paraprofessionals. We therefore echo the main points that we hear later today from the folks at the Special Education Equity for Kids Connecticut organization, otherwise known as SEEK. School resource officers that are well-trained and welcomed and valued members of their community should be key. Whenever an SRO becomes involved, and a school-based mental health professional also needs to be present. A memorandum of understanding between the school superintendent and the local police department should be publicly accessible and document that spells out the specific role of the SRO. You have my written testimony, so just again, to sum up here, we support SB 1095, and we also support HB 6758, an act concerning staffing for certain roles at the Department of Education. And thank you for your time and attention today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, thanks
Hello.
for coming. Pardon my ignorance because I'm not familiar with your group. Do you hire social workers or do you train them or you just represent them?
We actually are an organization that does three things. We're not clinical at all. We do support in the form of support groups, we do education classes, and we do public policy. We're not clinical.
Okay. Do you, I sit on public health also, and I hear all the time that we cannot get enough social workers, mental health workers. It's a huge problem. And as I
Indeed.
sit here and listen to the need for it, how, if we don't have them now, how do we get more to come into some of these schools?
Well, I know last year, one of the three big children's mental health bills had workforce funding in it. And I think there is some more initiatives this year, but that's a big part of it, that and just, salaries, having the right compensation will attract people. It's a nationwide problem. I won't kid you. It's not a simple problem to fix. I get that.
That's true.
But
a big
it's
problem.
really the human cost when this isn't being provided is incalculable.
I'm not arguing that point. I know there's a need in so many areas, and the problem is there's not enough people to do it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Huntington Hughes.
Thank you. My question has to do with the, obviously, like there is something going on here where there is a need for more people in the mental health arena to assist with some of the things that are going on in the schools. But when we're looking at the SRO officers, I mean, do you have any statistics on how many times this is occurring, as far as the reprimands and arrests and things that are really a mental health issue and not something that is physical or something in need of a more of a policing?
I don't have any firm statistics, but I know from my reading, I've been in this world for 20 years. I can tell you that evil exists in the world. I won't kid you. And there is a need for police to take care of that. But in a school system, I would say the vast majority is because of unresolved issues, trauma, and mental health. It's not because they're just a bunch of bad kids raising hell in the schools. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's the exception much rather than the rule.
Also, just to follow up on, do you think that perhaps in any of these instances that an SRO officer could be duly qualified, that they would have a degree in the mental health field as well as what they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, that would be certainly a good thing, certainly CIT trained, because they absolutely in the crisis intervention team training provided by CABLE, the Connecticut Alliance to Benefit Law Enforcement. That's a big thrust of that whole training, is just to how to identify someone who might be in an underlying mental health crisis. How do you de-escalate the situation and resolve it peacefully as opposed to physical force and arrest?
And truly, it is trying to get these children that are in crisis the need that they so, the help that they need.
Right. No, exactly.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Burke, for your testimony today. Good to see
Thank you, Representative Curry.
Next up, Kelsey Kamen.
Okay.
Kelsey, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you for having me. Good morning. My name is Dr. Kelsey Kamen, and I am a pediatrician and community allergist here in Connecticut. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to advocate for availability and use of stock epinephrine in childcare centers for trained individuals in emergency situations. I have a unique perspective related to this topic. In 2021, I was fortunate enough to be awarded a grant by the American College of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology. My grant, titled Learning Educators' Anaphylaxis Response Needs, has worked over the last 2 years to partner with Head Start centers in Connecticut to ensure equitable allergy care for all of our children. During this time, I learned that in Connecticut, according to Public Act 1919, distinct entities are allowed to carry stock epinephrine for use in emergency situations. Unfortunately, some of our most vulnerable population, specifically children in Head Start centers, potentially those who may need it the most, have been deemed the exception to the law. This is tragic because early epinephrine use has been shown to save lives. Nationally, studies have shown us that over 15% of children with food allergies will have a reaction in schools, and 64% of the time this occurs in daycares or preschools. While children with diagnosed food allergies are required to maintain a treatment plan, many children may not yet know that they are allergic to specific foods, or even stinging insects such as bees. Stock epinephrine availability is crucial in saving these children's lives. Our grant found that among Head Start classrooms, there's over 1 known food allergic children per child, per classroom. Only 23% of our classrooms actually have signage showing that food allergies are present. Only 21% of children actually keep their epinephrine autoinjectors at school. And one of our centers recently had a child with no known food allergies experience anaphylaxis. The providers felt unequipped in caring for this child and turned to me with their questions surrounding the need for stock epinephrine. Epinephrine autoinjectors have been shown to be incredibly safe and should be permitted in centers in conjunction with the expectation that stock epinephrine would require a licensed practitioner to prescribe and to ensure that child care centers undergo stock epinephrine training. Although deaths from food allergy are rare, any childhood death that could have been prevented is a tragedy. It's crucial that we protect our children and empower our child care centers to do so as well. Our national allergy organizations, our local allergy organizations, our Connecticut allergists all recommend stock epinephrine be available for our child care centers. Our child care providers and our families are asking that we step up to protect their children. I implore you to consider the vulnerable lives that you may save by allowing for stock epinephrine to be available among our child care centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kamen. We appreciate your testimony. And for those wondering where this is located, this is within House Bill 6759, an act concerning early childhood. Seeing no questions, again, thank you very much for your time. Next up, we have Claudia Phillips.
Yes, hello, esteemed members of the Education Committee. I speak before you today in support of Senate Bill 1096. As a democratic society, we strive to make decisions based on equity and fairness. There is no equity and fairness based on the current law for opening a public charter school in Connecticut. The process currently in place is set up for our public charter schools to fail in their attempt to open high-quality options in communities that desperately need them and want them. Proponents of new charters in Connecticut who want to bring innovative educational models to our state are subject to navigating a highly stringent process to be considered for approval from our State Department of Education. The state of Connecticut sets a high bar and I support ensuring schools do right for the kids they want to serve. But we have made this process a political one and pulled focus from educational goals. And once a school meets the state's rigorous criteria, those approved are then held in limbo by not receiving the funding parallel to the approval. This gives way to entire communities made up of majority Black and Latino children in underserved communities to be held and at the will of political ideology. I fail to see the fairness and equity in that. I recently heard folks testify related to charter school supporters being naive and easily manipulated. I assure you, I am neither. To set the record straight, naive are those who do not get their facts from reliable sources. I suggest those folks get their facts from the State Department of Education website, not from those bent on spreading propaganda based on lies as they try desperately to protect the status quo, dressing it up as an attack on a public good being in danger. Education is a public good, yes. So why does it matter where we want to send our children to if all we want is choice? Our kids are in danger. Their livelihood is in danger, and we will be part of their detriment if we allow ourselves to be divided while our kids are falling through the cracks. I am here today standing up for our children and for all the wonderful educators and parents who are seeking better for their children. Why should their dreams be deferred? Isn't it the responsibility of this body to enact laws that reflect the will of the people? And across the state, we have over 5,000 families on waiting lists and 11,000 students attending existing public charter schools. It is a right to choose. It is a right of a parent to choose a different school type for their children. During a hearing last week, non-English speakers who support charters were treated unfairly on more than one occasion while testifying, made to feel as they were less than for not speaking English and supporting school choice. This is not acceptable. This is setting us back in our fight for civil rights and freedom of speech, folks. In closing, I support Senate Bill 1096 because this bill will ensure the approval process for public charter schools is fair by eliminating the two-step process. Additionally, by establishing a non-lapsing account in the general fund.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Yes, I support Bill 1096. I thank you. And please, let's eliminate this broken system, this two-step process system in the approval of charters. Thank you. Let's continue the good work. And I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony today. Next up, we have Jade Thomas.
Representative Curry.
Yes.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry. Representative Sanchez, your hand is up.
No, I just wanted to ask her real quick. She mentioned something about people testifying in Spanish and they were laughed at. Was she talking about this committee or is she talking about another committee?
I think she was referencing the elementary and secondary education subcommittee public hearing and appropriations last week.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony.
Jade Thomas.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Ranking Members Berthel and McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I'm the Connecticut Policy Associate at All Our Kin, a nonprofit that trains and supports home-based childcare providers here in Connecticut. Home-based childcare programs, also known as family childcare, are an integral part of the state's early childhood infrastructure. We know that high-quality early learning environments provide children with the foundation they need to succeed, while also benefiting the economy. Research from professor and American economist James Heckman found that for every dollar invested in high-quality early care and education, society gains $7 to $12 in economic returns over the long term. Parents also benefit from a robust early childhood industry. However, startling research from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce found that almost 60% of parents cited lack of childcare as the impetus for them leaving the workforce. Despite the importance of high-quality early care and education, it remains one of the most poorly compensated professions in the United States. On average, center-based teachers earn $14 an hour, and family childcare educators $8.50, often without benefits. Poor compensation is creating an unprecedented exodus from the childcare workforce and reducing families' access to childcare. Given the severity of this problem, ALR can thank you for addressing compensation for early educators in Section 1 of HB 6759. However, the bill must explicitly include family childcare providers. The legislation that mandated the Office of Early Childhood to develop a compensation scale was inequitable in calling for proposed compensation levels only for school readiness and CDCs. HB 6759 must also include a funding mechanism to address wages. Without funding to support increased wages, educators will have to pass the cost of paying higher compensation onto parents. We can work together to create a different reality, but it's going to take transformative state investment. We cannot wait for federal funding to address Connecticut's childcare crisis. Advocates traveled to the nation's capital this week to speak with members of Congress about increases in early childhood funding. Our congressional delegation was unequivocal that it is not going to occur over the next 2 years. Educators cannot wait. Therefore, we ask you to support increased funding for Connecticut state-funded programs and the creation of a wage equity fund, similar to what was created in Washington State and New Mexico to increase wages for early educators without adding to families' childcare costs. As we begin to rebuild Connecticut's economy, we cannot forget the early childhood professionals helping our workforce to work. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Next up, we have Perla Cardoso.
Hi. I have a question. Can I testify for two bills, or can I just do it for one? I just wanted to put a
You
comment.
can speak for what on
All right.
any
just
bills
thank
you want for those 3 minutes.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'll start with the first one. Okay, co-chair Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, ranking members, Representative McCarty and Representative Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Perla Vanessa Cardoso. I am a parent to a 1-year-old toddler, a daughter to Mexican immigrants from Puebla, Mexico, a resident from New Britain, and an organizer with Connecticut Students for a Dream, a youth-led organization that fights for the rights of undocumented youth and their families. I'm here to testify in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. I graduated from New Britain Public Schools back in 2012. New Britain is the second to last lowest funded district in Connecticut. Correct me if I'm wrong. Even though we're second to last, we had a whole new cop car, right, parked right in front of our school with our colors of our school, which are maroon and gold, parked right in front. On top of that, we also have a holding cell where they put students who are under the age of 18 when they would get in a fight or in similar situations. Throughout my career as an organizer, students in New Britain are in desperate need of more resources and activities in the city. Here are some things that I've seen throughout my career, right? As an organizer in New Britain High School, right? So again, C4D, we share resources because we did pass institutional aid, right? So currently, Ukrainian students and Arabic speaking students are arriving and there aren't enough translators. Students I've met have to take it upon themselves to translate for their classmates, which set them behind on their own schoolwork. There are currently 4 social workers in the high school with a population of 2,000 students. One out of those 4 social workers speak Spanish when the population of the high school is majority Hispanic and Latinx. Immigrant students can't live a regular life, right? This past year, I've been meeting students who are new arrivals. They're worried that police in the schools will detain them and which would affect them in their process of adjusting their status here in the US. Think of all the money that would benefit reallocating those funds from SROs for more counselors and more social workers. A few weeks ago, I was walking around the school, connecting with teachers to spread the word about the resources we offer. Throughout those 10 minutes of me walking around, there were 4 different fights being plotted by 4 different groups of friends, right? I had to stop an argument, which was about to be a fight. Look at me, I'm super little, I look 12, right? Like I was scared. Like, what am I supposed to do? Right? There was no officer, and we were right. I was like a few steps away from where the police office is. Like, what? I don't think that's my job to be doing that.
I just
right?
need you to summarize for me.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yes, but just seriously, we need more resources in New Britain. Oh man, it's really sad. It's really sad. But yes, just please support 1095. New Britain really needs your help. Like, it's sad. Like, I'm heartbroken. Right. Okay. And now going on to, I don't really know much about this bill, but early childhood,
I'm gonna
right?
give you 15 seconds.
Okay, just real quick, 6760, just increasing wages. I'm a new mom. I was going to school for early childhood development. I had to stop going because I found out how much they get paid. How am I supposed to make a living with that? I worked at Parks and Rec in New Britain. Like, I enjoy being around kids. Like, oh man, like I would rather deal with kids than with adults. Like, please raise the wages, please. I want to be a teacher, and it's sad that it's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's a question from Representative Sanchez.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Perla, how are you?
Nervous. How are you?
Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. So Perla, you talked about the resource officers, right? I know for a fact that I've seen a New Britain police car parked outside of New Britain High School with the hurricane colors. But you also have security inside the school, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and how many of those are in there? I've heard as much as 10.
Yes, about 10. Yes.
Okay, but those are not police officers. The ones outside are police officers, but the ones inside are paid by the school district.
I mean, I've seen police officers inside. I saw a parent arguing with a police officer. Yeah, it got pretty out of hand. The mom was really upset that the police had arrested or did something with their kid, and I was like, whoa. So yeah, they are inside the schools as well.
Okay, now I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification, but you know, we do need more resources, and we do need more social workers and counselors in our schools. That we know, and particularly we need them to speak the language of the kids that attend that school. And we have a large Hispanic, Polish, and Arabic population in the school, so we definitely need people that can speak that language. So thank you for your testimony today.
In Ukrainian, there's a lot. There's no one that can translate. I think there's only like one staff member out of everyone in the school that can translate for Ukrainian students who are arriving.
You're right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you coming in for and testifying. I just want to make a note. I did 2 years teaching at New Britain as a building sub, and then long-term art in my retirement from teaching college. There's a security staff in the school, and there's usually at least 2 officers that are assigned to the school during the day. Sometimes there's a third added. From my experience in the time that I was at New Britain High, and I was there last year. So there's usually at least 2 officers. There's a security staff in addition, but there's usually 2 officers at the school. So I just wanted to make that clarification for everyone. Thank you. And thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
And
other questions?
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, I don't believe 45 is online, so 46, Migdalia Rockwell. Oh, excuse me, 46, Jan Peruccio. Sorry about that, Superintendent.
That's okay. Hello, Representative Curry, and I see Ranking Member McCarty there. And I also want to say hello and thank you to Senator McCrory and Berthel and all of you who've been sitting here listening to your constituents and stakeholders all day, as I have been. I really appreciate this opportunity, and I just want to speak very briefly about Senate Bill 1094. You've heard from Fran Rabinowitz, Maureen Brummett, Anna Kataya, a number of my colleagues, Matt Conway, and really I can't add anything more to what they said other than we all know that the key to success for all children is to be able to read in first grade and independently by third. So rather than talking any more about that, I will just say that I really support the idea of having a working group to create curricular exemplars to allow us more time to really examine what's best and to not throw out what does work for some students, and that's not okay. It needs to work for all students, to allow each community to determine what the needs are for their district. So a small working group would allow us to pilot and adopt new programs if necessary, because I'm sure some of us need new programs, train teachers and administrators in the teaching of reading and also the leading of reading programs. Give us time to modify our existing reading programs because we might all be in different places. I know here in Old Saybrook, I have a growing multilingual population. Our teachers are dealing with this in the last 5 to 7 years for really the first time. And so much about what we do is changing and has to change in order to meet those students' needs. And with the time to do that and to work with our partners at the state and other partners, I think we can really move forward without something draconian as programs that really will not support all students in all districts. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. I hope I'm giving you a few minutes of your time back.
We appreciate that, Superintendent. And seeing no questions, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Migdalia Rockwell.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to discuss HB 6759, an act concerning early childhood education. Hi, my name is Migdalia Rockwell. I live in Hamden and I work at a fantastic child care center. I started working in childcare part-time while my husband was the main breadwinner. I love children and this would allow me to gain some extra money for extracurricular activities for my 3 children. When he unfortunately passed away 10 years ago, my part-time job for extra money became my full-time career and primary income. Along the way, I became passionate about child development and decided that I needed to go back to school to get my degree. This way, I could continue to do what I love and what I'm good at, and at the same time, hopefully make enough money to make ends meet. Of course, as you all know, the wages of a childcare provider are not even close to enough. So I also babysat after hours while going to school part-time. Through my journey to educate myself, I got my associate's degree in early childhood education and tried so very hard to continue on for my bachelor's. In the end, I just couldn't afford it, tuition, so I was forced to stop. You cannot receive a student loan unless you go to school full-time, so this was not an option for me. I have been in this field for 16 years. I'm a great infant teacher, and yet I'm still at 55 years old, guys, dedicating my evenings and some weekends to babysit to make ends meet. I'm in this field because I'm so very passionate about early childhood education. The babies in my classroom are away from their families for 40 to 50 hours per week. And as their infant teacher, I'm giving them experiences that will build up 85% of their brain that develops before they turn 3. I am their home away from home. They may not remember me when they grow up, but the love, care, and consistency that I provide them in their parents' absence will have such a positive impact on their future. Teaching them empathy, problem-solving skills, and emotional intelligence. Not to mention being also trained in EpiPen administration. And I strongly support having a policy to be able to administer the EpiPen to a child having an anaphylactic reaction. Whether or not that child has a prescription, we can definitely save that child's life. I know my work is important, but I will be honest, guys, my life is exhausting. I love the center I work in and the amazing colleagues that I get to see every day. However, when I think about how I'm going to be able to plan for retirement and survive while still working in this field, I honestly don't see it happening. It's very daunting.
Migdalia, may I ask you to summarize, please?
Yes, a child's success in school and beyond depends on the experiences they are given and the relationships they form in the first 5 years. The weight of the world is on our shoulders. We are brain architects and we should be paid as much. Thank you so much for your time, guys.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony. Next up, we have Tanisha Eleanor. No, 48. 49, Andrew Feinstein. Good afternoon, sir.
Morning. Good afternoon, sir. And good afternoon, Representative McCarty. Nice to see you there. I regret not being in person. I'm unfortunately stuck in San Francisco. Nevertheless, speaking today on behalf of SEEK, Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut, we have comments on 5 bills. They're in my testimony. My colleague John Flanders is appearing at number 97, and he'll focus on both the bill to create more staff for CSDE to do its job. And on the SRO legislation, Terry Bedard will also be testifying later today. She will testify both on the civics legislation and the literacy bill. I'll focus most of my testimony on 1093, which is the JJPOC recommendations. But let me just give you one sentence on each of the other bills first. So 1094 is the literacy, the reading bill. And you know, I know the request of the superintendents is for a task force and a delay. There are too many districts that are using programs that do not teach children how to read. And that's got to stop right now. I do not want to see a pause in the program of inserting the science of learning, science of reading into schools throughout Connecticut. 1095, we clearly need MOUs for school resource officers. We have a long list in our testimony of things that we think need to be in that legislation. The idea is that we do not need SROs doing school discipline. That's counterproductive. We share the goals of other witnesses to get rid of SROs, but that we know that's
Andrew, can you speak I think a little bit closer to your microphone?
I'm sorry, Mr. Representative. 1095. 6758 provides additional staff for CSDE to do its job. When we get federal funds, we commit ourselves to ensuring that local districts comply with the IDEA. The only enforcement of the IDEA in the state is private actions, is due processes and mediations and state complaints. There is, in order to keep our commitment to the federal government, CSDE needs a unit to audit and enforce special education in districts throughout the state. And we see in the practice of in this area numerous violations. 6760, I come with a couple of hats on. It seems to me what we really need, we obviously need more civics education, but what we really need is something that we've got to recognize that our fundamental goal of public education is to create the citizens of tomorrow. Individuals who are able to work with people who they disagree with, who are able to talk to people they disagree with, who are able to show respect. And that is the sort of curriculum, experience-based, skills-based curriculum that we need. Let me return now to 1093. The JJPOC was tasked with trying to deal with this, with exclusionary discipline.
And as you're going through this, Andrew, I just need you to summarize for me.
Oh, I've run out that much time, sorry.
Yeah.
The recommendations in here are really modest. They do not do what they should do, which is to eliminate the exception from the ban on expulsion for kids in K through 2 for violent and sexual conduct. But this is the best we can do at the moment, and it's worthy of support. And I do note that the proposal also contains the limits on class size, which is vitally important for a whole variety of reasons. And I'm sorry to run over my time, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate, and I meant to note this earlier when we were talking about the civics education and some of the work that you and others have done with the governor's Hate Crimes Advisory Council and how that may work in or tie in well to some of the conversations that we're having around the creation of that civics education piece. So we appreciate your work on that.
Thank you.
And seeing no questions, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going to go back to number 45, Ms. Bazile.
Hi, yes. I am speaking to I support the 1095 bill. I'm speaking because I want to help create a safer environment for the students in their school system. I don't believe that the schools support the kids that are going through, like changes or have problems in their homes, especially kids who deal with depression and stuff, and the school doesn't create a safe enough environment for them to still be able to get through whatever it is that they are dealing with and still be able to succeed academically. I am speaking on behalf of my sister who she had to take some time off because she was very much dealing with a lot of depression, but also she still very much is she is serious about her education, and the school is not really doing anything to help her catch up and be on track with everything. They're just going on as if she had been in the classes when she really was out for like a month. I just feel like the school system doesn't really take mental health as serious as they should. That is all I have to say.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate your testimony. And please let whatever class you stepped out of, your professor know what you're doing so you get some extra credit. Next up, we have number 51. 51 online? Nope. 52. Catherine Meyer, come on up. Always a pleasure to see you. Hit the button. There you go.
Nice to be seen. Okay. Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Representative McCarty, Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Nice to see you all in person. It does make a difference. My name is Catherine Meyer. I've been an education attorney at the Center for Children's Advocacy for about 14 years, mainly in Bridgeport and New Haven. I currently direct our medical legal partnership at the Yale Child Study Center. Over my tenure, I've seen a lot of progress made in our understanding of school discipline, in reducing the numbers and especially understanding the harmfulness of the practice. However, I continue to see young children especially pushed out of school at alarming rates. What do I mean by pushed out? I mean that their parents are called to pick them up frequently. And these pickups, these forced parent pickups are not recorded as school suspensions. And this has only been exacerbated by the staffing shortage, which again is most pronounced in our neediest districts. Without proper staff, we don't have the right people there, the right trained people there to help de-escalate kids in their moment of crisis. And it allows things to get further and further escalated, which is really not good and can really cause some detrimental effects. So 1093 is going to allow us to continue some forward momentum that we have been working on for years. Of course, the past 2 years working with the group that Andrew Feinstein alluded to, the JJPOC Suspension and Expulsion Committee, which unfortunately did not go as far as I would have liked in terms of actually banning school exclusion for young children, and definitely changing the language right now, which currently says in our statute that we can suspend young children for conduct of a violent or sexual nature. There's no way that those terms are developmentally appropriate for young children. I know that this bill is going to at least allow some guidance and some definition. So that's the part that I do support, but I just want to keep hitting this over the head that I think we should not have those words in our statute to describe little children. A few other things I want to point out. While our overall rates of discipline have decreased, the disproportionality that we still see in our rates is unacceptable. We still have 1 out of 10 Black students, 1 out of 14 Latinx students, and 1 out of 34 white students as comparison who are facing exclusionary discipline. We can't continue to, laud ourselves and pat ourselves on the back for reducing exclusionary discipline when we still see this disproportionality. It's unconscionable. A few last remarks. Class size caps could be the game changer, really, in a lot of this. I know it's a big price to ask, but it could be one of the most impactful things that we do in terms of reducing school discipline, especially for our younger students. They need more connection. They need more attention from their educators to regulate their emotions. And that's what we're seeing right now, really dysregulated emotions, especially from our little guys. So I appreciate your consideration and welcome any questions or comments. Thank you.
I do have a quick question. You said that the pickup by parents is not considered, like, what do they consider that then? Is that
Nothing.
being recorded?
I mean, I can tell you, I can show you 10 students right now. And I actually say in my written testimony, I have not had an accurate suspension recorded for a young student. I'm going to say at least 5 years. So you'll see parents, and I have them write it down, who are called to pick up their students 2 times a week, 3 times a week, who are called to sit in the classroom sit next to their student sometimes even. And that is not recorded at all. There's no documentation. So the numbers are not showing what they need to be showing. And I try to tell schools, you know, we're not trying to get you in trouble. We are trying to document the need though. If there's a reason that you feel the need, not that it's okay, but you feel the need to call this parent and you really don't have what you need to serve the students, then we need to know about that. And we need to have the data that shows that.
Class sizes, support staff, everything we know we need, and we just don't do it. Senator McCrory?
Yeah, real quick. Thank you for your advocacy and your work. So you were saying about we still suspend kids for young kids, K-3. Are you suggesting that we should suspend them at all, or should we just change the terminology which we allow them to be suspended?
I guess, I mean, idealistically, I don't want them suspended at all. It's not doing anything useful for anybody. I do know that there are times when they have to be, you know, separated for safety reasons. They need to have what we might call a therapeutic timeout. I think that'd be the most ideal situation, that they can have the time and the space and the staff to de-escalate. It doesn't take a certification to de-escalate a child either, I should mention, right? There are plenty of staff that can do that have a skill with a child to connect with a child. And so I think we have those people available. We don't need to have letters after their name to do that.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for, yes.
Representative McCarty.
Thank you for this privilege. Thank you and welcome. And thank you for all of your great work. I know we've had these discussions ongoing for a long time, and I do think it's incumbent upon us to find out why we still have this great amount of suspension at this early age. And I think we're committed. And does your agency, can you supply us with those numbers?
I mean, anecdotally, I could, you know, do a file review. I mean, I could show you the PPTs that I go to, and I ask for actual documentation. And oftentimes the parents have to provide what they have because it's not even written down that the parent picked the child up. According to statute, if a child is being excluded from school for more than 90 minutes and it's out of school, that is to be considered a suspension by 10233C. And so we need to, you know, we need to write it as it is. I don't think schools are doing this because they want to. I think that they're in desperate situations, but unless we understand the severity of the problem, we really can't address it adequately.
And thank you again for all of your work. I know you've been a strong advocate over the years for social emotional learning and trying to get the restorative practices in place. So I think we need to have an ongoing conversation. I don't want to take up the time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Seeing no other questions, comments, we really appreciate your testimony.
Thanks so much. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Have an easy night. Next up is 53. 53 is not on. 54, Joshua Smith, online. Oh, Joshua, you need to unmute. I'm sorry.
We've been doing this for a couple of years, and I got to say, you guys have done a really good job of a hybrid meeting. Joshua Smith, Superintendent, Region 15 Public Schools. I just wanted to thank the committee members for today. I really appreciate the level of knowledge and the informed questions that you've been asking. I agree with Commissioner Bai's comments this morning about the level of engagement of the committee and the quality of the conversation. Many of my colleagues have already spoken about the belief that superintendents have and that school districts have that all students should experience high quality, effective learning experiences and in research-based approaches. I believe you have also heard about our concerns that a limited prescriptive approach may not be the best use of our resources. Access to high quality preschool, manageable class sizes, teacher training, access to high quality materials, teacher contracts that keep talented teachers in challenging places and reduce turnover, encouraging young people to become educators, and even the physical spaces to allow for smaller class sizes. They can't be seen as isolated issues, but as a set of collective circumstances that foster student success. Most of these are conditions created through local context and the ability to create consistent funding cycles over time. I've talked about this a few times in regional groups. In 1971, there were 180,000 teachers graduating from pre-service teacher programs in this country to serve 9 million students. In 2016, there were 80,000 teachers graduating and 20 million students. For decades, we've been asking teachers to do more with less. and the mandating of any specific program will not compensate for the national erosion of resources. I'd say that the State Department now has 91 accounts of districts who believe they have a compelling story on their approach to reading comprehension and acquisition. Our story took 116 pages to tell and to annotate the science behind our data-driven, flexible approach to understanding our students and empowering our teachers to meet the different needs of each student so they can read at or above grade level. Instead of implementing a deficit approach that assumes a one-size-fits-all, I would encourage us and our state to look through those 91 applications and find successful practices and how we replicate them to create environments of success. If we look back to the early 2000s and the Reading First, the professional development and teacher supports that were put in place through that federal money mostly went away when the grant funding ended. And while the initiative is mostly seen as a failure, what we did learn through that time was that student success didn't come from mandated programs. I really appreciate the passion that you have and the anger about the differences in our state. And I want to be partners in the process of closing those gaps and not put our resources around false promises that haven't worked in the past. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Superintendent. Next up, we have, it doesn't look like 55 is online. 56, Cora Megan.
Hi, and thank you, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Ranking Members Berthel and McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify on HB 6759, an act concerning early childhood. My name's Cora Megan. I am from Hamden, Connecticut, and I'm deeply invested in the issues you're hearing today. As a former teacher and center director, a middle-class parent who's struggling to afford childcare, and a faculty member in the early childhood specializations at UConn Stanford. I entered the field of early childhood education in 2010. I had just graduated with a bachelor's degree from the UConn Early Childhood Program and got a job as a toddler teacher. I was making $14 an hour, but had to work a double shift at Longhorn Steakhouse on Saturdays and Sundays in order to pay my rent and my student loans. I worked 60 hours a week for 8 months until I completely burnt out. I quit my serving job and racked up about $5,000 in credit card debt by the end of my first year of teaching. I remember calling Sally Mae crying, asking how it was possible that my student loan payment had gone up after making so many monthly payments. Fortunately, I worked for a school that saw my potential and was quickly promoted to a mentor teacher and eventually to a director, where I stayed for 6 years. This is where I became privy to the other side of childcare, the budget. Despite charging parents more than $2,000 per month for tuition, we were barely making ends meet. How was this possible? Our program paid better than most, but teachers were still working long hours for low wages year-round. Every time I sat down for an employee review, it was gut-wrenching. I was in awe of the love, dedication, and creativity they poured into their work, yet was never able to compensate them fairly. Now, as a faculty member at UConn, I'm responsible for recruiting students to the early childhood program and then training them to be educators in the field. But it feels like I'm faced with an ethical dilemma every day. How can I, in good faith, recruit students to this program when I know they might be in the situation that I was, working multiple jobs, calling their loan companies in tears, begging their boss for a raise? Students are aware of the struggle and they're not interested in joining our industry. One of my classes only had 3 students in it last semester. I fear every day that this vocation that I care so deeply about is on the verge of extinction. Early childhood educators need to be paid what they deserve. We know that the economy and the future of our children depend on it. But what's missing from this bill is the way in which this will be paid. The wage increase simply cannot fall on the backs of working families. Childcare is so unaffordable that my partner and I have been putting the purchase of a home and the expansion of our family on hold because we can't afford the $53,000. Yes, $53,000 it would cost us each year to have 2 children in childcare in our current very high quality program. I urge you to support increased funding for the state-funded early care programs and the creation of a wage equity fund similar to what was created in Washington, D.C. to increase wages for early educators without adding to the childcare cost burden that families already face. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and enjoy your evening. Next up, we have Tracy Madden-Hennessy.
Good evening, Representative Corey, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Tracy Madden Hennessy. I'm the Executive Director of the YWCA New Britain and one of our city's largest school readiness providers. I'm here to talk about the shortage of funding to the early childhood industry and how Bill 6759 exacerbates this problem. And it really breaks my heart that I must do this. But the school readiness funding increase proposed in the governor's budget is simply not enough to move staff with a bachelor's degree who make $41,600 annually at the YWCA to $56,241 annually proposed. This is a $14,000 increase. Our classrooms, when fully staffed, have 3 professionals. Supporting the head teacher is an associate teacher with an associate's degree, currently paid an average of $35,360. The proposed scale increases that salary by more than $9,600. An assistant working in the classroom receiving minimum wage would receive an increase of approximately $3,000. The increase in related tax and benefits at the YWCA for all 3 positions exceed $4,000. So the total cost of this proposed increase would exceed $31,000. Meanwhile, the governor's budget proposes a $1,500 increase per child annually. In the classroom with a full complement of 20, this is an increase of $30,000. Therefore, you see that the proposed grant doesn't cover the full cost of the salary increases. It also doesn't account for the increased costs of all of our center's other expenses, which have been rising at an alarming rate since the onset of the pandemic. Although staffing represents 70% of our budget, the other 30% includes meals, classroom supplies, maintenance, clerical, technology costs, and the cost of managing quality services. If Connecticut's school readiness grant had risen at the same rate as a minimum wage, we would be earning $13,654 per child at this point, and in a much better position to pay our staff a living wage. Yet the governor's budget proposes only an increase to $10,500 per child annually, meaning the increase doesn't provide us with the necessary resources to cover the cost of the high quality care, nor the proposed salary increases that our teaching professionals deserve. I think
Tracy,
you
may I
heard
ask
this-
you to summarize, please?
Sure. At this point, I have submitted my testimony online. Our other 2 sources of funding, parent fees and Care for Kids, have also been cut back. So we really are relying on you to do the right thing to support our industry by passing something that will increase the funding available to improve our salary structure in childcare. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Alex Spiropoulos. I apologize if I did not say that correctly.
That was perfect. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Curry, Co-Chair McCrory, and members of the Joint Committee on Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alex Spiropoulos, and I'm here on behalf of the Computer and Communications Industry Association to testify in support of HB 6760, an act concerning civics education and media literacy. CCIA is an international not-for-profit tech trade association that advocates for policy and market conditions that benefit innovation, the tech sector, and consumers. We strongly believe children deserve an enhanced level of security and privacy online. CCIA's members have been leading the effort in raising the standard for teen safety and privacy across the tech industry by creating new features, settings, parental tools, and other protections that are age-appropriate and tailored to the differing developmental needs of young people. Given the complexity of tackling this critical issue, existing industry efforts to support child safety and privacy online could be bolstered by educational curricula focused on how to be a good citizen online. Offering such education to children would provide a more holistic approach to fostering children's online safety. That is why we recommend that the legislation be amended to also incorporate the subject of digital citizenship into the scope of the proposed task force study and efforts. Taking steps to identify standards of appropriate, responsible, and healthy online behavior, including cyberbullying prevention, and crafting a strategy as to how best public schools can provide instruction on this topic can go a long way to helping young people establish safer online habits. We applaud the legislature's efforts to ensure students are receiving a well-rounded education and would welcome the opportunity to collaborate on this front to ensure that we are providing young people with the tools that they need to appropriately and effectively navigate online spaces. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Seeing no questions, Alice, we appreciate you coming out today. Next up, we have Nicole Bronis. Good afternoon.
There you go. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Broadus, and this is my godson, Amir Thomas. We are here to testify in support of SB 1095, as all students deserve to feel safe, secure, and supported in their places of learning. Yet too often, our schools rely on policing to keep children in line, rather than funding professionals trained to deliver students necessary development and behavioral health resources. I believe this bill is incredibly important, as it is time to shift our focus from being punitive to being restorative. And now Amir's going to
Now I've kind of lost track.
Oh, Corey, if you wouldn't mind muting your thing.
With respect and care, the students who are majority Black and brown students have been manhandled, such as being snatched up by security guards and then given some kind of suspension, either in or outside of school. And then things are just swept under the rug. While it may seem these security guards are needed, their presence has not prevented fights from happening. In fact, in my experience, they do not prevent fights, but force students to get creative about where they are fighting, which usually extends outside into the community, which then creates a ripple effect that follows them into their homes, social media, and beyond. I myself have been singled out by my teachers and treated unjustly, but there have been a few staff in the school who have made me feel safe, heard, and seen. It's not the administrators, it's not security, it's the teachers who have had the time to build relationships and get to know me. It's been the school staff that's job to be restorative and support students. It's been those people who have helped me feel seen, heard, and feel safe. I think more schools need resources for staff like these, that more children can feel safe the way that a restorative teacher, Mr. Watson, had made me feel safe. Although my school doesn't have a school resource officer anymore, we still have security guards, and there are still times administrators will call the police on certain situations, and I know they may feel like they have no other choices, but in reality, they do. They need more support to allow for students to have the time to have restorative conversations and to be helped through situations that are hard for some students to navigate. If school is a place to learn, shouldn't we put more people in schools to help them help those skills rather than be punitive and disciplinary? Students expect to come to school to learn, and instead my peers come to school feeling anxious. This is why I support SB 1095. It's time to put our students and their safety, mental health, and wellness first.
Well, I'll just say, you did an outstanding job.
Thank you.
Not, let's be honest with you, I didn't expect anything less. I didn't expect anything less. Well, I will say thank you for speaking your voice, and for those who are supporting you, thank you for supporting this young man, because he did outstanding job, and continue to speak out and speak your truth in schools and whatever you do. All right, you did an outstanding job. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
All right.
Any questions, comments from members? No, again, I'll just say exactly what my co-chair said. Fantastic job.
Thank you.
Use your voice, use it often. Thank you so much. Next up, we have coming up together online is Joshua Berniger and LJ Fusaro.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory and Representative Curry. First, thank you for allowing us to speak on behalf of the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association. And I'd also acknowledge all the distinguished members of the committee. But I'm Chief LJ Fusaro from the town of Groton, and with me today is Chief Josh Berniger. He's going to speak when I conclude my comments. But we represent the Police Chiefs Association, and we're here to talk about Raise Bill 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. We've also provided written testimony that I'm sure you have at your disposal now. But we want to talk about how that bill maybe can be a little bit better, what we would encourage the legislature to consider when you determine what you're going to do with this bill. But first, community resource officers provide a community role in the schools, and we support that. Our towns have been very supportive of this program, and we as law enforcement agencies have well-established school resource officers that do an outstanding job, but they work in partnership with educators and the community at large. The CPCA has always contended that having or not having an SRO should be a municipal decision based on the individual needs of that community. What works well in one of our communities may not work well in another, and vice versa. First, regarding some highlights of this bill, lines 21 through 23 discuss duties, including restraint of students. It's important to note that there are established mandatory policies that all officers must adhere to regarding use of force and the associated reporting requirements. These mandatory policies are under Post C General Notices 22-01 and 22-04. We contend that SROs are no different from any other officer when it comes to this, and there should only be one standard that officers need to adhere to. Second, we're unclear as to the meaning of lines 23 through 26. It's our opinion that school resource officers are sworn police officers assigned to a school. Counselors, social workers, psychologists, and aides have dramatically different roles, training, and responsibilities, and we cannot see them fulfilling the role of an SRO. They're markedly different assignments and different responsibilities. I'd like to now turn it over to my colleague from Watertown, and certainly welcome any questions when we're done with our comments.
Thank you, Chief Fusaro. I would like to make one additional comment regarding lines 21 through 23. The proposed language states that required memorandums of understanding between school districts and police departments where SROs are utilized must specify how certain SRO duties are performed. These MOUs are valuable in laying out the groundwork for the roles and responsibilities of the school resource officer, along with the financial arrangement between the district and the police department, as well as the goals and objectives of a program. But an MOU should not specify police procedure. An SRO is a sworn police officer who works under the policies and procedures of their respective agencies, as well as established law. Having an MOU outlining procedures for the restraint of students, the use of firearms, and school-based arrests will likely be in conflict with established police procedures and use of force standards already established by the Police Officer Standards and Training Council. School resource officers are a beloved program in many communities across our state. Our SROs serve as a significant link between the police and the community and are instrumental in providing a safe educational environment for students to learn. Let's work together to strengthen our school resource officer program in Connecticut. We'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you both. Just one quick question. Have either of you had the opportunity to speak with the chief proponent of the legislation to share those suggestions?
Refresh my recollection. I'm sorry. Who was the chief proponent? Because we have had, I've met with the Judiciary Committee on other matters. This was a topic that we discussed briefly.
Senator Winfield?
Yes, we did meet briefly with him. I did, along with a couple other of my colleagues, about a month ago to discuss it. And just to clarify one of the things I mentioned during my comments, we are certainly supportive of additional training and looking at policies that enhance the school resource officer program. As many other policies are promulgated by post, we think that's always a great avenue to pursue that. But anything that relates to training and enhancing this program, as my colleague just mentioned, we're certainly supportive of.
Thank you very much. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly,
the police association would not object, would they, to in a situation where you needed to have some de-escalation to bring in the mental health professionals to work alongside of the SROs?
No, no, not at all. We're part of a team, and that's how we want our officers that are assigned to schools to perform as part of that team. And many times there are people within the school environment that have a better way to handle things than they do as police officers who may sometimes have the ability to make an arrest. There are sometimes better mechanisms in place, whether it's through school officials or counselors or other individuals at the school that have some different capabilities. So no, we're not opposed to that. Again, we're all in this about what's best in the learning environment and being part of that team.
And I thank you for those comments.
Senator McCrory.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chiefs, for your testimony. A quick question. Have you had any of your officers or have come to you and said that they have felt that they've been placed in situations where it would probably been better utilized for somebody in the school to handle the situation as opposed for them to handle that situation as the first level of support?
I don't know if my colleague has any comments on that. I can tell you earlier today, I had 2 school resource officers in my office discussing this very topic. And they, quite frankly, felt that the mechanisms that they have, the ability that they have to work with others in that environment are productive. I'm not sure if that really addresses your question or not. What they've told me is they get training on social, emotional training with school faculty, that they work in concert with school officials. Their last avenue of recourse is to make an arrest, which is contrary to some of the testimony I've heard today. They've told me that, and I believe this and know this to be true, many times they avert arrest. Many times having a school resource officer enables the school to handle things outside of the criminal justice system, outside of juvenile court. And in fact, sometimes when things outside of the school environment are referred to the juvenile court in the form of a juvenile summons, the court will contact the school resource officers and see if there's a way to off-ramp that to a juvenile review board or other ways. So, you know, that SRO provides in my community a lot of value beyond just the school environment when we're dealing with youth. I don't know if Chief Berninger has any other thoughts on that.
I echo Chief Fizzaro's statement on that. And, you know, we had an incident in our high school in town today where there was a fight between several different students, and our SRO worked in concert with other staff and counselors to resolve that problem in the school without arrests, without, punitive legal sanctions. They were simply a member of the school team in that circumstance. And I hope I'm answering your question with that.
No, you did a great job answering. And the reason why I asked that question, because listen, I think that's our program works very well in some communities. I think it is exceptional. It's exactly what you stated. I think it works very well. The reason why I asked the question is because the child advocate came to us and testified that, and then one particular school district, I don't want to name it, but they had over, I think it was like 200, 300 arrests for kids in kindergarten and 8th grade. Between kindergarten and 8th grade, there were over 300 arrests of kindergarten and 8th graders. So I think, I can't speak for the advocate for this bill, but I think we need something in place to make sure we have some consistency across school districts so that everyone can feel the same way. And like you said, in your school, in your district where it works very well, that they can feel the same way about that officer in their school district. So I thank you for your testimony, and I look forward to working with you all to make this bill better.
Thank you, Senator. It appears there are no further questions or comments. We thank you both for your testimony today. Just as a quick update to members, we've just completed the end of page 2 of 6. And we are 6.5 hours in. I will be stepping away for a bit, so the good senator will take over from here. But next up is Costanza Segovia.
Hello, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarthy, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Constanza Segovia, and I live in Hartford. I'm an organizer with Hartford Deportation Defense. Our organization represents more than 170 immigrant families and their neighbors in the Hartford area, and we are members of the Husky for Immigrants and the Recovery for All coalitions. I urge you to oppose SB 1096, which would take away our democratic oversight over the approval and funding of new charter schools. Currently, all school funding is approved by the legislature, which is elected by voters and hears testimonies from the public. Why would we take away that democratic oversight from the legislature and the public and hand over that decision to an appointed board? Keep the existing process, which gives the public and elected legislators a voice. We don't need to fast track new charter schools. What we need is to put all our energy in supporting our existing public schools so that no parent feels the need to choose something different in order to get the best possible education for their child. Hartford Public Schools is facing a $24 million budget deficit for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Our children need good, accountable, and equitable public schools. This is something we can have in Connecticut, and we should not get distracted from this essential goal. The poorest children in our state should have access to the best schooling available in the state, period. There is currently a bill in the Financial Committee that proposes some really exciting ways to increase our revenue, and I hope members of this committee will familiarize themselves with the tax reform opportunities in HB 5673 and use them to invest in our public education. Speaking of equity, I also urge you to support SB 1095. We've heard a lot of young people today, and I agree that all students deserve to feel safe, secure, and supported in their places of learning. Racial discrimination and inequities have long been documented in this country's system of policing, and the impact of uneven policing always falls on our Black and Latina and poor communities. With law enforcement officers assigned to schools, the negative impacts of policing follow our kids to their places of learning. Instead, we need at least the option to have professionals who are trained to deliver students the necessary developmental and behavioral health resources, and not armed officers that intimidate them and are ill-equipped to support them in times of crisis. I also support—
Stanza, can you please summarize?
Yes. I also support SB 1093 because smaller class sizes are better. People have been very eloquent to make that point. And lastly, I support HB 6763 because teachers should have the agency in their own classrooms to teach beyond the test and create joyful and expansive experiences that actually encourage learning and growth for our students in Connecticut. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, Faith Sweeney, followed by Corey Gillette.
Good afternoon, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and members of the Education Committee. I am Faith Sweeney, literacy coach and 27-year teacher. I would like to highlight a few key points in support of the waiver provisions in SB 1090, which provides flexibility in the Right to Read Act of 2021. As an educator of 20 years and a former struggling reader, this unfunded Right to Read Act will continue to cause harm to the teaching profession, and most importantly, to the students this mandate is supposed to help. As an NEA teaching fellow, I conduct one-on-one conversations with educators from across the state. Two common themes I am hearing are a lack of funding and a lack of resources. Yet, the state is imposing another unfunded mandate that puts more pressure on districts, administrators, and educators. Not only will districts be spending millions of dollars to purchase a program, some of these programs charge up to $100 in yearly fees per child for the implementation of these programs. The Right to Read Act isn't addressing the unique needs of each school district. Instead, the options are a one-size-fits-all canned program. The options eliminate student choice and lack vital components necessary to reach all students. For example, some approved programs have 45-minute class instruction model where students use their pointer finger following along a teacher or a computer as it's read aloud, as text is read aloud. Imagine first graders sitting for 45 minutes using their pointer finger to track words that aren't even interesting to them. In addition, these programs will not reach all students because they are lacking in extending and challenging student thinking. Major revisions need to be made during the waiver provision period of the Right to Read Act to ensure that every school has the proper funding to supply all classrooms with robust libraries, relevant staff development, literacy coaches, literacy interventionists, special education teachers, as well as time for early intervention. We encourage the Literacy Center, for the Center for Literacy Research and Reading Success and the Reading Leadership Implementation Council to work in collaboration with teachers from across the state. The informed observations and lived experiences of teachers who work directly with students daily could provide helpful insight into effective instructional strategies. We would welcome any opportunity to connect a diverse group of teachers and their experience to this work. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Next, we have Corey Gillette.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Corey Gillette. I am the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction in the Ridgefield Public Schools. I am speaking today in response to HSB 1094, the Right to Read. You will hear that I echo the words of my colleagues today, starting with Fran Rabinowitz and just recently ending with Faith Sweeney. This past Monday, our district submitted a 160-page reading waiver to the state that described how our practices align with the science of reading. We continue to have a core belief that as a learning organization, our teachers are our greatest asset. There is nothing, no program, nor no single approach that is more impactful than the quality of the teacher working directly with students. That is the art of teaching. Through our research, we have yet to see evidence that leads us to believe that the implementation of any pre-packaged reading program, including the 7 mandated programs, will result in higher proficiency reading scores than those currently demonstrated in our district. In fact, what we have seen is there are many weaknesses in the mandated programs. As you have heard from other districts, many of us are using the gold standard resources in foundational skills. That's Wilson Foundations and Hegarty Phonemic Awareness. To force us to change course as we're finding more and more success with these newly implemented resources does not make sense. Due to this research, with the support of our Board of Education, we decided to complete the waiver. Our team of 9 spent over 335 hours working on it. We enter this evaluation process with a hope that we will be fairly evaluated based on our evidence-based curriculum model currently in place. We hope that we are evaluated by a team that understands the tenets of the science of reading and will be able to recognize our adherence to that research, despite the fact that we have not purchased one of these mandated titles. At the end of the day, we are educators. We care about our students and we want to do what is best for them. Please, we welcome any of you. Come visit our classrooms, talk to our teachers, watch our students, attend our data teams, study our progress, and observe our assessment teams. We can always do better, and we will, but we know that we are on the right track. Today, I'm not only testifying as an assistant superintendent, but also as a mother who has a history of dyslexia in my family, as a content specialist in literacy, and as a former elementary teacher in the inner cities of Connecticut and New York. To pretend that what those mandated boxes contain will be the magic bullet to provide high quality and equitable experiences for all of Connecticut's students when it comes to reading instruction fails to take into account the current disparity in support, professional development, and class size, to only name a few that currently exists in our state. Connecticut should be commended for supporting districts and assuring the practices of the science of reading are a guaranteed experience. The pathway that's currently in place is not the way. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Up next, we have, I'm going to tear your first name up. Say, how you say it? Sania Lawson. Come on up. How you know it was you?
Button. Okay. Oh, okay. Hey. Okay. Hi, my name is Tania Lawson. I am a senior at New London High School, and this is my story. We as students need help now, not cops. We need more support emotionally, mentally, and physically. We currently have a wellness team who isn't able to do their jobs when our school is so understaffed. More resources and support need to go towards us and not towards bringing more officers into our schools. Every dollar spent on an SRO is one less dollar that could be towards positively supporting us as students. Not having the resources be accessible is hurting us as a community and student body. Who can we talk to? Who will hear us out when others won't? In my experience, it was not the SRO when we had one. I reported multiple sexual harassment cases on this one specific person. I felt very unheard, unseen, like a piece of gum on the bottom of a random shoe. Where was my support? The school only got involved when I said I was going to physically harm this person if things didn't get resolved. It shouldn't have gotten to that point. I know investigations don't happen overnight, but no investigation ever being done is unfair. I fought this battle alone with no one to talk to. And this is why we need Bill SB 1095 to ensure that the state of Connecticut has more resources that will be accessible for all students in schools. My school doesn't have an SRO anymore, and I've seen the positive impact that it has caused. The school started to show more effort in building a community instead of a bridge, which allowed us to be more preventative than responsive. We're moving towards to being on the same page, but we still have a lot of work to do as a town, community, state, and nation. These SROs, which are sworn police officers, might I add, are required to mandate 14 hours of juvenile matters, specifically drug detection and gang identification, which is overseen by the Police Officer Standard Training Council. We are not criminals. We just want an education. Support Bill SB 1095 so we can begin to undo the mental damage that they have caused. What they're doing isn't right, and it's time to stand and make a change now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You did a great job also. All right. Any questions? Question. Representative Zeppelin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming today. I just have one question. I didn't hear what school system. I've heard a lot of New London.
Yes.
Are you from New London?
Yes, I'm a senior.
So my question is, when these things happened, did you go to like the principal, to administration?
I specifically did. I'm like known in the school, so I feel like hold on, let me back up. Yes, I go to administration, and then from administration, it usually follows an investigation. But in my case, there was no investigation ever. Just they kind of like let it pile up. And then when I started to become physical, that's when they wanted to get involved.
So I guess I would blame administration too.
I agree. And central losses. Yeah, all of that. All that center.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ramon Garcia, followed by Robert Cotto, followed by Truth Hunter.
Could you hear me? Could you hear me?
I'm sorry, 1 second. I'm sorry, I misread something here. Donna Kowalski. There you go. I'm sorry. Followed by Ramon Garcia.
I thought, boy, I've been here since 10 o'clock. I was in trouble. Thank you for the opportunity, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and the committee members to testify in support of HB 1097, an act concerning school nurses. I would like to offer some special thanks to Representatives Comey and Perillo for co-sponsoring the original language. This discussion has been a long time coming. My name is Donna Kozarowski. I have 35 years of experience in school health as a school nurse and a school nurse supervisor, and I'm proud to be here as a voice for Connecticut's nurses. You have my written testimony, so I won't repeat it here. 3 proposals are included in HB 1097, a bachelor's degree, professional development, and a special services endorsement for school nurses. My focus tonight will be on the special services endorsement, although I'm hoping that you'll support all 3. In 1982, CGS 10-212-2, regulations for school nurses were written. 41 years later, fast forward to 2023, those regulations are still in place. 1993, I quote from a State Department of Education publication, Evaluating Pupil Services, the process of requiring certification for school nurses has been initiated. In 1996, the State Department committed and recommended certification for school nurses. Task forces and studies followed. 2013, and we thank you legislators for legislating the School Nurse Advisory Council. But up until this year, 9 years later, no one has ever responded to our recommendations. Here we are. Please do not let history repeat itself. We ask you not to create more task forces or studies. Been there, done that. Teachers on this committee completed a planned program and experience in school before they started teaching. School counselors, social workers, and psychologists have coursework designed for school. Nursing programs don't include anything related to school nursing or working in school. Does that make sense? If programs for everybody else were created, why not for nurses? You build it and nurses will come. Finally, the endorsement for school nurse teacher was originally designed for nurses to be health educators. Now it's used for nurses who teach Connecticut CNA classes. There's no reason to remove that endorsement. What we're asking for is that you add a new endorsement for school nurses. We cannot afford not to have well-prepared school nurses serving Connecticut's children. Please commit to working together to create a special services endorsement for school nurses. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. I probably could ask you a few questions, but I don't. I'll reach out to your organization to get some more input on this piece of legislation.
I thank you for that.
All right. Any Representative Comey?
Thank you so much, Donna. I just wanted to say hello. We have a long day ahead of us, night ahead of us, but I want to thank you for being a great advocate for the work that school nurses are doing, and I look forward to continuing to push this forward with you. So thanks for coming out and hanging around with us today.
Okay, thank you very much.
One other question, actually. Representative Rader.
Thank you. I'm sorry I wasn't able to speak earlier, but I am so curious about this legislation simply because you speak so accurately to the fact that our current nursing programs, our BSN programs, don't even offer this curriculum for the students, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we're creating a demand for something without the training to support it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Nurses come into school with no experience. You know, most people refer to the clinical ability of the nurse, but when you're in a school, things like IEPs, PPTs, 504s, nurses are clueless about how to do that and how to provide healthcare in a school setting. So it's a challenge.
So I guess the bigger picture idea in the future would be to make sure that those BSN certified programs include some exposure for their students to this kind of curriculum.
Absolutely. You know, right now, nobody goes to nursing school to be a school nurse. I was here since 10 o'clock this morning because I wanted to hear what other speakers had to say. And I'm going to echo a couple of things that I heard. I know it's a long day for you, but this is my chance to support our nurses. First of all, I heard access to healthcare, and that's the role of the nurse in school. For lots of kids, that's all they have. I've heard early childhood educators are difficult to come by. The salaries are low. We have a difficult time with recruitment and retention with school nurses. And I also heard Fran Rabinowitz say pre-service training for teachers regarding reading. We don't get pre-service training as nurses. So those are the kinds of things we're hoping that you'll change. I've been in touch with a couple of the state universities and have yet to hear back from them, but we're hoping they'll help us build a program. I heard John Frassinelli say this morning that SDE would work with us to create a program. So I'm hoping we have your support to do that.
Thank you so much for clarifying that for me. I'm done with questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, operator. I just will add, my mom was a school nurse for about 20 years. So thank you for what you do and how you serve our kids. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And hallelujah for your mom. Good night, everybody.
Next up, we have Ramon Garcia.
Could you hear me?
Yes,
Do you
sir.
hear me? Do you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Greetings to co-chairs, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and the ranking and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Ramon Garcia, and I'm a parent advocate with CONCAN and a resident of Hartford, Connecticut. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 1095, and that concerning school resource officers. All youth in our schools deserve care, support, and the right to a good education. And having police in schools runs counter to this. The data clearly shows how students of color are disproportionately arrested at much higher rates than other students, and also more likely to be arrested in schools with school resource officers than in schools without them. Having police officers in schools put our kids that much closer on a path of criminalization. For something so typical of youth, such as getting into a schoolyard scuffle or acting out because of some underlying issues, the response is to put them in handcuffs and whisk them away in a police cruiser directly from school to a cage. Many youth from communities of color are suffering from many societal ills. Having experienced the juvenile system as a kid, I was in prison with other youth from all over Connecticut. From our personal stories, I noticed we experience many of the same issues, such as poverty, drugs, single-parent homes, and violence. How can we expect a child not to be affected by these issues they endure on a daily basis? A dear friend and community leader working with youth here in the city of Hartford would often state, many of the youth act hard because they're hurt and they just really need a hug. So kids are not in need of handcuffs, pepper spray, jail cells, and court dockets. Rather, they are in dire need of support, counseling, resources, and most importantly, love. So for the sake of our youth, I humbly ask you to support Senate Bill 1095 and keep police out of our schools. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Ramon.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, we're actually going to go back. We've been joined by number 51, Mackenzie.
Thank you so much, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Mackenzie Hurtado, and I live in West Hartford. I am Vice President of the State Vocational Federation of Teachers, which has over 1,200 members throughout the state. Our organization represents the teachers of the Connecticut Technical High Schools. I urge you to support House Bill 6763. Most simply, any amount of time that is spent prepping for, teaching to, or taking standardized tests in our schools could be used to do something much more valuable. The goal of the technical schools is to prepare students to meet the skilled workforce needs of Connecticut. Our students do not need to attend post-secondary programs in order to achieve their goals and get great careers, and yet they are required to take the SATs. Our students are only in their academic classes for 90 days out of the school year. The other 90 days they are working in their trades, and any focus taken out for these test days are days when our students are not doing what they are actually meant to be doing when they're in school, which is learning. We see, as many other districts do, that this most negatively affects our schools that serve our most diverse student bodies. These tests were never designed for these children, and therefore they tend to score lower on these tests. As a result, teachers that serve these students are forced to spend even more time focusing on SAT testing and taking time away from teaching and learning. They do this not because they believe that the test is beneficial for our students, but because there is a fear that if they do not meet certain scores, they will be considered a failing school and be taken over by the state. Our students go to school to learn, not to pass tests. These tests do not even provide feedback to our schools or teachers in a timely manner that would allow them to improve the teaching and learning for the students in their classroom. I would also like to add that along with being a lifelong educator, I am also a parent of a West Hartford student. Because my son is now in 4th grade, I am now seeing the effects of these tests from the parent perspective. My son is a special education student, and I have watched his teachers use formative and summative assessments to inform their teaching and support my child. His teachers are highly educated professionals who I know are working in the best interest of my child. My son loves to learn and he loves to go to school. However, this year I have seen the effects of the required mastery testing on him. Not only is the time spent prepping and taking these tests a waste of his learning time, but it has also caused him undue stress and worry. I know there is nothing that is going to come from these tests that will inform his teachers on how to better educate or support him. There is nothing that he will learn from all this time wasted. We need an audit to review the investment that our schools put into these tests and whether there is an actual value to any of these assessments. Our children deserve better than this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no questions, we'll move on. We've also been joined by number 55, Ann Manuski.
Thank you, Representative Leeper. Chairman Curry, McCrory, Ranking Member McCarty, Berthel, and members of the Education Committee. The Connecticut Republican Assembly is an organization which has members and friends totaling over 500 Republicans and conservatives across the 8 counties of Connecticut. We stand firm in our principles and our unalienable rights under the U.S. Constitution, as well as the rights and responsibilities within the Connecticut Constitution. I'm Ann Manuski, a 24-year resident of Connecticut, former licensed professional counselor and current president of the Connecticut Republican Assembly. In the last 10 plus years of my life, I've been advocating for improvement in Connecticut's public school system. I have a list of bills that I have on my actual testimony, of a list of the education bills. And I say that these bills all have one thing in common: changes are needed in our public education system. The Connecticut public school system is ranked among the worst performing schools in the nation as per the Heritage Institute Freedom Report Card. We're in the bottom 5th in rank with discrete variables of school choice, transparency, regulatory freedom, and spending. The NAEP, the National Report Card, provides evidence that Connecticut public school statistics on reading and math have devolved over several years. And I have links to that information. Connecticut taxpayers have been paying a large sum of money every year for the administration of the Smarter Balanced Assessment. Unfortunately, the taxpayers and parents have been fleeced for many years as this test has been given, quote unquote test. The Smarter Balanced Assessments have no external validation. In 2016, I myself made a request as to external validation of this test, quote unquote, to the Connecticut State Department of Education. Unfortunately, in my FIC, that's the FOIA Commission 2016 2224 report, the State Department of Education could not provide me the documents. They said that they just provided everything that they had, and the attorney uttered that you can't prove a negative, well, that's something code for something doesn't exist. So there is no validation of this test. And this is at the expense of Connecticut taxpayers and fraud. The cost of the Smarter Balance in 2016 was approximately 2.7 million per year. Thank you.
This is relevant to any of our agenda items. We've given you a bit of flexibility, so please summarize.
Yeah, all the education. Yes, you can see in my testimony. I've also included Dr. Megan Koshnick's video in regard to how Common Core damages children.
All right, that's not
I
on
have,
today's agenda, so thank you very much. Is there any questions from committee members? All right, seeing none.
I will be submitting it to everyone. Thank you.
I think we're on to Robert Cotto, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is Robert Cotto. Just saying hello to Senator McCrory, who I know from my past work, Representative Curry, and the Education Committee. So just really briefly, I wanted to say that I oppose SB 1096, which would take away our democratic oversight over charter schools and funding in particular. Support HB 6763, teaching beyond the test, and support smaller class sizes in SB 1093. Given that, I wanted to just briefly elaborate on SB 1096, which I was very concerned about when I saw it. I was actually puzzled that I saw that this particular bill would reduce accountability for the creation of charter schools. I was on the school board in Hartford for almost a decade when I saw all sorts of problems with the creation of new charter schools, all sorts of side companies and that sort of thing, whether it be Jamoki, Capital Prep, where there was not sufficient accountability in the creation of new charter schools and then the running of them. And so the current law is a way to sort of make sure that the legislature is sort of in control of how we create these new sort of semi-private charter schools. So when I saw this particular bill, I was surprised, like, why would we create a new account for charter schools? Why would we let the Commissioner of Ed and the State Board of Ed choose new charter schools and make new charter schools? It was very puzzling to see that. And I was very surprised to see that, given that, the experience that I've had in Hartford and other people have known what some of the problems were back in 2014-15, which the current law was created. Instead, I mean, we really need to be thinking about putting on my researcher hat. How are we really using resources? Are we putting resources to our public schools, which, as you can see, speaker after speaker is saying, are we using our public school resources, sufficiently, equitably? And we shouldn't be starting to think about, why are we making new charter schools? Instead, we should be holding the current ones accountable, like public schools are, and also taking whatever resources that we have and really putting them into our public schools, in particular, the ones that need help the most. And last, I'll just mention, and this is again my research, charter schools don't serve the kids that are the neediest. When you compare them to the schools in their districts and their cities and towns, they often serve children that actually are slightly less disadvantaged than the children in those public schools. So just wanted to point that out. My research is on the web, Choice Watch, if you want to check it out. And I'll leave it there, but thank you for listening to my comments, and I'd be happy to talk more about what the research says about this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Robert, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. I'm glad you're out there still working. Any questions? Seeing none. Who's up next?
Next, we'll have Truth Hunter, followed by Don Williams, and then Essence Divine. Truth, are you with us? All right, I think we will move on then to Don Williams.
Good evening, Chairman McCrory, Vice Chairman Leeper, and Ranking Member McCarty, and committee members of the Education Committee. Thank you for your commitment and good work on education issues. My name's Don Williams. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Education Association. Today, I'm testifying on 3 bills, including Senate Bill 1096 regarding appropriations to charter schools. CEA opposes this drastic change in state policy. Currently, the State Board of Education determines whether to approve initial certificates for charter schools. The authority for funding specific schools rests with the legislature's Appropriation Committee. As was made clear earlier today by the Department of Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker and Chief of Staff Laura Stefan, funding authority for specific schools has always been up to the Appropriations Committee. This bill would strip away that legislative authority. The power to approve and appropriate millions of dollars to specific charter schools would rest entirely with a 14-member part-time committee not representative of the school's community and without legislative input. This is not how the balance of power and accountability in state government and state spending is supposed to work. It would be a major abdication of critical legislative responsibility. CEA does not oppose charter schools generally. CEA supported the original charter legislation in the 1990s. We represent teachers in 3 charter schools in Connecticut, but we strongly oppose undermining the legislator's fiscal responsibility. CEA supports House Bill 6757 that will improve teacher evaluations, make them more useful, productive, supportive, and reflects a coalition that includes the State Department of Education, school administrators, educators, and local Board of Education representatives. A lot of hard work has gone into that. CEA also supports House Bill 6760 concerning civics education and media literacy. I don't need to tell you how important this is in this day and age, at a time when fewer than half of all Americans can name the 3 branches of government. A quarter cannot even name one. We must teach students about democracy and our rights so that citizens understand and protect those rights in the future. This bill should be amended, however, to ensure that at least 3 of the members of the committee are teachers and 2 are social studies teachers. I think you'd agree that it doesn't make sense to have a committee that's about teaching civics without including the perspective of those who actually teach civics. So thank you very much for your good work, and I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I see that we've been joined now by Truth Hunter.
Vice Chair.
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you.
so sorry, actually. Hold on, Truth, one moment. It looks like we
Sure.
do have a question.
Thank you. I
No
appreciate
problem.
that.
I'm sorry.
No, no
Representative
worries, Vice Chair.
Townsend.
I snuck in after being on Zoom. Thank you, Ranking Member McCarty. I appreciate that. Thank you. I will be quick. Thank you very much, President. I want to know, based on your expertise, and I know that we just had a visit with the commissioner to a charter school in New Haven, and you have members who are charter school teachers. Not all charter models are the same. We know that. So what do you think could be as you see it, any provisions in this law as proposed that could allow the legislature or even the Department of Education to have a mechanism if the model itself is not working for our students? What kind of provision is there, if any, to make sure we could either close that school or have a remedy?
Well, rather than taking away basic fundamental appropriations power from the legislature, rather than doing that, I think what we ought to do is to take a look at the effectiveness of schools in a particular region. If what you're talking about is a situation where folks said, look, there's a demand, there's a need, folks want some kind of change. We have never done any kind of in-depth study of how charter schools are supposed to fit in with magnet schools, with traditional public schools, with the effectiveness of charter schools where they exist. We've seen some national studies, but I'm unaware of any deep dive into how it's worked in Connecticut. Right now, folks apply for new certificates. They try to obtain funding, et cetera. But where is the analysis? After all this time, after 21 schools have been approved, Where's the analysis for how this is supposed to work all together? My understanding is that in the last 20 or so years, the expenditures we make on ECS for traditional public schools and all public schools has gone up about 67%, and funding for charter schools has gone up about over 800%, I believe. But where is the analysis in terms of how all of these systems fit together and the effectiveness of it? I haven't seen that. That would be a good place to start.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, I think this time really you're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Truth, you're up.
Greetings, Educational Committee. Can you hear me? Thank you. I would like to thank you for having me here today. I got booted out right before my slot, so I'm glad that I was able to enter back in. My name is Truth Hunter. I am a resident of New London. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in today's hearing. I come into this space as an advocate and educator for 15 years, supporting students who have historically been locked out of higher education opportunities, such as students of color, low-income students, first-generation students, and undocumented students. I am also a PhD student at UConn, and my research focuses on liberatory learning. I share my background to show that I am deeply invested in nurturing the minds, hearts, and souls of students in the P through 20 educational pipeline. I support SB 1095 as an act concerning school resource officers because it is not a secret that students of color are disproportionately and negatively impacted by disciplinary actions in K through 12 education, which can create a cycle of systemic barriers throughout the duration of students' educational journeys. The accumulation of negative experiences with police officers in a learning environment can be deeply disruptive and can possibly funnel more vulnerable students through a schools to prison pipeline. Also, considering the national climate right now, with racialized violence on Black bodies via police brutality is the norm, these images are shaping our students and their relationships with police officers in schools. These images create feelings of mistrust that are unproductive for cultivating a healthy school climate. So what SB 1095 will allow us to do is put new structures in place that can increase the possibility that schools can truly be sites for love, liberation, trust, and human development. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Truth.
Thank you.
Truth, quick question. Your study, I heard you're a PhD student at UConn. What are you studying again?
I'm studying educational leadership with an emphasis in racial justice and decolonization in education.
So you're gonna come back and work for the state?
If given the opportunity, I will.
Okay, I remember that because it sounds like you always tell the truth. I'm so silly all
Yes,
the time.
it's my name. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Truth, for being with us tonight. Next, we have Essence Divine.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for having me. Greetings, Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, ranking members, Representative McCarthy and Representative Bartelt, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for having me. I won't be long before you. My name is Essence Divine, parent advocate for Concan and a lifelong resident of Waterbury, Connecticut. I am testifying in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. Our students deserve to feel safe, secure, supported in their place of learning, no matter what that looks like. Yet, too often our schools rely on policing to keep children in line, rather than funding professional trained to deliver students necessary development and behavioral health resources. As a community leader, I've had the opportunity to work with several families who have direct contact with SROs, which did not end in positive results or outcome for the child. I also work as a substitute teacher in the Waterbury Public Schools, and I have witnessed firsthand that our schools need trained staff that have the ability to work one-on-one with a child who is struggling, and the only way to get attention is to disrupt the class, because all they want is to be heard. If I'm not assigned to teach a class, I will take the time to spend in a classroom with a child who may be starting their day off in the wrong direction by assisting them and others so they can turn that day around. I give them the opportunity to turn it around by working with them one-on-one. Both the school principals and teachers ask me every day if I can come back, which tells me that it can be done without SROs. I ask that instead of policing our students, we nurture them, provide the resources that they need to embrace what life is going to send their way, show them that we care. I strongly support SB 1095. Let's choose to invest in restorative justice practices instead of policing. I hope that the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. If we stand united, together we can build an educational system that centers the social, emotional, and well-being of students through care, resources, learning, and restoration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Essence. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, thank you for coming and staying late with us tonight. My question is, the superintendent of Waterbury spoke earlier, and I want to say, first of all, thank you for doing what you're doing in the school system. And did you bring any of these things to the superintendent? I know you mentioned the principals and all, because in her testimony, they have been working on these things. So I'm curious if you've had any, being a leader in Waterbury, have you had any communications with the superintendent?
I have wrote letters. I have done this. I'm like I said, a lifelong resident, attended the public schools. I have 5 children who have, and now I have 10 grandchildren. So my concerns are always addressed, and I go through the proper channels. I also do it as a community leader and assist parents with addressing these issues. I've been at the board, at the meetings for the Board of Education as well.
Great. So you have done that. That's wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Representative. Seeing no other questions, have a great evening.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you. Next, we have Kimberly Sandor.
Good evening. Thank you. Nice to see everybody. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Kimberly Sandor. I am a registered nurse, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Nurses Association. So I'm happy to be here tonight testifying in support of Senate Bill 1097, an act concerning school nurses. I've also submitted written testimony, so you have that for reference for any additional links and information I put in there for you. I would like to share a little bit of our experience working with the Connecticut State Department of Education to provide a new school nurse orientation over the past few years. Talk a little bit about the nurse competencies for school nurses that the state of Connecticut has, and highlight the Institute of Medicine, National Academy of Science, Engineering and Medicine's report, which really highlights the critical role school nurses can play in addressing health disparities. So first, the Connecticut Nurses Association works with the State Department of Education to provide a new school nurse orientation, and we've done this for probably close to 10 years now. We have about 80 to 100 school nurses that come every year. It's a mix of online and face-to-face modules. And I think what's really striking is that year after year after year, the nurses come and they're coming to the school nurse role with experience in emergency rooms, hospice, ICUs, med-surg units, neurological units, very, diverse specialty areas and different practice settings. And that's nursing. We're the largest licensed profession in the healthcare workforce. So we're everywhere. And we build upon our RN license. You can become an RN with an associate degree or a bachelor's degree. And you graduate as a generalist, a nurse generalist, and you have an ongoing professional, lifelong, ethical responsibility to continue to get professional development and learn the knowledge, skills, and competencies so that you can do your role well. And what we're finding is that when our new school nurses come, they are not new to nursing. They bring a wealth of education experiences in many diverse practice settings, but the school setting is the biggest, trickiest shift for them. They've been working in a healthcare environment, learning about compliance with school regulations. How do you make a child successful to fully participate in the educational opportunities with the growing number of complex special healthcare needs and disabilities that the children are having. So it's a critical event, and we've had nurses come year after year just to learn a little bit more. And I think that really speaks to their need for information and the trickiness in getting exactly what they need to know to be successful in their job. The state does have school nurse competencies. They were put together and aligned with the American Nurses Association and the National Association of School Nurses Scope and Standards of Practice. And they really define that breadth and depth of work that could be covered in the endorsement. And lastly, I just want to highlight, because we heard it today about mental health. Yes, we heard it today about the importance of mental health and the diverse needs of our student. And it's clear that school nurses can play a difference in that as that first line, warm body voice that is a safe space for students to come. So thank you. We're happy to help and participate in this process. And thank you for taking this up.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Rep. Comey.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you for all you're doing to move this forward. And I know that, we had some conversations about, discussing working with some of the higher ed programs to make sure that we have the teachers going through the proper training, getting education, the pathway for that. I think that's it. I just wanted to say thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you for your ongoing support. I know. Thank you all.
Seeing no other questions. Next up, we have Ileana Pujols, who I don't see here in person. Has she joined us online?
I'm online.
There you are. Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you. Good evening, Chair Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Ileana Pujols, and I'm a resident of East Haven, Connecticut. I also talk really fast, and I have a timer set. I am also the Policy Director at the Connecticut Justice Alliance, and I am testifying in support of SB 1095. I strongly support the need to create clear expectations of when a school resource officer is and is not needed and what their role should be. I went to school in West Haven and New Haven, including an alternative high school, and had a fair share of experiences with SROs. I heard many points made today that we need to take a look at why experiences with SROs are different from one district to another, and many people have already. There's tons of data explaining the reality of the school to prison pipeline, education inequities, housing inequities, how students of color are impacted more than their white peers, and the list goes on. For those who may be interested, specific to the impact of SROs, CT Voices for Children released a pretty thorough report last year discussing this exactly. The $1 million question of why are the experiences different from one town to another is a real one. Why does Bridgeport schools go without paper and Fairfield doesn't? Why do Black youth make up 12% of Connecticut's population, but almost 45% of the incarcerated youth population in the state? Many discussions like those are rooted in the importance of this bill, and a discussion for another day and way longer than 3 minutes. I heard the expression of needing to keep schools safe due to situations such as the one that took place in Sandy Hook, and that is valid. It becomes a sticky conversation when we have to take a look at how we choose to put that safety into place. Why after Sandy Hook are we able to see a higher increase in SROs and predominantly schools filled with students of color specifically? I can understand how this bill may confuse some and create the assumption that the bill is anti-police and focused on removing police from schools, and it's not. What it is a bill that forces us to create a standard expectation for those school resource officers that are put in place to protect students and protect schools. So what does a solution look like? Take a look at Bridgeport. Their school resource officers were so heavily depended on for pretty much any crisis response that Officer Collazo has done a great job at holding the school accountable for using the resources that they have. Guidance counselors, mental health professionals, credible messengers, etc. Other examples of models across the nation are linked in the Connecticut Justice Alliance testimony that was also submitted. So let's explore what safety looks like and could look like if we stop requiring school resource officers to manage child behavior and mental health crisis. We have to commit to protecting our students and children of color, and this bill is a great step in that direction. As a part of my role at CTJA, we get to host community conversations with people across the state to discuss how to solve the root issues leading kids into the system. We've spoken with groups of SROs that have shared their frustration about being called way too much by teachers for things that they shouldn't be called for. So let's address that issue and remove that burden from all parties involved. This bill is a way to hold everybody accountable. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I wish I could be there in person.
Thanks so much, Ileana, for being with us today. I've benefited from you coming to my community to share your expertise. So thank you very much. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? All right. Moving on. Next, we have Dr. Silva from Ridgefield Public Schools, followed by Paul Angelucci and then Terry Bedard.
Hi there. First off, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with the Education Committee today. Thank you to Senator McCrory and Representative Curry. I'm speaking today on behalf of Bill 1094, the Right to Read Act. As you said, my name is Susie DeSilva. I am the Superintendent of Schools of Ridgefield, Connecticut. I'd like to begin by saying that as of February 27th, Ridgefield has submitted over 160 pages of a waiver to the State Department of Education and how Ridgefield is implementing the science of reading. While it took over 330 hours to complete this waiver, we believe in curriculum, we believe in our teacher efficacy, we believe in it so much that we would spend 330 hours 100 times over rather than placing our students in a boxed program that we know will not benefit the students across Connecticut, and most specifically, the ones that we have the responsibility to serve. I was raised in the inner city. I grew up in poverty. I grew up without many resources, both human and material. My first language was not English. I'm a first-generation college student. I learned to read through the efficacy of teachers, not through one program. I had many challenges as a child, and I know that I would not have fit in any one box. As a former bilingual teacher, literacy coach, consultant, elementary school principal, and assistant superintendent, I understand fully the complexity of teaching. It requires the flexibility and understanding of multiple resources, assessments, training, literacy coaching, literacy interventionists, and monitoring to help each and every student grow as a reader. It is not a single strategy or a program, and at times, quite frankly, it's not a single teacher. I also know the joy that comes from a child that has learned to read and the joy of a teacher that has made it happen. Fast forward, I am now the superintendent of schools who has proudly led in both urban and suburban school districts in Connecticut. I've led through Reading First, which some of you may remember, Direct Instruction, Success for All, Whole Language, Phonics First, and Basils. And here we are again with a list of programs, a box to pick as a solution to meeting the needs of all students in Connecticut. We can do better. I know that we can. I can tell you that understanding your students, caring for your students, differentiating for your students, and yes, teaching phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, building students' background knowledge who may not otherwise have it, comprehension and oral language can make the difference. Reading also includes joy and engagement. The mandate to pick a box deprofessionalizes the teaching profession that I know I care so very much about, and I am sure that this committee does as well. It pays little to no attention to teacher efficacy. I have yet to receive answers to my many, many questions to the State Department, but I'll start with a simple one. How will the state respond when districts' performance declines as a result of this pick a box approach? Our focus needs to be on teaching children, not programs. We know that a well-written curriculum, quality and calibrated staff development, strong teacher preparation programs, that's a big piece of this, are the variables that can make a difference. I want to be clear, we believe in the science of reading. We believe in the Right to Read Act. We believe that all students should be reading by the end of grade 1 and reading independently by the end of grade 3. To achieve this, districts need a strong literacy curriculum developed by teachers, literacy experts that details goals, objectives, and strategies for each grade level. The state should be investing in a curriculum model for those districts that don't have the resources or capacities to build it alone. School leaders need to be trained in the science of reading. Districts need to have professional learning, and we'll be glad to teach that. In conclusion, and I'm going very quick, I urge you, like an effective teacher, to modify and adjust and delay or remove any mandates from the State Department requiring school districts to purchase a reading program. I urge the state to invest in curriculum models, Connecticut teachers, and not a box. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Does anyone have any questions? All right, seeing none. Next, we have Paul Angelucci, and I apologize if I have mispronounced your name.
That's quite all right. It's Angelucci.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Senator McCurry, State Rep Curry, I appreciate, and all members of the board, the Education Committee. I've submitted testimony. I won't read it. I want to give two examples why the legislature needs the oversight. I am opposed to Senate Bill 1096. The legislature absolutely needs to maintain and hold that oversight. And here's my two examples. One is this morning I gave testimony at the State Board of Ed. There was a charter school vote for the Middletown area. And my background is I am president of the SBFT, so I represent 1,250 teachers in the CTEC system. In Middletown itself, 6 years ago, the state did a study. They were scheduled, Vinyltech was scheduled for a $90 million remodel, a new school. DEP and DAS said that area does not have the kids to do so. They pulled it. They knocked it down to a remodel, at which point it wasn't done. So, and back to the CTEC system, we can take 3,400 freshmen every year. Out of the 17 comprehensive high schools and other 3 locations, we accept 3,400. We got over 5,600 applications from freshmen. All the schools have a waiting list except Vinyl in Middletown. They barely get enough kids because of the region to fill that school. That's example one. Example two is, so the vote this morning was to okay capital prep in the Middletown area, and there's not kids in the region for that. We have to support the schools we have. Vinyl is 62 years old and still in need of a remodel. So that's one example. The other example is and colleague said it earlier, the Board of Ed, I saw Commissioner Tucker this morning who wanted to postpone the vote, and with great pushback, she was overruled. So the legislative body really needs to have that control. There was a Board of Ed meeting March 15th at Vinyl, which was it was a sham. Sign up was supposed to start at 5:30. I showed up at 5:05, and the sign up list started with the number 50. And the sign up sheet was being run by a capital prep employee. I said, when does sign up start? I'm here. They said, those are full. So there was a lot of push, give and take this morning at the State Board of Ed. But in the end, capital prep got approved for the Middletown area. And we have Vinyltech, which is still in need of a remodel. So, we can't create a fund where we can fast track these charter schools. We needed to slow down. The 90-day track right now for the Board of Ed.
I'll please summarize.
So I thank you. And I'm opposed to 1096 for a number of different reasons. I appreciate your time this evening, and I will answer any questions you'd like.
Thank you so much for your testimony and hanging with us for so long. Any questions? Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to your testimony here today because it was a little muffled and hard to hear, but I think you were testifying that I heard you said you were in the Middletown State Board of Education meeting today that took place this morning. And I think you testified that the Commissioner, Russell Tucker, asked for them to postpone their vote today on that issue, and they disregarded her recommendation and voted to approve that application. Is that what you said? Because it's kind of hard to hear you.
Sorry about that. Yes. So the The Board of Ed meeting this morning was in Hartford. The meeting I spoke of on the 15th of March was held in Middletown as dictated by charter, and that one was not done properly. So the pushback this morning was the vote should be postponed because the March 15th meeting was not done correctly. And yes, she was overruled and they voted, and now we have a charter school in Middletown approval, which I think there are not enough kids to fill another school. We don't have them for the schools we have in the middle. And Vinyl Tech draws from all of Middlesex County and north as well. So it's a total of 30 towns Vinyl draws from. And there wasn't enough kids to just fill the freshman class this year.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next up, we have Terry Bedard, followed by John Weiner and Thomas Silvera.
Good evening, Chairman McCrory, Curry, and ranking members McCarty and Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak this evening. I am Terry Bedard. I'm a parent of a special needs son. I am a special education attorney, and I'm also a member of the SEEK Legislative Committee. We're an organization of parents, professionals, advocates, and attorneys, all supporting students with disabilities in the state. So today I'd like to give testimony on two particular bills. First one is SB 1094, the Right to Read Act. The nation's report card shows only 35% of fourth graders in Connecticut have demonstrated grade level reading proficiency in 2022. And close to 1/3 of Connecticut fourth graders cannot even read at a basic level. Those numbers haven't even changed very much for at least 20 years. Now, some parents who can afford to, they hire private tutors because they say their children are not learning to read in school. And earlier today, I heard Chairman McCrory talk so passionately and rightly about how we need to do better. There's really an urgency to get it right when it comes to helping our kids to read. So the Right to Read legislation was certainly a critical step forward in helping our children to read based on programs that are scientifically evidence-based and specifically focused on competency in oral language, phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension, foundational skills that Representative Howard spoke about earlier. So these are the pillars of sound reading programs, not a pure whole language approach used by so many districts where children or students look at pictorial clues to comprehend text without actually being able to decode words. So the Center for Literacy Research and Reading Success, of course, we all know, identified 6 structured literacy programs that districts were directed to implement, except when a district gets a waiver to use their existing program that the commissioner approves. SEEK is very concerned about waivers being granted for district programs that cobble together some elements of the science of reading and some elements of a whole language approach used in some districts' existing programs. So SEEK advocates for a pure science of reading approach and not one that uses part science of reading and part something else. Under this bill, we also should be including students with disabilities when we consider both achievement and opportunity gaps, because these students also have significant disparities in reading performance. Now, the second bill I'd like to testify about is HB 6760 that talks about civics education. SEEK supports this bill to promote civics education in our schools. It was interesting that United States Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor recently spoke at a Connecticut Forum event in this past November, actually, about the importance of civics education. And she spoke about how civics is so much more than teaching how government works or how to vote at an election or even testifying at a hearing like this. Those things obviously are very important to understand, but civics is much, much broader. Civics is also about civil discourse, how we talk to one another and respect each other's views. Students need to learn how to tolerate differences, resolve conflicts peacefully and collaboratively to reach common goals. Rather than embracing divisiveness, promote inclusion. And as you can imagine, students with disabilities get caught up in negative currents, often being victimized or targeted because of differences. So this bill is a good way to address how we need to treat each other with civility and with positive intention, despite our differences. And yes, I'm summarizing now. House Bill 6760 should specifically define civics in this broad manner, because as Chairman Curry said a couple of times today, words matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions? All right, seeing none. John Weiner. All right, not seeing John. Oh, you snuck up on me. Thank you for being with us.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Representative McCarty, Senator Berthel, and the honorable members of the Education Committee. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Jonathan Weiner. I am the chair of the Connecticut Bar Association's Civics Education Committee and president of the Board of Civics First, which is a nonprofit organization that provides interactive civics education programs to students here in Connecticut. I'm here to testify to the bar's support of House Bill number 6760, an act concerning civics education and media literacy, which would establish a task force to study and develop strategies to improve how our public schools provide instruction on civics, citizenship, media literacy, and American government to students. The need for more and improved civics education is clear. As the 2021 report of the Educating for American Democracy Initiative states, the relative neglect of civic education in the past century is one important cause of our civic and political dysfunction. One need only look to the tragic events at the United States Capitol on January 26, 2021, as a symptom of the social illness caused by the decline in civics education nationally. This tragedy was a disturbing but unsurprising result of combined surges in both voter participation and misinformation on various forms of online media. Connecticut is well positioned to assess and improve civics education and media literacy at all levels. We have a diverse array of governmental and non-governmental organizations, such as the Judicial Branch, the Office of the Secretary of the State, the Connecticut Democracy Center, and Everyday Democracy, all of which are devoted to making civics education accessible and exciting through programs such as mock trials, debates, classroom visits by judges and lawyers, mock elections, and other informational or adult education programs. These programs meet the need, identified just before by Attorney Bedard as well as Attorney Feinstein, of teaching people how to disagree peaceably on the issues of the day. As the testimony earlier by Ms. Correa of Waterbury showed, access to this kind of civics education is valued, but unfortunately not uniformly available around the state, despite our organization's deep commitment to equity. So the CBA supports a bipartisan task force to examine how civics education and media literacy is provided in our state. We do, however, respectfully suggest some changes to the language of the raised bill to make that task force a bit more responsive to the needs of our state. In summary, we would broaden the mission of the task force, study, improve, and promote education on civics, American government, and media literacy without limitation to the public schools, or even to students generally. We would also recognize the important role that governmental and non-governmental organizations, including our institutions of higher education, share in promoting education as to citizen engagement, civics education, and media literacy. And I hear my time is up, so I will say in closing, the Connecticut Bar Association does support House Bill number 6760 to encourage the development and improvement of civics education and media literacy in our state. Thank you for your time. I'm going to forward written testimony and suggested changes to the bill to the committee by tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just
Representative
appreciate,
McCarty.
just for clarification, that was going to be my question. Did you submit your recommendations to the committee? But you just said you did, so.
Yeah, we're going to, we'll submit them tomorrow, and actually, in listening to a lot of the testimony at the hearing today, more have now come to mind. So I'm happy that we'll have a chance to, get those in.
Thank you.
But
That'd be great.
I'm also happy to discuss just to outline briefly the additional changes. I unfortunately just ran out of time. We have a few other bullet points.
Thank you.
I see Representative Brown, and then we have Representative Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you for being here today, your testimony. As a high school civics teacher in the state of Connecticut, I've interacted a number of times in my career with some of the organizations that you spoke of, and so thank you for the work that they've done. My question to you would be to ask, you referenced wanting to see some extensions upon what we're already doing. So I'm going to ask for you to expound on that a little bit. What should we be doing more to promote more of that civics education in Connecticut? Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
I think really what we'd like to see is more coordination of the resources that are already out there. One of the things we've seen as, we do work, all the nonprofit providers do work very closely together. And a lot of us, share the benefit of funding through Connecticut Humanities as well. But one of the things we see is that civics education, as a teacher, I'm sure you'll understand, is one of these things where if you're into it, you're really into it. And if you're not that into it, you just kind of tune out. And so one of the things we're really struggling with is finding a way to engage people beyond high school and also to do more than preach to the choir. So that's one part. And then the other part is really just finding a way to coordinate the existing resources and making sure that we're really reaching, out across the state.
Thank you.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, John, for coming out, and thank you for all the hard work you've done on this. Just a little background on this particular bill. I had introduced a proposal for something like this during my first term, actually submitted on January 6, 2021, my first day in the legislature, which has turned out to be meaningful. One of the first people outside the legislature to contact me was Attorney Weiner, and he's been involved in civics promotion and civics education promotion before this ever began. We originally envisioned it as a task force because we felt it was essential that this be a very nonpartisan, non-ideological type of project. And the other great part of it is no matter who I talked to, whether they were Democrats or Republicans, they were all constitutional scholars and eager to give their opinions and their expertise. We learned, though, through the chairman that the State Department of Education had some reservations about the curriculum side of it, given that we had recently passed a model curriculum bill, and the Resource Center, CERC, is currently very involved in crafting this new model curriculum, which also includes the civics and citizenship portion. So I've done a lot of discussion with various individuals at SDE, including Chief of Staff Laura Stefan and Stephen Armstrong, who is the Social Studies and Civics State Specialist. And he suggested that to take any fear of encroachment or duplicativeness between our efforts and that of SDE was to emphasize civic engagement. And I think Attorney Weiner here just mentioned something along those lines, as did Attorney Bedard earlier. I didn't expect that, but trying to expand the discussion and the meaning of civics. As a number of speakers had mentioned, this has to do not just with learning history and constitutional theory, It has to do with practical application, and that's where I feel we can probably work together on this, both through the Secretary of the State's office, with whom we've been in touch, and people from SDE are willing to come in and help work on this revised language, which Attorney Weiner has been most indispensable in putting together and kind of leading on that. I appreciate your time, and I do believe that we have a good chance if we can keep focused on the idea of this as a way of promoting civility, promoting the precepts of our constitutional system of our republic. It's something that we have responsibilities to do. It's not a thing that you just have to be interested in or not, like college basketball or something. Political life, governmental life is something that affects all of us, and it depends and it flourishes only when we are all engaged and we are all knowledgeable. So we're trying not to be a threat to the State Department of Education, but look to do this as a way of putting practical civics education into application in our communities and in our state. And that's the thrust of this particular piece of legislation. And I appreciate John's great service and all the work he's done on this up to now, and hope that we can see it through in the way we've discussed today and some of the other speakers have. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Next up, we have Kim Healy. Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry, misspoke. Thomas Silvera, then Kim Healy.
Hi, how are you, everyone? Thank you for having me today. Good day, honorable members of the Education Committee, co-chair, members, vice chairs. Thank you for the opportunity for me to address the committee regarding HB 6759, which is the section.
Sir, is it possible to speak up a tiny bit? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Maybe a little closer to your mic. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I think, how's that? The volume better? Can you hear me?
Yep, you were just a little quiet, that's all.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. It's connection up here. I just want to say good day to all the honorable members of the Education Committee, co-chair, vice chair, as members of the Education Committee. Just want to thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of Bill Number HB 6759. One of the things I want to come to you guys today, I come to you guys with a heavy heart, which I hope will resonate with you. My name is Thomas Silvera. I'm the co-founder and president of the Elijah Levy Foundation, which is a national organization focused on food allergies and asthma. And, you know, I am here to speak on this bill, which allows child care centers to administer epinephrine in emergency situations. As some of you may not know, I lost my son due to an allergic reaction while he was attending his child care center. And, you know, my son was only 3 at the time. So his death was a tragedy that could have been prevented. And, you know, Elijah had a known dairy allergy, and we had taken all the necessary precautions to ensure his safety. You know, we provided all the staff with the action plans, EpiPens in case of emergency. However, that day on November 3rd, 2017, he had an allergic reaction. The staff did not respond, nor did they tell us what had happened, and he soon passed away. So the loss of my son has been devastating for me and my family, but I'm here today not just to share my story, but as an advocate for change. And I'm here to urge you to support HB 6759, Section 4, which will allow child care to administer epinephrine in the event of emergency. This bill is critical because it will provide child care centers with the tools they need to respond to emergency quickly and effectively. Epinephrine is a life-saving medication, and that can stop an allergic reaction in its track. Allowing child care centers to administer epinephrine will ensure that children like my son Elijah are not left to suffer while waiting for emergency assistance. I urge you to think about the children in your own lives, or those who you know who have children with such food allergies, how they feel, how we feel if they were in our shoes, in their shoes. because no parent should have to go through what my family have gone through. So passing this bill, you can help ensure that no other parent will have to experience the heartbreak. And the purpose of this bill is one of the things that I hold strongly as a parent, knowing that, you know, not just in Connecticut that this is an important, vital bill, but this is a bill that can set forth and set change, not just for Connecticut, but for other states to see that, you know, we need to keep the most vulnerable safe. And that's why I'm here today to speak on that in support of this bill. I urge your employee to support HB. Sorry, I'm getting choked up. Sorry, HB 6759. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry for your loss. You're right. Nobody should ever have to experience that. And thank you for using your voice to advocate for others so others don't have to experience that senseless loss that you have. Yep, Representative McCarty.
Yeah, thank you very much. I too wanted to add my remarks and thank you for your very powerful advocacy tonight and for having the courage to come forward. And I too am very, very sorry for your loss. We really appreciate you coming out and testifying. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I see Representative Comey also has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Thomas, for coming out tonight and waiting with us. I too am very sorry that you've experienced this loss for you and your family. And I know that you're doing such fantastic work through your foundation on the national stage. And this is so critical, not only here in Connecticut, but in centers and across the country. You have set with partners in the allergy field, put together a 9-point plan of what are best practices. And I was just wondering if you could take a minute to talk about, you know, I know that we've got about 5 or 6 of them or so, but that there are a few gaps that you feel as someone who's experienced this, we could make improvements on. And I'm hoping that you can just share with the committee what those are. Thank you. Be frozen.
I don't think, Thomas, are you frozen? Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, okay. So, sorry, it's just my service is pretty bad up here.
I think the representative asked if you had any recommendations in case you couldn't hear.
Thomas, I asked if you had any improvements that we could make to our current policies based on the work that you've been doing. I'm hoping you can hear me.
I can't hear anyone at the moment.
It's looking like we might be having a connectivity issue. But if you do have any recommendations to our current policies, Thomas, I hope that you will submit those to the committee. Thank you, Representative Comey, for your question. All right, next up, I believe, and thank you for joining us, Thomas. Next up, we have Kim Healy.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you to the chairs and ranking members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight regarding SB 1094, which will delay implementation and hopefully change some of the requirements of the Right to Read legislation. My name is Kim Healy. I am a select woman and resident of Wilton. I am also House Minority Leader Vin Candelora's appointee to the Reading Leadership Implementation Council. I am not here today to represent the council or the town of Wilton. I am here to testify on behalf of the thousands of children in our state who cannot read by first grade or independently by third grade, and we'll never learn to do so if we do not take the necessary time to make sure that we make recommendations and curriculum that will actually ensure that our kids are taught properly to read. I accepted the request to serve as a volunteer on the Reading Leadership Implementation Council because I believe deeply that every child deserves and needs to be able to read well. My family has a long history of volunteering in underserved schools as reading assistants. I have served on many library boards and know how crucial it is for all people of all ages to access books and other reading materials. During my time as member on the Implementation Council, I have heard from educators, advocates, and parents from around the state. I've become very familiar with how the state education department runs. I am informed on the merits of the science of reading and understand that the reliance on commercial reading programs to satisfy state education requirements are not going to be the answer to the reading problems of our students. I respectfully ask that you delay the implementation of the right to read legislation and give the council more time to get the waiver process right, and that we are permitted to create small working groups to develop curriculum and programs. School districts can choose to adopt our curriculum or to use it to guide their own writing of curriculum tailored to their students' needs. The council should also be tasked with ensuring that all district leadership and educators be trained in the science of reading so they can ensure it is being included in all areas requiring reading in their own school districts. We appreciate that the legislature has allocated over $35 million to this legislation already. I believe the funds should be mostly spent providing master classes, supports, and other assistance to our school districts instead of funding commercial programs or pursuing a waiver process that seems inclined to burden every municipality even further. I believe that Connecticut is at a crossroads. The education disruption due to the pandemic and the damage it has caused to most of the students in our state has only exacerbated the reading problems we have. I applaud the legislature in passing the right to read bill, but I implore you to spend the time and let us spend the time to make the amendments necessary to ensure it will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Is that?
Yeah, Representative McCarty.
Thank you. And I just wanted to welcome you and thank you for your service on the
Thank you.
Implementation Council and coming forward with your recommendations. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Next, we have Jocelyn Panetta. I apologize. I'm sure I didn't say that correctly.
Co-Chair Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, ranking members Representative McCarthy and Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Jocelyn Pineda, and I'm a criminal justice student at the University of New Haven, a member of RACE and a resident of Waterbury, Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. Our schools are meant to be a place where students are able to feel safe, become knowledgeable, and feel supported in all areas of the system. But the statistics have shown that schools over-police and over-surveillance children for the behavior, rather than funding trained professionals to effectively handle children with developmental and behavioral concerns. We have also seen the increased reliance on student resource officers in our more urban cities that are home to Black, Latino, and Indigenous children of color. This population have become most susceptible to an increased criminalization of youth and harsher disciplinary policies within the school system. In the year 2018 to 2019, 259 Waterbury students were arrested, despite only accounting for 3.5% of students statewide. Waterbury students are 5 times more likely to be arrested than their peers. The effects of early police intervention on our youth are detrimental to their future and contributes to the school to prison pipeline phenomenon. Apart from organizing with RACE, I also interned at Emerge Connecticut Incorporated, a reentry program in the greater New Haven area that focuses on assisting returning citizens to become successful products of society. Through my time there, a lot of men, both younger and older, have been part of the public school system at some point of their lives. Many of their first interactions with the legal system have been through early police interventions within their schools. This is not to undermine any external factors that may have impacted them, but further demonstrate the importance of having a strong support system like counselors, social workers, and psychologists who can create a safer school environment. Currently, the level of discordance and underlying philosophies of SROs and school administrators have created confusion, ambiguity, and tension surrounding discipline policies. This legislation would strengthen current law by increasing transparency and accountability for SROs by ensuring their roles and responsibilities contained with the mandated memorandum of understanding will be accessible to students, parents, and educators. This legislation would also ensure that the MOU includes how and when they restrain students, use their weapons or restraints, and their duties connected to conducting school-based arrests. I strongly support SB 1095, and I hope that the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. Together, we can build an educational system that centers the social and emotional well-being of students through care, resources, learning, and restoration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? We have a question right here. Yeah, Rep.
Thank you. I just have one quick question. I need those statistics. Thank you for testifying, but you said Waterbury, what was the year and how many?
2018 to 2019, 259 Waterbury students were arrested, despite only accounting for 3.5% of students statewide.
Great, thank you.
Any questions? So what I would like to do at this point is we have some students here who they have to get back home because I was told out in the hallway, they got a lot of homework they have to do, a lot of responsibility. So because of that, and this is the education committee and we're the adults, sometimes they tell us we need to act like the adults, right? So we're going to act like the adults and let the young people come for us so they can get home and get their study. But you guys got a lesson today and how civics work. This is your civics class right before you. So as we proceed, I'm gonna call up Asia Hamilton, and then after Asia, the next four young people. You guys just come right to the front, and then you guys come one after the other after the last one speak. But I'm gonna hold you to your 3 minutes. I'm gonna tell you that. So when you hear this bell, listen. When you hear this, that means you should be summarizing your next words are in conclusions, individuals, ... All right? All right, come on up. Come on, Asia. And I was told, Asia, I'm your senator.
Hello.
Yes. All right, let's go.
Hello, good morning. Good evening, Co-Chair Senator McCurry and Representative Curry, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Asia Hamilton, and I am a resident of Hartford, Connecticut. I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. I do believe there are other restorative ways to implement disciplinary actions without being forceful or causing trauma to the students in the process. For too long, we have been led to believe that we are the problem and must be progressively disciplined for each offense when there was no intervention to find the root cause of the problem. At school, we have tried to implement resources such as the peace room to help speak to students who have gotten themselves into altercations instead of in or out of school suspension, also known as ISS or OSS. However, it is being debated on being removed or is being used less to reinstate the ISS program that continues to demonize youth and further contribute to the school to prison pipeline that mainly affects Black and Latinx children. With that, having teachers and other trained individuals like guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, and school aides step in place of SROs to de-escalate situations will better emotionally assist students through the relationships they have built with these personnel in and out of the classroom. As a result, more police officers do not equate to safer schools or safer students. This takes a mental toll on Black and brown students that experience these issues, but it is not being addressed in preventative intervention and restorative manners. There is no restraint in restorative, Therefore, there must be no room for school-based arrest and no time where guns should be used in school by anyone. We need to redefine what constitutes a school resource officer through differentiation in training and procedures taken to de-escalate situations. They need to be equipped with the appropriate training and ongoing support to address daily interactions between students and school personnel. According to research by Connecticut Voices for Children, there is no evidence school resource officers make students or staff safer, but schools with SROs have more arrests and more expulsions than their peer institutions without SROs. I strongly support Senate Bill 1095. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. Together, we can build an educational system that centers the emotional, social well-being of students through care, resources, learning, and restoration. Thank you for your time. I'm Asia
Thank
Hamilton.
you. You landed right on time. Any questions? Yes. Representative Cox.
Thank you. Asia, thank you for testifying. I just had a question for you. So as a student that is currently in a school system, why do you think that a counselor or a school staff member, other school staff member would be better able to respond to the needs of your fellow students as opposed to a school resource officer?
Given that they're in the building with us every single day, possibly interacting with us as the day progresses, I do feel as though as altercations do occur, they will be better able to emotionally assist us through the relationships we have built on these day-to-day basis, because of course we do have to speak to them every day. So with those relationships we have built in or out of the classroom, we will be able to better divulge our situations to them rather than an SRO who is not normally in the school and are not more so in line with or or the things that we have experienced as students rather than those that are.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Up next, we have 3 students. I'm a Ty, and this is Melody, and Zachariah. Zariah, I'm sorry. Well, you guys will come one after the other. So whoever want to come first.
Good evening to the committee. My name is Ty Fernandez Wren, and I'm resident of Waterbury, Connecticut, and I'm here today in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. So I just want to say, from listening today to the hearing overall, it's very obvious how everyone wants what's best for the children. It's been said plenty today, and I think we should just center that as we discuss things today. And I also believe that we should prioritize the voices of those impacted. I think we've had so many firsthand testimonies from youth, students, and parents, and we will continue to have those behind me, and them and their voices should be heard and prioritized. People who have been through the public schools and seen the effects of the SROs firsthand should be prioritized and listened to today. I just want to start and say all students deserve to feel safe, secure, and supported in their places of learning. Yet too often our schools rely on policing to keep children in line rather than funding professionals trained to deliver students necessary developmental and behavioral health resources. I'm fully in support of this bill, Bill 1095. I represent race as a part of the Community First Coalition. I'm from Waterbury, born and raised, and I'm a product of the Waterbury Public Schools. I've personally seen the waste of resources and capital that is used to have police officers patrol the halls and harass students when they are not needed in the schools. And I personally believe that that money could be better used in actual resources for students that we needed and for our teachers. I'm fully supporting this bill because it begins the conversation that we need to have in this state around police officers in schools and their actual purpose. And it also begins the conversation about what school safety really means. I believe their purpose needs to be reassessed and that we as a state need to think about what school safety looks like, because for me at Kennedy High, the police provided no safety, but instead wasted school resources. This bill would also be extremely meaningful because it provides some accountability for the police officers in Waterbury We know that they run unchecked, arresting and harassing students for unnecessary reasons. You heard from Jocelyn the data points about how over-policed the students are in Waterbury. Unfortunately, I know many students that have told their stories about how they were mistreated and harassed by police in the schools. And really, these students deserve care and not cops. So all this to say, SROs are currently causing so much harm in our schools. Based on the data, based on our firsthand accounts, and if they continue like this, unchecked, unbalanced, and unprovoked, students will not be able to succeed. So again, I strongly support SB 1095. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. And together we can build an educational system that centers students' social emotional well-being through care, resources, learning, and restoration. I'm sorry for going over time.
Oh, great job. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Next.
Hello, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Melody Massaquoi. I am the lead fellow at Citywide Youth Coalition, and I am a longtime resident of the New Hallville community in New Haven, Connecticut. I am testifying in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. I've been a part of New Haven Public Schools from preschool to 12th grade. In that time, I've seen many things. I have seen my fellow classmates get criminalized. I have seen the lines between the school to prison pipeline get even more blurred. I have seen my fellow students patted down and searched every day with the fear of being harmed by the cruel justice system before they could get to first period. What I haven't seen were enough social workers, therapists, nurses, and a clear investment in restorative and transformative justice to help students on a daily basis. I haven't seen true safety. I haven't seen transformative justice, especially not for Black and Brown youth, nor for LGBTQ+ youth. As a social work major, I am taught that the foundation of my work is social justice. But my question to everyone here is, why doesn't the school system follow that same precedent? Why doesn't the justice system? All students deserve to feel safe, secured, and supported in their place of learning. For so many, those 8 hours within the school walls are a second home. However, in return, students are often subjected to an unforgiving system that puts the idea of order over basic human rights. Too often, our schools rely on policing to keep children in line rather than the funding professionals trained to deliver students necessary developmental and behavioral health sources. Students are not monsters. They are human beings that deserve emotional, physical, and mental care. According to research by Connecticut Voices for Children, there is no evidence that school resource officers or SROs make students or staff safer, but schools with SROs have more arrests and more expulsions than their peer institutions without SROs. I strongly support SB 1095 and hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. Together, we can build an education system that centers students' social, emotional well-being through care, resources, learning, and restoration. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, Melody. I think we have Ty. Ty started. Did I miss anyone? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Zariah Ramos, and I currently live in Storrs, where I attend the University of Connecticut. I'm a senior graduating this May, studying sociology and minoring in urban and community studies, and I'm also the political education associate at Hearing You Voices, and I support Bill SB 1095. Now that I'm done with my introduction, I would like to pay attention to why we are here today. We are redefining the roles of SROs and changing narratives. We as a collective are fighting with great strength and passion to protect and advocate for the future. The one thing I could understand in my studies as a sociology student is that there are a lot of barriers from our history's past that still linger today to affect Black and Brown people. It is undeniable that our nation has a problem with a system of policing, and we, the people who are affected by it, are offering our solutions. SROs are primarily in urbanized schools in the state of Connecticut. I can confirm this to be true because I went to one of those urbanized schools in this state where I saw firsthand the effect of SROs being with Black and Latinx students. The percentage of Black students arrested was over 17 times as high in schools with SROs, and the percentage of Latinx students was over 10 times as high with SROs in school. Are these numbers not alarming? These numbers are telling me we are complacent, perpetuating the system of this nation that chooses to mass incarcerate Black and Latinx individuals. My hometown growing up had a great example of this inequality when I attended a couple years ago. There were two high schools in my hometown directly next to each other, the Magnet building and the regular high school building. Even though I attended science and tech, I seen the inequality with police presence because there was only officers in the regular building and not in the Magnet building. And it comes as no surprise that many of the students from the Magnet building were white students from other districts, and the regular high school was predominantly Black and Latinx youth. The number of suspensions and expulsions were much higher in the regular school, and it could even be described as prison-like. Students in school suspensions would sit in a room with no windows in a room for hours, expected not to speak, and could only eat cold lunch. This never sat right with me. Reminding me of jail. When I had classes at the regular high school, there were SROs and a regular floor always monitoring. At times, I felt so uncomfortable to use the bathroom at the regular school because I knew SROs would be there to watch my every move, so I would wait to go to the bathroom at the Magnet school. It was not because I was ever doing anything wrong, but I was taught at a young age to be fearful and to be hyper vigilant with the police, like many Black and Latinx youth are told at a young age. The Magnet school always flourished in comparison because they had more resources, no policing, and actual opportunities that were offered that weren't never offered at the regular high school. There were many other instances that happened that shouldn't have, and this is not okay. Bill 1095 will include the necessary included provisions that will address the daily interactions between students and school personnel with school resource officers. The solution to this is care, not criminalization. The solution to this is more mental health services and funding for more social workers and psychologists. So in conclusion, the solution to this is not repeating history and understanding that police don't stop violent acts from happening. It's resources. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. All right. Next up, we have, let's see, Pastor William. Pastor William McCullum. Are you online, sir? No? Okay. Pastor William McCullum. How about Liz Brown from Waterbury? Liz.
Good evening. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak tonight. Senator McCrory and Senator Berthel, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, and esteemed members of the committee. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of CABE. I'm the president of CABE, but I'm also on the Board of Education in Waterbury. I've served there for 12 years and really appreciate this deep conversation and about some of these complex issues. CABE represents about 1,300 Board of Education members throughout Connecticut in very diverse communities, rural, suburban, and urban, and so forth. So in the interest of time, I just really want to say up front that these issues are complex and multifaceted. And I think this conversation shows that if we come together, we can find some solutions. And I think CABE stands ready to work with the committee to really come up with some recommendations that would try to address some of these critical issues. CABE supports 1093, but the goal of 1093 of smaller classrooms, but would oppose a specific mandated cap for many reasons, barriers of funding and student population changes and facilities and so forth. So I think it's a goal and I'd love to work on the committee with it, but right now I don't think we can institute the cap on small classrooms. And a lot of times it is a matter of collective bargaining. So we'd have to work on that issue as well. As far as 1094, we've talked a lot about this. The reading program, CABE, that's one of our most dear issues that came up in our delegate assembly. And just in brief, we align with superintendents and the reading specialists and everybody who's saying we really need to take our time and move slower and do this right. It's not about a program, it's about teachers' capacity. So I think this was a great conversation today. Next, a lot of the students are talking about the SROs. We totally support 1095, and even in Waterbury, as Dr. Ruffin supports 1095. The only issue would be, we don't really think that non-police officers should play the role of a police officer. I'm not sure where that came from. We do try to train everyone on restorative justice and de-escalation and all those things, but I don't think they could take the place of an SRO. One thing I would add to the task force, one of the issues is data. We've heard the Connecticut Voices for Children, we've heard the Connecticut Advocate, different types of data. Okay, I just would recommend that the task force looks at a standard reporting system for all police departments, because everybody does it different. The only other thing I would weigh in, you've got my written testimony. I did serve on the ESS committee, the Teacher Evaluation Committee, with my vice president, Leonard Lockhart, a board member from Windsor, and we agree with this. We support this legislation. And I heard the discussion about in line 70, adding back academic, and I totally agree with that. But it's a great committee, and I think we're doing some good work to try to really link teacher evaluation with professional development and support. So I'll end there and answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Liz. And I see we have a question from Representative Napoli.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And hi, Liz. Thanks for being here tonight. And
hi, Ron.
Thanks for all the good work that you do. My question is around your role as a member of the Board of Education in Waterbury. Can you tell me what year Waterbury had that spike in student arrest? What year was that?
The data is in 1819, just prior to the pandemic. And absolutely, there were too many arrests in our schools, and we came together and said, we've got to do something about it.
So, so Liz, my follow-up is, have there been any reforms that have been put in place to address this? And if so, can you please talk about them?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this issue is not new, and we have worked with race and other community, the NAACP, who highlighted this. Nobody wants to arrest a child in a school system. So what we have done is work with the police department on an alternative. Instead of arrest, the school can divert a child to the Juvenile Review Board in Waterbury, which has done a great job in diversions and really works with the family. With the caveat, it is a voluntary thing. Some parents do not come, and they don't come with their children. So it really need to figure out a better way to get into the diversion program, these kids. We've also hired, thanks to ESSER dollars, every school now has social workers, guidance counselors, school psychologists. We have community partners with the Junior Republic and Waterbury Youth Services. And I think a lot of our work is with our parents now. We have several groups meeting to really try to address these issues. So it really takes a community. And I want to add, when you hear from the kids, they'll say a lot of this violence in our schools really is a result of social media. It escalates during the day. And then the kids are either waiting outside, a lot of fights at the bus stops. So I think, again, it's a matter of education and prevention and working with the school district. But as a board member, we struggle with this, and we try to do whatever we can to put these policies in place. As a matter of fact, the last meeting we had was Saturday with the NAACP. Saturday morning, we had a great conversation, and Chief Spagnola in Waterbury has agreed that no child will be arrested in our school district unless he approves the arrest or one of his deputies. So that is a fantastic kind of collaboration that we're looking at. And as Dr. Ruffin said, we now send a mental health worker with the police if there is a problem in the community. A mental health worker will go with the police. Sometimes they are more equipped to work with the family and the student so that there's not an arrest. So it's complicated, and I welcome this conversation and anything we can do to make sure our kids are learning and feel safe in our community.
Thanks, Liz.
Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Representative Napoli. And I see Senator Winfield.
Thank you, and I'll try to be brief. I know we have a lot of people left to go. I'm trying to figure out what CABE's understanding of the role of the SRO is, because it seems in your testimony you're suggesting, I'm not sure, as talking about CABE, representing yourself, that you're glad that that last exchange just happened and they're working on not arresting young people, but that would indicate that that was what the officers were there to do. And if they can't be replaced, it seems to me that the reason they can't be replaced is because they're functioning as officers, which means that they're likely at some point to be arresting folks. But every time I've had this conversation about SROs, I get talked to about everything but arrest, everything but the traditional functioning of a police officer, much of the stuff that the other people who the bill suggests might take on the role would do. So what is your understanding of SROs then? I just want clarity.
Well, the new MOU that we negotiated with our police department in Waterbury, and CABE has talked to, as our board, as I say, it's very diverse. Some people, you know, it's a local decision. Some people don't want SROs. Some people love them. Waterbury, our survey has shown that we do have support of our community for SROs. So the role of SRO is to be in the school to provide safety in the school and also to work with the staff and the students and build a sense of community in the school so that we can build that trust so that when kids are out in the community, there is trust. We've got a great police department in Waterbury, our police athletic league. So I think it's not, you're not in there for criminal, to identify criminal activity. You're there to for safety, as the police chiefs spoke this morning. That's our understanding. And we do work as a team, the SROs, yeah. Anyway, so.
I don't want to take up a lot of it. I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to shorten that answer, because when you say provide safety, how?
I think by keeping bad people from going in the school as security, that is the main reason why they're there.
Because of the length of the hearing, I will leave that there, but I'm going to follow up with you.
Yeah, I'd love to continue the conversation. Thank you. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. Thank you, Liz, for
Okay,
joining
thank
us.
you. Thanks a lot.
Next, I think we have Shanika. Are you with us? Nope. All right. Diane Wilcuts. Nope. Seth Freeman. All right. Megan Phillips.
Good evening. Chairman McCrory, Chairman Curry, Representative McCarty, Senator Berthel, and other members of the Education Committee. My name is Megan Phillips, and I'm a law student intern at the Center for Children's Advocacy, a nonprofit legal organization that protects the legal rights and interests of Connecticut's most vulnerable youth. One of our main focus areas is educational advocacy. CCA fully supports SB 1095 as it will increase transparency surrounding SROs. First, SB 1095 will create transparency around the role of SROs by requiring that memoranda of understanding are public and readily accessible. In 2015, the legislature passed an act requiring MOUs between police and school districts with SROs for the purpose of clearly defining the role of SROs. However, these MOUs are not currently accessible to the public. This bill will require towns with police in their schools to make these MOUs public, so there will be no question about the roles of SROs or whether MOUs were even created. Having all of this information accessible will ensure that the police in our schools are focused on promoting a safe school climate, protecting our children, and responding to emergency situations. Second, SB 1095 will ensure that SROs do not get unnecessarily involved in situations that other school staff are better trained for. Too often, SROs become involved in lower levels of school discipline, resulting in negative outcomes for students. This bill requires that the role of SROs be clarified and limited, while at the same time reinforces the role of appropriately trained staff when handling crises in the school setting. For example, when our client Ariel, a high school student with an emotional disability, was triggered by a classmate, she walked out of class to look for a trusted staff member to process with. Instead, she encountered her school's SRO, who was not aware of her disability or her behavior plan. She ended up in a negative exchange with the SRO and ran to escape the building. She was ultimately restrained and arrested as a result. Had Ariel been directed to a counselor or other support staff, this incident and the related traumatic arrest would likely have never occurred. It is incidents like this that SB 1095 seeks to prevent by ensuring that the role of SROs versus counselors and related support staff is clearly defined. Finally, by creating provisions to clearly define the role of the SRO and by enhancing transparency around MOUs, this bill will also help to prevent unnecessary arrests of groups of students who are disproportionately impacted by the presence of police officers in schools, mainly students of color and students with disabilities. For these reasons, CCA supports the passage of SB 1095 and the steps it's taking to create transparency around SROs. Thank you for your consideration.
That was perfect timing. Well done. Anybody have any questions? Thank you so much for joining us today. Next, we have Kate Field, followed by Joseph McCary, and then Alan Adley. Kate,
Good evening. Hello. Good evening, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name's Kate Field, and I work at the Connecticut Education Association. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of HB 6757, which would eliminate the current statutory requirement for annual ratings for teachers and administrators. I'm a former teacher and school administrator and currently specialize in teacher evaluation at Connecticut Education Association. These three roles have given me a unique perspective on educator ratings. I was rated as a teacher, I was rated as an administrator, and in my current role, I've worked to resolve problems related to performance ratings in over 100 different districts in the state. These experiences have led me to conclude that ratings do not help teachers improve. They cause a divide between administrators and teachers, and they don't improve student outcomes. In the interest of time, I'll ask you to refer to my written testimony for the many other specific reasons why ratings don't work. I do want to emphasize that in the decades since educator ratings were implemented, student performance has remained stagnant. Ratings have not led to improved student achievement, but have demoralized teachers. It's time to consider alternatives to ratings. Fortunately, the EES Council, or the Educator Evaluation Support Council, has reached consensus on an innovative new set of educator evaluation guidelines. These guidelines focus on professional development and high-quality feedback rather than ratings. Keeping the rating requirement in statute will conflict with these new guidelines. It's going to confuse districts and sabotage the guidelines before they're ever implemented. And it's for this reason that I ask you to please consider supporting HB 6757. Thank you for your time, your dedication, and all you do for education in Connecticut.
Thank you so much, Kate. Seeing no questions, we will move on. Joseph McCary.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Joseph McCary. I'm the superintendent of schools for the town of Vernon for the past 8 years. You have my written testimony, so I'm just going to highlight a few things because of the lateness of the hour. First of all, the Vernon Public Schools never wavers from its core beliefs. We relentlessly work on developing and implementing and monitoring a comprehensive, high-quality ELA curriculum that's designed to meet the diverse needs of all of our students. You know, curriculum writers include teachers, district coaches, central office administrators, outside consultants, and we've devised a curriculum that we're proud of that's aligned to the Connecticut core standards for English language arts. I'm going to be honest with you, the proof is in the pudding. So in the last 5 years, from 2015 to 2019, the percentage of students who have taken the SBAC in grades 3 through 8 have increased from 40.8% to 53.3%. That's an increase of 12.5%. To put it in perspective, the state of Connecticut average was 55.6% and only increased 0.1% to 55.7%. So looking at this, we strongly believe in the science of reading and strongly advocate that students should be reading by grade 1 and should be reading independently by the end of grade 3. This is the only way we're going to close the achievement gap in Connecticut. To achieve that goal, we need a comprehensive literacy curriculum developed by experts. We do not believe in a magic bullet or canned programs. To expect results from such an attempt is a fallacy and quite naive. Commercial programs are not the magic bullet. If they were, districts would have been using them decades ago. These programs deprofessionalize teachers and cannot be a one-size-fits-all. You need to teach the child and not the program. You have teachers on this committee. Ask them, do commercial programs best educate students? The purpose of the bill is good. The intent is great. Keep it. The problem lies with the implementation of the bill. You cannot sit here and say that buying a certain reading program will solve our problems in Connecticut. That is foolish and quite ridiculous. Successful implementation is needed to make the bill work, and that takes effective leadership. Together, we can lead an effort that will change Connecticut for the next, not just for the next year, but for decades to come by making a difference in the lives of children. Please consider delaying the implementation of this bill so that we can do it right. Thank you again for allowing me to testify on this bill.
Thanks, Joseph, for being here. All right, seeing no questions. Alan Adley.
Good evening. It's always good to follow my closest friend, Dr. McCarry. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Senator Curry, Representative McCarty, Senator Berthel, and members of the committee. It's March, so happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone, in the future. It's been a long day for you, and we appreciate your attendance to all of these matters. You have my written statement, so I'm not going to read that. You've heard from superintendents all day long. I'm just going to cut to the chase, if I may. We've completely support the reading legislation. I completely support the Connecticut State Department of Education's commitment to that legislation. I'm down in Darien, and we want to speak on behalf of both Darien, but also anytime I've ever come before this board, it's always this committee is always to be speaking on behalf of all the children of Connecticut. And I'm here today to do that too. So we're supportive of the legislation. We're supportive of the urgency around this matter. And we're supportive of the State Department's efforts thus far. I think you heard today, really, that probably over half the school systems in Connecticut have submitted a waiver. So that says something to us. All I'm asking is, and I appreciate the bill 1094, all I'm asking is, if they come back, because we have no idea of when they come back, and if they say no to certain programs, we still have to implement partially, whatever that means. I don't even know what partially means. I would just ask to create a wee bit of space to have ongoing dialogue around what we know is the science of reading. And if districts are deficient in some capacity, then have the State Department work with the districts to complement or supplement those particular areas. There's waivers for some reason because there's other options that are available. So we should be able to meet those. So I would say use the time in 1094 to create that wee bit of space for that collaboration to take place at one shape or another. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Superintendent, for Representative Zupkis. Oh, sorry, wait, Representative McCarty first and then Representative Zupkis.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent, for coming forward. I think I gathered from your testimony that you were in concert with what you heard from your colleagues in the CAPS regarding this particular legislation. Is that correct?
That's correct. I just need to make sure that, or the committee needs to make sure what is happening after these waivers are decided upon. It's yes or a no. So technically we have some time to partially participate in the other programs. I would say continue to work with those districts in the areas that the State Department have deemed deficient, if that's what they deem deficient.
Right, and I think we heard that today.
Okay.
And then I just wanted to give a shout out. I know she'll be embarrassed, but you have the best high school principal in the state. She's my sister-in-law.
Oh, Mrs. Dunn. I was just texting her there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. She is.
Thank you, Representative. And I apologize, Representative Mara had a question.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just want to thank you for taking the trek out here since I represent Darien. Just, really appreciate your testimony and you being involved with this.
Thank you, Representative Mara. Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thanks for being here. Next, we have Caitlin Roll. All right. Dr. Tracy, you're up. You've been very patiently waiting with us since 10 o'clock this morning. Sure is. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Representative Leeper and Chairman McCrory.
Ranking Member McCarty, members of the committee. I'm grateful for the work that you're doing on behalf of the citizens of our state, and very encouraged, as I'm sure you are, to see how many citizens, and particularly our younger citizens, showing up to speak out on behalf of the cause of education in Connecticut. So that's great. My name is Stephen Tracy. I'm a retired public school teacher and a former Connecticut school superintendent. It was my privilege to chair the Connecticut Task Force on Charter Schools that this previous version of this committee created back in 1991. I was just looking at our report, which helped to set the stage for the first charter school on the state back in the 1990s. So I've been an advocate for public education, for parent choice, and for charter schools for a long time. I'm here to urge adoption of Bill 1096 regarding the charter school approval process. Anyone who is committed to the promise of charter schools, to the notion that educators and citizens and parents should be empowered to create innovative public schools on charter from the state, should want a rigorous approval process. And I certainly put myself in that camp. What we don't want is an overly burdensome process that discourages citizens from promoting and planning promising new schools, especially for our students of greatest need, as was referred to earlier today. A charter school aspirant needs to first describe their educational program in great detail. They need to produce a detailed budget demonstrating financial viability. They need to develop broad community and parent support for what they are proposing to do. They need to take their ideas before a public hearing. They then have to win support of the State Department of Education staff, and finally, support and approval from the State Board of Education. As one who's been through this process, I can tell you, it ain't no fast track. Since 2015, as you know, the state has required each individual charter group to come before the General Assembly to seek funding. Now, that's different from the General Assembly exercising its authority to appropriate funds for public schools and other charter schools. That's different. Imagine if the 900 plus public schools in this state each had to come before you and tell their story and justify their existence. That is what effectively charter schools have been asked to do for the last 7 years. Since 2015, that additional requirement has enabled folks who frankly don't like the idea of parent choice and charter schools to effectively freeze the process. And so I'm urging this committee to restore the charter school approval process to a point where it actually works, so that schools that have solid plans, have demonstrated community support, and can get to work on providing a quality public school option, which was the point of the charter school idea in the first place. Thank you for listening and for considering my point of view. I appreciate it.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You're a former traditional public school educator also?
Yes, I was the superintendent of schools in New Milford, in the city of Derby, and for the Connecticut Department of Children and Families. And I've done lengthy interim stints in Fairfield, which is where I know Representative Leeper from, as well as New London. These are all, as you know, traditional regular school districts.
So let me ask you something. Why do you think there's so much resistance in the state of Connecticut for parent choice?
Well, and I'm going to answer that question, and I say this as a person who spent a lot of time leading and serving in traditional public school systems. I think it's only natural for any organization to be leery of competition, and to favor an arrangement where basically, if you want a public education in my town, you have to come to me. I don't particularly share that view. I think that when school systems know that parents have options, we're all more likely to sit up a little straighter, sharpen our pencils, and try to do a better job for kids. In fact, there's some evidence to the effect that schools that have charter schools in them, not only do those students do better, but students in the regular public school tend to do better. Not always, and there's conflicting reports on all these topics, as you will appreciate. But I think the answer to your question, I think public schools, in the traditional public schools, are under a lot of pressure. They do need more funding. They do need more support. And under those circumstances, for many of them, the last thing they want is somebody else opening up down the block offering parents what some families might think is a better option. I say I don't share that view. I think competition inspires all of us to work harder for kids.
Just another question, unless you say something else that makes me ask you another question, but I'm not gonna do that. As far as oversight, there's been a lot of talk about oversight and that public school, charter school doesn't have enough oversight. You've worked in both worlds, charter world and the traditional world. If a charter school is failing, if 86% of their children can't read for 30 years consecutively, in the case we have in some of our schools, I would say 86, but I've never seen a number over 25% in any school district that I've worked in. What would happen to a school, a charter school that has a 20% achievement rate for its students when it comes to, let's just say, reading?
Well, there's two things that can happen. One is parents get fed up and leave.
Right.
That's the ultimate accountability. When you manage a school, and I've done it on several occasions here in New England and elsewhere, where you manage a school that is dependent for its revenue on parents deciding each and every year that this is the best place for my kid, you can't afford to have the kind of results that you were just describing. That's number one. If for some reason that doesn't happen, then the charter authorizer, in this case, the State Board of Education, can pull the charter and say, you're just not performing, or you're not properly seeing to the public funds. So there's two ways to go out of business. One is to lose your charter for cause, and the other is to lose the confidence of the families that you're serving. That's a tremendous degree of public accountability. And I've lived in the other world. You know, when you have lousy test scores, it's going to be an embarrassing night for the school board and the superintendent, maybe the principals of some schools, but that school is still going to be there next year. In the charter world, you better figure out a way to solve that problem or you will be gone.
And my last question, because you said that last word, you'll be gone. Have we shut down some charter schools that have not functioned the way we asked them to do based on what they said?
Yes.
Have we
Yes,
shut down
yeah.
a traditional public school because their children haven't, based on academics, reached a goal that we might say mean that's something that we would like for to see in our children?
I can't think of any. I don't know that I can give you a definitive answer to that second question. I know that there are charter schools that have gone out of business,
Right.
and rightly so.
And rightly so, exactly. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative McCarty?
Oh,
Thank you,
sorry.
thank you very much. Yes, I just wanted to point out, I think you were a pioneer in bringing charter schools into education, if I recall correctly.
Well, I will admit to being the first and for a long time, the only public school superintendent who thought this was a good idea. That's true. Yeah,
Right. Were you involved with the Edison project?
I was. I
Okay.
worked with Benno Schmidt in the Edison project for about 14 years. And during that time established the Wintergreen Magnet School here in Connecticut, which started out in Hamden and now has moved to another location. Yeah.
So I think it's good for our committee to be able to hear all perspectives. And today we heard some comments earlier about the possibility of looking throughout the state when charters have a idea to form, new charters forming. Do you think it's worthwhile for the state to look and work with charter and placement of where these charters should go? Or do you think that should just be left up to the local area to decide on their own? The only reason I mention that is because some districts look like they may be more suited to welcoming in charters than other areas, and just wondered if you had a perspective on that type of situation.
Yeah, I tend to be somewhat liberal, if you will, on that topic, meaning that I think the folks who have the idea for a new public charter school ought to be the ones to decide where it should be. They're the ones taking the risk. Before you go through this whole process of submitting a plan and getting all the approvals, you'd better do your market research. You'd better be confident that if you do all this and create a facility and everything else, that there will be a market for the program that you're offering. Because If it's not there, it's not going to happen. So I think to some extent, you can let families and community decide based on their expression of need where the schools should best be located. I know when I was in that line of work many years ago, that's one of the things you always looked at, talking to parents, talking to students, talking to communities, and where you gain a sense that at least some people are looking for a choice, that's where you want to be.
And thank you for those comments, and I'll reframe. I may get in touch with you. Thank you.
Fair enough. Am I
I
excused?
think we had not yet. I think we have one more. Thanks, Representative McCarty. Representative Cook had a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I know that we're talking about approval and funding. And there's been a conversation on whether charter schools are public or not public. And so my first question, and since you have a very long history in this, is what is the application process and how do I, if I'm a student, get into a charter school?
The application for a student is that those applications are publicly available, and when I first started, they were on paper, and now they're all online. And you fill it out, you apply, and if there are more applicants for a particular grade level, the school is only of a certain size. If you've got 100 seats in first grade and there's more than 100 people that want to go, then it's typically a random lottery through which the students are selected. Some charter schools have sibling preferences. So if one child comes in and the family has 2 children, want to keep the family together, they both get in. But it's basically an open process and selection by lottery if there are more applicants than there are seats.
So you said basically, so is there ever the conversation where a charter school does not pick, like if you had 100 kids and 100 seats, are there ever kids that you would turn away for any reason at all?
Not that I have. I come at this from the point of view of a public school person all my life. And so equal opportunity is very important to me in terms of how these schools function. So there should be no turning of kids away. That's frankly illegal in Connecticut. You cannot say to a child, well, because you have a special need or because you don't speak English as your first language, you can't come in. That's illegal, and it should be.
Well, it's illegal, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen.
Well,
And
there's
so
a
I
lot of
think
things.
That's part of my concern, and
Yeah.
we can battle this back and forth, but so I'm trying to understand, so if we're trying to do expedited process, equal funding, I want to ensure that whoever applies to a charter school gets the exact same opportunities that you would in a public school. And has the exact same criteria for educators and special education needs and all of those other things. And so that was kind of where my question was. And so I'm happy to go, and I know that we have 100 more people to listen to.
I'm trying to be respectful of the folks behind me.
I am too, so thank you very much.
Okay, appreciate your questions and happy to, she knows where to find me.
Dr. Tracy, thank you. You have served Fairfield very well. I just will add, and I know we have lots of folks left to go. I do think and full transparency, I have worked for a charter in New York City. I think the concern is that our charters don't necessarily offer all of the special education settings that our traditional public schools have to offer. And so I do think that's an area for continued inquiry. We don't have to do that right now. Thank you very much for being here and your patience. Next up, we have Luis Ortiz.
Good evening, co-chair Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, ranking members Representative McCarthy and Representative Berthel, and other distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Luis Ortiz. I'm the State Grassroots Manager with CONCAN, and I'm here testifying in support of Senate Bill 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. I'd like to make known that any system of care or safety that allows the incarceration of children under the age of 12 is not only repulsive, but it's a system that further empowers institutes of classism and racism. And all of us in this space should be taking a deeper look into any and all systems that fit that description. So let me state the obvious that you've heard from other folks tonight. All students deserve to feel safe, secure, and supported in their place of learning. You see, this is a phrase that all Americans, left or right, should be able to come together and agree on. Yet, despite all of us most likely agreeing with what I just said and others have said before me, students all across our state are still crying for help. They don't feel safe, they feel targeted, and they feel threatened. You see, the problem is that these feelings that they're feeling, they're not being caused by their peers or classmates. They're not being caused by their educators, but from the methods that we choose to employ in the name of safety. In today's world, that means more cops. The reality is that policing has never and won't equivocate to student safety. It only further emboldens the traumas that we know choke our communities: the lack of resources, underfunded schools, lack of economic mobility, and this list honestly can go on. Our students don't need policing, they need a commitment that provides funding to professionals trained to deliver students the necessary developmental and behavioral health resources that they need. A commitment that tells them your educational experience matters. A commitment that tells them we are going to heal those wounds. That's what I needed growing up, and that's what students today still need. I urge you, however, to not just take my word for it or the many others who've spoken before me, but to take the words of experts. Like you heard recently today, Connecticut Voices for Children has released a study that proves that there's no evidence that school resource officers make students or the school staff feel any safer. There is, however, evidence that shows the opposite, that when these SROs are present, the expulsion rate and the arrest rates quadruple, triple, whatever number you want to put, it expands it, makes it larger, and increases the chances of our Black and brown youth getting into the hands of the legal system. I strongly support Senate Bill 1095, and I hope the committee and Connecticut's lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. Together, we can truly build an education system that centers around students' well-being and social and emotional learning, and even importantly, their educational outcome. Instead of sending someone trained on the use of force, I think it's time we start to send in folks who are trained on the use of care. Care, not cops. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, I think we'll move on. Camilla Bordotello. Are you with us?
Yep, I am here. Thank you all so much. Dear members of the Education Committee, my name is Camilla Bortoletto, and I currently live in Brookfield, Connecticut, and I'm here to speak on two bills, here to speak in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers, and to speak in opposition to SB 1096, an act concerning the charter school approval process. I'm an alum of Danbury Public Schools, having attended elementary, middle, and high school in the Danbury school system. I am also the co-executive director of Connecticut Students for a Dream, which is a statewide youth-led organization that fights for the rights of undocumented immigrant students and their families. But today I'm speaking from my personal perspective as a former student in Danbury Public Schools and as someone who works with immigrant students in Danbury as part of my work. Like I said, I stand in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. All students deserve to feel safe, secure, and supported in their place of learning, but too often our schools rely on policing to keep children and students in line, as opposed to funding professionals who are trained in providing developmental and behavioral resources to students. And I believe you heard several speakers today talk about the Connecticut Voices for Children study, which shows that there's no evidence that school resource officers, SROs, make students safer or staff safer. Schools that have SROs, end up having a higher rate of expulsions and arrests of students, and that rate is particularly pronounced, I guess I'll say, for Black and brown students. So it perpetuates a situation in the schools where Black and brown students are overly targeted. So as being part of an organization that works with immigrant students, we want to have legislation and to have policies that help fight against that. And this bill 1095 would make headway in fighting against that. SB 1095, it's not the full solution, but it's definitely a step towards building an education system that centers the social emotional well-being of students through care and resources as opposed to policing and punishment. And I hope the committee supports it. Regarding SB 1096 around the charter school process, I stand in opposition to that. SB 1096 will take away the democratic oversight over the approval and funding of new charter school. And I ask the committee to keep the existing process, which gives the public and elected legislators a voice. And instead of taking funds out of our schools to fast track the creation of new charter schools, the legislature should fully fund and staff for public schools. Currently, public school funding is approved by the legislature, which, as you all know, is obviously elected by voters and hears testimony from the public, just like today. And we cannot take away the democratic oversight from the legislature and the public. And we can't hand over this decision-making power to an appointed board with less accountability to the community. The existing process gives the public and elected legislators a voice. SB 1096 will silence all voice.
Please summarize.
The existing process was created in 2015 because the charter school process was not transparent. And the current process is an improvement, and that change was made for a reason. So ask to keep the current process because it was created for a reason, because it works and it was needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, we have Sharon Rivera, followed by Sarah Cavanova.
Hello, as and members of the Committee on Education, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of Senate Bill 1095 and acting concerning school resource officers on behalf of Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. Universal is committed to accelerating the movement for health justice because health is a human right, and code to social justice and equity, We support this bill because it provides an opportunity for the legislature to act proactively in supporting the health and well-being of students. We must provide schools where our students feel safe, secure, and supported. Yet there are countless instances that our schools have relied on policing to keep children in line instead of investing in social workers or mental health professionals that can provide the developmental and behavioral health resources that our students need. I am going to quote the study again from Connecticut Voices for Children that we have been talking about more. The fact is, students of color are most impacted by over-policing. The report from Connecticut Student Voices for Children found that percentage of Black students arrested was over 17 times as high in schools with SROs, and the percentage of Latinx students was over 10 times as high as in high schools with SROs as well. The same report found that there was no evidence that SROs make students or staff feel safer, but schools with SROs have more arrests and more expulsions than their schools without SROs. This continuous violence against our students feed the school to prison pipeline. Instead of continuing the investment of police to react to disturbances in our schools, we must act on the needs of our students first. There needs to be an investment in mental health services, affordable housing, safe recreational spaces, and opportunities for young people. Through these social investments, we will see the transformation of our students' well-being and build a better and healthier Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in favor of SB 1095. I hope the committee and the Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill to build a safe educational system that centers the social well-being of Connecticut children. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, Sarah
Kavanaugh. Good evening, distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for all the time that you're putting in today. My name is Sarah Kavanaugh. I live in West Hartford, and I'm here to support Bill 1093, but I'm asking for some consideration to this bill regarding capping class sizes to actually include grade 3. I've been teaching for 24 years. My philosophy of teaching comes down to one question: what's in the best interest of students? Having 22 kids in my 3rd grade class makes trying to meet their individual needs very difficult, whether that be academic or social, emotional. I'm sure you know that research says smaller class sizes allow students to get more individual attention and result in better grades, better test scores, and fewer disciplinary issues. This obviously is an extremely important piece. Imagine if some of the issues that were discussed today decreased if teachers actually had a smaller amount of students in their class. While I mentioned test scores, 3rd grade is the first time students take our state test. I ask you to think about how much you value those scores and wonder which class would score better, one with 17 students or one with 23. That leads me to my biggest concern, why grade 3 is not grouped in with K through 2. Third grade is still considered a primary grade. These students are only 7 and 8 years old. Third grade is where hopefully kids who were learning to read are now reading to learn, which is a huge shift. Your focus is now testing students on or teaching students how to comprehend text, but I still have many students at a first or second grade reading level, so they're still learning to read. We also spend the majority of our year trying to get students to be independent, responsible, and kind citizens. So I work tirelessly to address the individual needs of my kids and give them the attention that they need. However, at the same time, I have multiple students who shut down every morning because maybe they didn't sleep well last night or didn't have any breakfast. I've got one student that's maybe crying because her grandmother passed away last week. And I try to quickly attend to them with as much success as I can, but need to keep teaching because I still have 19 kids in front of me that I need to keep engaged and not distracted by the others around them. I've heard other students say, I've been waiting a really long time for Ms. Kavanaugh to answer my question. That makes me want to die inside. I beg you to reconsider including third grade to be capped at 18. If I received that list before school started, I'd feel like I won the lottery. But it's not about me. Again, it's really what's about in the best interest of these kids. And you might have kids of your own. Would you rather them in a class of 17 or 23? With a class of 18, I'd actually be able to get to do what my master's and 6th year degree has taught me to do, which is teach. Thanks very much for your time.
You have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Sarah.
Hi there.
Hi, this is Representative Chris Poulos. I just want to thank you for hanging on tonight to testify, especially on behalf of Southington students. What you say makes sense about capping class sizes for third grade, especially in that first year of teaching. And I want to thank you for offering that to the conversation.
And I would like to mention quickly, if I can, Representative Poulos, and thank you. We know teachers are certainly not going to get some kind of huge raise, and teachers are very quickly leaving the profession. But if we had smaller class sizes, I think that would be a huge incentive for teachers to stay in this profession.
Agree.
Thank you.
Obviously, the quality of one's work space and day will contribute to teacher retention. Another great point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Sarah, I just wanted to add that as a public school teacher, I really appreciate that you're here advocating for class size, because you know, as well as I know, and all those who are educators, that is a game changer in our classrooms. And for the fact that you as an educator is actually advocating for that and not advocating or talking about other issues that may or may not affect student outcomes that we have a lot of educators talking about. You're talking about things that actually we know work. So I appreciate your work and continue those efforts. Thank you. Next up, we have John Flanders and then Johnny Burns. John? No John? Okay. How about
There we go.
Great.
Sorry. I just thanked everybody for letting me be here, so I'll skip that. My name is John Flanders, and I am the Vice President of Special Education Equity for Kids. My colleagues have testified earlier and identified our organization, so I'm not going to bother with that. I'm here this evening to talk about two bills, 6758 and 1095. We speak in favor of both. 6758 provides additional manpower to the State Department of Education for enforcement of special education. We say good on you. The fact is that the State Department does not adequately enforce special education. The people who get enforcement are left, it's left to the parents. And so somebody who can afford somebody like me gets enforcement, but somebody who doesn't have the knowledge or the resources does not necessarily get the same enforcement. We think that the part of the problem is the department simply does not have enough manpower to inspect, to review individual IEPs, to make sure that districts are doing their job. And we applaud adding the staff. In particular, we would like to see a publication of the state complaints. When a parent wins a complaint against a district, those complaint results are not published adequately, and they do not serve as precedent for parents who have similar problems down the road. With respect to 1095, I don't think that I can add anything to the testimony that you have heard about the problems of school resource officers. SEEK in general believes that schools should be a place of education and not law enforcement. Having said that, we know that there are a lot of schools that have great SROs and a lot of parents that want to have those officers in the school, so we understand that they are here to stay. Given that, having MOUs that are public and open and publicly negotiated to discuss the rules of these officers are absolutely vital. We suggest that the state provide a template or at least a list of best practices for these MOUs. Number one, you need to separate school safety officers or school security officers from school resource officers. Security officers who are primarily focused on outside threats should have a very differently defined job and should have different responsibilities and a different agreement. For school resource officers, we want to make sure that the work is therapeutic and educational as opposed to enforcing. These officers need to have extensive, robust training in the needs of children, in dispute resolution, in downplaying conflict. We need to make sure that the choice is made.
John, can you please summarize?
You have my testimony with the list of recommendations. Again, we believe that school resource officers can be an asset to their community, but we need to put absolute control and reasonable attention to how they manage the students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, Johnny Burns, followed by Eric Cruz, and followed by Francesca Vasquez. Johnny Burns. Johnny going once, twice. Okay, Eric Cruz. Eric? No Eric? Francesca?
Yes. Hi, ranking members of the Bertha and McCurry and members of the Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6759, an act concerning early childhood. My name is Francesca Velasquez. I am from Stanford. I am a center owner that employs about 30 early care educators with our team. We are able to service 95 families. And thank you for recognizing in Section 1 of the bill, the compensation for early educators is the issue facing the early care and educator sector. The increase in entry-level wages has left childcare programs struggling to retain and attract staff. The need for early educators to work a second job is a symptom of a larger issue in the early care and education sector, which is the need for fair compensation. Addressing this issue requires an effort from policymakers, educators, families, and committees to invest in early care and education. It is critical to strike a balance between providing livable wages for early educators and ensuring that families can access affordable and high-quality care. What is missing from the bill is the way in which this will be paid for. I urge you to support increased funding from the state-funded early care programs and the creation of a equally fund similar to the ones that was created in Washington, D.C. to increase wages for early educators without adding to the child care cost burden that families already face. And thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and I could not agree with you more.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions. We will move on now to Sharon Rabara. Seeing none, Sarah Kavanaugh went.
One-on-one.
Francesca,
She just went.
all right. Angela Russell.
Yes, good evening, members of the Education Committee. My name is Angela Russell. I live in New Haven, and I am the owner and director of Arms of Love Family Academy, which is a Christian family child care center. And I am also a member of Circle Collab Network. I am testifying in support of HB 6759, an act concerning early childhood. And I want to thank you for recognizing in section 1 of this bill that compensation for early education is an issue facing our industry, and implementing the OEC compensation scale will finally provide early educators with well-deserved wages comparable to public school staff with the same degree. This is an important issue for me. Today was a very emotionally challenged day because I had to make a tough decision of closing my program because an unexpected and uncontrollable situation had arisen, and I had no other opportunity but to do it. And this put my families at a disadvantage because with me being their primary source of childcare, they could not go to work or had to scramble to find sufficient childcare options. And if they couldn't go to work, then their children were lacking experiences that they are accustomed to with their peers. And so to think that if the wages we were compensated with meaningful wages, I could hire an assistant. You know, this isn't an isolated incident that just impacts family providers, childcare providers that are center-based and school-based, but as well as home-based. This is a silent component of the wage issue, and it extends to us as well. So what is missing from this bill is it just needs to be paid for, and continued failure to not making these intentional investments in our industry will perpetuate the lack of or loss of dedicated early educators. So I urge you to please support the increase in payments to state-funded early care programs and to the creation of a wage equity fund so that we can do what we have been committed to do, and that is be able to provide quality, affordable childcare, to our families, to our children, because, it reaches not just to them, but it reaches the business, it reaches our communities. It has a rumbling effect and impact on everyone. So I please urge you and thank you for your consideration and listening and giving me this opportunity to testify for you. And I'm prayerfully that you will also, what I said will compel you to support Bill 6759. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. Seeing no questions, I'll move on. Number 86, Seth Freeman.
Hello, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarthy, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Seth Freeman, and I'm a resident of West Hartford. I currently work as a professor of computer information systems at Capital Community College in Hartford. I'm currently the president of Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges, 4Cs, and a proud member of Recovery for All. I'm happy to testify today to support equity for all students across our state. I'm a proud graduate of our Connecticut public school system, first in Hartford, then in Bloomfield. My children are current students in the West Hartford Public Schools. Myself and my children have benefited from excellent teachers in our public schools in Connecticut, and I firmly believe in preserving and enhancing our public K-12 system. I'm testifying today to support Senate Bill 1093, support House Bill 6763, and oppose Senate Bill 1096. I support Senate Bill 1093 because all students deserve smaller class sizes. As a community college educator, I know firsthand how small class sizes significantly improve my ability to build and maintain positive and lasting relationships with my students. Smaller class sizes better enable me to build relationships with my students, learn about their backgrounds and goals, and adopt my teaching strategies to best accommodate their learning styles and preferences. Research similarly shows the importance of small class sizes in K-12. Smaller classes have been found to have a positive impact on school climate, student social emotional growth, discipline rates, parent engagement, and teacher attrition, especially in schools that serve low-income families. Smaller classes significantly increase the probability of a student attending college, earning a college diploma, or earning degrees in a STEM field, such as the one I teach at Capital. It is feasible to afford this for every student. Since our state has a multi-billion-dollar surplus and an overflowing rainy day fund, your committee has the chance to fully fund the ECS formula this year, fully staff our public schools, and enact smaller class sizes. I support House Bill 6763 because this bill will empower educators to teach beyond the test and create assessments that are appropriate for our students. We certainly need to assess our students in a way that promotes student engagement and keeps the joy in teaching and learning. Please pass this bill and consider establishing a pilot program to move engaging and innovative assessment strategies forward. Lastly, I urge
do me a favor and summarize, please.
Sure. Lastly, I urge this body to oppose Senate Bill 1096, which would take away our democratic oversight over the approval and funding of new charter schools. Thank you to members of this committee for listening to my testimony and for your hard work and service to our state.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions. Next up, we have Eunice Pineda. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here. Good evening, Senator McCurdy, Representative Carey, ranking members, Representative McCarty, Senator Berthel, and distinguished Connecticut General Assembly members of the Education Committee. My name is Eunice Pineda, and I am a race member, a resident of the city of Waterbury, and I am also a social work and public health student at the University of Connecticut. I am here today to speak in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. A school should be a place that provides students with the opportunity to acquire knowledge and skill development, a place to interact and form friendships with peers, a place that provides a brighter and more promising future. Unfortunately, this future is sustained by the presence of police. In 2017, Connecticut referred Black students to the police has twice as high as the state average at 7.8 Black students per 1,000. On the other hand, Connecticut refers students with disability to the police 2.3 times more than the overall state rate at 8.9 students with disability per 1,000. Many of the consequences of early police exposure involves an increase in school dropout, a decrease in academic achievement, negative effects on economic productivity in adulthood, and an increase in likelihood of criminal victimization, criminal involvement, and incarceration as an adult. Police presence in the school leads to an increase in the arrest rates of young children, particularly affecting students of color and students with disabilities, as well as contributing to the overall school-to-prison pipeline. As a Waterbury resident who was a student at Crosby High School and Sacred Heart High School, I cannot tell you the number of times that my ESL peers would benefit from having more mental health and school aid resources instead of a school resource officers at Crosby. I remember when a student's phone went missing and the first reaction was to contact the police instead of talking up to the student. As a new student from another country, I I never imagined the police will be present in the schools. In my country, we did not have resource officers in our schools. After attending Crosby High School, my parents opted to enroll me in a private school. We did not have resource officers at Sacred Heart High School. The reality is that school should be a place that motivates students to learn and promote a brighter future instead of fearing their next encounter with police. The COVID-19 pandemic has become a contributing factor to the current mental health crisis in the United States. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of investing in mental health resources and proper training at schools. The implementation of this bill can mitigate many issues related to the school to prison pipeline, allowing schools to be centers of learning, mental health resources, and restorative justice. I strongly support SB 1095 and hope the committee and the Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Nice job. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Oh, best of luck in your studies. Next up, we have Michaela Barrett. Good evening. Just make sure you hit the button in front of you.
Good evening, Co-Chair Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, ranking members, Representative McCarthy and Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Michaela Barrett. I'm a Waterbury resident and a product of the Waterbury school system and an organizer from Race, and I'm testifying in support of Bill 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. My first encounter with policing in schools was my first day at Kennedy High School in 2012. Prior to attending public school, I attended a private middle school, a school where I never saw a police officer walking around in uniform and handcuffs. So it was a horrifying shock to me on my first day of school at Kennedy when a student was violently slammed onto the ground and placed in handcuffs over a petty fight. Recent reports state that during 2022, Kennedy High School, the school just mentioned in my narrative, is 1 out of 2 schools from Waterbury in the top 10 schools with the highest rates. And I'll say that again. Waterbury has 2 high schools, Kennedy and Crosby, that are in the top 10 schools for the highest rates in Connecticut. Waterbury over the years has always been the leading city in arrests, and the arrests are predominantly Black and brown children. We send our students to school to get a good education and to set them up for success in their future endeavors. However, for many students, this is evidently not the case. Studies show that once a child enters the juvenile detention center, they are more likely to enter the incarceration system as adults. By meeting misbehavior with harsh punitive or exclusionary discipline, we are setting our youth up for a dim future instead of uplifting them to be great individuals that they can and are meant to be. Bill 1095 demands that school districts have non-security responses to nonviolent student disruptions, and furthermore, should implement non-criminal restorative justice programs in school to mediate student conflict. Earlier, Representative asked someone from Waterbury if they spoke directly to the Waterbury Board of Ed and Superintendent, Dr. Ruffin. While I have been making my concerns known to the Waterbury Board of Education for the last 2 years, just recently, on the 18th of February, at the NAACP meeting that Board Member Brow just mentioned, and just this past Monday, I discussed with their school officials the higher rates of arrests, to which they agreed, and they replied that initiatives have been taken and programs have been put in place. However, the arrest rates rose from 57 in 2015 to 276 in 2020, which is a result of the implementation of a poorly designed SRO MOU. There are no initiatives or programs that can decrease these arrest rates unless there is change in the structure and system. This calls for further intervention and a different approach to the ways in which SROs are implemented in our school. And for this reason, I strongly support SB 1095.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Zupkus.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I'm the one that asked that question.
Yeah.
And so the reports, and then I asked another young lady, and she told me in 2018 to 19 was 259.
I gave you arrest rates from 2015 to 2020. So I'm telling you, so the arrest rates in 2015 were 57. In 2022, last year, it was 276.
So in 2022, there were 276 arrests. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, that
In Kennedy and Wilby.
in the state, I'm sorry, in Waterbury. But Kennedy and Crosby are the 2 schools in Waterbury that are in the top 10 schools in the state of Connecticut for arrests.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So there are, in 2022, there were 276 arrests in the schools in Waterbury.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vince. Likely no surprise that Waterbury is the most underfunded district in the state by about $24 million.
Yes.
Any other questions, comments? No. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Michael Matovo. Oh, do me a favor and hit the button in front of you. So the red light comes on. There you go.
All right, there we go. Co-chair Senator Corey McCrory and Representative Curry. Ranking members Representative McCarty and Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Good evening. Hi, my name is Michael Matovu, a member of RACE and a resident of the town of Seymour, Connecticut. I am here testifying in support of SB 1095, and that concerning school resource officers. And I'm here before you today to talk about school districts, why school districts should be required to have non-security responses to nonviolent student disruptions. All students deserve to feel safe, secure, and supported in their places of learning. But the student resource officers, AKA police officers, pose a real danger to the Black and brown students the officers are put in these schools to protect. The police is supposed to be this protective force sent to the schools to act as a resource to the children at their lowest. But instead they've morphed into what they've always been, a reactionary force. Policing our children does nothing in molding our students to become the productive members of society you guys want them to become. We must work to hire actual professionals trained to deliver students with necessary developmental and behavioral health resources, rather than continue funding institutions like police officers that seek to profit from the students being at their lowest. This legislation being proposed would strengthen current law by increasing transparency and accountability for SROs by ensuring their roles and responsibilities contained within the mandated memorandum of understanding will be accessible for students, parents, and educators. Instead of using SROs, we must rely on effective strategies for building safe schools without relying on punitive or exclusionary disciplines and/or requires law enforcement personnel interventions, and instead utilize restorative and transformative justice practices, culturally responsive school-wide positive behavior supports, and/or other positive approaches to school climate that have been approved by the Connecticut State Department of Education Office of Student Supports. So in conclusion, I strongly support SB 1095. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. Together, we can build an educational system that centers the social, emotional well-being of students through care, resources, learning, and even better, and the unlawful targeting of our Black and brown students, the students who put their trust in our educational system. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no comments, enjoy your rest of your night. Next up is Mega online.
Yes, that's me. Good evening, everybody. Co-chairs, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members Representative McCarty and Representative Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Mega Otrambayr. I work for Connecticut Students for a Dream, a youth-led statewide network fighting for the rights of undocumented youth and their families. I currently reside in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I am testifying in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers, right? So we go to school to get education, not to get arrested, right? However, according to research by Connecticut Voices for Children, students in school with SROs were over 3 times more likely to get arrested than students in schools without SROs. For Black and Latinx students, the risk of arrests was over 5 times higher in schools with SROs than in schools without SROs. And for undocumented students, this creates the risk of being of the situation being escalated and being detained by ICE to be separated from their family and deported out of the US, right, which is terrible. The funding that's being spent on SROs should be redistributed towards behavioral health support staff, including school counselors, school psychologists, school social workers, and paraprofessionals trained in promoting a positive school atmosphere. And every dollar spent on an SRO is one less dollar that could go towards proactively and positively supporting our children with data-driven solutions, right? So for the well-being and safety of my friends, family, and my community, I strongly support SB 1095, and I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. And that's it.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and seeing no questions, have a great night. Next up is Richard Bolden.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Go for it. It's all you.
Well, good. Yeah, it's evening at this point. Good evening. Chair McCrory, Curry, ranking members, Berthel and McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I have a guest who's moving my table, so pardon me. I'm testifying today or providing testimony in support of SB 1096. My name is Richard Bolden. I'm the Family and Community Engagement Manager for Danbury Charter School. A lot of people have spoken. I've been here since 10 a.m. to hear a lot, so I'm not going to bog you down. I've submitted written testimony, and it's just very interesting, the different talking points, and I'm just going to talk on a few, if I may keep this very short. I heard some of the speakers in opposition mention, diversion of funds. And I've even heard someone say, semi-private, although Mr. Chair did clarify earlier in the day that charter schools are public schools. With that said, in support, I'll just touch on some point. This isn't about fast tracking charter schools. My support is basically addressing charter schools that have already been approved by the State Board of Education in limbo for 5 years. A missed opportunity to bring another option or other educational options to towns who want them and need them and support them. I support creating, a one-step process for charter schools, moreover allowing the charter schools that have already been approved to be funded and grandfathered into the bill proposed. And I think it's less about removing the legislative appropriation and more about getting the legislative body to actually represent the constituents who voted them into place, and getting that representation, especially for those who are undocumented and don't have the voting power. With that said, I'm not going to take too much of your time. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening, and thank you for staying as late as you are. I know I'm probably just the last person of page 2, so good luck to all of you tonight. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Richard. There is a question from Representative Belinsky online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no questions for this individual's testimony. I actually had a question for earlier, so I'll hold that and either wait or express my concerns to leadership offline. Thank you.
All right. And to members, if you raise your hand and we happen to miss you, feel free to unmute yourself, shout out, get our attention. That's what we're here for. All right, we're going to move on to number 106. Nika.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to testify this evening.
in support of Bill 1095. My family migrated to the United States in 2005, mainly so I could go to school and get an education without censorship and the physical brutality and discipline that my parents got in school in my home country. So you can imagine my surprise and my fear when my working mom tells me not to ask the nurse for an ice pack when I had burned my hand making breakfast that morning because she was afraid she would be deported because of how police might interpret my bruises. I hadn't been in the country for more than a month when my mom made me well aware that we were still not safe because of the presence of law enforcement. I'm here to testify about what fear of retaliation and punishment and punitive practice does to students who need help, even when they need an ice pack, because of how it might be interpreted and how it might have serious consequences for their family. Consider how many students don't come forward and don't ask for help because they don't want to face someone with a gun, because they have traumas relating to gun violence. I never faced someone with a gun in an educational setting in my home country, but only in this country have I had an armed police officer put between me and the classroom door. I have never heard of a school shooting happening in my home country either. These are unique American problems, and the solutions proposed are traumatizing kids instead of protecting them. It is painful to hear legislators and leaders of the country and the state with the highest gun production in the world suggest that we need terror to fight terror and guns to fight guns. I want to use food as an example or a metaphor about how we shift responsibility onto people who are most directly impacted instead of holding ourselves accountable for the root of problems. When we see foods that have additives and trans fats added to them that have been proven to increase chances of heart disease and diabetes, we have a choice as a society to shift the responsibility onto the people directly impacted by that food to make different decisions, or the corporations that are encouraged to put these fillers in food to make more money. You could either ban the stuff that's poisoning the kids, or you could tell these kids it's on them to run laps and do the work of compensating for the fact that we can't get rid of the poison in their food. Therefore, the idea that we would traumatize kids in order to protect them from a hypothetical situation of violence, instead of focusing on the violence that they already face on a daily basis in their communities, is humiliating.
If you wouldn't mind, please.
Are not used to keep kids safe, they're used to discipline kids. And if they really stopped school shootings and protected kids, then private schools would be surrounded by police. What we see, however, is the opposite. SROs are assigned to public schools where we know personally families whose loved ones have been shot or killed by the police. If you put these same officers in a private school, parents would do things. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I'm really here because of the legacy of my friend's brother who was killed by Bridgeport police. He was 15 years old. He was a child. I have no reason to believe that an officer on campus would do any less harm to the children that are already killed in Connecticut at the hands of police. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from members? Nope. Next up, we have 107, Marianne Legacy or Legacy.
Hi, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Ranking Members Berthel and McCarthy, and members of the Educational Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on HB 6759, an act concerning early childhood. My name is Marianne Legacy, and I'm the Executive Director of the University of Connecticut Child Development Laboratories. I live and work in Storrs, Mansfield. I want to thank you for recognizing in Section 1 of this bill that compensation for early childhood educators is the issue facing the early care and education sector. The rapid increase in entry-level wages throughout the economy has left early care programs struggling to retain, and attract staff. As the director of a child care center that trains future early childhood educators, I regularly see the effect of the low wages in our field on the workforce. College students in the early childhood education program enter the program excited about their career choice and enthusiastic to learn best practices in the field of early childhood education. They quickly become dismayed at the low salary waiting for them at the conclusion of their 4 years of education and training. Many switch career paths for more lucrative fields working with young children in other settings. Our most vulnerable members of society are missing out on the most highly trained professionals in their classrooms because the wages are too low. College students report to me that they would like to go into early childhood education, that they see the value of work done in high-quality childcare center classrooms with young children and giving them a social and emotional base for future educational environments. These same college students share that their parents counsel them out of their decision to work in the early childhood education field because of the low wages. Some are forbidden from majoring in the field for fear of losing financial support of their families during their college years. I've worked in the field of early childhood education for over 20 years. In this time, I've known numerous teachers of very young children apply for and receive food, fuel, and housing assistance. These are teachers working in classrooms with young children 40 hours a week. Yet they don't make a livable wage by the standards of day-to-day life in Connecticut. I've known dozens of professionals who leave the field when they start a family and realize the salary they earn will not cover the cost of living for a household of more than one. The turnover in the field leaves center directors scrambling to fill classroom teaching positions so they can continue providing care to Connecticut's working families. The inconsistency in teachers and caretakers impacts the socio-emotional development of young children. The level of stress experienced by early childhood providers, exacerbated by their low income, is unhealthy for them, their families, and the children they work with. At my center, we have teachers who have been working in the field of early childhood for 10, 20, some close to 30 years. They are dedicated and knowledgeable. They work with young children and their families, as well as train future early childhood providers. These
Mary Ann,
women,
if I could ask you to please summarize.
what is missing from this bill is the way in which this will be paid. I urge you to support increased funding for the state-funded early care programs and the creation of wage equality fund, similar to what was created in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And seeing no questions, and I know her service was a little spotty there. I believe her testimony is online. So if you'd like to take a read of that, please feel free to do so. Next up is Amy Dowell.
Hi, co-chairs McCrory and Curry, vice chairs of Winfield and Leeper, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony tonight. I am Amy Dowell. I'm the Executive Director of Education Reform Now, CT. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you as one of the founding members of the Right to Read Coalition about the adjustments included in SB 1094. The legislation has been the product of a true collaboration between the Black and Puerto Rican Caucus, the dedicated staff and leaders at the State Department of Education, the chairs of this committee, and many advocates and experts who are committed to all children in our state being exceptional and accomplished. Senator Miller has been a constant, so thank you, Senator Miller, for all you do. I want to set the table for this by saying there are only 3 districts in Connecticut that have 80% or more third graders reading at grade level, according to the latest SBAC data. 9 of the 15 districts that testified today and before you have more than 40% of their students not meeting grade level expectations. Districts holding on to a balanced literacy or whole language program have left these students behind despite their best efforts. I became involved in this coalition to ensure research-based instruction in every school in our state when I watched my own child struggle to learn to read over the last several years. I, like too many parents, watched my happy guy grow frustrated and lose interest in school. I was confused and weary by what I heard over and over again. He would catch up. He would eventually find that just right book. And all of a sudden, he would read, as is the practice with a lot of balanced literacy approaches. I felt the anguish many parents feel. But as the executive director of an education organization, I started to do my research. What resulted from this wish to help my own child became a mission to help all the other struggling readers in our state whose parents didn't have a contact at the SDE or on this committee. The right to read legislation was complex and comprehensive. It incorporated input from academics, educators, and many stakeholders. It was also timely as it passed during the urgency of the pandemic. Even before we saw that data, it was clear there was no time to waste. But sometimes fast doesn't always mean best. And the chairs of this committee, Senator Miller and the SDE, have made this wise judgment to offer districts more time to implement these very significant changes. This is a sea change for our state on reading instruction. For students in every public school in Connecticut, and we are for students in every public school in Connecticut. And we're already seeing implementation and planning in many districts. And the feedback from the communities that have started the piloting and of these selected programs has been really, really positive and amazing. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today about this legislation. And thank you for considering this amended language that will strengthen the work and support districts, educators, and students. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much for your testimony. Senator McCrory.
Amy, good evening. Just a quick question. I just want to make sure I heard you clearly. Currently in the state of Connecticut, there's only 3 school districts where 80% of their children are reading on grade level by 3rd grade.
That is correct. And one of them has 300 students in it. So I think we have our work cut out for us here in the state.
Thank you for that information. 80%. Okay, gotcha.
You'd think there'd only been 3 waivers submitted. Thank you so much, Amy, for your time tonight. Have a great evening. Next up is Barbara Fair. Barbara, great to see you. Oh, I just need you to unmute, Barbara.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to work on. Thank you. Good evening, esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Barbara Fair. I'm a West Haven resident, a parent, and a licensed clinical social worker specializing in children and family services. I fully support the passage of SB 195. We have all the evidence that once police were introduced into urban settings, the criminalization of those children exploded. I listened to the voices of the true experts. Those experts were not the ones who put together studies and researches, but those experts were the ones who have the lived experience, who actually are a part of these school systems in which they can tell what happens to them on a daily basis. And I'm hoping that their voices will not be diminished by the towns who cherish their SROs, because they obviously have a whole different experience. The narrative around having police in school settings was about making children feel safe and the staff in the learning environment. The reality is, and research has proven that police officers are not making people feel safe. Many are culturally insensitive to marginalized children. They were trained in military, so that's not the kind of people that you want that's going to be working with our children and understand our children. And for instance, in New Haven, once police were introduced into their school, the juvenile justice system exploded. That's undeniable. One of the legislators asked this morning, talked about how great SROs are in their district and wondered, well, why is it working in one place and not another? I think that should be an easy question, because the racism is undeniable. We can't pretend we don't notice here. And selective enforcement of the law is real. We can't deny that. That's the reason why in some districts, SROs are the greatest thing since ice cream, and in other areas, it is not. In some areas, police officers are friends, they're family members, they're in communities who embrace each other. New Haven, for instance, and probably some of these other areas where the SROs are not that great, are places where police officers just come into those cities just to work. They have no connection to the people, no investment in the people. And so it's going to be a whole different experience. I think about my granddaughter when she was in private school for most of her earlier education. In high school, she transferred to New Haven public schools. And so I asked her, what was it like being in New Haven schools? And she said, coming to school every day, going through a metal detector with a police officer, meeting you at the door, getting your bags checked. She felt like a criminal. So I think of how many schools would really want that kind of setting for their children. Instead of investing money in police officers, because one other person asked, well, if not the police, who else can make people feel safe? First of all, we need to acknowledge they don't make us feel safe. Some of these police
Barbara, if I could
officers,
ask you to summarize for us.
okay, police officers in many of these districts represent the same people who get pulled over for a stop, and that stop becomes deadly. So you have to consider the different experiences that children are going to have. So I would just ask that we invest in professionals that are actually trained to work with our kids. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Barbara. There's a question online from Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barbara, are you still on? There you are.
Yes, I'm still here.
You know, you really get it. And I want to thank you for testifying. You started out by talking about, you know, the difference between an expert and somebody who really doesn't know the, you know, the landscape of what we're dealing with. And you also made an interesting reference to SRO programs that don't work in many schools versus those where they work sweet like ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind telling you that I consider myself to be an SRO expert, not because I research, but because I represent a little town called Newtown. And we have had an active SRO presence in our schools for quite some time. And we have an ice cream experience going on.
Mm-hmm.
So the interesting thing about our SROs is they have always been intended, trained, and community-based so that they can indeed relate not just to the children that are in our schools, but to their parents. So in many ways, these guys these men and women are like, you know, aunts and uncles that are in
Yes.
because it's almost like this giant, you know, group hug, the way they work, and we don't have arrest issues because we don't cross that line. So I love what you're saying. And I thank you for saying it. And I want to point out that that a lot of the testimony I'm hearing on 1095 is coming from a direction that you didn't even touch, which is, you know, the whole concept of defunding SROs altogether and getting them out of all schools and all of that, which is something that I have in the past stated as being an issue that's a non-starter for me, particularly in my community. It would be something that would only be done over my dead body. And I say that actually meaning it, but God bless you for truly understanding that an SRO can, when directed, trained, and fulfilling a specific role, can work. And
Yes.
And the beauty of this bill, SB 1095, unlike some of the bills that we've seen in the past, this bill advocates a memorandum of understanding, and it advocates for, you know, for the training and for the, you know, to account for the cultural differences that we experience. I feel terrible for anybody who talks about a situation where, you know, they've been involved in or arrested in a school. And those, you know, those folks have every right to think that, you know, cops in schools,
Representative,
are not
as
right.
I retold Weezy, I love you like my luggage, but
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. This is an issue of passion for me. So I don't actually have a question for you, ma'am. I just wanted to thank you for your insight and for really understanding what this bill is about. So thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, thank you very much for indulging me.
Thank you.
And thank you. Can I just say one thing? And that is, I totally feel that though where SROs are working, they should be allowed to do that. But at the same time, we should not force them on communities who don't have that same experience. Thank you.
I would agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And always, Representative Blinsky, we do enjoy your passion on this particular issue and appreciate your representation of your community. Next up is John Catlin.
Good evening. I'm a little disappointed that two co-chairs of this outstanding committee did not take my recommendation to do testimony tonight by alphabetical order by last name. It's always been a great benefit in my life having C as a last name, but Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, members of the Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight on House Bill 6759 and that concerning early childhood. My name is John Catlin. I'm with the Connecticut Alliance of YMCAs. The Connecticut Alliance of YMCAs is concerned about House Bill 6759. While we support a wage increase for all of Connecticut's childcare workers, this cannot be accomplished without an investment from the state of Connecticut. The current version of this proposed bill doesn't refer to how this proposal will be funded. Because of current law, we are unable to increase parent fees to increase staff salaries for care for kids and school readiness. And during these current times, economic times, we wouldn't want to increase parent fees, even if we were allowed to, because childcare is already unaffordable for many families. It's between $15,000 and $20,000 a year. So to ask Connecticut families to fund a salary increase for childcare workers is not practical. Our YMCA childcare centers have heard from many middle-class families recently. Once they've added a second child to their family, they're unable to pay for childcare. And their only option is for one of the parents to stay home with their children. And this is one of the major reasons I believe why businesses in Connecticut are currently having a difficult time in hiring new employees. The Connecticut Alliance of YMCAs respectfully requests this legislation be amended if it's voted out of this committee to provide the necessary funding to pay our childcare workers properly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Representative Zuckes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, nice to see you. Thank you for being here. And I just felt I had to say something because, I love the YMCA. And I know that, the Y used to say we are the second parent, but now really they're the first parent, because that Care for Kids program that's done in Waterbury is truly amazing. And when I heard this earlier today, the why was the first thing I thought about is how are they going to pay? So thank you for coming and testifying, and I hope that gets figured out.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, John. Appreciate it.
Good night.
Lauren Ruth.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children. Dr. Lauren Ruth had to leave for a graduate school class, so I'm going to be standing in for her today. Voices has submitted written testimony in support of SB 1093, SB 1095, and HB 6759. Given time constraints, I'm going to limit my verbal testimony to commenting on SB 1095 and HB 6759. We strongly support SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. Above all, this bill addresses transparency in school discipline by requiring that MOUs between school districts and local law enforcement agencies be publicly posted on school district websites. It further specifies that MOUs must include information on procedures for the restraint of students, the use of firearms, and school-based arrest. The National Association of School Resource Officers states that SROs may fulfill numerous duties, including protection, teaching, mentoring, and being community liaisons. This bill allows districts to assign some of these duties that may be done by SROs to other staff qualified to do those activities, such as educational and mentoring activities, mediation, and creating safe school climate plans. This is already allowable under existing law. The new recommendation for clear, transparent, and widely understood MOUs is endorsed by the National Association of School Resource Officers, and the U.S. Department of Justice COPS office has written a statement advising that best practice MOUs include guidance around controversial topics, including restraints, firearms, and arrests. Connecticut Voices empirical research has found across multiple studies that in Connecticut, a higher percentage of students experience arrests in schools with SROs than in schools without SROs. Black and Latina young people are especially more likely to be arrested. The clarity provided through SB 1095 should reduce use of arrest when in-school discipline is more appropriate and make school-based policies and procedures involving SROs fair. Transparency regarding SROs and duties benefits students, parents, school staff, and SROs. I'd like to voice our support for HB 6759, an act concerning early childhood. This bill would require early care providers who receive state funds to pay staff according to the OAC Early Childhood Educator Compensation Schedule, which aims to create pay parity between early childhood educators and K-12 educators with similar experience and credentials. We strongly believe that the state should ensure pay parity, and we are concerned that this bill does not include language specifying the increase in cost to early care. Providers will come through state funds
Summarizing for us. Thank you.
rather than be passed on to parents. Parents in Connecticut already pay much more than federal guidelines, saying that families should not spend more than 7% of their income on childcare. The average family in Connecticut pays between 14 and 18% of their income on childcare, and even families receiving care for kids pay up to 10% of their income in co-pays. Many parents will become unable to access licensed childcare services, and this could further impair Connecticut's already hurting childcare industry. In short, we support paying early care providers fairly for their time in education, and we advocate that early care is essential. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from members? No? Thank you so much for your testimony. It was nice to see you.
It was nice to see you as well.
Next up is Christopher Trombley.
Good evening. I appear before you today on behalf of the Board of Directors of Connecticut ASCD, a professional association of educators from pre-service to late career, including paraprofessionals, classroom teachers, special educators, counselors, administrators, and university professors. I also have the honor of co-chairing with Dr. Alicia Roy, the president of Connecticut ASCD, the task force to study the comprehensive needs of children in this state, which the General Assembly impaneled 2 years ago and reauthorized last year. The task force has made 30 substantive recommendations, all focused per the General Assembly's charge on the tenets of the whole child framework, which makes plain that if children are to be engaged and to be receptive to support and challenge at school, they must first be healthy and safe, both physically and emotionally, and by extension that their families must enjoy access to healthcare, food security, economic security, and affordable housing in safe neighborhoods. My colleagues at Connecticut ASCD and I support HB 6763 because it's entirely consonant with the whole child framework. Moreover, it echoes one of the task force's recommendations, which asserted the need to significantly reduce the number of mandates for schools, especially those serving students with the greatest need, who therefore most require genuinely engaging, culturally responsive instructional practices. The recommendation acknowledged, quote, while accountability is inarguably necessary, many of the current mechanisms for ensuring it have served to narrow the curriculum, stifle innovation, and render school less engaging. For more than 2 decades, the federal government and states like Connecticut have fixated on test scores while ignoring the actual societal causes for the consistently low scores that we have seen from schools and districts serving our students with the greatest needs. Year upon year, we have increased sanctions on those schools and districts and on the educators who serve in them, all in the name of equity. Despite that, as a working paper from the Annenberg Institute at Brown University has convincingly shown, the gap in achievement between children from high and low SES backgrounds has not changed across the 4 decades for which the paper's authors have sufficient data. The scholars assert, quote, If the goal is to reduce dependence of students' achievement on the socioeconomic status of their families, reevaluating the design and focus of existing policy programs seems appropriate. The audit for which HB 6763 calls is necessary and appropriate, if not sufficient. Another more immediate step for the General Assembly to take is to fully fund now, not in 2028, the education cost sharing formula passed in 2017.
Chris, if I could ask you to summarize, please.
Actually, thank you very much for your time. I was at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions from members? No. Have a good night.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. Next up, Olivia Rings.
Thank you and good evening, and thank you to the Housing Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olivia Rinkus from the town of North Stonington. I'm also a student at the University of Connecticut. I'm testifying tonight in strong support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. As a lifelong resident of Connecticut, I had the fortunate experience of going to a middle school and high school that did not utilize school resource officers. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. According to a 2022 report prepared by Western Connecticut State University for the Connecticut General Assembly, 91 school districts in Connecticut utilize resource officers and are directing funding towards the policing and surveilling of students, rather than prioritizing education needs and the provision of other needs. The effects of the carceral mentality in schools predominantly affect Black and Brown students. According to data collected by the Community First Coalition, based in Connecticut, Black and Brown students have an increased likelihood over white students to have contact with school resource officers that results in an arrest or incarceration. This means that rather than leave Connecticut schools with an education, a quality education, ready to continue on to college or find work, students in 91 districts, including the students who are here tonight describing their actual experience with SROs, are potentially leaving with permanent barriers to further education, housing, employment, and other necessary resources, and the traumas that stem from experiencing or witnessing contact with the carceral system. I strongly support SB 1095 reallocating the duties of schools resource officers to other educational resources that are not carceral or punitive based, especially towards social workers or mental health workers who can provide consensual autonomous care to students who are in need of it. SROs and other law enforcement agents are not medical professionals. No amount of training will allow them to do the job of medical professionals in order to effectively respond to students who are in a mental health crisis. No amount of training is a replacement for a mental health professional or social worker, and a state complicit law enforcement agent is not a replacement for positive, preventative, autonomy-based resources that will actually address the mental health needs of students who need them. The use of SROs and law enforcement officers to respond to things like behavioral issues is a way of reinforcing the outdated concept that mental health needs should be criminalized and stigmatized. Even the use of SROs to respond to other things such as absences or patrolling bathrooms creates an atmosphere that is hostile and overly punitive towards students, which is detrimental towards learning and does nothing to improve the safety of students or teachers, according to data collected by the organization Connecticut Voices for Children. I do believe this bill does not go far enough, and the SROs and all forms of policing and surveillance should be removed from all Connecticut schools, so these resources can be redirected back into communities and be more effectively put towards providing students a full and quality education. We heard throughout the 2022 session about the necessity of prioritizing resources such as mental health care and education funding for children. I urge legislators to continue prioritizing the safety and well-being of Connecticut's youth by passing SB 1095 out of committee and reduce the over-reliance on policing and punitive measures that further perpetuate the school to prison pipeline. I'm also testifying in opposition to SB 1096.
Summarize for me.
I'm also testifying in opposition to SB 1096, an act concerning the charter school approval process. I would like to echo other testimonies who urge legislators to prioritize more funding in communities and public school systems rather than putting more resources towards charter schools. And I ask the committee to not pass this bill out of committee and to keep a hearing by the State Board of Education part of the application process for charter schools. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Olivia. Representative Dalkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I appreciate all that you've shared. I do have a question, though. I live in a district in the 44th district in Killingly, and we have SROs there, and they've been very, very successful. They've built relationships with the students, and it's been a very successful program. Do you think it should be eliminated in places where they have been successful?
Yes, Representative, respectfully, I do believe that. I do believe that other resources such as mental health resources would be a much more effective resource for resolving a lot of the issues that SROs are called in for. I know that Killingly students also were in strong support of a mental health care center. So I do believe that they should be all removed.
Well, thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Chair. So we are meeting the standard for the mental health needs of the students. I know that it has not always been interpreted that way, but we are actually exceeding what we're supposed to be doing. We've been very successful for that. And we have also been very successful with our SROs. So I was just curious of where you stood with that, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Olivia. And just another reminder that this bill does not talk about the elimination of SROs. Next up, we have Maya Shepherd. Hi,
Can you hear me?
we can.
There we go. Good evening, esteemed members of the Connecticut Education Committee. My name is Maya Shepherd. I am a proud resident of New London, Connecticut. I'm a parent, a former public school system employee, and I'm the executive director of Hearing Youth Voices, member organization of the Community First Coalition in Connecticut Black and Brown Student Union. Hearing Youth Voices supports SB 1095 because every student and every child deserves to feel safe and have access to an equitable and dignified educational experience based on their needs. And as we all know, every child's needs is not the same. I want to start by saying what this bill is not. It is not an attack on teachers who are tired and burnt out and leaving the field at alarming rates, with some districts reporting over 200 vacancies. It is not meant to put more of a workload on the shoulders of school counselors and wellness staff who, because of CT's exacerbated teacher shortage, are filling in classrooms and are unable to do the job they were hired to do, while there's an alarming 349 to 1 student to counselor ratio. It is meant to uproot and transform the public school system's dependence on law enforcement in place of mental health and wellness of all students, but especially Black and Brown students who are the most impacted by school-based arrest, expulsion, and suspension. And it is meant to begin to push the needle forward on the expansion of funding and infrastructure for more care-based approach, and to wage even deeper connection between school and community where there shouldn't be a separation to begin with. You've heard what young people said. I won't repeat. I support everything that my colleagues and young people have said. What I see before us is an opportunity to prioritize social and emotional wellness. And to clarify, we are putting forward that districts should have the right to choose. The right to choose a restorative approach that collaborates with mental health professionals who already have the training. By now, you've heard countless stories of trauma. That is why SB 1095 advocates for non-security responses to nonviolent disruptions. And I would ask us to even deeply consider what we consider to be, to deeply examine what we consider to be violent when we're talking about young Black and Brown students. Unregulated contracts or MOUs further entrench the disproportion of school-based arrest at the intersection of race and class. In 2020, when Hearing Youth Voices in New London began to organize around the MOU between the police department and New London Public Schools, imagine our surprise when we learned that there wasn't one signed for the previous 3 years, yet police have been called to arrest students, and an SRO salary of $118,000 was still in the district budget. That's double any teacher's salary in New London. This is an example of the importance of clarifying the roles and resources needed to support students, not suspend, not push out. Please advance SB 1095 and let's get to work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Questions, comments? Have a great evening. Next up, we have Alyssa Marie.
Good evening, members of the Education Committee. My name is Alyssa Marie, Director of Community Organizing for the Citywide Youth Coalition in New Haven. I submitted my written testimony and will take this time to read the testimony of one of my young students. It goes as follows. My name is Dave John Cruz Bustamante. I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and I work as a political educator with the Connecticut Democratic Socialists of America and serve as a student representative on the New Haven Board of Education, where I proudly represent over 19,000 elementary, middle, and high school students. I strongly support SB 1095. This bill has been brewing for a long time now. Just in this past May, over 700 students walked out of their classrooms in the New Haven Public School District to demand the divestment and removal of police officers from our schools and increase funding and resource allocations towards repairing our education funding gap, restorative justice counselors and social workers, and additional psychiatric and academic support services. For decades, oppressed communities throughout not only New Haven or Connecticut, but the entire nation have been crying out for justice to get what we deserve. For good schools, funded schools, supported schools, and an end to schools that barely clawed through the scraps to find enough money for some pencils and desks. In my high school, Wilbur Cross, we've had up to 4 lockdowns this school year where students faced a real risk to their limb and life. In one instance, approximately 8 fights broke out at the same time because there was insufficient staffing to keep the building secure. That, along with the long brewing resentment and conflict students have with each other, the pressure they face in going back home at the end of the day, culminated into a fever pitch, to say the least. This is the consequences of continuing the divestment from our schools, continuing the militarization of our school gates, continuing the criminalization of our students, of our young people, of people like me. School resource officers only respond to a situation when it is too late. Members of the Education Committee, our youth are making history and making strides towards a just school system. Now it's in your court. Will you be remembered for being co-conspirators or for being another faceless, nameless obstacle we overcame? In solidarity, Dave John Cruz Bustamante. Thank you.
Thank you so much for David's testimony. No comments? Do you want to say? Oh, okay. No, have a great night. Next up, we have one Naz online.
Hello. Chairs Curry and McCrory, Vice Chairs Winfield and Leeper, Ranking Members McCarthy and Berthel, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Naz Soysal, and I'm here to communicate my strong support for SB 1095. I currently coach debate across New Haven Public Schools, and the students I see at age 16, 14, or even younger do not benefit from cops that claim to keep them safe, but instead foster a culture of hostility. They benefit from people who they believe listen to them when they need help. It's programs like the one I work for, teachers that care about them, and role models in their communities that make students feel heard. This policy reshapes the landscape of our schools, transforming them from places of retribution to places that value and care about each and every student. SROs, as they work in New Haven and status quo, also take away funding from the most needed groups in schools, such as school counselors. So the provision in this bill that allows counselors to serve as SROs means that SROs can fulfill a role that truly helps students. 80% of students who get mental health treatment get it through their school. This number is even higher in majority low income and minority communities where students have little to no access to other alternative methods of getting treatment. Further, because of the reliance on SROs, Connecticut is in the top 10 states for arrests of students in nearly every demographic group. And for students that are minorities and people with disabilities, it's 4 to 5 times the rate of white students. Social emotional training helps SROs deal with students in ways that are informed by empathy rather than animosity. And when SROs do overstep their bounds, publicly posted MOUs means that the community can help hold SROs accountable. The students I've worked with across Connecticut deserve better than schools where they feel uncomfortable and unheard. The lockdowns I've been in, the fights I've witnessed, are a result of inadequate mental health care in schools. Students deserve to matter in the eyes of their SRO, and they deserve to seek justice when it's been stripped from them. This bill gives students the dignity they are owed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Did you say you coach debate with students?
Yes, I do.
See why. Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Next up, we have Kim Libera. Maria Amato.
Hi, please. My translator is Eva Bermudez online.
Give us one moment.
Can you repeat who your translator is, please?
Eva Bermudez.
Do you know what number they are on the list?
That's Steffi Martinez or Eva Bermudez.
Yep, we just need to get her switched over to panelist.
I'm present.
There we go. Nice to hear you, Eva. All right, go ahead.
Buenas noches, representantes del Senado, miembros del Comité de Educación. Mi nombre es María Amado, yo soy proveedora de cuidado infantil en el hogar aquí en la ciudad de Hartford, Connecticut. Estoy ahora abogando por la ley 6759 ante una preocupación que estamos pasando actualmente, no ahora, yo creo que ya lleva desde que empezaron los programas de cuidado infantil familiar. Vemos que aquí, y como a nivel nacional, las familias no pueden acceder a los beneficios de subsidios porque el presupuesto es demasiado corto a nivel nacional. Y esto trae en consecuencia que muchos niños se van a quedar sin el cuidado en los próximos meses. Quiero compartir una historia que es mía y también es de una familia que actualmente está pasando. Esta familia, porque aquí todos llegamos a trabajar y a prosperar y a dar de lo mejor y tener una vida, digamos, algo cómoda y dar una buena educación a nuestros hijos.
Dame un segundo, María.
Familia,
Dame un segundo. Good evening, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Maria Amato, and I'm a constituent here representing Hartford and a child care owner and provider. I want to share a story tonight in support of Bill 6579 in regards to the crisis that early educators are facing now and then. Things are slightly better now, but we still have to have the conversation about what's going on nationally and locally with early education and the lack of support and funding. I'd like to share one particular story, and this story, María.
esta historia es de mi familia, de una familia en mi programa, que no puede acceder ahora al subsidio de Care for Kids porque ella gana un poco más. Y si la familia gana un poco más es porque quieren prosperar y la prosperidad ayuda al Estado, ayuda a la nación, ayuda a que estos niños desde pequeños tengan una infancia educativa feliz emocionalmente. Entonces veo que esta historia de esta niña, de esta familia que la está pasando justo actualmente en estos días, la viví yo hace 10 años, porque tuve que dejar mi trabajo, digamos, en un momento para poderme dedicar por completo a mi hija. Tuve que empezar a trabajar a un part-time para poder acceder a un programa de cuidado infantil para mi hija, porque al igual que esta madre, ganaba un poco más y no podía aplicar para estos subsidios. Entonces todas las familias necesitan esta ayuda. Nosotros como educadoras, entonces, es importante tener esta ayuda porque veo que, o sea, después de una década, y no es una década, todos los años pasa y todos los días pasa esto en las familias. Y veo que se sigue repitiendo, o sea, no se rompe la cadena de una prosperidad educativa para las familias de hoy y para las proveedoras de hoy, que no simplemente somos proveedoras cuidadoras, somos educadoras.
This particular story I would like to share is a family member that I'm currently a provider whose family I'm caring for, their child I'm caring for. And her story is not unique. It is a story that I've seen time and time again, but more specifically, it's a story that I lived myself with my daughter when I was raising her for 10 years. This particular story is the reality where a parent does not qualify for the state subsidy Care for Kids because they make too much, and they forego, if they want to qualify, raises and other advantages in order to be able to access affordable childcare. In my particular case, just like this mother, I had to pick up a part-time job, additional hours in order to make sure that my daughter had adequate childcare while I worked. And this is the same story that the parent I'm caring for has right now. It is not that surprising that years later, this parent, just like I did years before, are going through the same problems. And here I am as a provider trying to care for her the best as her child the best as I can. But unfortunately, time and time again, see that the cost of child care is too high, and our parents like her are not able to afford it. I would like to change this cycle and ask for you to help me do that. María, ¿puedes repetir las últimas palabras que están buenísimas, pero era mucho para captar?
Que tenemos que romper esta cadena donde
We
no hay
have
las
to break this cycle.
donde no están llegando las ayudas para estas familias. Entonces, ¿de qué hablamos cuando decimos que la economía, la prosperidad se tiene que continuar, cuando sabemos que la base, el cimiento de esto es invertir en la infancia, en la primera infancia?
So I just wanted to conclude, because we have to conclude my thought that we have to stop this cycle, because the base of the families and education and our children and their future is making sure that they have access to education. That starts with providers and early education. We are educators, and you have the ability to help us do that. Thank you.
No permitamos, por favor, que esto siga continuando día a día con las familias, con nosotras, las educadoras de cuidado infantil en el hogar. Nosotros somos la base, ese cimiento de esta economía de los estados, de la nación. Y es importante, por favor, representantes, senadores, hay que propónganse, y ustedes lo pueden hacer, por favor, invertir en el programa de cuidado infantil, invertir en la primera infancia. Eso es lo que va a dar prosperidad.
Please summarize for us.
I ask you to please invest in early education. Please invest in providers. Please stop this cycle and make sure that we have strong early education support systems for our families and for a brighter future for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good night. Next up is Patricia Donovan.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, for some reason, my camera doesn't seem to be working. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Patricia Donovan. I'm from Fairfield, and I'm testifying in support of SB 1097, an act concerning school nurses, and HB 6759, Section 4. This testimony marks almost 10 years now that I've been advocating and testifying before you on behalf of students with special healthcare needs. And my support of both these bills stems from my experience as a parent who relied on school nurses to keep my children safe in school, and my experience now as an advocate representing families of children with special healthcare needs in the K-12 system. It is imperative that the state update the regulations for school nurses and the required educational level, as the needs of our school-age children has changed drastically over the last 40 years. We have so many children with complex health needs. Can you imagine not updating the teaching regulations of your teachers for 40 years? By creating the special services endorsement for our nurses and putting them on a par with the other licensed professionals in the building, nurses would finally be regarded as the valuable team members that they are. School nurses come from many different areas of practice and get little to no training on working in a school environment. We need to do better to support nurses who support our students. Nurses also need to feel empowered to impart their knowledge and practices on school policy as it relates to health. As a parent and an advocate, when I meet with schools, I always ask the school nurse to be invited as one of the team members. As I represent students with special healthcare needs, you would think that this would be a normal procedure, but more often than not, school administrators do not include the nurse, who is undoubtedly a required member of the knowledgeable team under Section 504 and IDEA. School nurses are imperative to the training and education of staff and the continuity care of our students. Nurses keep data that help inform school teams to implement different or new accommodations, and they help our students access their education. This is extremely important, and I can't tell you how many times I've been in a meeting when there is a big disparity between public health nurses and Board of Ed nurses. We need to close that gap. Very often, the public health nurses feel outside of the school system and not able to impact the educational environment the way they would like to. Our school nurses are undervalued. School nurses, the School Nurse Advisory Council, and the School Health Survey are leading indicators to what student needs are and can help schools be proactive instead of reactive. The School Health Survey showed for years prior to the pandemic that student mental health needs were increasing even at the youngest levels. We didn't prepare, and the pandemic only exacerbated this trend. Additionally, school nurses were not invited to the table in developing the school pandemic protocols and had to petition the state for a voice. We need to leverage the health professionals we already have in place in our schools in support of our students. All of our surrounding states already recognize this and license, prepare, and train their school nurses to work in an educational environment. I am also testifying in support of HB 6759, Section 4, which allows stock.
I could ask you to please summarize for us.
Child care programs. What we need to do is go further than this legislation. We need to extend the K-12 guidelines on the management of food allergies in schools to the universe of child care programs. As so often, first reactions happen in a child's early years. I have helped the state with their state guidelines in the K-12. I'd be happy to help them to do it in early child care, and we can close the gap that currently exists and help prevent any tragedies from happening to our young children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. I do see a hand up, Representative Comey online.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Patricia, for all of the work that you're doing. We've worked together. You've been a part of subcommittees here in Hartford, and you really were a leader and have been a leader in putting forward really thoughtful and safe regulations and recommendations out of committee. So thank you for that work. And I know that you are coming from, as an advocate across the state, healthcare advocate across the state, you're coming with a really wide breadth of experience. So I hope that, you did offer to support, this work, both with the nurses bill and the epinephrine bill. So we will definitely be taking you up on that. And I appreciate everything that you do for the kids.
Thank you. I'd also like to mention that many people would like to get rid of the opt-out language that is included in 6759. This has been an issue in K-12. To ask nurses to not treat a child who is in distress is almost unfathomable. We need to just train our nurses to recognize anaphylaxis so they can react accordingly. But asking that them to agree to opt out parents who don't want their children treated is just unbelievable. We know that with the youngest children, they go down very quickly. I'll never forget my pediatrician saying to me, when your child is young and they're in anaphylaxis, they go down so quickly, you cannot wait. You must use your epinephrine as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Patricia, and our good friend from Fairfield, Representative McCarthy Bay. He reminded me of all the great work that you've done on food allergy bills over the years. So thank you for that.
Thank you so
much. Oh, before we move on to our next speaker, our co-chair has a PSA.
Not necessarily PSA. I just want to remind everyone, we have 90 more individuals signed up to testify. So we're going to be here until that ends. I know you guys at home, you're comfortable. But we're gonna stay here. But so please will be mindful of the bell, because we do want to hear everyone that signed up to testify. With that being said, who we have next?
Next up, we have Representative Ali Brennan.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Committee. I'm here today with my Danbury colleagues, Rep. Bob Godfrey and Rep. Farley Santos. We are Zooming before you tonight in opposition to SB 1096, an act concerning the charter school approval process. As you may know, currently the State Board of Education grants an initial certificate of approval for new charter schools and then forwards a copy and a summary of comments to the General Assembly, the Education and Appropriation Committees. This bill would eliminate the initial certificate approval and giving SBE sole authority for approving and funding a new charter school. Basically, we're here today to urge you to keep the existing process, which gives the public and elected legislators a voice. Instead of taking funds out of our schools to fast track the creation of new charter schools, the legislature should fully fund and staff our public schools. If charter schools are to use public dollars, they need to be fully accountable to the public and subject to the same approval and rules as our public schools. And with that, I'll turn it over to my two colleagues who are here as well to expedite the time. Rep. Bob Godfrey and Rep. Farley Santos are here.
Thank you, colleagues. Yes, we are very strongly in opposition to this bill, and we are joined by Senator Kushner, of course, who's a member of your committee. Two issues I want to underline. Number one, this would say, oh, the legislature is not going to do appropriations anymore. We're going to hand that power and responsibility off to a state agency and not even an elected one. I think that's a very bad idea, if not unconstitutional. I'm wearing my lawyer's hat. Number two, the Office of Legislative Research has said, oh, if you put up a school in Danbury, you're going to take over $10 million out of the ECS money that is already too little and hand it off to a charter school, or the city of Danbury's own city council would have to come up with the money. If that's the case, this becomes an unfunded mandate. So I'm here to argue those two money points and say this bill should not go forward. Now I'll leave it at that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Representative Godfrey. Representative Farley.
Thank you very much, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and ranking members. I appreciate the opportunity coming before you. I do join with my colleagues in opposition to SB 1096 for the reasons that were mentioned. I myself am of Latino background. I'm an ELL learner. When my family moved here from Brazil when I was 7 years old, I had to learn how to speak English. I'm a parent of a public school child and, proud product of Danbury Public Schools. I feel that if the legislature has a hand in what kind of funds Danbury Public Schools are going to receive, traditional public schools, then they should also have a hand in the approval process and funding of a charter school as well. And I can say that from multiple angles as a parent, as a legislator now, currently sitting on our Danbury City Council, but also as a Board of Education member, which I was in the past here in Danbury. I think the changing this would be detrimental and be the first time that something like this would happen, and it would remove our authority as legislators of funding schools. I stand with my colleagues in opposition to SB 1096. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Santos. Any questions or comments? No. Senator.
I won't be long, I promise. I just got to say that I appreciate my colleagues in testifying tonight. As you all have probably gathered from my comments here today, that I join you in. We have been very much digging into this issue for years now in Danbury, and we don't take these positions lightly. It's really based on a lot of input from our constituents, from the people who live in Danbury, and I appreciate my colleagues being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, and it's absolutely devastating and disrespect for your community that your municipal side has not funded and invested in your public education over decades, leaving
So
them
very true.
currently in.
Thank you for saying that.
And I also remind folks, that charter schools, again, are public schools. And if we want to have the conversation around funding and what that means to a particular district and the actual facts and numbers, I welcome you to give me a call. We can have that conversation. Thank you all for your testimony today. Next up,
Thanks, Jeff.
25, Stewart.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Stuart Savicle, and I am the Chief of Staff for AFT Connecticut. I am testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 1096, an act concerning the charter school approval process. And obviously, I could echo many of the comments that were made by the speakers before me. What I will say is that while AFT Connecticut continues to advocate for increased transparency and accountability for our charter schools, we can, for the moment, set aside those concerns to focus on the question at the center of this legislation. That is, who should be directly responsible for determining whether a new charter school deserves state funding? We believe that responsibility should continue to rest with the General Assembly, and that you, as legislators, should have the authority to consider the merits of any new charter school on an individual basis. Despite Connecticut being one of the wealthiest states in the wealthiest country in the world, we have yet to adequately fund education in a way that is equitable for all our school-age children. That said, AFT Connecticut believes that the path to equitable funding will be through the legislative process. We believe that the General Assembly has dozens of members, many who are already on your committee, who are very supportive of increased funding for education. So surrendering the funding of our charter schools to the State Board of Education would seem to disempower those education champions. Having the legislature serve an active role on the matter of funding our charter schools will ensure that the individuals empowered to oversee the funding for our public school system will have the oversight over the funding of our state's entire public school system. This means that Connecticut's students, parents, and other residents all have reasonable access to the process via their state representative and their state senator. We encourage the committee to reject this bill because whatever problems might exist with the current approval and funding process for charter schools, it seems unlikely that this legislation will solve them. Moreover, it is not difficult to imagine scenarios where putting so much control in the hands of the State Board of Education could result in additional problems. Thank you for your time and for your patient consideration of my testimony.
Thank you. It's great to see you. Any questions or
Good to see you.
comments? All right. Have a great evening.
You too.
Next up, Ray Rasamando.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Been a while since I've been here live. So it was a little startling. Good evening, committee members. My name is Ray Rasamando. I'm the Director of Policy, Research, and Government Relations for the Connecticut Education Association. CA represents over 150 school districts, including 3 charter schools. I am testifying tonight in opposition of HB 1096 regarding charter school approvals. HB 1096, which, as we've heard, shift decision to fund and expand new charter schools to the State Board of Education. We've heard discussion earlier about the reasons why the law was changed in 2015. It clarified that prospective charter schools could not operate and enroll students until funding had actually been authorized. I want to share with you what happened before the law changed. In the 10-year time period before 2015, funding for charter schools grew from $20 million in FY07 to $88 million in FY15. That's 8 years, a 341% increase, almost 40% per year, at a time when ECS grew only 20%, or about 2.2% each year. The decision to expand the charter school sector should be determined by elected representatives, as we've heard. It should take into consideration the impact any expansion of the charter sector will have on local school districts and the state's interest in maintaining a public school system across the state and their interaction between the districts. We are especially concerned about the enrollment of charter districts where expansion has gone relatively unchecked. Proportion of students in Bridgeport, Hartford, and New Haven who attend charter schools has grown from 3.5% to 16%. So almost 1 in 5 students in these districts are now in a charter school. Even since 2015, since Public Act 239 was enacted, charter enrollment in these districts has increased by 43%. And this is during a time that enrollments in the same school districts has decreased. And we know that based on lax enrollment and recruitment policies, students who do not attend charter schools are generally more costly to educate, whether due to their English language needs, identification as special education students, or other factors related to socioeconomic status. How did we get to the place of creating a costly parallel system of public education? More than 2 decades of aggressive tactics by charter school sector to expand, and we are at a critical juncture. Over the past 20 years, the charter school sector has increased 867%. ECS only grew 47% during that time, well below the rate of inflation. So we find ourselves living the tale of the boiling frog. It has been sitting in a pot of simmering water, slowly heating up until it's too late for the frog to jump out. For some, cannibalizing the public school system in urban districts and beyond is the goal. They are turning the heat up in Danbury, Middletown, Bristol, Waterbury, and elsewhere. For lawmakers, I ask you, do you share this goal? If so, what is the limit? Should charters comprise 15% of your school district? 20%, 50%, 80%? Where does it stop? This bill would leave future expansion unchecked. It will cause more urban school districts and the students in them to struggle. We urge policymakers to question whether continuing down this path is the right thing to do. In closing, we urge you to support students in existing schools, whether they be charter schools, magnet schools, neighborhood public schools, and we urge you to stop funding new charters and focus instead on supporting local school districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Any comments or questions? No. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you for all you're doing and how late you stay for these. Appreciate it.
Next up is Donna Bosworth.
Good evening. I want to say thank you very much to the esteemed Education Committee members for being able to open up this public hearing for us. I'm speaking to you as a 23-year veteran of the Danbury Public Schools. I teach visual arts at the elementary level. In Danbury, I was recognized in 2020 as the Elementary Art Teacher of the Year in state of Connecticut. I have over 700 students that I see once a week in 30 different classes for 40 minutes at a time. Ages range from 4 to age 12. So very diverse. I actually tried to find a picture of what 700 people look like all at once so that you could see what that looks like. I'll see if I can pull it up later, but it's very hard to find 700 people all in one place to get a photo of them. It's a lot of kids every week. I wanted to speak to you this evening about Senate Bill 1096 as well as 1093. I'm speaking against 1096 because this proposed legislation will take away millions of dollars of funds from our public schools. Decisions about these public school funds would be taken away from the democratically elected legislators and given to political appointees and bureaucrats to hand out to new corporate-run charter schools. We can't keep expanding charter schools that are businesses at the expense of students in our local taxpayer-funded public schools. There's a charter that's been proposed in Danbury, which will especially negatively impact our already underfunded district. The public schools are still responsible to provide bus transportation, nurses, special education services, and others, and will do little to help us address one of our core issues that we face in Danbury, which is chronic overcrowding issues. Please, we ask that you fully fund the public schools through implementing the full ECS formula rather than stepping it up over a number of years, to fully fund that now rather than, before we go back and consider funding a new school, a charter. We're not funding the schools that we already have.
Donna, if you wouldn't mind summarizing.
Sure. Research has shown, going back into 1093, research has shown that class size and student-teacher ratios have the biggest impact on student outcomes and success, especially in districts such as mine, with more than 38% of our students economically challenged and 31% learning English as a second language. We are currently funded dead last in the state per pupil spending. I just looked it up. The report that came out January of this year, we spend $15,451 per student. The highest.
I need you to really summarize for us.
Okay. The highest per pupil is 53,000 and change in comparison. These bills are just part of the crisis that public schools are facing today. We are facing a lot of burnout. I will continue my my testimony in written form and send that along to you. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to speak. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Next up is Sobel Stacy or Stacy Sobel. I don't know.
Yes, Stacy Sobel. Hi. Good evening, chairs and members of the Education Committee. Good evening. I am Stacy Sobel. I serve as the Regional Director of ADL Connecticut. That's the Anti-Defamation League. And I am pleased to be here tonight to testify on behalf of ADL in support of HB 6758, a bill that will allow the Connecticut Department of Education to assist schools with curricula and resources to teach the Holocaust and genocide education. The bill will also provide resources toward many other key subjects but in light of ADL's expertise and research, my testimony today will specifically speak to the importance of strengthening the provisions of Holocaust and genocide education in K through 12 schools. When students do not understand the history of the Holocaust and other genocides or the elements leading to these tragedies, they cannot fully grasp the significance of bias and bigotry today or the lasting impact that hateful words and conduct can have on the community at large. In 2021, ADL recorded 331 anti-Semitic incidents in non-Jewish K through 12 schools. Many of these incidents involve swastikas and Holocaust-related imagery, such as gas Jews, Heil Hitler, and Hitler was right. Although we are still completing our final data, we expect to see consistent trends in the data for 2022. Excuse me. Connecticut has already recognized the vital need for Holocaust and genocide education by passing laws mandating the subject in 2018. This new legislation can now take the next step and equip educators with the resources that will allow them to more effectively teach this crucial subject. I'd like to emphasize that calls from other organizations requesting additional collection of data collection to be part of this bill, we also support. By tracking and surveying how and where genocide education is currently being taught, Connecticut can ensure that students have access to the education this legislature mandated in 2018. Education is a powerful way to confront hate, and schools must have the appropriate tools and curricula to help students learn from the past. And I would just say Connecticut has been a leader in this, and we hope to remain a leader in this area. Very grateful for your time, and we urge the committee to release the bill with a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stacey. Seeing no questions. Representative Gibson actually has a question online. Representative Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to quickly say thank you for your testimony. This is a very important bill, and thank you for hanging with us all day. Thank you so much.
I'm going to say, wow, thank you back to all of you, public servants. I'm very, very impressed how dedicated you are to this process and to an open and fair hearing, and really grateful to have such wonderful leadership in Connecticut.
Thank you all. Have a great evening. Next up is Mary Oster.
Hello, good evening. And I know you've been at it all day. So thank you so much. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, and members of the Education Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify on HB 6759, an act concerning early childhood. My name is Mary Oster, and I'm the Early Childhood Coordinator for the City of Norwalk. I live and work in Norwalk, where I support families with young children and center-based and family child care programs. I'm also a staff member for the Norwalk Early Childhood Council and a member of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance and the Child Care for Connecticut's Future Coalition. Thank you for recognizing in Section 1 of this bill that compensation for early educators is the primary issue, and I cannot stress it enough. The primary issue facing the early care and education industry today. The mean salary of a child care educator with a decade of experience is about $30,000 in Connecticut. Child care workers are expected to be well educated, but many earn starting salaries that are lower than fast food workers. I hear this every day from Norwalk providers that their staff has left for the public schools, Amazon, McDonald's, and countless other places that pay more. These educators are in the brain building business and deserve to be paid what their similarly credentialed public school counterparts are paid. Without the foundation provided by these early educators, children may not be ready for kindergarten and beyond. If programs cannot find qualified staff and pay them fairly, they cannot keep their doors open, and you've heard that from other people today. They are really the workforce behind the workforce. Without childcare programs, parents cannot go to work. Without a workforce, our state is facing an economic crisis. We can't find enough workers. While this bill is a good start to fairly compensating the child care workforce, it is missing a way to pay for it. And I would urge you to look at a wage equity fund similar to Washington, D.C. That's also been stressed by other folks who have testified today. With that, I thank you very much for allowing me to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And thank you very much for all that you do for the state of Connecticut.
Thank you so much, Mary. There's a question online from Representative Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Mary. It's always so good to see you. And I want to thank you. I've learned so much from you locally, and truly the workforce behind the workforce is our early child care providers. I know we heard from Commissioner Bai earlier today about how they're going to focus on the greatest need. And I know you've been doing so much good work with our providers in Norwalk. I'm really not going to spend any more time tonight talking about that because I could go on for hours. But what do you see is for those of us like Norwalk who are making great strides, what do you see as a challenge in this bill, given that the funding is going to be prioritized potentially elsewhere?
Well, I mean, the challenge is we just cannot stress enough that paying our child care workers is the most important thing. And I know it's a challenge, and I know money is always, is always the issue. But truly, I'm very, very concerned. And even in Norwalk, things are not great, but it's not as bad as in other places. And I really am fearful that many of our providers are just going to have to close their doors. They just cannot stay open. They're barely making ends meet. And oil is going up, everything goes up, and their state reimbursement does not go up, and they can't raise rates. They cannot put this on families. Families cannot afford to pay more. And in Norwalk, we have a little bit of a unique situation, Norwalk and Stamford. Care for Kids is a wonderful resource that the state provides to working families, but we have so many undocumented families in our area that they do not apply for Care for Kids. And so that is, and understandably so, but that is really an issue. And so that is a revenue stream that our providers don't have. And that really puts them at a disadvantage.
Thank you for that, because that is such an important data point as we consider the effects of this legislation on municipalities like Stamford and Norwalk, unintended consequences potentially that we need to account for. Thanks again for everything you do for Norwalk. I know I've talked with a lot of our child care providers. They are small businesses in our community fundamentally, and thank you for everything you all do.
Appreciate it, Dominique. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. I see no other questions. Have a great evening. Next up is, sorry, I lost my place. Virginia DeLong. It's great to see you.
It's great to see you too. Good evening, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and esteemed Education Committee members. My name is Virginia DeLong. I am the Director of Counseling and Admissions at Norwich Technical High School, and I am here representing the Connecticut School Counselor Association as the Government Relations and Advocacy Chair, where we represent over 1,400 school counselors across the state. I'm here to testify in SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. As the bill is currently written, we cannot support this. The ad of that individuals who are school counselors, social workers, psychologists, aides, and other staff members and have appropriate training and ongoing supports may be assigned the duties of a school resource officer. This is in a direct conflict with the work that we do as school counselors. We work with students to help keep them safe and feeling safe at school, but our job is to support our students in the building. We work on 3 domains with students: academic, career, and social emotional. And as you can imagine, and I know you've heard through various testimonies today and at other hearings, the rate of mental health issues with our students has risen exponentially since the pandemic started. And I will all day, every day, advocate for more school counselors, social workers, and school psychologists in our schools to address these needs. It is unethical and dangerous for school counselors to be doing the role of the school resource officer. Now, with that being said, I did meet yesterday with the Connecticut Black and Brown Student Union leaders to discuss this bill. And they told me that the intent of this bill was not that we would be doing the school resource officer's job, and agreed that the wording of this bill is not good at all and it needs to be drastically revised. But the intent of the bill was to make sure that the role of the school resource officer was clearly defined, that the school resource officers are using more restorative practices when working with students, and that they are utilizing school counselors and other school resource staff in appropriate ways to help to address the student needs in our schools. I can support that. Our association is not anti-SROs. I feel like there's a lot of people who are like, we need them all out of our schools and we need more support staff. That is not the viewpoint that we hold. A lot of us collaborate daily with our school resource officers, as we've heard today in some of the testimony, but also in some of our school counselor testimony that was submitted in written form. There are schools that it is working very well to have SROs, and it's very frustrating.
To just quickly summarize for us.
It's just really frustrating, I think, overall, that the way that we go is just to say, let's get rid of, instead of figuring out what the problem is and trying to fix it. Because I think that with proper training, school resource officers can be a huge benefit to our students. And we want all of our students to feel safe and comfortable at school. So I know it's been a long day for you, but I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. I see no questions. Just a quick note to members. If you have not had the opportunity to sit down with Virginia and hear more about what counselors are doing in our schools and actually fully understand also the education and the professional nature of their profession, I encourage you to do so. Thank you so much, Virginia.
Thank you.
Next up is Juan Fonseca. Good evening, sir. Oh, you're muted.
2 years later, and I'm still not getting it right. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and members of the Education Committee, my name is Juan Fonseca Tapia, and I live in Danbury. I am a member of Danbury Defending Public Education. Our group is made up of Danbury educators, students, parents, and community leaders. We have been working together for the past 3 years to find equitable solutions to address the issues our district is facing. We support the Recovery for Equity agenda to move the state closer to a place where the needs of Black, Brown, and working families and their children are prioritized. I am here to urge you to support HB 6763, SB 1093, and SB 1095. And I am asking you to strongly oppose SB 1096, which would take away the democratic oversight over the approval of funding for new charter schools. I came to the US in the middle of my senior year of high school, and after a year and a half at Danbury High School, I graduated in 2013 as an emerging bilingual student with high honors and received 13 scholarships. I know that this might sound like that I had access to everything I needed in order to thrive as a new student from Mexico who did not speak a word of English. Unfortunately, this is far off from the reality. Danbury public schools are failing immigrant Black and Brown students directly and white students indirectly. 3 minutes is not enough time for me to tell you everything I needed and I did not have access to, especially because I signed up my nephew, Angel, to attend 8th grade at Danbury High School in the fall of 2022. Angel also is an emerging bilingual student. I have attended every meeting with his teachers and counselors and have been following his studies. And I want you to know that I was enraged when I realized that virtually things are the same as they were 10 years ago when I was a student. Cosmetic changes have been made, though mostly to produce statistics that would allow the district to cover up the emerging bilingual students' rights violations. I know that superficial and lazy solutions would be to fight for charter school, so my nephew could get a better chance than me, because this is the solution that has been sold to Danbury families. This would be a solution, in fact, but only if our goal was to dismantle public schools in Danbury as we know them. I am asking you to oppose SB 1096. The passage of this bill would create more opportunities for districts around the state to be destabilized by well-funded groups who are not accountable to the public and are working to decimate public education in Connecticut. Lack of transparency trends through democracy, and SB 1096 is an example of this. Because I wish there were smaller classes, more counselors,
Thank you.
more bilingual educators and classes, and people who see how much I was struggling as an immigrant student and gave me the competent and adequate support that I needed. These things would have made things easier for me. Now, the police officers who carry weapons and tackle students in the cafeteria and
Juan,
patrol
can I ask
our
you
hallways.
to do me a favor and summarize?
Yes. I urge you to pass HB 6763, SB 1093, and SB 1095. I think that you have the opportunity to pass forward-thinking legislation that will create transformational and systemic changes that minoritized students like my nephew need right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Khan, I see with the question online.
Hello, thank you, Representative Curry. Juan, thank you for your testimony. I too grew up a student, an immigrant student, but in a New York City public school. I just wanted to ask you, like, in terms of supports for especially immigrant families and immigrant students in our public schools that might be lacking right now, what are some things that you think our public schools could use more of, especially in terms of our city public schools, that would help this population?
Thank you, Representative Khan, and I hope you got some sleep. Our hearing ended at 3 a.m. last night or today. I think that if you take a look at the curriculum that is offered to ELL students and a regular student, you would be able to see that ELL students, emerging bilingual students, are being robbed from opportunities that could really give them a chance to thrive in society. You can look at cities like Danbury, right? And if we start there, which means that our students are not having access to, again, getting the education to get them ready for higher education, having a conversation about the things that parents would need is completely off the table, because we are obviously now providing the resources that students need. And again, I am saying this as a former ELL student myself and seeing it with my nephew now. And which makes me think, well, we are super far away from actually engaging families. But I think that if there is, at Danbury High School, there is only one liaison that is bilingual that talks to parents. Danbury High School has 4,000 students. And Danbury is that city of immigrants, right? We are getting immigrants coming to our city every day. And just to think about the fact that the families that need the most help and the most information, we're not providing that for them, right? Because understanding the whole education system, how the schools operate, it's completely unavailable to these families. This is something that they have to learn. People that grew up in this country, you grew up and you learn how these systems operate. For immigrants, that it's not the case. So I think that ensuring that there are small classes, right, to make sure that ELL students are getting the attention and the time that they need, the same as students with different learning abilities, right? That's one thing. Another thing is ensuring that the same way that we are offering high advanced classes to seniors, to juniors, we are looking into creating pathways to ensure that those classes are also being made available to ELL students, to emerging bilingual students. And lastly, to really make sure that we are create finding people that have relationships with community, right? To be those liaisons, to make sure that the information that needs to go into our households from the district is actually getting to the parents, and parents are actually engaging. One of the things that I hear a lot of times is that from people, especially white people, is that well, parents are not engaged in the children's education because they don't attend X or Y. And I just want to remind everyone that like our families left their whole lives so we could have another chance, a better chance. So it's not that, again, our parents, caretakers don't attend the different meetings and the conferences because they don't care. It's because many of them have to work 3 to 4 jobs in order to be able to have food, have housing that is not affordable. And we should also be thinking about housing as we talk about education, right? And
I know you could
Yep.
talk about this all evening. Representative Khan, what bill was your question specific to? That's on the agenda this evening.
So, thank you. So I know that especially in relation to 1095, when we're speaking to, or at least Juan was speaking to this bill, and you're using the terms, especially a lot of these liaisons that we have, but even in terms of some of our counselors that we do have in our schools being more available to families, or even available to families if a school does not have enough, and then making sure that those counselors can meet the needs of especially our diverse learners. So if a school district like Danbury has a certain percentage of population that has diverse language needs, then making sure that those counselors and the people that are in place, especially responding in place of the school resource officers, are able to especially have these diverse learners. So, but that was my question. I think you answered it. You used, especially in terms of liaisons that can be able to best serve those families that can speak the languages. But thank you for your testimony.
I appreciate that. I know Juan is a very passionate advocate for everything that he is up here at the Capitol always talking about. Did you want to add any last comments, Juan?
No, I would just want to highlight one of the things that I heard from a counselor previous to me, saying that they think that SROs work for them. I think that that is the view of a white woman, right? Me as a brown student, SRO did not work. SRO did not make me feel safe, did not allow me to focus on the things that I needed to focus. So I hope that the community really focuses on the lived stories of the young people that are in front of you, and you will have an opportunity to make historic change. And I thank you for your time, and I'm gonna stop because I know that there are a lot of people.
Senator Kushner has a question for you, so hold on one second.
Well, this is very, first of all, I just want members of the committee to know that Juan spoke about his experience as coming into Danbury High School and not having access to certain classes that he should have had access to. And what he didn't tell you is that I've talked to Juan many times over the last several years. He's been one of my greatest advisors on the needs of our students in Danbury, but he didn't tell you that he had taken calculus in his home country, and he argued, even though he didn't speak English, he should be in AP Calculus. And he eventually he won that fight. He got into AP Calculus and he passed with flying colors. And Juan, I think you're just a really terrific person in our community, and I appreciate all the advice you've given to me. I did speak to you recently about some of the concerns you raised here for multi-language learners in our schools. We have the highest percentage of multi-language learners of any high school in the state. And I did learn, after speaking to you, I spoke to our superintendent, and we actually have a very high ratio of student to people who help our multi-language learners. So it's something like 65-1. And that's just really one of the main things we struggle with in Danbury. I know that, some of the things that I think would make a difference would be about making sure curriculum is available. I know you've stressed that for our English language learners in the high school grades. But I also think we need to figure out how we do far better in terms of really providing that assistance during the day as well. So, I'm listening to all the things you're telling me, and I'm working on them. So thank you for advocating.
Thank you, Senator. And can I just add something? 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
As I said, my nephew Angel, he's 15. He's in high school right now, and I know that many people would say, like, well, the easiest thing for me would say, like, let's fight for a charter school so he could have access to the opportunities that I don't have. I think that it's wrong for us to think about creating a pathway to allow for a very small group of people to have access to the opportunities that not all the students will have in the district. To me, that's just morally wrong. And I encourage the committee to work on figuring out ways, including calling our mayor and our representatives in the city council that continue to fund the budget every year, to address the needs of all the students in our district. All the students deserve the same chances that like 100 students might get with the opening of a charter school. And again, it goes without saying the extra pressure that it would put in a struggling district. Again, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for all your work, and thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Absolutely. Always great to see you. Have a good evening. Next up is Chris Raitt, followed by KTS.
Good evening, all. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, awesome. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members, Representative McCarty, and Representative Berthel, and all of the distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this time. My name is Chris Raitt. I'm a resident of New London, Connecticut, and I'm here today testifying in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. It is my hope that the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill, and in do so stand for the safety of all students and commit to addressing what is a pressing racial justice issue of our time. In 2021 investigation by the Center for Public Integrity, they analyzed data from all 50 states from the US Department of Education. And as you probably already know, their investigation found that school policing disproportionately affects students with disabilities, Black students, Native American students, and Latino students. Black students and students with disabilities are referred to law enforcement nearly twice their share of the overall student population. As an educator, a restorative justice facilitator, an aspiring white ally in the fight against white supremacy, and a mother to a Black child, I am heartbroken by these statistics. The time to do something is now. SB 1095 will expand the definition of who can be a school resource officer to include school counselors, social workers, school psychologists, and more. And as a professional, I work closely with school staff across Connecticut who work in these aforementioned roles, and all of them describe crushing caseloads. A 2022 article by Elizabeth Hubeck on surging behavioral health needs of students identified that Connecticut's ratio of social worker to student is 580 students to every one school social worker. The national professional standard recommends 250 students to every one school social worker. So I echo the comments of Virginia DeLong that we need far more school social workers. SB 1095's expansion of this SRO role could mean that we actually expand the number of social workers, thereby decreasing their caseload and decreasing the students' wait time to actually be seen. This will ultimately increase the prevention services that we're providing so that we de-escalate incidents of violence altogether. SB 1095 also requires training in social emotional learning and restorative practices. I taught SEL programs to middle and high school students in New London County for over a decade. And in 2017, I received my master's in restorative practices from the IIRP, the International Institute for Restorative Practices.
Chris, may I ask you?
Since then, I've been working with schools across the country and state to build restorative cultures. And restorative practices and restorative justice can create a levels of accountability and behavior change that our current punitive systems just are incapable of achieving. this bill offers us the chance to actually view and see and uphold the humanity of all of our students, all of them. We know that what's happening in our schools, we know that it's not about the individual SROs, right? And you've already clarified, Representative Curry, multiple times, this isn't about getting SROs out of the schools. What it's actually about is about clarifying the role, but this is about addressing an issue of systemic oppression, which I know you all care about. So please don't look away. Please don't turn away. The time is now for a public education system that values the humanity of all of our students. And in the words of Jackie Swaggerty, who spoke earlier today, what we need is care, not cops, and love, not law enforcement. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Chris. It doesn't appear there are any questions, so enjoy your evening.
All right, you as well. Thank you.
Yep, followed by Terry Ricks.
I feel like, is this thing on is the appropriate way to start. Good evening. I'm so pleased to join you all this evening, live and in person. I am, here representing a wide variety of issues, but I think your work tonight and all day has been vast. So I'm going to target myself onto 3 particular priorities. I'm going to start with near and dear to my heart, which is standardized testing. And I say that as sarcastically as every teacher you will ever meet will say it to you. We believe that standardized testing has a role in education. What it has done is take over public education. And it's time for us to pause, assess where we're using those resources, both time and money, see if those allocations are wise, and assess whether or not we should continue to move forward with those actions. Reflection is a hallmark of education. We have yet to reflect on the practice of standardized assessment. It is time. Let's see if our dollars matter. And so I would urge us to adopt the assessment audit. That is incredibly important to my educators. Second, let's talk class size. That is incredibly important to educators as well. I can speak very clearly. I have had 30 students in a class and I have had 11 students in a class. Those are very different teaching experiences. When I have 30 students in a class, I am trying to leap over bodies and backpacks, and I do not physically have the space to do collaborative lab learning. That is what we know is really engaging, motivating, and supportive of student learning. Class size matters. It's why prep schools advertise that they have class sizes of 12. They don't do that because it's not a priority that people care about it. They do it because they know it is the hallmark of good education. So let's offer that to every student in the state of Connecticut and really prioritize driving class sizes down. Lastly, I'm going to hit the reading program. You've heard from probably 750 different administrators who are annoyed by the reading program. I'm going to tell you why teachers are. Bottom line, when you make decisions about reallocating programs, the decision and the impact of that really rolls down directly into the classroom. My teachers are calling me talking about, I have to redo all my lessons. I have to reevaluate every assessment. I have educators from Fairfield that straight up told me, I think I'd rather leave the profession than deal with this because they don't have the energy. So I say, really expand that waiver, allow for us to really do a better job. I stand with CAPS on this, and how often does that happen, people? All right, so that must mean something. No, poor Fran. I stand with Fran a lot more than I don't, but I think that should just be an indicator. That's all.
The shade is real. All right. Any questions or comments for Kate? No. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Kate, very much for your testimony this evening.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Terry Ricks.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Ranking Member Senator Bertha, and Representative McCarty, and all the distinguished members of the Educational Committee. My name is Terry Ricks. I am a lifelong resident of Hartford, a smart justice leader with the ACLU of Connecticut. I'm a person who has been directly impacted by violence, racism, sexism, by the police, incarceration by every kind of person you can imagine. I have had to fight every day of my life for a life. Today, I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 1095 and act concerning school resource officers. I have faced every kind of challenge that a Black person and Black woman can face in their lifetime. I'm a graduate of Hartford Public High Schools, Sand Elementary Middle School, where I didn't even have tables or desks. Everything we did was on the floor. But in high school, where resource officers were introduced, it enhanced the problems that we face as students. Instead of allowing young people to be in school and operate at their own pace, because of a kid might come to school hungry or wasn't able to sleep that night due to the chaos that's going on in their homes, or dealing with whatever issues that they are dealing with at home, school has become a place of punishment and fear instead of learning. This is what it became for me. I was that kid. I would come to school angry because I was a single mother of 14. Sometimes I was hungry. The SRO guy didn't know what was going on, so he would push me into the office. He would tell me to keep going, to allow me to get out the hallways. Instead of, I would love to have a counselor, a therapist, or someone that can relate and pull me to the side to address my issues so I can become a better student, come to school on an everyday basis. SB 1019 would expand the definition of school resource officers as once again to school counselors, social workers, psychologists, aides, and other staff members who are the right people to do so. As I said earlier, I have had to fight every day of my life for this life. I'm also fighting to save lives, especially the lives of the young people. They need us to fight for them. The Connecticut General Assembly must take steps to address the roots problem of the violence through the methods that do not increase policing. So I strongly urge the members of this committee to support Senate Bill 1095. Thank you for your long evening and for listening to my testimony this evening.
Thank you so much, Senator McCrory.
Thank you. And thank you, Terry, for your testimony and all the advocacy work you've been doing. And since I've been here, you've really been a leader in our communities, especially since a lot of people from our community don't come here. They just don't do it. It is for a whole lot of reasons. They work in a whole lot of reasons. But I appreciate you for being here and advocating for the community that you represent in the community that we live in. Thank
I will always do that. I'm all we got.
Seeing no further questions or comments, thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you for listening once again.
Absolutely. Next up is Jason Lind, but before that, number 142, Danielle Cooper, if you can hear us, we just need you to accept the panelist request that has been sent to you. Jason?
Sure. Co-chair Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, ranking member Senator Berthel and Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this hearing and your patience. My name is Jason Lindy, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Government and Community Relations at FAIR, Food Allergy Research and Education, the nation's largest nonprofit engaged in food allergy advocacy, speaking on behalf of the more than 350,000 Connecticut residents with life-threatening food allergies. Connecticut's food allergy population is larger than the combined cities of Bridgeport, Hartford, and Danbury, and many years ago included my son, who was born at the wonderful Griffin Hospital in Derby and has a finfish and shellfish allergy. FAIR proudly supports SB 6759, Section 4, which allows child care providers to administer epinephrine to a child suffering anaphylaxis as a result of their life-threatening food allergy. This bill is needed because the CDC found that over the past 20 years, the rates of children with life-threatening food allergies has more than doubled. And for children with a peanut or tree nut allergy, it has tripled. Life-threatening food allergies and the risk of fatal anaphylaxis are growing at an even faster rate among Black and Asian American children. And while food allergies is on the rise nationally, a 2020 study found that children on Medicaid were less than 1/10 as likely. Let me repeat that. Less than 1/10 as likely as children on private health insurance to be diagnosed with a food allergy. So as you might imagine, with 37.4% of Connecticut's children enrolled in Medicaid or CHIP as of 2021, The number of children with life-threatening food allergies between the ages of 0 and 5 in Connecticut is likely much higher than our estimation of 18,000, which is about the size of Brookfield. This bill would give childcare providers the tools they need to save a life. When anaphylaxis happens, too often adults panic. They administer Benadryl. They call 911 or the child's parents. They do everything but the right thing, which is to administer epinephrine immediately. We in the food allergy community have a saying, epi first, epi fast, and with good reason, because many ambulances do not carry epinephrine. Just 2 months ago, we found out tragically what happens when epinephrine is not administered immediately. As a 10-year-old girl named Emerson Kate Cole passed away in Amarillo, Texas, as a result of a food allergy reaction because her epinephrine autoinjector was locked up and could not be accessed. In addition, administering epinephrine is easy, as someone who has done it before, and FAIR offers an online training module to assist childcare professionals. We strongly encourage
Summarize for us.
I'm wrapping right now, sir. We strongly encourage the committee to pass SB 6759 and help save the lives of children relying on their child care providers to do the right thing. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing any questions. Have yourself a good evening.
Thank you, sir.
And Danielle did accept, and just so folks here and at home know, we have one double-sided page remaining. Danielle Cooper, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to present to this esteemed education committee. I bring you greetings from Italy, where I am currently teaching at the University of New Haven, where I'm an associate professor of criminal justice, and I'm also the director of research at the Tau Youth Justice Institute. Since the Juvenile Justice Policy and Oversight Committee passed its 2021 recommendations related to suspension and expulsion, I have been involved in research that has explored the experiences, perceptions, policies, and practices related to suspension and expulsion generally, as well as specifically about the existing ban on suspension and expulsion for kindergartners to second graders in the state of Connecticut. I'd like to use my time and testimony today to share with you some of the things that I've learned from the educators, administrators, parents, and even some of the students who are experiencing the education system in our school, and really offer support for Senate Bill 1093, an act implementing the recommendations of the Juvenile Justice Policy and Oversight Committee concerning education. Most specifically, I'd like to speak in support of lowering the class cap size. This is an opportunity not only to allow the students a better quality experience within the classroom, but also in terms of the things that we have heard from the adults who are responsible for those students, it would allow them the opportunity to better do their job. In the research that I've conducted, people have spoken with me about what it means to be trying to serve one kid in one part of the room and not be able to fully be able to attend to the larger class. I've heard paraprofessionals and other counseling services talk about what it means to be demanded in more than one location throughout the school because there are not enough of them. And so when you think about what it means for us to serve children in a restorative way, in a way that amplifies their educational experience, in a way that edifies them to be adults who will also contribute to society, maximizing what they experience in the K through 12 experience is very important for all of us. And so the research on minimizing the class size allows for there to be more focus on each student, but it also allows for more robust problem solving and relationship building all throughout the experience. And so I will just close with the idea that it matters what happens with our children in the educational system because of the school to prison pipeline. We must be mindful of when we are tired adults, when we are fed up adults, when we are unresourced adults, then we will potentially become short with the children that we are mandated to serve. And that will lead to higher conduct and limited responses to those conduct issues in response to other schools who have lower class sizes. I thank you very much for your time and attention, and especially for the time that you spent today. And as I'm very glad to make it before 4 a.m. in Italy.
We were just figuring out that time change a second ago. So good morning to you.
Good morning.
No questions or comments, I guess good night again. Next up is Jocelyn Delancey.
Hello, everyone. It's Jocelyn Delancey, the Vice President for the Connecticut Education Association. I'm here tonight to speak specifically to HB 6757, an act regarding teacher evaluation. I've spoken before about this very important piece of legislation. The Education Evaluation and Support Council worked tirelessly for over a year and a half to ensure that we created a plan that worked to support teacher growth and teacher accountability in two separate venues and avenues. And this legislation, as it's written, will allow us to put that plan into action. This plan was created by all stakeholders and agreed to by superintendents and school administrators, both teachers' unions, boards of ed. We strongly believe that this legislation will allow us to make changes to a plan that hasn't been working for the last decade. Ratings do not change teacher performance. Feedback and proper teacher professional development will allow for teachers to grow and will support our ability to meet the students' needs. If you want to address student learning outcomes, we can work on things that teachers can't control, like class size. The class size cap would really help us support us with teacher evaluation and teacher success in the classroom in ways that teachers can't do themselves. You want to look at some pedagogies that are grade level appropriate. Another thing teachers can't control in terms of what our state endorses and what our school districts adopt. And one other thing that would really help support our educators is just listening to their voices. We need teacher evaluation plans that are supportive and that really lead to good quality discussions and allow for teachers to ask for the tools and resources that they need. The plan that we've established as a committee would do that. And the current plan really just doesn't serve that need. So I really appreciate and hope that you will support this legislation as it's written. And a lack of support for this legislation disregards our voice and really disregards the work of the council that has spent a lot of time to do this work well. So I will take any questions.
Thank you, Jocelyn.
Thank you.
I do not see any questions, so have a good evening.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next up is Julie Garay. Good evening, Julie.
Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry it's so late. I appreciate y'all for this amazing work that y'all are doing. So my name is Julie Rosali Garay. I am a resident of New London, Connecticut, and I'm testifying in support of SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. I hope I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but students of color are disproportionately targeted and policed over their white counterparts. Now, let's imagine we go to school looking forward to seeing our friends, getting some lunch, and maybe learning some human anatomy for the day, which may be your favorite subject. An issue arises in the hall, and just by you being Black or Latina, you are automatically assumed to be one of the aggressors. Now, some of us in this room don't need to imagine this. We've seen it and we've lived it. I don't have any children, but I will be raising them in New London. I plan on raising my kids in a community of folks that look like, sound like, and exist like them. My partner's daughter began kindergarten in New London a couple months ago, and just by being a little Black girl, she is already marked by the system she was born into. She loves learning, and her dream is to become a teacher one day, which, side note, she'd be great, super sassy, it's awesome. But let's say that dream is cut short because an incident in a school, a space where young people should be learning, creating, and where we should be supporting their ability to articulate thoughts and feelings, she gets arrested, or even worse. Maybe I'm being dramatic, but when Black students are 17 times more likely to get arrested with SROs in the school, with those numbers, it feels pretty concrete to me. Now, another reason I'm sitting in front of you today is because I'm the senior program manager of Fresh New London, a food justice and social justice organization, which I have been a part of for 12 years now. Being a youth within this organization, as well as growing into being an educator and advocate for youth, I have heard countless stories of youth experiences regarding encounters with police within the schools. And many of them I have witnessed myself and I've seen the outcomes. Having youth program within our organization has made it possible for us to create a space where youth can speak freely and know I will place no judgment on them. They know what they want, they know what they need, and it's usually more mental health support, more available licensed counselors, and a safe space that feels collaborative and rooted in care. I strongly support SB 1095. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote in favor of this bill. Y'all have the power to change the experience of every Black and Brown young person in the state. Educational system should be centered on care, support, and love, not the policing of Black and brown bodies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. Not seeing any questions or comments. Enjoy your evening. Next up is Nicole Hampton. Good evening, Nicole.
Good evening. Good evening, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Nicole Hampton, and I am a Black woman, mother, community advocate, and resident of Norwalk, Connecticut. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify to oppose SB 1095, an act concerning school resource officers. My child, along with her Black and brown friends, love their SRO as much as they love their school counselor, both of whom they consider adults they can trust within their school. Our counselors and SROs care and love our kids as well. The duties of school resource officers should not be assigned to school-based mental health professionals. The supportive relationship between a counselor and a student could be compromised if that counselor was also expected to enforce the law. Not to mention, it would be in direct conflict with the ethical and professional standards required in the role of the school counselor. Thankfully, my daughter hasn't witnessed any arrests or expulsions with the implementation of school resource officers in her school. In Norwalk, some of our kids go to the reflection room to journal and reflect on what they did wrong. I'm truly saddened that this isn't everyone's experience. In Norwalk, we have 21 schools, 20 of which belong to Norwalk Public School System and 1 state charter school, which together include 12,000 students. In the height of things, we had 9 SROs. And today we are down to 5 SROs that consist of 1 female and 2 fluent Spanish-speaking SROs. In our schools, SROs have not had 1 arrest that wasn't initiated by a child victim, their guardian, or a school administrator. Luckily, the Norwalk Police Department and the Norwalk Public Schools have a memorandum of understanding which mandates progressive discipline through Norwalk Public Schools, and the Norwalk Police Department will only step in if requested if all else fails. Thankfully, in Norwalk, our SROs are trained through NASRO, which is the National Association of School Resource Officers, and their triad model of school-based policing, which are as follows. 1, to provide public safety and security. 2, relationship building and mentoring. 3, education. We have the DARE program for our 5th graders, and in 6th grade, if it's recommended by administration, we also have Encore to provide additional training for behavioral concerns. And we also have our cadet program, which is led by SROs. And they teach 40 adolescents ages 14 to 19 public safety. I applaud the Norwalk Police Department for their strong efforts of community policing, especially in the Black and brown community. Our school resource officers are paramount to the safety of our schools. I strongly oppose SB 1095, and I ask the Education Committee members to vote against this bill. This is definitely not a one-size-fits-all. Thank you for your time and all that you do.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Enjoy your evening.
You too.
Next up is Kristen Besaga.
Basega, hi. All right, good evening, everyone and distinguished committee members. My name is Kristen Basega, and I am the president of the Glastonbury Education Association. Today I'm speaking to you in support of Senate Bill 1093, and specifically I'm speaking about the proposed caps on class sizes. So I'm going to take you back here for a second to when I was a first-year teacher. And I used to work for CREC at the Greater Hartford Academy of Math and Science. And on my first day of school as a teacher, I'm greeting the kids, they're walking in, and we start running out of chairs because I had 30 kids in my first period class, 30 kids in my second period class, 31 kids in my third period class, and we just we just ran out of chairs. I'm a high school physics teacher and I'm setting up these lab groups, and I've got lab groups with like 5+ kids so we can get the equipment to go around with everybody. And it's not just Craig, it's not just Hartford. I now teach at Glastonbury, and every single section of the cap size is lower than what the Glastonbury guidelines are currently at. We need smaller class sizes in Glastonbury and Rocky Hill and New Haven and Hartford. We know, and every teacher knows, that smaller class sizes have a big impact on student learning. We know that they give more time for teachers to deal with students. We know that students are more likely to feel like they're a supported member of the class, especially if they know all the other kids' names, right? And not that this is a valid indicator of student success, but we also know that smaller class sizes means better test scores. It's an inverse relationship. There's some physics right there. And as the young man testified earlier, when it comes to building relationships with students, it's not security, it's not administration, it's not just school resource officers. Who builds relationships with students are teachers. So if we want to talk about students feeling safe and listened to and wanted and valued and seen, well, if that has to be true, then the teacher can't be focusing on 30 kids running around, trying to do a physics lab and spinning stuff above their heads, right? I can't be someone's trusted adult if I only have 1.5 minutes per day to talk with them, right? So I support SB 1093. It's a well-reasoned bill. It makes exceptions for the performing arts where they might need larger class sizes for the whole orchestra to, be in ensemble together. It also has a reasonable time frame. This isn't saying like, hey, by August, we need to hire this much more staff. It's a 4-year timeline to give superintendents time to gradually phase in this language into their local budgets and collective bargaining agreements. I support this bill on behalf of my union and its 500 members. I've also written testimony in opposition of SB 1096. Well, I will let you read it at your leisure. In short, for that bill, I oppose because our students deserve an education that has high standards and democratic oversight. Enjoy the light reading, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Seeing none, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much, Kristen.
Thank you.
Next up is Jim Williams. And that reminds me, I need to go refill my water bottle. Jim, it's all you.
That's quite the intro. Thank you so much. My name is Jim Williams. I'm the Government Relations Director for an American Heart Association. I'd like to thank the leadership and members of the Education Committee for providing me with the opportunity to provide comment on House Bill 6761. And in so doing, to request an amendment to the bill, which we believe will not only improve this bill, but also bring tremendous value to our public students. The quality of existing school water infrastructure and water access tends to differ from newer to older schools and from rural to urban schools. We know that water plays an important role in maintaining a child's overall health, and that drinking water can positively impact children's cognitive performance, particularly short-term memory. Drinking water can also improve children's visual attention and fine motor skills. Finally, drinking water in place of sugary drinks can help people maintain a healthier weight. We strongly recommend amending the below language in its entirety into this bill, which will ensure that schools provide all students, teachers, and staff with no cost, easily accessible, safe, and appealing drinking water on school grounds. Below that, I'm not going to read all of the language that I provided in my testimony, but just to give you the broad strokes, the language that we suggest does strongly suggest that the water be freely available to all. It outlines where the best practices tells us to locate the water. It discusses pre-K and kindergarten students, so age-appropriate needs, and also goes through communication and implementation of the policy. Finally, I wanted to make you aware that we have requested a $5.5 million bond request from the Finance Committee to go towards the purchase, installment, and maintenance of water bottle filling stations, the funding for which will go specifically to the 648 Title I schools in Connecticut. Thank you very much for your thoughtful consideration, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you have now or at any time.
Thanks, Jim, so much for your testimony and hanging with us all night.
Absolutely.
No questions. I think we'll move on. Stephen Poland. All right, Leslie Blattow.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Leslie Blattow, and I'm a teacher, parent, and resident in New Haven. I'm the president of the New Haven Federation of Teachers and at-large vice president of AFT Connecticut, and we belong to the Recovery for All Coalition. First, I'd like to express my support for the lower class sizes outlined in SB 1093, because all students in Connecticut deserve smaller class sizes. While some legislators are concerned about funding this proposal, I want to remind this committee that our state has a multi-billion-dollar surplus and an overflowing rainy day fund. Lower class sizes for every child is well within our reach. In New Haven, where we are a proud sanctuary city, educating primarily Black and Brown students, we welcome students into our classrooms and schools at all points throughout the year. This means a class size that might be around 20 in October ends up being 26 or 27 in March. We know what this means on the ground, in the classroom, for students and teachers. This is an issue of racial and economic justice, and we must do more at the state level to ensure that educational equity is prioritized. I included some research in my written testimony as well. Second, I would like to raise concerns about SB 1096, an act concerning the charter school approval process. Instead of shifting funds away from our public schools to fast track the creation of new charter schools, this legislature first and foremost should fully fund and fully staff our schools where students already attend and need support. We have a democratic process in place where elected representatives approve school funding as part of a public process. I'm concerned that we're taking that democratic oversight away from the public and our elected reps. Why give up your legislative authority? In the name of accountability, transparency, equity, and democracy, and to ensure that public school students have access to educational programs with true public oversight, I urge you to reconsider this bill. Lastly, as a classroom teacher who collaborates with colleagues to design performance-based assessments that not only align with the developmental needs of my students, but also prepare them for college and career and build off their intellectual curiosity and personal strengths, I would like to express my support for HB 6763. Given the amount of time and money that's spent on screen-based, developmentally inappropriate, deficit-focused test prep, rather than investing in engaging, project-based, interdisciplinary prep for life, an audit of statewide testing and its related costs is long overdue. We have examples here in Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts, about how we can assess our students in ways that promote engagement and bring the joy back to teaching and learning. Please pass this bill and consider establishing a pilot program to move innovative strategies forward. Performance-based assessment is a necessary tool in our toolkit as we work to re-engage learning communities, ensuring vibrant schools where youth voice and critical thinking are prioritized. Thank you so much for your time and effort on this long night.
Thank you so much, Leslie. Enjoy your evening. Next up is Steffi Martinez.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Sanchez, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarthy, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Steffi Martinez, and I am a resident of the Waterbury. I am a childcare organizer for CSCA, SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 25,000 state, municipal, Board of Education, active and retired, public and private sector workers, including thousands of home-based family childcare providers. I offer the following testimony in support of House Bill 6759. Besides being an organizer, I am also a member of the Child Care for Connecticut's Future, an active community member, a parent of 2 children under 8, and a former home-based childcare provider. Throughout my years of experience in the early childhood field and with my own experience as a parent, I have seen the magic and the power of early childhood education unravel in front of my eyes. Science shows that life is a story for which the beginning sets the tone. And that makes the early years of childhood a time of great opportunity, but also great risk. And for this part, I want to speak from my heart. When as a first-time mom, I had to, 8 years ago, I had to return to work. And at that time, I had applied to Care for Kids And it was to my surprise that I got denied. And the reason why was because I was just above the poverty line. And I want to tell you, how does that look like in real life? Okay. So pretty much I have to say that, yes, I had the blessing of paying all of my bills, but that came with great sacrifice, leaving me with only $9 in my check-ins account for the whole month. And that is not counting childcare cost. Okay, so childcare costs 8 years ago, I had to pay $800. I cannot even imagine today. Okay, so pretty much, if you had to put yourself in my shoes, you cannot even imagine the stress that I was going through. And that was one of the many reasons why I had to choose back then to open a daycare, because I couldn't afford it. But it was to my surprise as well that when I was on the other side, I did not get well compensated, and I couldn't even afford to pay a substitute to someone that can help me so I can provide even a better quality care, because I did not make enough. So for today, we really need to have secure and attractive opportunities for current and future childcare providers and early educators. And we can start that by compensating them well what they deserve. And we need a system where parents don't have to pay the price, and where they don't have to stress thinking where they're going to get that money to pay for childcare. During the first 2 years of COVID-19, early childhood.
I can ask you to summarize, please.
Sure. During the first 2 years of COVID-19, early childhood educators were the pillars of working families of the state of Connecticut. It was so noticeable that they were even recognized by the governor as first responders, essential workers. So let's treat them like what they are, essential to the development of a whole nation. I am here today to ask you to increase the funding to Care for Kids, to keep it open and without a wait list, and to any state-funded ECE programs. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening. Next up is Stephen Poland.
Okay, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Stephen Poland. I live in New Haven. I am a very proud member of New Haven Federation of Teachers, Local 933, and the Connecticut